overview and the framework, this discussion is based on a scheduled hearing that's going to happen on July 26th, tied to amendments to the Medicaid Services Manual, which will affect basic skills training, which is a billable component under Medicaid. And in terms of foster care, we have regular foster care and then we have specialized foster care. In the specialized foster care arena, if you go back historically, it's typically been made up of county funds, which support the room and board rate. And then the BST, or basic skills training, has been kind of the offset or the blended rate, which supports that population. And as I walk through this quickly, two things to kind of keep in mind with the basic skills training. As the delineation or definition of BST becomes more detailed, what that also does is it works against the blended rate discussion in terms of how we use that to offset foster care. So what I first wanted to highlight is if you go back to 2009, there was a lot of fraudulent billing that occurred around basic skills training because it wasn't delineated and it wasn't defined. And so with that fraud kind of ensued, and then that resulted in, as you guys have seen, the comprehensive mental health contract, Healthy Minds, and a pilot project tried to address specialized foster care and as a whole. I don't know why this isn't clicking. Sorry, guys. So I just outlined here so you had some sense of what it means. Basically, the reimbursement rate at the proposed change equates to about $16.20 per day as an impact on the providers. DFS and DJAS, when I talk about the specialized foster care population, we have about 350 to 400 children approximately that sit in that, and about 70 of those children are sexual offenders. Just to give you some sense of the timeline, if you go back to November of 16, Department of Health and Human Services met with providers. They initiated discussions on ways we could address this. How can we find alternative mechanisms to support funding specialized foster care? And then as you go into 17, if you look at January, again, another meeting with Division of Child and Family Services and DHHS and providers discussing another alternate method. Fast forward to March of 2017, the Senate Committee on Finance and Assembly Committee on Ways and Means, that was really a discussion with DCFS Administrator discussed the DHHS decision to allow Clark County to continue billing for BST, and they indicated they were working on some alternative solutions. Again, back to the focus of how do we find an alternative method to support something that isn't BST in that specialized foster care realm. Go into April. Public Behavioral Health held a public workshop. So that April 19th meeting is the same exact amendment that I'm here to discuss with you today. So there's no change to that. That April amendment is what was brought forward, which is again what was brought forward this past month. So moving into that, then you look in June of 17, Medicaid had reached out to us with providers, indicated a willingness to work with providers and child welfare, again trying to look at enacting solutions to the proposed changes. In July of last year, this board increased the room and board rate from $42 a day to $62 a day. That was another impact, trying to increase what the county fund was in terms of meeting that gap. In September, you look at the 15th and the 28th, both of those specifically talk about a revised chapter and working on those solutions. That revised chapter that was brought forward to us from a Clark County provider's perspective was supported. And then it moves into kind of a discussion on moving a state plan amendment or a waiver forward to address this SFC rate and or the Medicaid side. So basically a state plan amendment. And then in December, at the Interim Finance Committee, the Deputy Administrator indicated they were working on solutions with Medicaid to amend the state plan and establish a level system for specialized foster care again. We did put on record at that IFC meeting that we would remove BST from our foster care contracts upon implementation of the Medicaid changes and the proposed SPA. So the communication we were getting were solves, saying we're working with Medicaid to come up with a solution, and then there was no, and I guess I would say there's no expectation that the Medicaid SPA was absolutely going to fund the entire gap, but in that solution, looking at what are we maximizing? How do we maximize that Medicaid fund, and what's the gap I have to come forward for to meet that? Then you go to 2018. In January of this year, the administrator again reported continuing to work on the state plan amendment. Said they were negotiating with CMS related to those rates. So again, we were kind of on hold in terms of removing BST from our contracts, waiting for those solutions. February, again, a behavioral health consortium meeting. The administrator again provided an update on the SPA. We did not get a timeline at that meeting. And then fast forward to this past month, we had a workshop that was scheduled. It's the same exact workshop that was scheduled for April 19th. This was on public provider comments tied to the amendment. Jill Morano, our assistant director, attended that and put testimony on the record, but she was advised, got to go backwards. June 6th, the public workshop was held, and we continued to move forward. And so the discussion, if you go to June 20th, is where we had the IFC committee meeting. That again, we went to that to provide testimony. We were told, upon that item being heard and providing testimony, that they would talk to us offline specific to the impacts and to the concerns. So what does all this mean? So I think what I really want to preface is this issue of Medicaid billing and BST. There's 2 points that I think DHHS has made. One is they have specific concerns on the billing and the assessment data, so the billing of BST that's coming from those specialized foster care providers, indicating the need to implement the changes. They've also indicated that those changes were legislatively approved and it was not included in the budget moving forward for this year. So that is what's moving this forward. Again, the issue of the solution going backwards, we still don't have one, but it's being implemented. DHHS outlined that, again, per the legislative action, the policy would be effective July 27th, so less than a month away. The rate would be effective January 1 of 19. They continue to indicate they're willing to work with DFS and providers to maximize the billing. I think that's a key issue, but that's going to be a longer-term process, which we've also been working on for the past year. We did not get an update on the state plan amendment, and I have not been able to confirm submission of the SPA that I referenced in those prior dates and those prior meetings that were brought forward by the DCFS administrator. They also support, as you guys know, the comprehensive mental health contract. There was a shift in terms of providers looking at the FQHC, which was First Med, so they commended that and said that will assist in their data. I would just highlight, though, one of their concerns they keep talking about is the assessment component tied to the approval of the BST. And so even if you take that contract, that's less than, they do about 25% of our mental health assessments for our population. The rest are done through those providers. So I think one key is we would want to look at that data and work with providers, and the providers have indicated that to maximize that. And then ultimately the conclusion of the call tied to it was really specific to looking at our rate structure tied to the room and board. So what I've highlighted at the end is in our current room and board structure, we pay $62 a day. If you look at Washoe and the rural counties, they pay between $115 and $125 per day. So the gap, if I go to ultimately the impacts tied to this, the impact on our side is going to be, if it was at the current rate structure, in terms of the total gap, it'd be about $9.1 million on the DFS side, and you'd probably add about another 1.3 on the JJS side, so juvenile justice. I would highlight that the other component of this is if this goes into effect and providers, we've received notice, some of you may have received those related to children and them giving notice post the enactment of this on the kids. If that impacts Child Haven, 40% of our budget is related to Title IV funding. If Child Haven cannot be repurposed pursuant to the new federal legislation that was passed, that will ultimately create penalties on our 4E funding. So not only will we be funding a gap to maintain kids out of the congregate care if they disrupt and come into congregate care, it's a compounding effect tied to our revenue. And then the last piece I would say, which is more the discussion that's been going on for the past 10 years, is basically when you look at room and board and you look at Medicaid related to that blended rate discussion, I don't think there's any argument that Medicaid should not be entirely funding specialized foster care. I think the discussion is how do we maximize the Medicaid funding component? How do we work with the Division of Child and Family Services related to our block grant and our other funding sources so that we can figure out a sustainable mechanism to do this? My presentation to you today is really based on the fact that this is a crisis. If we have 350 kids come into our system, it has the impact of imploding our system both from a congregate care perspective, but more importantly, what's in the best interest of kids. So that's kind of the framework for where we sit. Again, if this goes forward on July 26th, I anticipate getting notice from those providers, which we will have to figure out how we manage those children and how we fund to maintain them in their continuity of care. And I think really what my argument today is really we've been working on something for 13 months where we've been talking about a SPA and a relative solution. Again, that solution not being an end-all, but helping us fund the gap, to which point we're back to square one again. So as much as I hear, let's maximize Medicaid funding and we'll work with you as a county, the discussion point still at the end of the day is we're facing a $9.1 million impact.
Does that complete your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, at this time I'm going to take some public comment before I turn it over to the board. I've got 1, 2, 3 cards here. Did we have some folks want to speak on this item? I know one gentleman come down early. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, members of the Commission. For the record, Dave Doyle. I'm the Nevada Chapter Chair of the Family Focused Treatment Association. The FFTA is the only national nonprofit association that advocates for children living in specialized foster care. For those of you who know, I've also testified in front of you for the last several years. I'm also a Clark County foster parent for the last 15 years. Specialized foster care has the privilege of working with Clark County's most vulnerable youth whom have been diagnosed by a clinical professional with a severe emotional disturbance. The youth residing in specialized foster care have histories of disruption, bouncing from one home to another. These are the youth who often spend extensive amounts of time in child haven, local hospitals, RTCs, and sometimes even detention. As a specialized foster parent of nearly 15 years, like I mentioned, I consider myself fortunate to live with 5 of the youth that I'm advocating for today. Some of them are actually here with me. These children are part of my family, and they are much more than just my foster sons. They will be in my life forever. Foster care doesn't stop the day a child leaves our homes. Since 2008, specialized foster care has been funded through blended funding. Room and board funded through the county, coupled with Medicaid service dollars via basic skills training. Providers are grateful that the room and board funding via Clark County remains intact. We're very appreciative of Director Schiller, Director Martin. They've been tremendous advocates as we combat this to secure funding for our kids. However, state Medicaid service dollars are currently in jeopardy of being drastically cut. The adverse changes to Medicaid will be implemented on July 26, 2018. So in just 3 short weeks, specialized foster care will have substantially less funding than it did over 10 years ago. In reality, the Medicaid cut and service reduction will result in the demise of specialized foster care, which is truly a least restrictive service to vulnerable children in Clark County. Up to 350 Department of Family Service children and an additional 100 Department of Juvenile Justice children face potential disruption if sustainable funding is not identified. The premature removal of Medicaid funding would likely and unfortunately result in overcrowding in child haven and juvenile detention, not to mention the substantial back-end expenses associated. For those of you who know, child haven's average cost is about $400 a day. Juvenile detention is about $360 a day. I need to be clear that providers want to continue working with these children. We are honored to work with these kids. However, it remains difficult when our compensation is far less than our actual expenses. We encourage the state and Medicaid to do what they promise and not pull the rug out from underneath the children that we serve without first having sustainable funding in its place. Providers and local government agencies have worked together and researched how other states respectively fund specialized foster care. We believe that we have found a viable funding option through the SPA, but fear it may be too late as Medicaid is moving forward with adverse policy change regardless of public and provider concern. Our most vulnerable children need this board's advocacy and support. Together we need to make this a priority and have the mindset that disruption of at-risk children can absolutely be prevented. Let's work together to preserve specialized foster care in Clark County. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Comments. Anyone else?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jack Martin. I am the Director of the Clark County Department of Juvenile Justice Services. Just to give you the perspective of how juvenile justice would be affected by this, currently in our detention center, there's 38 young men and women that have been ordered into state custody. Of those 38 young men and women, 30 of them have already been there, or I'm sorry, all 38 have been there for over 30 days. That is because of a lack of beds, or what the state refers to as budgeted capacity at their level. So if we start to take away youth beds outside in the community that would house some of these very vulnerable youth, what we end up seeing is a detention backlog raised. Our average daily population is already up by over 20% because of backlogs at the state. We're seeing the average length of stay are up over 44 days for kids that are state committed. We're seeing a lot of negative ramifications, and I think sometimes we need to paint the picture of what this child is that's not returning home. Because sometimes I think we oversimplify that issue and say, okay, well, if if he's low enough and he's just a kid and he can't go home, well, or if he can't go to the state, or he can't be in foster care, where does he be? Well, right now, Clark County Department of Juvenile Justice Services, I would argue, is the largest provider of mental health services in the state for children under 18 years old. So what we continue to do is compound the problem over and over, and these kids can't go home. Many of them don't have homes. Many of them have victims at home or are victims of their homes. So this is not a situation where it's just, okay, where's the kid, and we're just fine. We're looking for a problem for a solution. This is a problem where we've really got 108 children currently placed in juvenile justice that have no other place to go other than back to our detention center, which means that we would pay the prices that Mr. Doyle referred to in terms of our detention population, but they're also not receiving the services that they could possibly get in the community, which best practices and evidence-based practices suggest are the best place for our kids. So I would suggest that we already have a system where DCFS is not taking responsibility for the children that are in there have been ordered into their care and custody. This is further going to compound the problem further. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Hi, good morning. My name is Christina Vella, and I have the privilege of being the Executive Director of St. Jude's Ranch for Children. We are proud to offer a continuum of services to abused, abandoned, and neglected children and youth for over 50 years at our Boulder City campus and throughout the Las Vegas Valley, a place committed to hope and healing. The commitment we have made as an agency and that of my fellow providers is not a simple or easy commitment. It takes contracts and compliance. It takes countless grant applications and reporting, a substantial amount of fundraising and stewardship, but yet we say yes. We will partner with Clark County to serve our most vulnerable young people and children. We know that these children and youth are amazing even when they don't know it. We work hard to help them overcome the adversities of abuse and neglect. It's not a simple process, and specialized foster care is absolutely part of the solution of helping children transition from being victims of abuse to being survivors of that abuse and thriving within our community. I don't want to repeat much of the information that's been provided today. Thank you, Kevin, for doing a fantastic job of framing the situation. I will highlight that as a requirement of the Family First Prevention Services Act, which was signed into federal law February of 2018, there are requirements for Nevada, like all other states, to meet in regards to preventing children from coming into foster care, but more importantly, improving the overall well-being of children in our care, specifically reducing the use of congregate care. And juvenile justice services like child welfare has a requirement for least restrictive settings. Detention is not a place where children heal, nor is Child Haven, despite the amazing people that work there. This is absolutely a funding crisis for us, and I certainly recognize that if the state, needs to revamp the model or simply, cut the budget, that there needs to be a better plan. And as Kevin Schiller has mentioned, there's been a lot of work done, and so moving towards an effective date without recognition of what has been previously discussed seems irresponsible. So in closing, beyond the funding issue, I want to share that these children we serve, the many, many children and youth, need us to take a stand for them, for the quality of care they receive, what they deserve, to make better plans, and we cannot threaten their stability by this funding crisis. We must do better, and as leaders of the community, I ask that you would please lend your voice to helping solve this challenge. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else?
Okay. Michael Flynn, for the record, Director of Bamboo Sunrise. Mr. Schiller did an excellent job of laying out what we've dealt with over the last few years, and typically I don't speak on these issues, but we've come to a point, I think, from a legislative side and from a political side, where our children, we've made this fight since 2008, over and over and over and over again. We just beat this dead horse. And unless we have a solution to keep these kids in our care, we don't have an economic choice on our side as an agency. We're going to have to return the 50 kids that we have in care. We just don't have an option. In addition to that, our families are going to stop doing what they do. And they do it very, very well. So all I can do is appeal to the commissioners and to anybody else that we possibly can to find some type of solution so that we don't have to revisit this year after year. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning, members of the commission. My name is Robert, and I'm a little nervous. I'm sorry if I stumble across.
Oh, you're doing fine. If you want to pull up the microphone just a little bit so we can hear you.
Okay.
Thanks, Robert.
Today you probably heard from several other people about the lack of funding being proposed for specialized foster care. Well, I'm one of those youth who actually resides in specialized foster care. But fortunately, I'll be discharged successfully in 2 weeks and transition into independence, so I'm one of the lucky ones. I can only hope that specialized foster care remains in place for my 4 foster brothers who are still in care. As you know, the children in specialized foster care all have names, faces, stories of rising above the trauma and hardships that they have experienced. We aren't a number on a spreadsheet. Rather, we are the future leaders of Las Vegas and Clark County, and we need to have our voices heard. I'd like to tell you briefly about my story. Throughout my upbringings, my siblings and I were removed from my mother's custody multiple times. I've been in several different foster homes, which unfortunately meant several different schools for me. Bouncing around is something I do not wish on anyone. It often meant having no friends, constant adjustment, and lots of anxiety. As I grew older, I just wanted to shut the world out and isolate. At times, I became very angry and made poor choices. To give you an idea of where I've been over the last several years, I've been placed at Oasis Group Home, Spring Mountain Treatment Center, Monte Vista Hospital, Desert Willow Treatment Center, and a homeless shelter. A few years ago, I ended up in specialized foster care home, and this is where my life started to change for the good. This home helped to stabilize me, teaching me how to interact appropriately. My foster parents worked with me to be responsible for my actions and to make better choices. I came to this foster home on 7 different medications and proud to say that I am currently on none of them whatsoever. My foster home had consistency and structure, yet they treated me as a family. In June, I graduated from high school. Not only did I graduate, I also earned the Millennium Scholarship and was recognized by the principal of Centennial High School and was awarded the Principal's Recognition Award for a student who has overcome adversity and challenges in their life. Besides my schooling, I've maintained a job for over 6 months and have nearly $1,500 in savings. I'm also proud of the fact that I have the same girlfriend for the entire school year and maintain a healthy relationship with her. When I learned about the potential lack of funding for specialized foster care, I wanted to speak up. Specialized foster care has changed my life, and I want other kids to have the same opportunities that I did. Specialized foster care is done in a home. It's not done in a hospital, and it feels good to be treated like and given normal kid opportunities and experiences. Kids like me don't belong in child haven, hospitals, detention, or RTCs. They belong in caring, therapeutic, and highly trained homes, like those offered in specialized foster care. Thank you so much for letting me speak today, and I hope you're able to find the funding for this important resource in our community. That concludes my public comment.
You did a great job. You should be proud of yourself. Anyone else? No? Yes.
He's much taller than I am, so I have to put it down. For the record, my name's Carrie Corin. I'm with Kids Peace. Last name is spelled Korin. I'm just wanted to point out the fact that since we've had such instability in funding and use of Medicaid funding for specialized foster care, our community has lost 2 large nationally recognized providers of foster care, including Kids Peace and Boys Town. We've also lost a number of smaller family-style foster care providers as well. So I just really want to point out the fact that we're going to lose more capacity to treat kids who really need our services. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else before I close the public comment? Turn over to the board. Okay. Kevin, you want to add anything before I ask for board comment, or?
Pretty hard to follow that. I think I would just emphasize the child component of this, we talk about Medicaid, we talk about the bureaucracy of billing, we talk about all of those pieces. I think, the frustration point is really trying to get to a place where in the specialized foster care world, we have a sustainable funding mechanism. I agree, after 20-something years in the system, this has been an ongoing discussion for the past 10 years. And I think from the state perspective, and I emphasize this, we collaborate and partner with the state all the time. I think the issue is trying to get something in motion where we can maximize that relationship, both on the Medicaid side, and likely I may be back before you once that is established, if that happens, to try to find out what do we need to fund to bridge that gap also. But I emphasize the need that the cycle this can kick off if we end up in a congregate care world related to the 4E penalties, related to the Family First Prevention Act and those types of pieces. It's something we will be spinning our wheels in terms of both the finances, but the secondary piece is the best interest of kids. So I think that's really where I want to emphasize keeping the focus, is this is about 400 kids in our system, which are some of our, in the challenging world, hardest kids to place, but at the same time, as you just heard, who are children that are successful. So there's a face with that.
Okay. Commissioner Giancarlo, then Kirkpatrick.
Thank you. So going back to your slide, I know I was a court-appointed person for a kid in foster care for about 3 years, and worked with some of the businesses because he needed a special care. And there were issues about fraud back in 09, 10, 11. No one wants to dismiss that part, but I thought I would hope that's still not being used as an excuse at this point, because we did do the comprehensive plan, which was adopted in 2012, which has allowed us to go forward and try to make sure the billings fit correctly. Is that still kind of an assessment of what happened at that point?
Yeah, I believe that ongoing effort since 2012 has been to do that in the checks and balances. I think one of the discussions that I had last Friday when I was talking to DHHS with Medicaid was the discussion on continued concerns on the assessment component and the billing component. I think one of the key tenets of that, Commissioner, is we have to be included in the sharing of that data to work with our providers. So I don't think anybody's arguing. If there's anomalies, we want to find what the anomalies are and work on a solution so that we can be a provider of that.
So that data still has not been provided for us to really review?
No, I mean, the discussion I had on Friday was really tied to the assessment data in relationship to the billings and their concerns. So I think that's one of the tasks at hand moving forward from today.
Okay, so that's something we should be requesting or try again, because that's a public information item as far as I'm concerned, and especially if you did some kind of an audit of those rates. Now the rates, can you briefly restate why we're different from the rurals in Washoe as far as how our funding comes into play? I think people need to understand that.
I think the primary...
Besides the fact that we have the majority of the kids.
Yeah, so obviously our population's larger, right. But I think the primary difference, if you go through the slides, there's one place where I referenced that there was a actual revision brought forward. That revision was brought forward to the counties and the providers, and in looking at that, we were in support of that, based on how it appeared in terms of that blended rate in the billables. But I think one of the inherent differences is the difference between agency homes and more kind of what they tend to call mom and pop homes. So the discussion of the two different types of homes statewide is one inherent piece, and then I think the other piece that you'll see on the Washoe County side is they've integrated the BST into their rate and absorbed that into their budget. Whereas in our world, we have not been able to absorb that into our budget based on the volume and based on essentially the details of providing that service.
So it's agency homes versus mom and pop, because they have a smaller number. We're desperate for finding foster care parents, let alone those that want to do specialized. So we've had to rely on the agency model more so. It's not that we didn't want to ever expand mom and pop services as far as that's concerned, but because their numbers are so much smaller than ours, I think that gives them probably better leg up to be able to handle it that way. So if I look at, we have 70 juvenile sex offenders too, I think that Jack mentioned, Director Martin. And so there's no additional, that's just still in the blended rate for what we deal with on those individuals as well. Okay. And then it sounds like we've been having conversations since last year So if I go to your slide, March 9, 2017, Senate Committee on Finance and Assembly Subcommittee on Human Resources, they discussed their decision to allow Clark County to continue billing for BST and indicated they were working on an alternative to finding a solution so that we could somehow have this equalized. And so it sounds like we've been working on towards that, but now all of a sudden they just said they pulled the rug out from everybody. That's pretty much what we're seeing.
Yeah, and I guess I would echo their conversation is based on the last legislative session that the policy and the rate reduction were implemented into the budget, meaning moving forward into this next fiscal year, there is not an approved budget to move that forward on the state side related to the BST component. But I would say, contrary to that, the DCFS administrator put on record in the session that they would be continuing to work. They wouldn't be turning it off until we had an alternate solution, which speaks to why we've had a Medicaid waiver work group in place for about the last 11 months.
And so what's happening then is the budget triggered, to some extent, this crisis without recognizing that this affects about 400 kids. So it's just about the money rather than the children, it sounds like to me. So the state did incorporate their budget a lowered amount, anticipating we would have had an alternate, but they said that they would stay working with us until an alternate was adopted. But now we're just being told June 26th or July 26th.
That's the notice, yeah.
That's the news. Is there a way, I don't know, maybe you brought this up yesterday, maybe we could invite Mr. Whitley to come down and talk with us about this and why it's so short-sighted at this point, especially in light of what these folks are talking to us about?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, I certainly can do that.
And what would be an alternate? I mean, what types of things were we exploring as an alternate?
I think, and I can have, Mr. Doyle or the AD talk, they were actually participants in the group, but I think what it was really trying to maximize is alternate billing within the Medicaid structure to support that. So that instead of it just being BST, and again, that's kind of where I started with BST, is I think what they're trying to do with BST, which I'm not arguing, is they're trying to define it more based on define BST at a clearer level, but at the same time looking at other codes, other billings that children are eligible for and that care to meet those needs. So I think it's that blended discussion. And then I think still at the end of the day, we might be before you, even after we have the Medicaid solution with CMS, to say, okay, we still have a gap. So our room and board rate goes from 62, and I'm talking hypothetically, to 82. But I don't think there's any expectation that there's a magic wand that suddenly Medicaid can just fund that entire amount. But I think the whole goal is to work with CMS and try to work on that structure.
Yeah, and then it throws us at risk, not just the kids, but the debt that, I mean, we don't have it in our budget. We closed our budget a month ago.
Right.
And so this is very disconcerting. I can imagine how the agency homes are feeling and the young people that are housed there. This puts everybody at risk in the long run just because of a budget gap. I think we need to reach out to some of our local legislators too and try to explain what's going on and see if there's some solutions that can come into play. I'll see what other questions are there. Thank you.
Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to start off and say, Robert, what an amazing job, an amazing young kid, and you have a lot to be proud of. And I look forward to watching you grow throughout this community and being a role model for others, right? Because what you had was awesome, and hopefully you'll pay it forward to others that didn't have that experience yet. So you have a lot to be proud of, and we're fortunate to see the successes. And you're absolutely right. It's not a dollar value. It's a face, it's a person, and it's someone within our community. So I have a couple of things. I'm frustrated because this mental health, it's like we keep having the same conversations over and over again and not really coming up with some solutions that benefit everyone. And I feel like I had this conversation with Boys Town because they had to close because they could not keep up. So we are losing more and more bed space for the kids as a whole. And we just had this conversation last year. Then we went through this, and everybody was on the thought process that we were going to come up with a solution and through collaboration. And then for us to be here, I would like, and Mr. Wheatley is a great guy, and he is super smart when it comes to resources that the state has, but maybe he can come to our 17th, the meeting on the 17th meeting, give us a presentation, bring some of that data that he's concerned about. Maybe we can then move towards putting some of those additional controls in for him to help with that fraud component. It's ironic, right? Because tried to put in legislation to address the fraud like other states and couldn't get any traction on it. But this is the reason that we're toying with children today. And so I got to believe that one way or another, they're either going to end up, we're going to be forced to put them into detention, into child haven, and they really won't be able to get the services to be as successful as Robert has been. So I just think that we have to start with seeing if he can come and explain it, because it's a complicated issue, and the flow chart on how you bring all of this together and the services that are expected along the way. But the data would, maybe we could say, let us help you with some of those controls for one that you're concerned about. We'll help address them at the same time, but just cutting the program in light of the fiscal year, it would have been different in March had somebody said this, because we could have looked at our own budget to do this. But I mean, I don't know what is the expectation? I mean, what is the thought? And I want to ask Richard myself, so I don't want to put you on the spot, Kevin, because I want to ask Richard, what was the thought on what we were supposed to do? I mean, Clark County has 2/3 more than the rest of the state when it comes to the clients that are in specialized foster care. So what was the thought on how we were going to, get through this, I guess?
And I will say, I think from Director Whitley's perspective, at least on the call that we had Friday, he was very specific to the discussion on the concern on both, as I talked about, the assessments and the billings. Again, I don't think anybody here wants to argue that we don't want to address something if it's fraudulent. I think what we want to do is figure out how do we collaboratively set in a check and balance to support that. And again, at the end of the day, if we set in a check and balance based on the sharing of the data, the secondary question is, obviously we don't want to lose providers. And how do we maximize that from the county side? So I think it's a two-way street. I completely agree with that. But I think from the perspective of the fiscal impact, which is what brought me before you today, the ability to plan for that fiscal impact, if that ultimately is what occurs, what we also have to be looking at is then what are we prioritizing in the DFS budget to counterbalance some of those costs. That number I give you of the $9.1 million, obviously there still would be BST billing because it titrates down, but it's going to be somewhere in between, and there'll be a financial impact. So I think I agree with you. And the struggle, and I think you're aware of this, is always the issue of we're not Medicaid. And I think if I go back to 2008, when I was a director in Washoe County, when all the fraudulent billing was identified, I got about 48 hours notice on removing about 40 kids or 30 kids. I can't remember the exact number. Nobody was arguing that it had to occur, but on the same token, we didn't have access to the Medicaid data. So we didn't do utilization review on those billings, and that's a whole process in and of itself. So I agree with you. I think Richard can probably explain it much better from the concern perspective and maybe the plausible solutions.
Well, I mean, Mr. Chairman, if you'll let me just follow up, I mean, that's exactly right. We're going to have to make some choices one way or another on what we prioritize. But if there's an IFC meeting in September, we might be able to find a solution where they can fund some of that so that we can keep these clients getting the proper services that they need. So I think that maybe Richard can explain it on what's the expectation of the services and what's the rate, because I hate being compared across the state on who pays what and who pays more, because quite frankly, Clark County, if we didn't give our amount that we give our voluntary contribution, a whole lot of people would probably be in a worse boat with us. So I hate comparing rate to rate. And that's at least $8 million. I know that number for many years of the 47 versus 50% voluntary. So I hate having that discussion, but I'm just wondering, it was the formula, right, talked about during this change that they were doing last session on what the expectation is for everybody, because we should all be paying the same amount. It costs more, of course, in the rural areas. We say that with schools all the time. It costs more in the rural areas because they have less. They can spread it out less. But if we're being penalized because we're not paying enough, then that seems like that entire formula is jacked up.
Yeah, and I would add that the formula in specialized foster care, which has been, you remember it when you were in Carson, the issue of specialized foster care, no different than BST. This recommendation is a titrate down. So as you progress in your treatment, costs go down because you have less intensive service. The problem in specialized foster care has always been, how do you lower a rate related to a specialized foster care placement without disrupting the placement? So if I place the child who bonds with the family and is being highly successful, do I then reduce the rate within that home back to what's the best national practice to do that? Or the alternative is, do they move to another home where you have a lower rate, which doesn't make any sense. So
Well-
I think that's the challenge.
Well, I would be curious to ask Richard, because when we do this with education, right? We give them all the money to get going on the right track, and then we pull it out. And then they're expected to maintain that same level, and that's not necessarily how it works, because they need that level for a very long time. So I'll be curious to ask Richard if why are we penalizing people for doing better, right? At some point, I get it when you get to that point and you graduate out and you go different directions, but I'm looking forward to Richard coming. I know he's going to come if he's listening today.
And I think the other piece would be, speaking for Richard, so I'm just going to talk to him, the issue of the medical necessity, that discussion of medical necessity and the approval. Again, that gets back to that square peg in the round hole discussion of, you kind of have a medical model funding specialized foster care, or at least part of it. So we're trying to find what's the solution or the alternative to that within the confines of the current rules, or how do we change them? That's...
We've got Commissioner, Jim. Commissioner Gibson?
So Kevin, as I listen to all of this, and I'm not an expert in the state's budget and all, but it sounds like it's kind of at the root of it, not enough has been funded. And we can talk about billing practices, and we can talk about fraud, and obviously you can't bill enough to accommodate all fraud, right? But help me understand, is this a situation where the state did not fund adequately to accommodate the care we're talking about? Is that simply what happened? Or is there plenty of money there, but the billings are all screwed up?
Well, I think that's a twofold. I don't know that I can give you the absolute answer. I can tell you on my discussions, if I go back just in specialized foster care, when you talk about not enough money or enough money, the challenge of how we fund specialized foster care has been a 10-year discussion. The issue of, is there enough money there to bill in its entirety tied to Medicaid that would support this structure? I can't really answer it because we haven't come up with the complete solution.
Well, up till now, let me just
Up till
interrupt.
now, it's been all, up till now, at least in Clark County, the BST component in that blended rate with room and board has been how it's been funded. And so the practice that's been accepted and the norm historically has been that practice, and that's why I highlighted as they define BST more and more in terms of the detail, that tightens the eligibility for that payment structure. So the idea is, how do we change something that's not BST in terms of that structure on the Medicaid side that may be an eligible service? And at the same time, back to your question, it may be that I still have to come to the county and say, we still need a gap of this much money to support specialized foster care, even maximizing the Medicaid revenue. So I think it's probably the latter at some point eventually.
Well, at some point then, it seems to me that the discussion needs to be elevated. You know, we have departmental people in Clark County, in the state, who are providing us a response. And the response ultimately is, we don't have the money, or you don't qualify for the money. But in any case, it's $9 million that we're going to shift from us to you.
And I would add, since you're going down the funding map, we also have repeatedly asked in the legislative side related to our block grant on the Division of Child and Family Services side for funding to support this structure also. So I don't think we've been asking. We haven't had an increase to our block grant since 2008. So that's kind of the state funding component on the child welfare side. It gets a little more complicated when you start talking about Medicaid. But I say that to you only so you know there's been outreach and discussion trying to maximize where we can funding to support it.
So, in terms of in my briefing, we went through some of this, but I think we need to have discussions at the highest level of the legislature. We need to be in the governor's office. We need to be pressing full court on this. It's not like what people perceive, which is that Clark County has all the money in the world and they'll just do whatever they got to do and they'll find $9 million somewhere. That's not the way that this has to go. We have to make sure that we have pressed them at the highest levels to understand what their responsibility is. And it doesn't feel like they feel this as much as they need to. Now, you might want to say that differently, but that's what it feels like to me. And so what I insist upon is that you report to us, even if it's, for sure, as this discussion goes on, what those discussions have been. If there are members of this board who need to have direct discussion with people in the legislature, pardon me for pointing, but we have somebody down here, down at the end of the table, who does understand the way these things get funded and has relationships with people she appointed to very important positions during her term as a leader there. And I think we need to employ every single avenue. I'm more than happy to participate, but I might just be filling the void in the airspace. But somebody who really knows what's going on and who the people are who make the decisions needs to be involved in this now. And so we're told on July 27th, it shifts to us. And you annualize the commitment, it's $9 million, which is not in the budget that we just approved. That's what you're telling us.
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, to me it's simple, but I recognize there are technical issues that have to be resolved, but this is about providing care to children. They didn't choose to be in this situation. No one can look himself in the mirror if he's simply saying, well, somebody will take care of this. That doesn't work. So the state needs to be as aggressive about this as we're going to be. But I think it needs to be elevated. I think we now need to get politicians involved. They're all running for office. Let's see what they have to say about how we take care of those who are least capable of taking care of themselves. Now's the time to do something. So.
Actually, I couldn't say it any better. And sitting on these committees for years, it's the questions, and I don't know what I was going to say, and Jeff knows, but that we ask all the time. We have people that come in, have shared the information, we've asked the questions, we've gone to the legislature. We've had more meetings. We're only supposed to have a couple a year. I think we have 5 and 6 and 7 because how important this is. So we try to stay ahead of the legislative year. And it is appalling that we have to get to crisis, not only here, but in our mental health, which I found out way too much in the last few months about. That where do we go from here? How do we get this cause out there? And as a full board that has always cared about our youth, we see it across the board in our state, from education that they say they have enough, to our foster children, to our children that are in our system. I mean, where do you go from here, and how do we really make this fight valid and not be here next year? So, I know there's not really a question that you can answer, but I think you're hearing all of our frustrations as to how do we finally get the notice of those that our children are more important than we're acting like.
Commissioner Weekly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree. I think Commissioner Kirkpatrick asked, I'm not sure if she or Commissioner G asked a question about or suggested that Director Whitley come down to our July 17th meeting, which I think is a great idea. But I'm hoping that, I'm not sure if it's going to be after the fact, that we should maybe push that envelope a little bit more and say, we need to really get some folks in a room. Because July 17th meeting, I mean, he's not going to be able to really stand here and flesh out a whole lot of things that we need answered. Just one particular item. I think have some good questions answered, Commissioner, is spot on. But to be able to do something, Mr. Schiller, and get, whether it be Director Whitley, who I think is a really nice guy, and I think he will work very tirelessly with us to help come up with some type of solution. But I think that we also, too, need to have some type of plan. What is it that we're going to be asking for? And so to have folks like Ms. Doyle and some of our agency home partners that Commissioner Giuliani were alluding to earlier, those are people that we really have to have in a room to sit down and flesh this thing out and talk about what's our plan, how do we change the trajectory of this whole situation here and maybe get our hands on it as best as we possibly can? The July 27th date, to me, it's a little concerning, only because it's after the fact. It's after our budget was approved and moved forward, and so now we have to go back and scramble and look at ways that we can mitigate this situation here. And so I would ask Manager King that is it some way that we can maybe look at doing something on a greater scale? Because this is going to turn into, in my opinion, a serious state of emergency. This is going to be a serious state of emergency, and people are going to, then all eyes will be on Clark County in terms of what are we going to do. And I don't think that we can afford to sit back and wait until legislative session 2019 to kick into effect. You know, I think that Clark County needs to be more proactive and try and get our hands on this thing right now and figure out how do we fill in the gap. And I'm not sure, Mr. Schiller, if you've come up with some temporary solutions, but I guess another question that I would have is when we look at our $62 a day compared to Washoe's $115 and $125, how do those numbers, just from my own understanding and for those who may be watching, you know, that comparison there, how does that happen there, or the differential?
In terms of the differences?
Yes, sir.
So I guess I would say from a Clark Washoe perspective, you know, that agency versus kind of and I'll just call it the mom and pop home, there's a different structure. So from a clinical perspective with therapists, with maybe you have a medical director, those components that are tied to the agency homes, that's a cost issue that's tied in that. And that's the other thing I didn't really talk about. There's been a legislative push to increase the quality of care in specialized foster care. So there's additional requirements on a programmatic side and on a licensure side that are tied to specialized foster care, which have increased costing on those sides. So I think the simplest answer is if you look at that lower rate, if you look at the 62 in conjunction with the Medicaid up to like 142 in our current world, and you look at Washoe that may be at a 125, their inherent structure within those homes is not as cost prohibitive based on staffing and those types of issues. So, you know, and again, I think Commissioner Kirkpatrick or Commissioner June Kiliani said that eloquently, the issue of this is the model that we've been focused on. And one thing to add back to your issue of what are we going to do, you know, the kind of the buck stops here in terms of how do we address this. The other piece I would add is we're in ongoing discussions. I'm in ongoing discussions with Director Martin all the time around that resource of need between detention. So we have kids that are in detention that are coming out of detention that are in need of homes that may end up at Child Haven, which is actually working against us in terms of how we repurpose and how we manage the population. So even before this discussion occurred, we need more homes.
Well, we have kids that are in detention who are going to come out of detention and then go into jail, and then we're going to deal with what the sheriff is currently dealing with now, overpopulation of inmates, which shouldn't be in jail. That's going to become a whole other issue. And until we take that young man who stood before this podium here and shared his testimony with us, until we realize that, you know, all he needed was just a hand up, not a handout. He needed some help. And it's thousands of young men and women just like him who need that type of assistance that can be saved. And so, you know, for us to sit here and, you know, push the envelope back and forth, well, it's on you and it's on you. We have to figure this thing out, and I believe that we can do that. And so I'd like to maybe see when you come back on July 17th with not only Director Whitley, but come back with some type of plan in terms of how do we take this thing to a greater level where we can really seriously get some folks in the room and create a plan, and let's figure out how can we prevent many of these kids from falling through the cracks and helping them get through the system as best as we possibly can. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Kevin, I need you to walk me through some of these numbers. Because first off, this didn't come out of the blue. Didn't we not know this was coming when we did it, when we closed our budget? We knew that we were going to have a problem, a shortfall.
No. In terms of the notice on the public hearing workshop, we did not when we closed our budget. So, you know, from a legislative perspective at the closure of the last session, I believe it was probably approved in the closure documents, but I don't think that was inherent because we also had the DCFS administrator, who's our oversight, indicating they were not going to shut down the BST component.
So explain to me who's paying and getting what part of this money. because I know the public's not going to understand this. The $72.72 per day.
The Medicaid side.
Who's getting the money?
The Medicaid side is billable under that child to the providers. The state pays that.
The state is paying the
State pays
$72.
that. Mhm.
And the provider is getting the $62 a day?
They get a $62 a day from us in a room and board rate out of the county.
The foster parents?
Yes.
Okay. So if you take the $9 million and divide it up by the 350 people, you're talking $26,000 a client that we're short.
Yeah, that sounds about
Okay.
right.
Who gets the 26,000? Where's the 26,000 short to?
It's going to it would be the agencies. That's where the current funding is directed.
And the providers?
Well, the
How much-
agency is the provider. Yeah. So there's an agency that may have foster homes under them, but they operate under that agency.
Okay. How much goes to the actual foster parent? The 26,000.
I'd have the provider come speak to that, but our
Okay.
I think it will be different amongst different providers, but our current structure has been really tied to we provide the room and board, and then the Medicaid billable is what supports the rest of the rate.
So all we're providing is the $62.
Correct.
And the 26,000 per client is going to various services provided by the providers,
Correct.
which include the foster parents.
Correct.
And they decide how they divide that up?
I'd have them speak to that, but it'd be based on a treatment plan. So there's requirements of those providers related to treatment planning, and so that treatment plan is what directs those dollars in terms of where they go.
So my goal is we can get into an argument with this legislature, or Director Whitley, about who should have paid and who didn't pay and where it ended up, but ultimately we're still short $9 million that has to go to providers. Is that not what we're talking about here?
And I would say when you look at that $9 million from a DFS perspective, you know, they are titrating down the BST approvals, you know, in the proposal. So I put the $9 million in from the perspective of the current rate structure at $142 a day. There's going to be some offset tied to BST because it's not completely being eliminated, but I wanted to ensure that you guys knew in the current rate structure if it didn't happen.
I'm understanding that, but I'm going to the public's not going to understand all these numbers we're throwing around. $142, $100 or $72, and $62 and $26. The general public isn't going to get that. They're going to understand that we've got 350 kids that aren't getting the services they need because the state and the county have got this difference. Who's paying what? So this might be a little bold, but what would be the issue with how much do we have in 437?
Well, we just did a capital allocation, but keep in mind that's a one-time allocation,
yeah.
and going forward, how do we pay for it? I guess the point that I would need to make in this is that the state has had and continued to pay and has had a responsibility to pay on the Medicaid side of this. And we pay the room and board piece of this. So it's not a matter of the state and the county getting in this, you know, disagreements on who should pay what. There's a responsibility on the state side, on the Medicaid services side. And so we're just saying that now they're pushing down that responsibility to the county, for which, had we known this, we could have at least tried to make accommodations in our budget when we filed for the budget of 2019.
Right.
So now do we go back in our budget and we take away supplemental dollars that have been dedicated to, you know, priorities within our county? What do we do?
Well, that's what. Go ahead.
From just legislative experience purposes, I don't think we'd want to supplement or use that at this time, because it really is an issue of making sure that these are their kids as well. They just happen to reside in Clark County. So to let them walk away, or the state walk away from its responsibility because we go find a one-time dollar, is not going to fix the problem. I think Richard Whitley is very bright. He will work with us. I think they had this budget constraint that just pulled the rug right out from under our legs. And I hope if he accepts our offer to come down here, there's some reserve money that IFC could come up with in order to temporarily bridge the gap as we continue with this argument about what should that rate actually be. So I wouldn't want us to not have that ability to have that conversation with the state, that this is still their obligation, and let them not, and then walk away from us. We've got another IFC that'll be coming up in September. They can make an allocation. The drop dead date does not have to be the 26th. I think if we can get Richard down here on the 17th, we can lay out a strategy and a plan on how to move forward. But I don't think I'd want to give the state the idea that we have the funding, because we don't. We will have to go in at some point and find the $9 million. But right now, I think the conversation still needs to be focusing on the homes, the kids, the fact that the state has a moral obligation as well as a funding obligation in order to assist our kids. And so that's, to me, the more important conversation for the go forward. There are other strategies that we ought to be exploring, but until we can get the data that they have from the state that they've never shared with us on fraud, if there's something going on, we should know about it. There's just data that's missing out there, but I think that the IFC should be part of who we reach out to. We should be talking to some of the chairs. They're from Southern Nevada. And have that conversation so that they're aware that their kids, our kids, are at risk right now. So I apologize for interrupting, but
Okay,
I don't think
and
we
I want to
give them an
continue
out.
on my line I'm going here. We can talk all we want about having the director come down, an IFC meeting in September. The fact is, you've got 300, the way you're explaining it, Kevin, unless I'm not understanding it, on July 28th, we've got 350 kids that aren't going to get the services because the money doesn't exist. Am I right?
Yes, and it's a twofold process. So the policy goes into effect the day after that hearing. The rate structure goes into effect January 1 of 19.
Which rate structure?
The new rate structure from a BST under Medicaid.
Okay, what happens to the 350 kids on July 27th? Cut through all the...
Simplest way to put it is we have notice on 350 kids that if this goes into impact, that they will be, for lack of a better term, saying we can't maintain placement, and we have the crisis of finding a placement for them.
Okay.
By when? Excuse me. By January 1.
No.
The notice actually would be effective August 26th.
Immediately.
So we've got an immediate action that if it's really a crisis, and I understand, we can talk to IFC and we can go back to the legislature, we can do that stuff, but if it's really an immediate crisis that everybody's saying is a crisis, we can find $9 million. I don't want to find $9 million if we don't have to. I understand it's the state's responsibility. I understand it's their funding responsibility. I understand it's their moral responsibility. They're not stepping up right now, and they got 350 kids who aren't going to get services because you got two governmental jurisdictions arguing about who should pay. I mean, all this other stuff that's coming in, that's just, if it's really a crisis, and we're all talking about a crisis and what's happening, I don't understand why, if we feel that it's that strong, and we could ask Yolanda to I understand we closed the budget. I'm not saying change any budget priorities.
That is what ends up happening. We would need to go back. You all just allocated
Okay.
437 monies.
We didn't allocate all the 437 money.
Yes, you did.
How much is left of 437, Jessica?
We do maintain approximately 50 million as a reserve,
50 million.
but it's
So I understand it's reserve. I understand we're not supposed to cut in reserve. But I'm frustrated. We're spending $30 million a year on tortoises that we're worried about protecting. And as a tortoise, I got 350 kids that we can't find $9 million for. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's embarrassing.
But you realize the tortoise funding, that's a completely
I
different
get it.
situation.
I totally get it. It's a
But
total
Mr.
discretion.
Mr. Chairman,
Can-
can I just,
No, can I
I feel your
finish?
passion, but here's what I want to just
What-
say.
Can I finish my comments?
No, because I want to
No,
calm you down
okay.
because you're passionate, because you're very passionate. We're all passionate, and it's not pitting one against the other, but understand at the state that we can't fix this with one-shot money. This is a long-term issue, and the only leverage that we have to get them at the table, quite frankly, is right now, because providers And I hate strategically putting it out there, but what the heck, I'm gonna know. So strategically, these people need a sense of security on what's gonna happen for the long term. And I'm telling you, and I know this because, right, the state has been said many times, Clark County's got more money than God. We do not. We are trying to fill our coffers, trying to get our DFS back on track. And this is the only way that we're gonna get them to the table today. Because they got to come to the table today, and we could find the money, I'm sure, but
I get it.
we don't want to fix their problem. It's
I understand we
everybody's
don't want to
problem.
fix their problem, but I want to fix these 350 kids' problems if I can. That's what I'm concerned about, that we can have a discussion, we can talk, we can have this chess game back and forth with the state, where people believe Mr. Whitley's going to come down here and say, oh, you're right. It's our responsibility. It's our moral obligation. The state will fund the $9 million. That's not going to happen. I don't believe that's going to happen. I think there's going to be some discussion. My major concern is on whatever date it is, July 28th, August 23rd, whatever is happening, we're going to have 350 kids that we're not going to have services for, and we need to come up with a way to fix it. I know we need a long-term solution. I agree with Commissioner Kirkpatrick on that. I understand that. But I also have an immediate solution that needs to be handled. And this is part of the problem when these things happen at the legislature. They don't understand the implications coming down to the local jurisdictions that we're facing today, this sort of thing. I'm just saying that I don't think we should, I cannot support not somehow, if the state won't step up, find the funding to take care of these kids on a short-term basis until the legislature reconvenes, and maybe it could be addressed on a longer-term scale. That's all I'm saying, is I think that's an option that we should, if it's truly a crisis, and we're saying we've got these kids, like this young man who I've got so much admiration for getting up and saying what he said. I mean, he's a model. If we can't invest in 350, is it Robert? If we can't invest in 350 Roberts, we're making a mistake. I don't know if it's the state investing, us investing. Somebody's got to come up. I know that Chris and Marilyn know the legislature and how this goes and the whatever, forcing them to table stuff, but it's 350 great kids, human beings, that's what I want to invest in. That's all I'm saying. So let's keep that option open. So I don't want to go on this for another hour, but Commissioner Gibson.
So what I'm worried about is we're going to have Mr. Whitley down. He has no authority, really, no real authority to change anything right now. And so I think it's great to have him here. We're always a good host. But he isn't, unless he's going to bring a solution to us, I think we're just going to hear the same thing over and over. I think you know as much as anyone knows about this problem. And if you need more time to give us more information, then please take it. My view is that the meetings ought to be with the Interim Finance Committee, with the Governor's Office. It ought to be the highest priority that we have right this minute. And I, for one, am not willing to wait, for 2 weeks and then hear what he has to say and then act. I think it's important for us to strategize and do all the things right. I recognize that you never want to give the state any sense that they've got you, because they'll get you. But this is a time when the people who live in this community, who control the legislature and the budget, need to be at the table with us. I'm surprised, frankly, that we haven't heard from legislative leaders, that this is just all coming up, almost kind of bubbling up to us. That's just irresponsible. So my feeling is that there ought to be meetings now with the Interim Finance Committee people, with the leadership, and we ought to be working out a solution. It doesn't have to be the long-term solution. It just needs to be enough of a solution that we take the prospect of not being able to continue with the current placements off the table. That needs to be completely resolved right now. Whether it's a long-term, I get that we need to give long-term security to everybody, but I have kids. They worry less about long-term than they do tomorrow and the next day. This is about providing some security to people we have some joint responsibility, shared responsibility for. And the only way shared responsibility works is if each partner takes full responsibility, and then you cover it. And so in my view, It's fine to have people come. You think about what our agenda is going to look like on the 17th. Think about it. And will we have the energy and the ability? And then after we're finished, will we know any more about what it's going to take to solve it? We have to have the guys with a checkbook authority in front of us or with us working through this now. I'm not interested in picking up anything that belongs to the state, but I am interested in making certain that my pledge when I was sworn into office to take care of people, including people like Robert, that I'm true to that commitment. So I for one, support whatever has to be done, but I am unwilling to postpone this. And I don't think if a meeting with Mr. Whitley is going to get us nowhere. I think it's just going to rehash what we already know. We need to have the legislators, we need to have the Interim Finance Committee in this. We need to be at the table. We need to forge a solution. And frankly, I don't think we have 2 weeks or a month. We don't have any time. The 27th, you know, they have to do whatever it is they're going to do between whenever we meet with them and the 27th. So there has to be something done immediately. I'm not for waiting for a time to hear from Mr. Whitley.
So I would just say, from the perspective of planning, coming out of this meeting and even before this meeting, the discussion with the providers when I get notice on 350 kids, we are having that discussion related to what are we going to do? So if those 350 kids in total, we're going to come back, or am I having a dialogue with them about what's the Band-Aid? What do we do in terms of the crisis to mitigate this? The providers have indicated a willingness to work with us to try to do that, but I want to make sure you guys, and I hear you, and that's something we're not going to, I think our intent is to continue to work with them to say, how do we prevent the disruption, even on an emergency basis, you know, looking at the budget.
But I think where the frustration's coming in, at least what Commissioner Gibson is kind of saying the same thing. We're talking like $750 million or $750,000 a month that we're moving forward. And I don't want a disruption. I'm sorry, Robert, I hate to keep using you, in 350 Roberts. I don't want a disruption. I want them to know Commissioner Gibson is right. Kids are worried about next week. And, you know, what I'm going to do summer vacation, not what's going to happen in 2021. You know, there's an immediate need. And I respect what my colleagues are saying. They have all legislative experience. But I want them to know, and the providers to know, we're not pulling that safe. They might have pulled the rug out from under us, but we're not pulling the safety net out from under them, if I can have anything to say about it. And if that means, unfortunately, tapping a little further into 437 money, I know it's not meant for operating, but it can get us through to the legislature, and then we can fix maybe this thing. All I want to do is provide to them. I can't begin. Brett, I'm going to ask you to come on up one more time, if you don't mind. I want the legislators to, and hopefully the camera is going to focus on you, and as you tell me, how important is this to you say you got 4 more siblings that are under specialized foster care. How important is it to them?
Well, sir, I believe that if this doesn't fund, then my 4 foster brothers are basically homeless at this certain time.
Okay.
They're basically going to go back to wherever they came from.
Okay. I want every legislator to listen to what this young man had to say and then to work with it. And Mr. Whitley, send them all a damn clip. I'm sorry. I mean, if that's what it's got to get their attention, send them the clip. We've got it. They pull a rug out. I'm not pulling the safety net out from these kids. I mean, this young man is just a shining example of what can happen. And I know tortoise money is different money, but it's so darn frustrating for me. And butterfly money and sage grouse money, and you know, we have this discussion all the time. I know it's different, but these are real lives. These are real lives. Thank you, Robert. I appreciate it. Thank you. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I can appreciate everybody's passion here, and we are fortunate, right, because the provider said that they'll work with us. However, now they wanted to bring this to our attention so that we know where we end up. I'm going to tell you, as Medicaid steps down, right, because that was the plan with Medicaid, it goes 100% for 3 years, and it goes 80% and 70%. We're still going to have the problem with relying on the Medicaid dollars, period. However, that truly is the responsibility of the state when it comes to Medicaid. That's why the legislature and the governor said, we're going to be first on the West and we're going to expand Medicaid because we're missing out on dollars that we could have got. The county is still doing their part. So if we today start already filling that gap, what is the expectation from our own budgets when it gets to 70%? I mean, and let's not forget, hey, listen, a lot of those legislators are my friends, and we still got to work with them. So we can't be browbeating them now, and we can't think that they're not doing their job. I mean, it is a big budget that you have to go through, and Health and Human Services is one of the most complicated budgets, and I still want to work with my friends. And I think in the interim of asking Richard to come here that we can have some of those meetings with the chair of IFC, with the speaker and the majority leader and the minority leader and the chair of Health and Human Services that funds the budget on both sides. I think we can still have those. But I just want to say that this conversation's been going on for a year. We're working on the premise that there's going to be a solution, right? Because we're all working together. Now all of a sudden there is no solution. It's no different than the negotiations that we're working on with, our dish components, right? Those conversations go on for a long time, and we have to tell them that we get it. Right now, though, we have to stop and come up with a solution. We still have to work with them next legislative session. They'd be so mad at us after this meeting that they give us nothing, and they just say the Medicaid's going away for the whole thing, and we have to pay $18 million because we got to pay it all. So I'm just saying that I get it, but I'm uncomfortable myself saying to my own county employees, hey, listen, I got to go back and cut back some of those things that I promised that to get ourselves and our structure safe, when the state has to step up too. If the provider, it'd be a different story if the provider said, we're not working with you, we're going away tomorrow, then we would have to direct you to go reopen up all the painful budgets and decide where we pull $9 million. But I'm just saying we have a little bit of time, and we should work with everybody to figure out what this is and remind people what their roles are, right? We have a role to provide the room and board. They have a role to maximize our Medicaid dollars for us. So we're not going to let these kids fail, but at the same time, we have to have some security for ourselves on what our expectation is. Because if we start having to pick winners and losers, it's not going to be fun, I promise.
Okay, so right now we're going to ask you to bring whomever back here, our legislative leaders, if they want to speak, our Director Whitley, and talk this through. Okay, just have a free-for-all discussion, which I know Commissioner Gibson's saying he wants done quicker than that, so I'll let him go.
Well, if I might, Mr. Chairman, maybe my colleague would be willing to take an assignment to meet with the Interim Finance Committee leadership and leadership in the legislature. When we use the term the state, it's almost like the people who make those decisions, say, whew, they're not referring to me. But this is all about the leadership that they provide and the priorities that come from them. And so I would suggest, if my colleague were willing to volunteer or take an assignment, to meet with those leaders now, this week, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. Let's celebrate the 4th, and then we'll do it the day after. But let's meet now so that we begin to get a sense of what the challenges are going to be. Maybe in due course we have those meetings in public. Maybe that's not a bad thing to do in due course. But for now, let's see what we can work out in these direct meetings with those who have authority and control over the dollars at the state. And so I think it's great. Let's invite somebody to come down, be in a meeting in a couple of weeks. And 10 days later, are we really going to be able to do anything 10 days later? So I think we get this meeting going now. Let's see if Commissioner Kirkpatrick were willing to do something like that. And I've sat in meetings with her when she's not happy.
Commissioner Gibson,
it's not all that fun.
Commissioner Gibson, Kevin and I will definitely put forth that effort to get a meeting together before the next board meeting. We'll try for the end of this week. Because of the holiday and people taking extra days off, we'll try to definitely get something next week. Commissioner Kirkpatrick won't be able to join us because she will be on vacation, so I may need either you or June Kiliani or Chairman to kind of sit in and join us with those meetings. But we'll try to get as many people together in the leadership as well as at the state level to continue the discussion.
Good.
With no disrespect, that was what we suggested yesterday in our briefing, and that was the direction I thought we were going in. It's going to be more difficult now that we've aired our dirty laundry, so that some of the legislators are not going to feel very open-minded, because I think that they're going to see that they've been somewhat maligned in the long run. But there was a process and a strategy that we're talking about, and I'm happy to help with whatever I can. Several of them are out of town this week, so it will have to be a week after this anyway. But I don't think anybody on this board wanted to put any of our youth at risk. To make it appear, with whether we like it or not, this is all about negotiations, and when some people are up in Carson City, they'll find out how it really works. But it really comes down to knowing who your clients are. And I think Richard Whitley wants to help us find a way. I think he will help us find a way to make sure that the state partners with us as we look at the whole BST component. This is very, very difficult. Part of it is maybe the speaker needs to take a look at the individual that was made the recommendations that wants us to act just like Reno, which is not necessarily responsible because we have a different client base and different numbers, and so we don't work the same way. And so I think that there's some knowledge base that needs to be conveyed to the legislative leadership as well in the long run. So I'm happy to help, but we just kind of cut our legs off from underneath us, in my opinion.
Okay. I guess you've got direction. We'll be back with this on the 17th.
Okay, Commissioners, we need to go to Section 4, which is your public hearings section of the agenda. Item 46 is pursuant to NRS 288.153, conduct a public hearing and approve and authorize the chairman to sign a collective bargaining agreement fiscal reopener between Clark County and the Deputy Sheriff's Association effective July 3rd, 2018 through June 30th of 2019, and extend the same salary and benefit changes to non-union employees not covered by DSA collective bargaining union agreement.
Gentet, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Sandy Gentet, Director of Human Resources. The item before you is a fiscal reopener with the Deputy Sheriff's Association. We reached a tentative agreement on June 19th, 2018. We negotiated a 2% salary increase effective July 3rd, 2018. The fiscal impact is $21,795, and there are 12 impacted positions.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing, item number 46. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 46, please step forward and identify yourself for the record. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing 46 and turn over to the board. Commissioner Gibson moves approval. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, we have item 51, which is to go into a closed-door session pursuant to NRS 241.0153B2 to receive information from the district attorney regarding potential or existing litigation involving a matter over which the board has supervision, control, jurisdiction, or advisory power, and deliberate toward a decision on the matter, and pursuant to NRS 288.220 to receive a report on the status of ongoing labor negotiations and direct staff accordingly.
Okay, can I take public comment ahead of this so that Ms. King, okay?
Yes, keep in mind that we have trailed item 49 as well, so you had requested to come back after closed door to hear item 49.
Okay, then we'll just, do I have a motion to go into 288-241? Commissioner Kirkpatrick moves, we move into closed session. In discussion, please cast your votes. Motion passes. We'll be back.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television.
Okay. Beth, you ready? We are back in session. Ms. King.
Mr. Chairman, if we can go back to item 49, which is to set the minimum compensation for Clark County constables effective January 7, 2019, or take other action as appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as I mentioned earlier when this item was before you to start with, the recommendation from staff is to keep all of the rural constables at their fixed token salary plus the ability to keep their statutory fees. And with regard to the enterprise funds of Henderson and North Las Vegas, we would just simply ask that you keep them consistent. Right at the moment, there's a slight difference between those rates.
Okay. Do we have a motion? Commissioner Gibson.
I move to follow the recommendation of the staff in respect of the outlying townships, in the case of Henderson and North Las Vegas, that they be fixed at $103,456.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Gibson. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing and seeing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes. Public comment. This is second time set aside for public comment. Anyone wishing to address the board on any item, please step forward and identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing no one, we are in recess until 12:55.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
For untold centuries, the turbid waters of the Colorado River battered their way through the forbidding canyons of its 1,700-mile course, traversing the arid Southwest. For the most part, little known except to the native Indians and a few parties of intrepid explorers. Draining a vast region of mountain and desert, entering 7 of the largest western states, it poured its waters southward into the Gulf of California, carrying into its delta a tremendous volume of silt, and periodically overflowing the prosperous towns and rich agricultural districts near its mouth with devastating floods. From the time of its discovery, it remained a challenge to engineers who sought to control it, until the enactment in 1928 of the Boulder Canyon Project Act, authorizing the construction of Boulder Dam. In Black Canyon, where the Colorado River forms the boundary between Nevada and Arizona, in the very heart of the great desert of the Southwest, the United States Department of the Interior, through its Bureau of Reclamation, was directed to proceed with the construction of this mightiest of dams. Highways were pushed across the desert. Railroad lines thrust their ribbons of steel through the sagebrush and cactus, and transmission lines for construction power were brought hundreds of miles across the heat-stricken wastelands of the southern Nevada desert. Every section of the country was called upon to contribute to the staggering quantity and wide diversity of materials required. Thousands of tons of steel, millions of barrels of cement, machinery, gasoline and oil by the thousands of gallons, tools, building materials, all these and much more were concentrated at the site of operations in an endless stream. The engineering forces completed their surveys, working under the most hazardous conditions, and every state in the Union furnished its quota of laborers and artisans. In what had once been an uninhabited, waterless desert, supporting only a sparse, inhospitable growth of chaparral and cactus, the beautiful little town of Boulder City was built within the short space of 15 months to house the army of 5,000 men to be employed. Here was no construction camp such as was known in the early days of the West. Instead, Boulder City was developed as a model town, furnishing every facility and convenience to its inhabitants. The buildings housing the offices of the Bureau of Reclamation and the Civic Administration, which operated directly under the federal government, were set in the midst of pleasant parks, which were welcome havens of rest after the day's labors in a country where the summer temperature often reaches 125 degrees above zero. In the business section of the town, arcades formed a protection against the tropic sun. Lovely flower gardens bloomed in marked contrast with the surrounding desert. Lining street after street, the white cottages of the married workmen recalled to mind the military camps of 1918, while single men were housed in air-cooled dormitories, each accommodating 176 occupants. Under conditions which would have gained the wholehearted approval of any modern housewife, tons of food were prepared and served daily in the sanitary, electrically equipped kitchens. A corps of cooks and waiters was able to feed as many as 1,300 men at one setting of the tables. As Boulder City was about 7 miles distant from the dam site, it was necessary to provide transportation for the workmen to and from the job. This was accomplished by a fleet of passenger motor trucks, some of them carrying as many as 160 men. A 24-hour day was divided into 3 shifts of 8 hours each for all classes of labor. The 4th of July, Labor Day, and Christmas were the only holidays observed. Once the rapid tempo of the ambitious construction schedule was established and underway toward the marking of a record-breaking achievement in American engineering history. It was in March 1931 that Six Companies Incorporated of San Francisco, California, was awarded the general contract for the construction of the project, including Boulder Dam and its appurtenant works. And by early summer of the same year, preliminary construction work was in full swing in Black Canyon. During this early period of construction, before roads had been built into the depths of the gorge, men and materials were forced to take to boats or travel the catwalks, often swung between the sheer walls of the canyon at dizzy heights above the muddy waters of the world's most dangerous river. It was not long before roads and rail lines had penetrated into the very lowest reaches of the canyon. To provide these arteries of transportation, thousands of tons of virgin rock were blasted from the age-old walls of the gorge. Thus, the first thunders of man's determination to conquer the Colorado River reverberated between the sheer cliffs of the canyon, which heretofore had known only the hot silence of the desert and the roar of the river's angry floods. The boring of 4 diversion tunnels to carry the stream around the dam site during construction, 2 on each side of the river, 56 feet in diameter and averaging 4,000 feet in length, constituted the first major construction operation. The drilling jumbos used on this job were mounted on motor trucks to facilitate handling and were capable of driving from 24 to 30 powder holes into the heading simultaneously by means of drifter drills. The tunnels were excavated through the rock simultaneously from 4 headings, 1 at either end and 2 boring in opposite directions from a river-level auxiliary tunnel located about midway on the main bore. A pioneer drift was drilled at top line and closely followed by the excavation for the complete 56-foot bore. Thousands of tons of drilled steel were used in this work, and the sharpening shops were kept working at top speed night and day to maintain a steady supply. After the powder holes had been drilled and the rock blasted, power shovels and trucks moved into the tunnels for the purpose of removing the shattered material. An unbroken parade of heavy-duty trucks, each handling from 8 to 10 tons of rock, labored up over the steep roads cut into the canyon walls to dispose of the material in the gulches adjacent to the dam site. After the tunnels had been excavated, they were lined with concrete, 3 feet in thickness. Due to the unprecedented size of the bores, special equipment was designed to facilitate this task. The tunnels were lined in segmental sections, the invert or base being the first in which the concrete was placed. A gantry crane operating through the tunnel itself handled the concrete throughout this operation. The sidewalls were next lined behind movable steel forms, which traveled through the excavated section on rails laid from portal to portal. The top arch was placed with the use of a concrete gun operated by compressed air. The first step in preparing for the blast was the drilling of powder holes into the rock of the canyon wall. For this purpose, the jackhammer drill, operated by a single man, was generally used. The holes were then loaded with dynamite, and the blast set off, shattering the air with its detonation and shaking the very earth with its force. After the blast, these acrobatic workmen, known in construction camp parlance as high scalers, swarmed over the face of the cliff to remove the fragments of rock shattered and loosened by the upheaval of the explosion. Only in this manner could the walls be successfully cleared of debris. Swinging in bosun's chairs from the canyon's rim, these daredevils were protected in their hazardous work by hard helmets, safety ropes, and other safety appliances. In November 1932, preparations were made to divert the river through the tunnels. A small blast opened a breach in a temporary dike which had held the river in check at the entrance to one of the tubes, opening the way for the free passage of the water into the 50-foot concrete-lined bore. A temporary dam of earth and rock was quickly thrown across the stream, deflecting the entire flow. Within 24 hours, the Colorado River, under control for the first time in its history, was flowing around and past the dam site through the huge diversion tubes. An all-time record was set in placing the more than 1 million cubic yards of material required for the construction of the two cofferdams, in themselves barriers of no mean proportions. The earth fills were compacted to an elevation well above the high water mark to prevent the flow of the river from entering the scene of operations during the construction of the dam and power plant. After the completion of the cofferdams, the site was unwatered, and a fleet of power shovels and trucks put to work on the excavation of the riverbed material to provide foundations for the structures. As the cleanup of the dam site progressed, the ancient bed of the Colorado River was laid bare. Here, geologists were able to read the story of what had happened ages ago, when the chasm now called Black Canyon had been carved out of the primal rock by the rush of water from a great inland sea. Sand and gravel for the 4.5 million cubic yards of concrete required for the construction of the dam and its appurtenant works were obtained from a detrital deposit located on the Arizona side of the river, some 12 miles upstream from the dam site. Here, the raw material was excavated by dragline and hauled by train to the gravel screening and washing plant, which was the largest of its kind ever built, being capable of producing 20,000 tons of crushed, screened, graded, and washed materials every 24 hours. Arriving at the plant, the raw material was dumped into hoppers, from which it was conveyed into the plant over endless belts. Here it passed through the various stages of screening, by which it became suitable aggregate material for the manufacture of concrete of a quality meeting the most rigidly uniform requirements. Concrete was mixed in two plants, one located in the bottom of the canyon upstream from the dam, and the other on the canyon rim on the Nevada side, immediately over the dam site, both equipped with the most advanced machinery for concrete manufacture. Upon arrival at the concrete mixing plant, sand and gravel of the various sizes were stored in separate bins. A railroad system of sizable proportions was required to maintain a steady flow of material from the gravel pit to the screening plant and from the screening plant to the concrete mixing plant. Following the progress of concrete manufacture through its successive stages, we see the several ingredients entering the concrete mixing plant, where they were combined scientifically and under rigid inspection into a finished product. Here also we find the production line conveyor belt speeding up the process by carrying the component parts from the measuring and weighing hoppers into the batching bins, from which the materials were dumped into the 4 cubic yard capacity rotary mixers. Water was added in controlled amounts, and the entire mass thoroughly agitated as the last step in the economical and efficient manufacture of a concrete strong enough to withstand the enormous pressure to which the dam would be subjected. From the mixing plant, concrete was dispatched to all sections of the works, and because of the widely varying conditions prevailing, various types of containers and methods of transportation were involved. Motor trucks and electric trains were utilized as carriers, and containers varied from the 8 cubic yard capacity bottom dump buckets to the 4 cubic yard capacity transit mixers. A system of 9 aerial cableways spanning the canyon from rim to rim and anchored at either end to movable towers was utilized to carry the concrete and other materials from the points of train or truck delivery to the dam and other structures on the project. It was on June 6, 1933, that the first bucket of concrete was placed in the very lowest of the dam forms, 135 feet below the level where a few months previously had flowed the unchallenged Colorado River. As bucket after bucket of concrete was dumped into the forms, the plan of the structure became apparent and soon extended along its full 660 feet dimension of thickness at the base. Throughout the lower levels of the structure, concrete was placed from a trestle anchored to the Nevada wall of the canyon. The concrete was poured in keyed or interlocking columns, the design of which became more noticeable as the 5-foot layers or lifts in which the concrete was placed rose from level to level. As the work of placing progressed, the crews became expert in the handling of the equipment, and record-breaking daily pours were made, only to be surpassed by later achievements on this same structure. Concrete was compacted into the forms by mechanical vibration, the application of which ensured dense compression against adjacent surfaces. Workmen were carried from the canyon rim to the dam forms by way of the inclined skidway, or monkey slide as it was called, which operated through the Nevada abutment excavation. Boulder Dam laborers represented a fair cross-section of the American working class, and many stayed on the job during the entire period of construction. With an ambitious progress schedule to meet, and with work going forward under all conditions at all seasons of the year without cessation, rain or shine, both day and night, within a year, less 4 days, 2 million of the 3 1/4 million cubic yards of the dam's total volume had been placed in the forms, and Boulder Dam had risen to an impressive height, already having taken its place as one of the wonders of the West and a tourist attraction of prime importance. The intake towers, 2 on each side of the canyon wall immediately upstream from the dam, were in course of construction, and from a maze of reinforcing steel rapidly rising toward the uppermost rim of the canyon. These structures were later to serve as giant inlet valves for the outlet conduits and power penstock systems, and the placing of the seats for the mammoth cylinder gates was an important phase in their construction. Located at the ultimate high water storage level of the reservoir, the 2 spillways, designed to act as overflow controls in the open bypass system, were located one on each side of the river, upstream from the dam and within the reservoir area. Work on their construction progressed simultaneously with that of the dam itself. One of the most interesting and spectacular phases of the work was the fabrication and installation of the huge steel penstock pipes, forming the conduits for the power and pressure outlet systems. The plates entering into the manufacture of the 30-foot diameter penstock pipe were fabricated through the initial steps of manufacture in 11-foot widths. These plates were 2 3/4 inches in thickness and were rolled into circular form by being passed through 40-inch vertical rolls until the desired degree of curvature had been obtained. One such plate represented a segment equal to 1/3 of the complete circumference of a finished pipe. Having been rolled to the correct degree of curvature, the 3 curved plates were joined to form a single ring, 30 feet in diameter and 11 feet long. 2 such rings were then joined end to end to form a shop unit 22 feet long. A complete shop unit weighed from 150 to 184 tons, depending upon its design determined by its ultimate use upon installation in the power penstock system. Circumferential joints were made by rotating the rings, making up a shop unit beneath an electric welding machine suspended above the line of the joint to be welded. As these sections were to be joined to form a continuous penstock, provision was made to accurately accomplish this junction in the tunnels. To guarantee a satisfactorily tight field joint, the ends of the sections were machined on a mammoth vertical lathe, operating across the 30-foot diameter of the pipe. After a final inspection, the pipe section was ready for installation. A modern streamlined train passing through one of the huge tubes affords an interesting gauge for the comparative size of the units. The job of transporting the pipe sections from the plant to the dam site was in itself a tremendous undertaking. And to accomplish this work, a special road trailer capable of carrying 200 tons was designed and built. Caterpillar tractors furnished the motive power, as the trailer itself was not equipped with the means of locomotion. Upon arrival at the canyon rim, Directly over the dam site, the unit was maneuvered into position for lowering into the canyon. To perform this task and to handle other heavy equipment, a permanent 200-ton capacity cableway had been swung over the gorge, its 6 3.5-inch track cables securely anchored into the rock of the canyon wall. The cableway was manipulated from a control tower overhanging the canyon, from which the operator commanded a full view of all its movements. The heavy hoisting machinery, controlled by synchronized motors, was the largest and most powerful of its kind ever built, as were also the track cables themselves, which spanned the canyon a distance of 1,256 feet at an elevation of 700 feet above the river from the head tower located on the Nevada side. Over the track cables traveled the carriage through which the hoisting and traveling cables were played. A specially designed heavy-duty rig, which became known to the workmen as the moonbeam, because of its peculiar shape and from which the pipe sections were suspended, was used in lowering the huge tubes into the low levels of the canyon while cradled in a sling of heavy steel cable. After all lashings were secure, the pipe section was lifted from the trailer to begin its slow and carefully controlled movement over the cableway, riding from the rim out into space, suspended 700 feet above its ultimate position. When the cable carriage with its tremendous weight of steel had been maneuvered into location over the intended landing far below, the hoisting cables were slowly played out and the pipe lowered under absolute control into the canyon. Here, a second specially designed car waited at the portal of the access tunnel to relieve the cableway of its burden and carry the pipe section underground to become a part of the extensive conduit system penetrating the cliffs on both sides of the canyon. While work on the appurtenant features of the Boulder Canyon project was in progress, an uninterrupted stream of concrete had been pouring into the forms of the dam from both mixing plants. Progress was curtailed only by the limitations of sound engineering and construction practice. Day by day, week after week, the top workings of the structure approached its full height of 730 feet, far above the crest of any other dam yet built by man, or likely to be built for years to come. Schedules established at the outset of the work were left far behind, as the concrete of the dam narrowed toward its crest and the structure widened between its abutments, approaching the very top rims of the canyon wall. In June 1935, the dam structure itself stood completed, 2.5 years in advance of the time originally designated. In September of the same year, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, voicing high praise for both designers and builders, dedicated Boulder Dam to the progress of the nation. As final construction work was completed, the impressive beauty of the structure became apparent. The roadway, traversing its 1,300-foot crest, forms a magnificent link in a transcontinental highway. The reservoir filling behind the dam was named Lake Mead in memory of Dr. Elwood Mead, late Commissioner of Reclamation, whose life work culminated in the building of Boulder Dam. Equipped with cylindrical gates which function as giant valves, the 4 intake towers serve as inlets to the 4 steel penstocks, supplying water to the turbines and outlet valves. Perched on shelves hewn into the canyon walls, they tower 403 feet to an elevation above the crest of the dam and the rim of the canyon. With a combined capacity of 400,000 cubic feet of water per second, the 2 spillways, located one on each side of the canyon upstream from the dam, will serve as high-level controls once the water of the reservoir has risen to its maximum storage elevation. Each spillway is equipped with 4 100-foot drum gates, acting through a vertical dimension of 16 feet. Water flowing over the lowered gates into the spillway basin plunges 600 feet down through the tunnels to re-enter the river downstream from the dam. The Boulder Dam power plant is built in 2 wings, one along each side of the canyon wall at the downstream toe of the dam. The first generator was placed in operation on September 11, 1936. Equipped with 17 generating units, with capacities ranging from 40,000 to 82,500 kilovolt amperes, this, the world's largest power plant, is capable of generating 1,835,000 horsepower of electrical energy when operating at its rated capacity. The transmission lines carrying Boulder Dam power radiate in a network from the dam with the major lines serving the Los Angeles metropolitan area. From the takeoff structure located on the roof of the powerhouse, the lines are taken up over the rim of the canyon into the switchyard above, where the most highly specialized and modern developments in the power transmission field are to be found. From the switchyard, the lines travel out across the desert, bringing light to the homes and cities and power to the factories of the great Southwest. From Parker Dam, 150 miles to the south, the Colorado River Aqueduct supplies the city of Los Angeles with the domestic and industrial water supply. While from the Imperial Dam, 300 miles to the south, the All-American Canal diverts water from the Colorado River into the rich agricultural districts of the Imperial Valley. And so Boulder Dam stands today, a modern colossus, shouldering the rock-ribbed walls of Black Canyon, stemming and controlling the floods, and bending the will of a hitherto ungovernable stream, the Colorado River, to perform the fruitful tasks of a civilization rapidly invading the limits of its last frontier.
If you were at the Route 91 festival during the shooting, you can get assistance to pay for expenses not covered by insurance.
Even if you're not needing assistance today, it's important to file an application with the Victims of Crime program by October 1st of this year to ensure you're covered in the future.
At the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center, you'll find care, compassion, and support among survivors like me.
And me.
And me.
And me.
Just go online to vegasstrongrc.org to file an application today.
Help us here for you and those you love.
If I was you, I'd wanna be me too. I'd wanna be me too. I'd wanna be me too. If I was you, I'd wanna be me too. I'd wanna be me too. I'd wanna be me too.
Drowning is the leading cause of death in young children in southern Nevada. Remember these safety steps. Patrol. Always have an adult actively watching children in the water. Protect. Provide defensive barriers between your child and the pool. Prepare. Create a water safety plan for your family. Enroll children in swimming classes and equip your pool with safety equipment. Be ready to call 911 in an emergency. Keep it fun and safe all year long. Visit GetHealthyClarkCounty.org.
We opened in 1968. We've been able to grow the museum, have places that not just adults, but kids as well can come out and learn and really get a grip on what history is like. History's interesting. It's fun. This is a place you ought to come. I've got a wonderful location. I've got 30 acres out here, 20 restored buildings, a ghost town, walking trails, nature areas, the main museum building, and it's only open 7 days a week. I hope you'll come down and see us.
Preparing today reduces the consequences of a disaster tomorrow.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada.
It's the one place in Las Vegas where the power of the sun brings energy to all we do. Desert animals show us how they handle the heat, and we too have lots of cool ways to enjoy the summer season. And there are many more stories at the Springs Preserve where all that matters is what's elemental. when the Springs Preserve was little more than sketches on notepads, its visionary founders were committed to creating a world-class showcase for sustainable living. And since Las Vegas enjoys around 300 sunny days a year, it only made sense that solar power be at the forefront in that effort. In the ensuing years, as concept became reality, it's evident that designers of the Springs Preserve took that idea quite literally.
When visitors come to the preserve, the first thing that they see is the solar panels over our parking lot. It provides electricity to the Springs Preserve and also acts as a sunshade for over 200 parking spots. But I think what most people notice is that a solar array like that can be both functional by producing electricity, but also be an incredible architectural element and look good.
The panels generate electricity, provide shade for vehicles, and add architectural ambiance to the visitor experience. But as it turns out, that's only half the story.
But the solar panels that are on there are a real different type of technology. These actually track the sun. And what's also unique about these is that when you look at the installation, you'll see like a tarpaulin underneath the panels, a white tarpaulin. It happens that these panels are bifacial. So in other words, they actually produce power on both sides of the panel. This one actually produces about 120% of what a typical panel will do.
And there's over 2,000 of those unique panels generating enough energy to power over 60 homes, while offsetting about 1 million pounds of carbon dioxide emissions. And all that power is being put to use right here on site at the preserve.
It also allows us to be a leader in the community in terms of investing in technology that conserves natural resources like water or electricity. So it's been a great showcase piece for us here at the preserve, and everyone sees it when they come in, and it's great.
And in 2013, we had an additional opportunity to demonstrate the power of solar when a student-led team from UNLV created the Desert Soul Solar House. Their design won second place in an international competition sponsored by the U.S. Department of Energy called the Solar Decathlon. Fortunately, the Springs Preserve was chosen to be the permanent site for this tour de force in self-sufficient housing.
UNLV did an excellent job on this place, and they actually placed second to a team from Austria, and it was just a mere 4 points that they ended up not getting first place, and that was really, really slim. It was designed for desert living, and so they use a combination of both passive and active solar to run the house.
Passive solar design begins with the orientation of the home in relation to the path of the sun. In the winter, sunlight is welcomed inside to help heat the home, but in the summer, the rays are blocked by strategically positioned shades. Also, windows are placed up high to allow indirect light in, reducing the need for artificial lighting during the day. Active solar power occurs in two ways. First, photovoltaic panels convert sunlight into electricity. Secondly, water-filled coils collect the sun's radiant heat to warm water that's used throughout the home for hot water in the kitchen and bath. That heated water is also run through small tubes under the flooring, which then warms the house thermally from beneath. All of this is then managed by an automated central control system.
The fact is that solar resources, obviously, in this desert are a good resource to utilize. So it just makes common sense, both economically, socially, and environmentally, to do the renewable energy.
Yeah, many things are theoretical. People read about solar panels, they read about all these other sustainable initiatives and technologies that are out there. At the preserve, they can come and actually see these things in use, whether it be water-related or electricity-related. And I think they walk away maybe with a renewed sense of what's possible, which is part of our mission, and we're happy to do that.
For many people, this searing summer heat in Las Vegas is described as uncomfortable at best, and for others, it's considered intolerable, even life-threatening. But for the original desert dwellers, the critters that have evolved here over eons, these temperature extremes are all they've ever known. And they've developed some fascinating ways to thrive in this parched landscape.
To survive our extreme desert temperatures here in the summer, our animals
have a variety of adaptations. Some of them are behavioral and some of them are physiological. So behaviorally, some of our animals will dig deeper burrows in the summer to take advantage of those cooler temperatures. They will also change the time of day that they're active. So some animals that are normally active during the day may move to being active at dusk or dawn, or some of them go completely nocturnal, so they're not being exposed to that hot desert sun all day long.
Physiological adaptations greatly benefit the native creatures of this land, so temperatures that might feel unbearable to us will actually be preferable for most of the Mojave natives.
Our lizards are really well adapted to living in this extreme temperatures in our summer. One of the coolest ones is the desert iguana, and they actually will be active outside in temperatures as hot as 110 degrees. So they have a very high tolerance for these extreme temperatures. So chuckwall lizards are also very heat tolerant lizards, and their ideal body temperature is around 105 degrees. So they can be found outside basking in really warm temperatures. So when they do get too warm, they like to duck into rock crevices or little rock nooks and crannies to cool off and escape the sun. So they also have the ability to change their skin color, so from darker to lighter. So if they're trying to absorb more sun, their skin will be darker. If they're trying to reflect it, it will turn lighter. They also rarely drink water, and they get most of the water they need from the plants that they eat.
Unique in its name, appearance, and behavior, the Gila monster endures the worst the season can throw at it by waiting out the sunny daytime hours, choosing instead to enjoy the nightlife. Except when relief comes in the form of rare monsoonal showers, they eagerly wander out to fill up at the nearest pocket of water. And they can bank that abundance through the toughest of dry spells.
Gila monsters, which are our largest lizard we have here in the Mojave Desert, change their activity patterns when the temperatures start getting warm. So they are generally diurnal, which means they're active during the day. But as the temperatures warm up, they start to shift later and later. So they'll become crepuscular, which means active at dusk or dawn. And then during the really hot summer temperatures, they become completely nocturnal. And they also have the ability to store water in their bladders. And it doesn't rain very often here in the summer, so when we do get rain, they will take advantage of that and actually binge drink and fill up on that water that they are storing in their bladders. So when resources are low, they can live off those stores for long periods of time.
Among the clever adaptations employed by our desert natives is the ability to shed heat through large, highly vascular ears as the desert cottontails do, or use long legs to stand high off the hot sands as many lizards and beetles do. But perhaps the prize for best adaptation goes to the kangaroo rat, which can survive without having to drink water at all.
So they can actually go their entire lives without drinking any water. They get all the water they need from the seeds that they eat. Part of the metabolic process is producing water, and they survive completely on the water that they produce from eating their seeds.
A gentle demeanor and charming appearance make the desert tortoise one of our most popular native animals. They also employ most of these same strategies for withstanding the heat, but their popularity might place them in jeopardy if we decide to pick them up or handle them.
So desert tortoises have the ability to store water in their bladders. And now they get most of the water that they store from the plants that they eat. They also take advantage of our occasional rainfall. They will dig what's called a catchment basin, and when it rains, they'll remember where they've dug that and they'll go back to it and get their fill of drinking water. So one of the things that happens when you pick up a desert tortoise is it will actually evacuate its bladder. So its defense mechanism is to pee all over you. So if you see one crossing the road, you might think you're helping it by picking it up and moving it to the side of the road. But when it urinates all over you, it is losing all its stores, so it has a really high chance of becoming dehydrated.
Humans are relative newcomers to this hot, arid part of the world, having not evolved the natural defenses or instincts for survival. We have instead employed technological strategies for enduring the heat and lack of water. Now, while this has worked relatively well for many years, we need to find ways to be comfortable without depleting precious resources. Perhaps surprisingly, those who have survived here all along just might provide the answers for us as well.
So one of the most important things we can learn from these desert animals is to stay out of the sun in these really extreme summer temperatures. They find shade, they find cooler burrows, and as people, we have the ability to stay inside in the more climate-controlled areas and not expose ourselves to the hot desert sun in the middle of the day. So if you are outside in these hot temperatures, you want to make sure you're staying hydrated. A lot of our animals have adapted to this by having really efficient kidneys or being able to store water in their bladders. And since we aren't, we have to carry our own water with us. So make sure you're drinking more than you think you need to.
One of the most exciting features of the Springs Preserve is the endless variety of earthly wonders that are always being brought in and sought after by our dedicated traders at the Nature Exchange. Now, for our more sophisticated traders, our Nature Badge program will award a whole series of badges to traders who are ready to advance to the next level of collecting and studying objects from the natural world. Stop by our Nature Exchange and complete a new booklet each month to show what you've collected and learned. For more information, see springspreserve.org. If summer is synonymous with fun, then summer fun must be synonymous with the Springs Preserve. We have hundreds of ways to spend a hot summer day, and with many activities inside our comfortable climate-controlled buildings, we might be the coolest place to spend this hottest season.
The Preserve is a great place for summer family fun because there's something for everyone. If you're interested in history or science or nature, if you're little or if you're an older kid or if you're an adult, there's more here than you could possibly see in one day, so you can just keep coming back all summer long.
The season kicks off for the kids with our enormously popular summer camp program.
We'll be doing science and games and swimming, but each week does also have its own unique theme.
Your kids will be having so much fun, they won't even realize that they're learning at the same time. That's because our education staff knows the best way to learn is first to enjoy the process.
As a member of the education staff, the Springs Preserve makes that part of my job really easy because there's so much that surrounds us. There's beautiful gardens, there's wildlife, we're always offering something for everyone.
One benefit of membership is early access to our extensive trail system. Beginning at 8 a.m. each day, our members can share this coolest part of the day with dozens of native and migratory birds and animals.
People don't realize we have this beautiful wetland out on our trails. It's got high reeds and cottonwood trees, so you can stay in the shade all summer long. There's a babbling brook, there's frequently wildlife. It's a great spot to escape the bustle of the city.
As the day heats up, you can retreat to the coolest collections inside our Origin Museum. Experience a flash flood, get up close and personal with the critters in our living collection, or take a trip back in time through the history of the Las Vegas area from the ancestral Puebloans to Hoover Dam. Then take in the latest in our traveling exhibits. From there, a short stroll or a quick train ride will drop you off over 100 years back in time to Boomtown 1905.
A lot of people don't realize when they go to Boomtown 1905, it's not just a replica of Las Vegas in 1905. The four cottages are the original cottages from way back when. So I always recommend checking those out, strolling through and seeing how the people that founded our city actually lived their lives. Then you can check out the bank, practice your assaying by weighing some gold. You can go to the Lincoln Hotel, sign our guest registry, and then head over to the train station and do a little Morse code.
Just across the way from Boomtown, you can cool off again inside our Waterworks exhibit. Built inside an operational water pumping station, Waterworks gives you a behind-the-scenes look at the journey water takes to get to your tap.
What's special about Waterworks is the opportunity to go from the Colorado River all the way through the tap in your house and realize how we get our most precious resource, water. You can go into the lab and do the water quality testing that it takes to get fresh drinking water. You can travel across the globe and see what other cultures and communities experience in their quest for water. And you can even peer through at a real working water pumping station.
Several more cool indoor attractions await. The Nevada State Museum takes you on a journey back in time and introduces you to thousands of years of local natural and human history. If you're looking to the future, our Sustainability Gallery features innovative ways to build our homes and live our lives in concert with our environment. Learn how to incorporate natural building materials like straw bales or rammed earth into home building, a process that makes staying cool a breeze. Finally, a refreshing beverage from our gift shop or Divine Cafe is the perfect way to wrap up a full day of exploring. With so much to do here at the Springs Preserve, it's the coolest way to spend a hot summer day. The Nevada State Museum is featuring the life of John C. Fremont in a new traveling exhibit, Finding Fremont, Pathfinder of the West. Fremont was instrumental in mapping and documenting the American West during 5 major expeditions in the mid-19th century. See his famous mountain howitzer along with numerous artifacts, photographs, and documents from his journeys. This exhibit will be on display in the Nevada State Museum through April 2019. Here at the Springs Preserve, we cover every corner of the globe to find traveling exhibits that are fun, exciting, and like nothing you've ever seen before. Over the years, we've uncovered the mysteries of wicked plants, sunken treasures, the genius of Da Vinci, and even the frontiers of space. So what's left? Well, how about ninjas, found right here in nature?
It's all about the different defense mechanisms that animals have that are really just amazing and mind-blowing, like their color, their behaviors, the things that kind of make them stealthy and sneaky and kind of sneak up on their prey or help them survive in really unexpected ways. Nature's Ninjas is going to bring a whole new cast of characters for people to meet. So these are animals from all over the world and not just the Mojave Desert. So it's going to be nice new animals for people to come in and meet and learn about.
A unique aspect of the show is that it comes complete with its own expert staff.
The great thing about this exhibit is it comes with animals, but it also comes with zookeepers with the animals. They're here to take care of them, but they're also here to teach people about the animals and how they live and how they survive. So you're going to be able to meet the zookeepers who work with these animals every day.
We're even supplementing the traveling exhibit with a live theater presentation, and each show will feature select animals from the exhibit.
It's called Nature's Ninjas Live in the Big Springs Theater. So it'll be a lot of the animals that people will see in the gallery will be brought into the show, and the zookeepers will teach them all about the special features that make these animals really fun and exciting. We really want to invite people to come in out of the heat during the summertime, enjoy the air conditioning. The show and the exhibit are both indoors. A beautiful, fun thing for people to do as a family in the summer that will help them keep a little bit cool.
Summer is here, bringing with it all the learning and growing advantages of participating in the Preserve's weekly themed summer adventure camps. By enrolling kids aged 6 through 12 in camp, you'll introduce them to many one-of-a-kind experiences led by our expert staff. You can choose from 10 super summer exploration weeks beginning June 4th. Reservations are required and camps fill up fast, so register now at springspreserve.org. We often promote the benefits of membership here at the Springs Preserve. We can't help but share our excitement about year-round access to all our exhibits, a calendar of activities full of member perks, and discounts to the gift shop and Divine Cafe. And in some recent chats with some of our members, we were pleased to find they were every bit as passionate about the Preserve as we are.
It is a community asset. So it is part of making Las Vegas, which used to be just a visitor destination, a community.
It's just a real fun place for no matter who you are, if you're single, family, if you're dating, if you're married, whatever it is, grandparents, it doesn't matter what it is. It's fun for everybody, I think.
It's just an amazing place. If you have a family, this is the place to bring your kids. It's a place to have family time together.
If you're wondering why I have on a Knights jersey, it really is because this is the birthplace of Las Vegas. The Golden Knights are Vegas born. It gets me back to my roots. It helps me to understand, as the city has really paved with a lot of concrete and asphalt, what Las Vegas really is.
I learned about the butterfly habitat, and I wanted to see that, and so I bought a membership. Then I think the next year I decided that I wanted to buy a butterfly in memory of my daughter. So that's a special place for me all the time.
It's something special, near and dear to my heart that I do with my grandkids.
I have way too many memories with the kids growing up, and every year is something different, something fun, and we make more friends. We bring friends and they become members, so we keep coming and getting bigger, a bigger family, I guess. I used to walk with Emmeline and we saw foxes on the trails with the mommy and the baby kid. and here I am with my little baby on the stroller, and it's just beautiful.
They've grown up coming here their whole lives pretty much, so it's been a place for them to come and be. That's home.
This is one of the things that when I think about why we moved to Vegas and why we stayed in Vegas, this is one of my top 10 things. You can come to and just be yourself with your family and have a good time and make those memories, because you only get one time, you know, to do those things, and I'm glad that I'm able to do it here at the Springs.
I think it's a fun place to just come and you get to learn while you're also having fun. I just think it's amazing. My favorite part about it is like the exhibits that they keep on bringing in.
This is a very fun place. You get to see animals and nature and play and run.
A little bit of technology, a little bit of everything.
My favorite place is the treehouse. It's just magical. It's like your home, but outside.
It's a big place. It has parks, a restaurant, a lot of plants, flowers, butterflies, a lot of bugs here, cactuses. It's a nice place.
That's why I come here, because this is where I can show them more about nature, and it's fun.
I think the first thing I remember coming in was probably the gardens. It was just so much green, and it's a place that's so brown.
La naturaleza.
It's nature.
Vivimos en una ciudad muy bullosa, mucho ruido, entonces nos venimos aquí
we live in a very noisy city, so we just come here to escape from that.
Es vida.
It's life. It's life.
It has a completely different energy than anything we have in the city. Most of the city is geared about entertainment and lights and glitz, and this is the exact polar opposite. It is all about being authentic to our home and loving where we live and teaching with sustainability.
Let's support the preserve, because as I've said it, this is a place of life, and we also teach children to take care of nature, the trees, animals.
We've spent a few hours here, and we do this on a weekly basis, and we're still not tired of coming here. So I think that speaks for itself.
This is a place for us to, as the name it is, preserve it and let future generations that the preserve is an inclusive area, and for all peoples from all backgrounds to come here and just experience what nature really is.
I definitely think Springs is a big part of what makes us feel like we're part of Vegas, you know, that we can become those locals, you know, because we are new. But this place is definitely somewhere that's become part of what we call home.
Enjoy the cooler evenings of summer every third Thursday at the Springs Preserve as we keep the gates open well into the evening. Come stay for after-hours fun and discounted admission in Origin Museum. Divine Cafe will be featuring live music and an ever-changing specially priced food and cocktail menu. The gift shop will also remain open during these nights so guests may shop for one-of-a-kind products including educational books, games, recycled and unique gifts, clothing, and Springs Preserve memorabilia. For more information, go to springspreserve.org. Summer is berry season. Our grocery store shelves are stocked full with delicious ripe strawberries, blackberries, and raspberries. Today, Chef Cicely introduces us to a cool treat made with these delicious fruits that's popular across Europe, but has never quite caught on here in the U.S. When you see how simple this dish is to make and the variety of ways it can be used, we think compote will soon become a favorite summertime staple in your home.
Howdy folks, my name is Chef Cicely and thank you for joining me at the Divine Cafe at the Springs Preserve. Today I am going to be using up some of the bountiful harvest of the summer season by making a berry compote. So I've got some butter that I've melted in a pan. It's over a nice medium heat. So once that butter's nice and hot, I'm going to grab some of those berries that are just in extra abundance right now. That sometimes there's just so many, it's even hard to eat all of them before they start getting too soft. So rather than throw them away, I always freeze them, put them in a blender. I want to do something a little bit different. So I am starting with the saute. I'm going to let these blackberries simmer away until they just start to almost lose a little bit of the vibrance and the firmness in their color. And then once that happens, I'll mash them down with a fork. If I smash them too soon, like look at this guy, he's still got perfect raw ones. If I press him down, he's going to resist, and I'm going to end up with this thick pulp of the berry. Well, that's not going to serve me well on top of my pancakes or yogurt or wherever I decide to eat it. But because these blackberries are well ripe, if I just let them soften just a little bit, and I can add a touch of salt to just kind of help that. Maybe even a little bit of liquid, like some vanilla. That's going to help them steam. And then as they're done, they're going to turn just a slight different color. Let's find a nice good guy here. And then when they're done, they simply fall apart. And you see I don't have that pulp holding together anymore. So we're just about there. So I'm going to start mashing up some blackberries. This could be done with strawberries, blueberries, which I am going to add. I just don't want to add the blueberries too soon, or raspberries, because raspberries don't have a core in them the way that a blackberry does, that real thick inner part. If I add those too soon, they're just going to cook down to almost juice. I still want some body. We're going to do a little bit of a rustic style today, so I'm not going to smash the berries until they're completely pressed down. Indeed, that's actually more what a compote is instead of, say, a syrup or a jelly. I want good, delicious chunks of fruit in there. So now that that's about done, I'm going to add my softer berries in. Mix those in. The heat of just being put on the pan alone will break those ones down perfect. And then a little bit of other summer flavors. So I've got some fresh ginger, some cinnamon, just a touch of nutmeg. Grinding it fresh works excellently as well. And then I also am going to put in just a little spoonful of honey for that nice body and thickness. A little smush to my fresh berries, not to smash them so much, but just to break down their shape. All right, I'm gonna let this simmer on very low heat for about 5 minutes, just to let it pull tight and come together, and then I'm ready to eat it. Our best summer sauce is all done, and it is your choice to enjoy it either over some delicious ice cream as a dessert. This could also be served with its light and fresh summer flavors as a breakfast. I've got some Belgian waffles here, cute little ones. Would work the same for pancakes or French toast. And oh, it smells so good. That's it for a fabulous way to use that delicious summer sauce. My name's Chef Cicely, and I hope to see you here at the Divine Cafe at the Springs Preserve.
There's a lot more to discover, so join us next time here at the Springs Preserve, where the energy of our abundant sun, well-adapted native animals, and memorable member experiences mingle to bring new life to Las Vegas.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
The Raiders are coming. Just look around Las Vegas and you'll see silver and black pride everywhere. Welcome to the Flood Channel. I'm your host, Beatrice Martinez. On today's show, we'll show you just what it takes to build a home for Raider Nation. Here at the Raiders Preview in Town Square, you can get a glimpse of what the stadium will look like. But what you won't see is what lies beneath.
Every day, the Las Vegas Stadium gets closer to the Raiders' home opener in 2020. Right now, there's daily blasting to remove layers of caliche where the field will sit. Heavy equipment is hauling soil as heavy as concrete from 40 feet down to make room for a retractable field. It's a massive project on 62 acres across from the Mandalay Bay, and none of this could start until crews could rip out an existing flood channel under the proposed stadium.
Day one, we knew box culvert. That was just ingrained in our heads of something that we knew we needed to, account for. It was always a priority, and I think being one of the first projects we kind of dealt with the stadium, we really saw that the amount of time and effort that brought everyone together to make sure we got this taken care of really gave us the foundation that we were going to be doing some special things here, because that really got accelerated, and just by the progress of where it's at now and how fast it's gone, really set the tone for really the project and how we got started.
The Raiders worked with contractors Mortensen McCarthy, the design team at Kimley Horn, and the Regional Flood Control District to figure out how to move the channel to allow the stadium to be built and keep flood control in place.
Every challenge has a solution, and I would tell you that the team has huddled together as far as the local communities, the local trade partners, the politicians have all come together and have really, and the local agencies have all, had the main focus of building this project and bringing the Raiders to Las Vegas, and I think it's been everybody's main goal. The existing culvert that spans from basically Polaris through the project site onto the connector road is actually in the way of the future stadium. This all happened, there's some setback requirements for the stadium that had to move the project stadium away from the interstate. When that happened, the outline of the stadium was in the way of the existing culvert. We worked with the Corps of Engineers, Regional Flood, Public Works to relocate the culvert, and so it's about 375 feet away from the stadium in its new alignment.
The original channel was built in partnership with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. As a result, the Army Corps has been highly involved in approving design plans and recently visited the site to make sure everything was being built as approved. The old channel has already been demolished, and the new channel has been built. Crews are finishing up the concrete top on the reinforced concrete boxes.
So one of the main concerns that we had and that the Corps of Engineers had was what's going to happen during construction if a storm event were to hit. And so the Corps in particular required the contractor to come up with almost like an emergency action plan to determine what would happen, what their practices would be if a storm event were to hit.
Some challenges are this is a Tropicana detention basin. It fills up with water, and it fills up to 4 feet high when you have a 100-year flood. And not knowing when that next 100-year flood was, we had to do a lot of mitigation planning with the Corps and Regional Flood on how to build this project in different phases.
Emergency plans were created to divert water in case of flooding. The flood channel carries water from throughout the southwest part of Las Vegas during rain events. Luckily, permits were in place to allow construction to occur during mostly a dry winter and spring.
Then when we went to construction, there was some very large NV Energy conduits in Polaris that had to be relocated, and again NV Energy came to the table and did their part and expedited everything and kept everything moving. And as you mentioned, the box culvert got out of the way of the foundation of the stadium in time.
Every construction project has its shares of unforeseen circumstances. Moving the culvert just 300 feet led to one unexpected find: a Nevada Energy electrical conduit that wasn't on the existing plans.
We had some utility conflicts in the field, so we've had unknown utilities that were in the proposed alignment, and so we've had to work with Nevada Energy and Regional Flood and the Corps to reroute the culvert for a temporary bypass. We've done that work this far, and now Nevada Energy has moved some of their alignment of their poles and their lines, and we're now installing some new utility alignments, and which will sink underneath our culvert and will allow us to proceed forward with the original planned culvert.
Another issue that arose during construction was the length of time it took the concrete to strengthen after it was poured. The concrete did not reach the desired strength after 28 days. Instead of ripping out all of the boxes, the county and the contractor waited, and after 45 days, the concrete exceeded its strength. Now it's just up to the contractor to put the finishing touches on the channel.
It keeps the same size and alignment, so there is the same ultimate protection. And another design challenge was making sure that while the culvert was being relocated, that we were protected during a flood event, should that happen while the box culvert was being relocated. So there was a lot of thought put in by the Mortenson McCarthy team of during construction how they could make sure that everything was protected in the interim. In the end, it will be the same channel operating the same way, but the interim piece is something that has to be considered from an engineering perspective and a construction perspective.
Now that the flood channel is all but finished, the stadium can really take shape. In just a few months, the Las Vegas skyline will have a new prominent feature. Mortenson McCarthy is using local staff who have worked on projects in Southern Nevada.
So Mortenson McCarthy is a joint venture. Mortenson has the sports group history and background and knowledge on the project, and McCarthy brings the local presence, and we align in a lot of our core values and the culture that our employees embrace out here. And Mortenson McCarthy has done other projects together as joint ventures, so it made sense on this project to combine again. You're always under the microscope, which is good. We take pride in keeping a clean job and making sure that we keep everybody to the high safety standards that we have for each project. And so we're looking forward to the successful project with the local community and everybody that has something to offer for the stadium, because there are a lot of proud Raiders fans out here, and they deserve the best.
When you see all of the work that's going on in the stadium right now, it's hard to believe that just a couple months ago, the whole project was in jeopardy. It took a lot of cooperation to get the ball rolling in time.
On paper, it's relatively simple to move a flood control channel. But when you're moving a flood channel paid for with federal dollars, the feds want to know exactly what you're doing. And it's common for a federal review to stretch into years.
Because there was federal dollars involved in the construction of that project, that means that the federal government, or the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers in this case, has to permit that modification. Anytime there's a modification to any facility that was built by the Corps, it has to be approved through the Corps through what we call a 408 permit process. So generally when you're getting a 408 permit, it can take 12 to 18 months, which is quite a bit more time than we had in terms of the schedule for the Raiders trying to get their stadium open by the 2020 season. And so we had to find ways to try to accelerate that.
Yeah, it was a little bit expedited. The way that we got this permit in record time was strictly partnership and teamwork. That's the only way we got it done. And from the very beginning, Clark County Regional Flood Control District, the Board of County Commissioners, the Raiders, the contractor Mortenson McCarthy, the environmental consultant and the geotech consultant, and obviously the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And our team of Kimley Horn, we had partners from all over the United States that were experts in what we needed to do in structural and H&H and civil. All of these people came together, and in the very beginning we set the tone with a meeting with the Army Corps of Engineers in May of 2017 and said, we need a permit by fall or the stadium schedule's in jeopardy.
It was a really quick turnaround on the permit. Again, it usually takes 12 to 18 months. We got it done in about 3.5 months. I think we can thank the LA District of the Corps for stepping up and really getting on this permit and recognizing the importance of this permit for the Las Vegas Valley.
Simply put, everyone had to work at the top of their game to get the stadium started. Regional Flood couldn't have done it without Kimley Horn. Kimley Horn needed Mortensen McCarthy, the contractors needed the Raiders, and everyone needed the Army Corps.
There were other pieces, the Army Corps permit was one piece of the puzzle. The plans, the box relocation plans also had to be permitted through all the agencies and through flood control, through all of the utility agencies. So we had to have a permit by December 15th, 2017, or the entire project was in jeopardy. And it was really the first milestone of the project from a construction and engineering phase. So it felt really good as a team for us to make that goal, and so many people who helped us get there. And it's teamwork, and it's all of the engineers at Kimley Horn and outside of Kimley Horn and the consultant team that really just came together and got it done. But it is a community partnership.
When the federal fiscal budget ran dry, Regional Flood entered into an agreement with the feds to fund the review and go into a separate agreement with the Raiders to pay for it.
We entered into an agreement with the Corps wherein we could provide funding to the Corps to allow the permit to be expedited, the review of the permit to be expedited. At the same time, in parallel to that, we entered into an agreement with the Las Vegas Stadium, LLC, for them to provide those funds for us. So we basically took the funds from the Raiders organization and passed it on to the Corps so that permit review could be expedited. And it wound up trimming the review time down quite a bit. Once the agreements were in place at the end of August, we wound up getting the permit issued in the middle of December. So it took about 3.5 months.
When we came into Las Vegas, I think our main priority was to, create a relationship built on teamwork. That's kind of the organization. That's kind of something that we're really proud of the way we operate. So when we came down here, just understanding that we're all working towards one common goal, the stadium, which really has an impact on the entire Southern Nevada area. So when we came in and, really understanding that we're all, each of us have different areas of expertise, but at the end of the day, in 2020, when we get the stadium, it's going to be something we're really going to be proud of.
I was born and raised in Las Vegas, so I know how great Las Vegas is and how great our partners are, and it was great that the Raiders and everybody got to see that. I think it was fantastic. I'm also a two-time UNLV grad, so one of my other favorite things, and I think it's going to be great for the school. It's going to be a great community partnership, and they've also come to the table as a partner in this whole thing, so I think it's going to be great.
Any NFL stadium or any community you go to, you really need buy-in from everyone. And when we decided to make the move to Las Vegas, we kind of knew that this was a special market, and since we've been here, we've really seen the community, even with the Golden Knights success and kind of, just seeing the amount of Raider logos in the community and just some of the events that we're doing, we're really seeing that people here are really passionate about sports, they're passionate about football. People might be fans of other teams, but we're kind of seeing that the Raiders are really doing a lot of stuff to kind of bring people together, and the stadium really is going to create a lot of opportunities that can further that community bonding and things like that.
One reason that every piece had to fit perfectly is the flood culvert at the Raiders Stadium. It protects the Las Vegas Strip against flash flooding. Let's take a look at how the district protects the southwest of the valley and the Las Vegas Strip from flash flooding.
Nearly 40 million visitors spent time on the Las Vegas Strip last year, pouring money into the local economy and driving revenue to the entire state. There are numerous basins and channels protecting it. The one at the Las Vegas Stadium is just one piece of that protection.
The southwest part of the Las Vegas Valley has a lot of flood control facilities that were built through the Corps of Engineers project. This is an important project for us. All the flows that land in that southwest part of the valley flow down and funnel down into the Flamingo Wash, which flows through the resort corridor at Caesars Palace, goes underneath Las Vegas Boulevard, and continues on through the city to Las Vegas Wash. So it was important for us to get a project put together that could help capture and control the flows that were coming out of the mountains and draining through that whole southwest part of the valley.
Back in the 1980s, the Regional Flood Control District began looking at a massive project to provide the needed protection to the region.
In 1991, we had a feasibility study that was done, which basically took a look at the benefits of building all these facilities versus the cost. And we could use that information, the benefit to cost ratio, to compare our project to other projects across the country in terms of whether it's worthy of getting federal funding.
The U.S. Army Corps accepted the study and sent it to Congress in 1995.
It's a $336 million project. The federal portion of it was 75%, which is about $252 million, and then the local agencies, which is the Regional Flood Control District and Clark County Public Works, paid the other 25%, or about $84 million. Pretty much any water that falls in the southwest part of the valley, and that really be from like Red Rock Country Club all the way down to like Rhodes Ranch, that whole southwest part of the valley, it all funnels down through the resort corridor, which is very important to the Las Vegas area. As you know, we don't want flooding to occur there, and we want those areas to be flood resilient. And so collecting all of these flows and getting them contained and essentially tamed was important to us to make sure that it protected the economic vitality of the Las Vegas Valley.
The flood control developed with the Army Corps of Engineers provided so much coverage that 19 square miles of flood zone were removed.
So the Corps project overall included 3 new detention basins, 3 debris basins, and the expansion of 2 existing detention basins. And then along with that, 28 miles of channels and storm drains were built to take all that water that's being collected by those basins and funnel it through that southwest part of the Las Vegas Valley. It's true that the people that were removed from the flood zone are no longer required to buy flood insurance if they have a federally backed mortgage, but as you know, all property owners, whether you're in a flood zone or not, are allowed to get flood insurance. So you can still purchase that flood insurance at a minimal cost. That's about $1 a day to get flood insurance when you're not in a flood zone. We're proud of the fact that these facilities have really been working over the years. They've been tested many times, and so not only do these people not have to pay flood insurance, but they don't really have to deal with that risk of flooding as much anymore. They're much more resilient to the risk of flooding because of the existence of all these facilities. I know that we've had storm events in the southwest part of the valley that were multiple, 2 inches or more in just a few hours, very intense storm events. And those storms were handled by these flood control facilities very well. In the past, if those same storms were to hit, we would have had significant flooding throughout not just the southwest part of the valley, but all the way down Flamingo Wash to Las Vegas Wash.
Lake Mead is full of life, a seemingly endless aquatic parade, attracting and sustaining busy desert creatures. It's one of the most diverse ecosystems in Nevada, with species found nowhere else on Earth. But every time soap suds run down your driveway, oil drips in the streets, fertilizer washes off your lawn, or random trash gets swept in our storm sewers, their home gets a little uglier. They get a little sicker. If we don't take simple steps to change our ways, soon you'll wonder where all our friends have gone. It's time to clean up our act, Southern Nevada. To get your home or business lake-friendly certified, visit belakefriendly.com. Mind the road. Flash flood season is here.
Contractors have to keep an eye to the skies at the stadium site. Any amount of rain can impact operations. Thankfully, it was a relatively dry winter.
The rain finally came back on January 9. After months of a prolonged dry spell, the entire Las Vegas Valley got more than an inch of rain in the 24-hour period between January 9 and 10. The rain was steady but moderate and stayed within flood control channels. The biggest problems were traffic accidents. It seemed motorists had forgotten how to drive on wet roads.
This storm ended a record stretch of 116 days where we had no precipitation at the airport. We received 1.33 inches of rain on January 9th, which broke the previous record for any date in January, and 1.47 inches for the entire storm on the 8th and 9th, which was over 1/3 of our average annual precipitation. Normally we experience about half of our annual precipitation during the monsoon season from July to September, and the other half of our annual precipitation occurs during the rest of the year. Oftentimes with storms like what we just experienced in January 8th and 9th. This one was particularly wet compared to some of them, although we've seen a lot more, at different times in the past. This was just a particularly strong one for this time of year.
During the monsoon season, a map of the Las Vegas Valley will usually show a few areas where heavy rain is falling. In January, the entire region got a taste of the rain.
The thing to note about storms like this that occur during the winter months is they tend to have a lot more widespread precipitation than just the localized effects of the storms that occur during the monsoon. While we had about 1.5 inches of rain at the airport, we had this was the kind of numbers we saw across the entire valley, whereas during a thunderstorm you may see it in little portions of the valley and not the entire valley at one time.
Overall, we had a very warm and very dry winter, but even during the driest spells, rain can lead to flooding in channels and washes. During the January 9 storm, several homeless people were rescued from channels that had filled with water.
We can still have flash flooding during the winter months because any rain that falls still runs off and runs into the flood control channels. We had, on January 9th, we did have several swiftwater rescues due to the rainfall. The flooding threat is not limited to the monsoon season, although the greatest threat is during the monsoon season.
The National Weather Service began keeping records in Las Vegas in 1937. The 116 days of no precipitation surpassed the old record of 92 days with just a trace of precipitation. And while we've had wetter Januaries, we haven't had a wetter 24-hour period as we had on January 9th. It's still too soon to tell what this year's monsoon season will bring.
It's tough to predict the monsoon and exactly how strong that's going to be this far out, but as of now, climatologically, we expect it to be relatively dry and warm just throughout the whole period. With La Nina, we generally expect drier conditions around here, but again, that's just a general expectation. We can have wet La Nina years. A large factor, and this is why it is so difficult to predict the monsoon this far out, a large factor in terms of how much precipitation we get during the monsoon is driven by tropical activity. And tropical activity is, we can't predict where and when the storms are going to affect us this time of year. We live in a dry desert climate. Any rain can cause flooding, and even though we got 1.5 inches in one day, we've still been very dry for a long period of time. During calendar year 2017, we received just over half of our normal annual precipitation. So we're under a very dry stretch, and I don't see any reason that that's not going to continue.
Got Raider Mania yet? You can come here to Town Square and learn more about the Las Vegas Stadium. And for all things flood, you can always follow us on Facebook or Twitter, or go to our website at regionalflood.org.
Team Challenge is the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation's largest endurance training program that trains you to run or walk a half marathon while helping the foundation raise funds to find a cure for ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease.
Due to voting discrepancies, a special election will be held for the Republican nominee for Clark County Public Administrator. Republican voters will receive a ballot in the mail. When you receive your mail ballot, you can vote in one of three ways. Sign the provided postage-paid envelope and mail it in. Drop off your ballot at one of the following locations, or vote in person at the County Election Center. Ballots must be received by 7 p.m. on July 17. For more information, visit clarkcountymv.gov/vote or call 702-455-VOTE.
Welcome to Club Ride. Club Ride is a free employee benefits program that encourages and rewards the employees that would like to or currently carpooling, walking, biking, taking transit, or even motorcycling to and from work.
Club Ride has excellent programs and services for commuters,
such as Guaranteed Ride Home, Club Ride Discounts, Easy Rider, and the monthly price drawings.
Club Ride Rewards is a program that rewards commuters every month for clean, green commutes to and from work. As a Club Ride member, you can win cash and prizes every month. It's a great thing.
Oh, we love winning the awards. We've been carpooling over 11 years now.
We were doing it before it was the thing to do.
I think I'm the better driver.
No, I'm the better driver.
Carpooling was just kind of a natural thing. We could ride to work, we could talk to one another on our way, and saved us time and gas. But that extra prize makes it extra fun.
I was carpooling before it was cool, and before we got the Rockstar parking for carpooling. Club Ride has this really cool website. You go in and you log your trips each week, and it calculates for you how much money you've saved, how much of an impact you've had on the environment in terms of less emissions and so on. So I know for a fact I've saved $300 each year carpooling.
After 20 years of driving in Las Vegas traffic, I think I'd had enough and I was ready for a change. I currently commute by taking the new transit buses. There's a new park and ride in my neighborhood, so I just drive over there and hop on the bus.
I commute with this bad boy right here. My employer not only supports it, she lets me park my bicycle right in my closet at work. I love the Club Ride discount program because I get to use it at Jason's Deli, Cold Stone Creamery, and then I'm even able to use it at my bike shop, Bicycle World. I wish I would have learned about it earlier.
One of the great benefits for employers is the outreach that we do. We set up a table, we give away free t-shirts, we talk to them, we educate them about the program, and then of course the incentives that are available to them. Once employers realize what we do for them, they love it.
Club Ride is extremely successful at Bellagio. We've been a partner with Club Ride since 1999, and currently we have about 1,200 employees enrolled. We provide our employees with reserved parking, bike racks, motorcycle area, as well as pre-tax payroll deduction for the passes.
I think the Club Ride program is very well thought out, very well engineered. Cox is really committed to being a Club Ride partner. We have swipe machines at every entrance where employees can log their commutes. We also have bicycle racks. We have the ability for employees to work compressed work weeks and flexible schedules. And we have pool vehicles that are available for those employees that commute who need a vehicle to use to visit a customer or to go to another office.
Having a strong commute options program is really important to the city of Henderson. Currently, we have over 400 of our employees that are enrolled in the Club Ride program. We have lots of prize winners every month, and I really make a big deal about it. I hand deliver all the prizes. They're just really excited, especially if one of the other employees sees that they're getting this prize. That kind of motivates them and they want to be part of that.
I'm Joan with Cox Communications. I'm proud to be a carpooler, and I think you should be too.
Less traffic and cleaner air, and that's a good thing.
Less traffic, cleaner air. Carpooling is a good thing.
I'm Joey over at the Rio, and I love being a Club Ride member.
I'm Bill with Cox Communications, and we're a proud partner with Club Ride.
Commute options are a good thing. Partner with Club Ride today.
To find out more, visit the Club Ride website.
Or call 228-RIDE or go to your HR office and speak to your transportation coordinator.
That's a wrap. That sounds good. That's a wrap.
Or can I do like Janis Joplin? That's all, folks.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's no secret to this next trick. Hard hat, check. Tank, check. Building permit. Uh-oh. Never fear, Magic fans. They're in here somewhere. Voila! But don't try this at home. There's no secret to building permits. Even I need them.
On the next edition of Clark County Chronicles, flash flood season is here, an annual reminder to turn around, don't drown. Operation Mustang was an extraordinary full-scale drill testing our first responders, and the Las Vegas Aces are already assisting our young future basketball stars. Those stories and more coming up on the next edition of Clark County Chronicles, right here on Clark County Television.
Drowning is the leading cause of death in young children in southern Nevada. Remember these safety steps. Patrol. Always have an adult actively watching children in the water. Protect. Provide defensive barriers between your child and the pool. Prepare. Create a water safety plan for your family. Enroll children in swimming classes and equip your pool with safety equipment. Be ready to call 911 in an emergency. Keep it fun and safe all year long. Visit GetHealthyClarkCounty.org.
Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
Hello and welcome to Waterways, the Southern Nevada Water Authority's news information program. I'm your host, Scott Huntley. In this half hour of Waterways, get off your grass and earn some cash with an increased rebate from the SNWA. We'll show you how to replace your thirsty grass with desert landscaping in 3 easy steps. New Home Technologies can help you save water with very little effort. Learn how WaterSmart homes are designed for the earth-conscious homebuyer. Plus, avoid the most common water waste issues with our irrigation tips. And get WaterSmart with a controller that helps you manage your outdoor water use. Ready to water less and save more? Replace your water-intensive lawn with drought-tolerant landscaping and earn some cash. The SNWA now offers $3 for every square foot of grass you replace with desert plants. Crystal Zelke has more on the boosted incentive.
There's no better time to get off your grass and earn some cash. The Southern Nevada Water Authority increased the amount of its WaterSmart Landscapes rebate. Don't wait to apply. It's easy and WaterSmart. As the historic drought continues to impact Lake Mead's water levels, Valley residents are asked to step up their conservation efforts even more. To help, the SNWA's Board of Directors approved an increase to the WaterSmart Landscapes rebate program. Under new program guidelines, applicants can earn up to $3 for every square foot of turf they convert to WaterSmart landscaping, up to 10,000 square feet per project, and $1.50 for every square foot over that. The maximum incentive for any property in a fiscal year is $300,000. The SNWA created the WaterSmart Landscapes rebate program in 1999 to encourage homeowners and businesses to convert their water-guzzling lawn to WaterSmart landscaping. Since then, Southern Nevadans have replaced more than 185 million square feet of turf, enough to cover 94% of the Earth's circumference. In total, the program has helped our community save more than 119 billion gallons of water.
As we look at the forecasts and projections for the Colorado River, there's a greater than 50% probability that we will see a shortage condition within the next couple of years. And that means that there will be less water available from Lake Mead. But we'll be able to continue to meet water demands even under shortage conditions because of conservation. I mean, Southern Nevada has reduced its water use by 26%, and that has allowed us to be able to be well prepared for any shortage conditions on the horizon. And while we may be one of the most water efficient communities in the nation, we've got more work to do. It's conservation that has prepared us for coming shortages, and it's conservation that's going to keep us ahead of the curve.
With the increased rebate, there's no better time to replace your unquenchable grass. For most of us, the bulk of water use occurs outdoors in our landscapes. In the summertime, 70 to 90% of the average residential water bill can be attributed to outdoor usage. The biggest culprit? Thirsty grass. The best way to reduce that water use? A WaterSmart landscape. You could cut your water use by up to 75% and eliminate weekly mowing and heavy maintenance. The SNWA estimates a water-efficient landscape can save homeowners approximately 55 gallons of water per square foot per year. Those savings add up. For an average 1,000 square foot conversion, that's 55,000 gallons of water saved every year.
Well, what people don't realize is that here in Southern Nevada, people are typically putting 8 to 10 or 12 feet of water on their lawns. And so it's important that we have lawns only where we need and use them. But where they're purely ornamental, we've got a lot of other beautiful plants can do that job on a fraction of the water.
It's okay to keep some grass areas in your WaterSmart landscape, but if the only time you walk on your grass is to mow it, it's probably not a functional part of your outdoor living space. No matter how much grass you decide to convert, it's easy to get started. First, enroll online or call our Conservation Helpline for a printed application. Once the completed application is received, SNWA will schedule a site review visit to evaluate your lawn and conversion areas and answer any questions you may have. You must participate in the pre-conversion site visit before removing your lawn. Next, dig in. You have 1 year to complete your conversion.
So there's 3 key elements when you do a landscape conversion in our program. The first is the irrigation system. So you're taking out a spray system that's watering the grass that uses a lot of water, and you're converting it to a drip system that's much more efficient. The second thing is you're removing the grass and putting in some type of mulch. So you're using either rock or bark or artificial turf, but some type of material instead of grass. And the final thing is we do require plants.
Need inspiration? Visit the Springs Preserve Botanical Garden to see the variety of plants that thrive in our desert climate. Experts give free guided walk tours each Saturday and Sunday, but the garden also is open daily to venture on your own. You may want to take a free drip irrigation class that equips you with the skills to design and install a drip watering system. Once you complete your landscape, you can cash in. The added benefit is the long-term savings.
Grass uses 2 to 3 times as much water as desert landscaping, so you pay more in your water bill. So if you're thinking about saving, definitely look at converting. We provide a lot of tools that'll help you do that in design and just giving you different ideas. There's a lot of variability with desert landscaping that you don't have in grass. So there's a lot of incentives and a lot of things that will help you to convert and to give you the tools necessary to do it.
If you're ready to save water in a big way, there's no better way than a WaterSmart landscape. With the SNWA's $3 rebate, saving water has never been so easy and so rewarding. Reporting for Waterways, I'm Crystal Zelke.
Conservation continues to be our biggest tool in the fight against drought. And as you'll see in our newest ad campaign, the community's efforts to save resources is one of the reasons Southern Nevada is prepared to meet the challenges.
A drop of water is where it starts. And that drop of water, well, it makes a ripple of difference. It's essential to keep conserving for our future, one drop at a time. So thank you, Southern Nevada, and stay WaterSmart.
Summer watering restrictions allow customers to water landscapes up to 6 days a week through August 31st. Sunday watering is prohibited. Time of day restrictions also prohibit watering between 11 a.m. and 7 p.m. However, you may water heat-stressed plants and grass with a handheld hose anytime. Here are a few more tips to water wisely this summer. Keep an eye on your landscape and increase watering only as needed. Beat the heat and set your irrigation clock to water before sunrise. And shut off your sprinklers on rainy and windy days to save as much as 500 gallons of water a day. It's easy to waste water in the summer and not even realize it. Residents and businesses commonly run irrigation more often and for longer periods of time, which often leads to wasteful runoff. Avoid the most common water waste issues with these tips from Jason Gifford.
As the record drought continues to loom in Southern Nevada, it's more important than ever to guard against water waste. We can all help to reduce water waste by reporting it when we see it and fixing our own irrigation issues before they become bigger problems. On average, Valley residents use about 70 to 90% of their water outside in a typical month. That means outdoors is where residents have the greatest potential to conserve water. Mandatory watering restrictions help our community conserve water and reduce water waste. While ordinances vary slightly by jurisdiction, water waste is broadly defined as water that flows or sprays off of your property. Common violations that may result in a water waste fee include watering outside of assigned watering days and violating time of day restrictions. Landscape watering is prohibited between 11 a.m. and 7 p.m. May 1st to August 31st. Sunday is not an optional watering day. Oftentimes, customers are unaware they're wasting water. But overwatering is an obvious water waster even to the untrained eye. Standing or pooling water can be seen, or water sheets off sidewalks and curbs when the turf and hard soil can't absorb the excess water fast enough. Overwatering is the result of applying too much water to your landscape. So, what is the right amount? It all depends on the type of grass, root depth, degree of the slope, soil quality, sun exposure, and more. That may sound complicated, but to avoid overwatering, simply test your irrigation system. The Water Authority recommends the cycle and soak method for lawns. Set your sprinklers to water 3 times a day, 4 minutes each cycle, at least 1 hour apart. These shorter sips of water are better for turf because the water absorbs faster and creates a healthier lawn. It also helps to keep water from flowing off the lawn and into the gutter where it can't be recovered. Inspect your grass with the sprinklers running to see if it needs more or less water. To customize your watering cycles, manually turn on your first sprinkler station and begin timing the run immediately. Monitor how many minutes elapse before water begins to pool or run off. Stop the cycle at that point and subtract a minute. That's your run time for that station. Repeat the process for each station since run times may vary. Allow the water to fully soak in before running another cycle. This generally takes about an hour. Drip emitters watering plants can also cause runoff. If you notice pooling water, you may need to move drip heads away from the sidewalk or reduce the runtime. If dry spots crop up, ensure there are no misaligned heads and hand water them instead of running sprinklers longer. To help your lawn absorb water, aerate at least twice a year in spring and fall. This process of punching out cores of soil allows water and nutrients to flow more completely into the root zone rather than off of it. Another common water waste issue is overspray. To isolate an overspray problem, test key components of your irrigation system. Sprinklers can easily twist or turn. Briefly turn on your irrigation system after each mowing. Adjust any misaligned sprinklers by turning with the firm grip of your hand or gently turn them with pliers. Check your drip system too. If drip heads popped off and you see water shooting into the wall or street, make sure a pressure regulator is installed on the drip system. Improper nozzles are another cause of overspray. If overspray leads to water waste, you may have the wrong nozzle for the size or shape of your turf area. Manufacturers indicate nozzle measurements by color, crosshatch patterns, or numerals and more. It can be confusing, so ask a pro if you're not sure what you need. For uniformity, it's best to stick with the same brand and not mix and match parts. The next common water waste problem is one property owners dread: an irrigation leak. One indicator of a leak is an area of your landscape that's more green or wet and marshy than other areas. Many times a leak shows up more gradually as a slow but consistent trickle of water. It's often noticeable near the curb or street, since this is typically a landscape's lowest point and that's where water gathers. A leak then trickles down into the gutter. Whether or not you can fix a leak yourself depends on your comfort level and willingness to literally dig into the problem. You may have to remove a fair-sized chunk of grass to get down into your system and find the source of the leak. You could have a broken sprinkler or perhaps a break in the irrigation line itself. If in doubt, you may want to call in a professional. Obstructed spray patterns are another water waster. One common sight is a sprinkler that shoots onto something other than the grass. The solution might be as straightforward as installing a nozzle with a different reach, angle, or spray pattern. But spray obstruction is often the result of inappropriate design for that area, so you may need to change your design or relocate an irrigation line to resolve it. Low-lying sprinklers also can cause obstructed spray patterns. Water only hits a few nearby blades of grass instead of the entire irrigation zone intended for that sprinkler head. Retrofit existing sprinkler heads or install 4-inch tall pop-ups to effectively water the area. For more information about how to water more efficiently, visit snwa.com. If you see water waste anywhere in the valley, report it to your water provider or call SNWA's Conservation Helpline at 702-258-SAVE. You can also fill out a report online at snwa.com. Reporting for Waterways, I'm Jason Gifford.
Your irrigation controller can also help you avoid water waste, especially in summer when homeowners tend to overwater their landscapes. Jen Inaba explains how a smart irrigation controller can help you manage your outdoor water use and make it easier to comply with seasonal watering restrictions.
Make landscape watering easier with a clock that's smarter than the rest. A smart irrigation controller automatically adjusts your landscape watering so you don't have to. Be water smart and money smart when you invest in this newer technology with an instant rebate from the SNWA. In the summer, between 70 and 90% of your home's water bill can be generated by outdoor water use, especially if you still have grass here in the desert. Seasonal watering restrictions help Southern Nevada curb water waste, but there's much more to using resources wisely. For instance, installing the right irrigation system for your landscape's needs and adjusting your irrigation clock seasonally are key components to water conservation. If you have an older irrigation system, it may be time to replace the heart of that system, your controller, with new technology. A variety of smart irrigation controllers can take a lot of the work off your hands. These state-of-the-art controllers automatically adjust watering run times in response to environmental changes. They use sensors or weather data to manage watering times and frequency. Smart controllers can turn off your sprinkler system when it rains, which is useful during the valley's monsoon season. Some of them will also shut off if winds gust or temperatures dip.
Smart irrigation controllers is a new technology in irrigation controllers. Your traditional controllers has a fixed schedule, so you put in what days of the week you want to water, how long you want to water, things like that are set, and it stays like that until you change it again. Smart irrigation controllers actually have weather input, and so weather actually will kind of dictate what your schedule is. So you will put in what type of plants you have, what type of irrigation system you have, and the controller will come up with a schedule. By having a smart irrigation controller, you can save thousands of gallons of water. So on a residential property, you can save between 10 and 20% of your water. So throughout a year, you're talking 20, 30,000 gallons of water. On large properties like commercial and multifamily, they can save hundreds of thousands of gallons of water a year. So there's big savings from a smart irrigation controller.
The Southern Nevada Water Authority offers a rebate coupon to help you upgrade to a smart controller. In many cases, the rebate will pay up to half the cost of the controller. Find out which controllers qualify, get program details, and print the rebate form at snwa.com. Saving money is easy. You'll receive an instant rebate when you bring your coupon to participating retailers. But if you purchase a smart controller from a non-participating retailer, you can still mail in your rebate form. The good news about smart controllers is they get smarter with time. With smart technology on the rise, monitoring your landscape is as simple as tapping into your phone, tablet, or computer. New apps now help residents remotely control their home irrigation system.
New smart irrigation controllers are controlled by apps. So you can put it on your phone or a tablet, and you can control your whole system without having to go in the garage. That's one of the big barriers, is people hate going in the garage 2 or 3 times a year and having to change their controller. Now you can do it from the app on your phone. And so by doing that, it gives you better access. When we change our watering schedules throughout the year, you have easy access. It's easy to go in and change it right there and not having to go in the garage.
The Environmental Protection Agency stamps qualifying irrigation controllers with its WaterSense label to help consumers make water-smart choices that save money and maintain high environmental standards. The EPA says WaterSense labeled irrigation controllers can save an average home nearly 8,800 gallons of water annually. As with all WaterSense labeled products, the EPA independently certifies irrigation controllers to ensure they meet tough WaterSense criteria for efficiency and performance. Smart controller savings aren't just for homeowners. HOAs and commercial properties also can receive a rebate. Larger properties are perfect candidates for smart technology since the controllers are capable of irrigating larger landscapes that often have varied plant needs in each watering zone. While smart controllers are designed to increase watering efficiency, they do require initial setup and occasional monitoring to ensure optimal water savings. If you need help setting up the technology, you may want to consult an SNWA WaterSmart contractor or visit a participating retailer for assistance. Some landscapers in the WaterSmart Contractors program also accept the Smart Controller Rebate Coupon. Visit snwa.com to see a list of WaterSmart contractors. Let a smart irrigation controller take the guesswork out of manually adjusting your irrigation clock. The SNWA rebate not only will save you money, but time you can spend outdoors enjoying your landscape instead. Reporting for Waterways, I'm Jenna Nava.
Single-family residents consume the largest amount of water in southern Nevada, more than golf courses, resorts, and commercial properties combined. Since the SNWA is committed to helping the community reduce water use, it makes sense to help residents create a water-smart lifestyle from the ground up. Corey Enos explains the value of a water-smart home.
Everywhere you turn, Las Vegas is building. Home construction is especially on the rise. But we're not just building more, we're building smarter and more sustainably. Many newer communities are water smart. These homes have technology to help home buyers live a water smart lifestyle without sacrificing the comforts of home. When you build from the ground up, your toughest choices usually involve whether to purchase the upgrades such as granite countertops, crown molding, or covered patios. But when you buy a water-smart home, a water-efficient foundation is already laid for you. Your purchase is a guaranteed step in helping Southern Nevada conserve its most precious natural resource, water. A new water-smart home can save up to 85,000 gallons of water more per year compared to a home built in 2003. That's huge water savings for Southern Nevada and conservation gains for homeowners, who can reap energy as well as water savings. Water-smart homes include high-efficiency appliance and fixtures, such as washers, toilets, faucets, and shower heads. Participating builders must meet standards for hot water delivery indoors and water-efficient irrigation systems outdoors. The Water Authority launched the WaterSmart Home program in partnership with the Southern Nevada Home Builders Association. The program provides customers the opportunity to purchase homes that exceed water efficiency standards, and it's one of the largest water efficiency programs for new homes in the nation.
The WaterSmart Home program did start in 2005, and it was the first of its kind, the first program to test and certify new home water efficiency on a very large scale. It has been very successful. There have been many builders that participated over the years, and each of these water efficient homes saves thousands of gallons per year compared to homes built 10 years ago.
With home construction rising again, more WaterSmart homes are on the market. Last year, builders constructed more than 800 new WaterSmart homes, bringing the Valley's total to more than 12,000 since the program began.
As the Valley continues to grow, it's very important that we try to minimize the water impact on new home construction. And for this program, we use the points-based system that it encourages home builders to use new water-efficient technologies, things such as ultra low-flow toilets, high-efficiency shower heads, smart weather-based irrigation controllers. All of these items can help draw down the water use for each home.
Under program guidelines, participating builders agree to designate and build individual neighborhoods that qualify as WaterSmart and are more efficient than current drought and plumbing codes mandate. This requires all homes within a WaterSmart neighborhood to meet standard requirements established by the SNWA. All WaterSmart homes' landscapes are guaranteed to comply with current laws and codes. And since Southern Nevadans on average use far more water outdoors on landscapes than they do indoors, the potential for outdoor water savings is high.
For outdoor water use, we know that on average, 70 or 80% of the total water use can be outside. So it's very important that we look at water efficiency outdoors. We look at landscape. This is low water use, desert adapted landscape, and high efficient drip irrigation systems. Of course, there is not going to be front lawns in these homes because the water use is very high.
While outdoor conservation has a big impact on our valley's water supply, it isn't the only way WaterSmart homes save water. These homes feature state-of-the-art appliances and fixtures to advance water savings even further, such as high-efficiency toilets that use 1.28 gallons of water or less per flush, kitchen faucets that release a maximum of 2.2 gallons of water per minute, low-flow bathroom faucets limited to 1.5 gallons per minute, shower heads that use 2.5 gallons of water per minute or less, and hot water systems that deliver hot water quickly, reducing waiting and waste. While all fixtures in a WaterSmart home must meet EPA WaterSense standards, appliances that are pre-installed or offered as upgrades also must meet energy standards, which include water efficiency standards. Homeowners will save both energy and water with specified high-efficiency dishwashers, washing machines, air conditioning systems, and drinking water treatment systems. Home builders agree to have a percentage of their newly built WaterSmart homes inspected by the Water Authority to ensure program conditions are met. The inspection includes a detailed checklist to verify that each component of a WaterSmart home is properly installed.
The program incorporates both energy standards from the Energy Star program as well as water efficiency standards for the Environmental Protection Agency's WaterSense program. So between those two standards, we look at the water use in appliances as well as fixtures, toilets, and shower heads.
Conserving water and energy is a natural way of life for most Southern Nevadans. But imagine how much more you could save if your home's technology did much of the work for you. It's possible with a WaterSmart home. Reporting for Waterways, I'm Corey Enos.
Pardee Homes recently joined the SNWA's Water Smart Home program. The home builder has a long history of building sustainable homes in southern Nevada. One of Pardee's newest Water Smart Home collections, Linnea, is located in Henderson's master plan community in Sparata. Linnea's water-efficient features include WaterSense-labeled low-flow faucets, ENERGY STAR dishwashers and clothes washers, as well as high-efficiency toilets. Water savings are also realized outdoors.
We work with the landscape architect not only to use the right materials, but also design the drip irrigation system and go into with the clocks to make sure we have a multifunctional clock that can have the different seasons, have the days of the week, multi-programmable. We also now offer an option to make that a Wi-Fi controller, so someone now can use an Apple or an Android phone and actually monitor their water usage through their clock.
In our environment in Las Vegas, being a desert arid environment, we find it an opportunity to conserve water, which is also important to our homeowners. You know, many of them aren't just important for them to save money, it's also important for them to contribute to the environment and not have a footprint where they're actually wasting.
Pardee launched its Living Smart program in 1998 to offer home buyers sustainable, cost-efficient homes. The program focuses on 5 areas of advancement: Health Smart, Energy Smart, Earth Smart, Home Smart, and Water Smart. The Water Smart component includes desert landscaping as well as high-efficiency fixtures and plumbing designed to conserve water. Local water quality providers have released their annual water quality reports. The reports are provided each June and detail your drinking water sources and quality, along with the results of the 2017 water quality analyses. The Southern Nevada Water Authority takes water quality very seriously and wants you to know your drinking water meets or surpasses all Safe Drinking Water Act standards.
This is a story of the numbers that make your water flow. 90% of our water comes from Lake Mead. Traveling through 6,500 miles of pipeline, your water is treated thoroughly, analyzed more than 300,000 times a year, and monitored 24/7 by experts. All to ensure your water meets or surpasses the highest quality standards on its way to the place that matters most, your tap. For objective information about water quality and in-home treatment systems, visit snwa.com.
The American Water Works Association recently recognized the Las Vegas Valley Water District as one of the safest utilities in the nation. The Water District received the 2018 Wendell R. Ledoux Utility Safety Award during AWWA's annual conference in June. The AWWA selects the nominee with the most impressive safety record for the past 5 years. During the conference held at Mandalay Bay, Water District teams displayed their skill in a hydrant hysteria competition, as well as a pipe tapping contest. The men's hydrant hysteria team assembled hydrants as crowds cheered, but didn't make the finals. Since there's currently no women's hydrant hysteria competition, 2 all-female teams from the district demonstrated their knowledge, speed, and accuracy to encourage a competition in the future. And the district men's tapping team competed against more than 30 other international teams in a high-energy competition to install a tap on a pressurized iron pipe, ultimately making it to the finals. That's it for this edition of Waterways. If you have any comments or questions, contact us at Waterways, 1001 South Valley View Boulevard, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89153. Or send us an email through our website at snwa.com. Stay connected with SNWA through our social media channels. You can find us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube. Thank you for watching. We'll see you again next time, right here on Waterways.
Due to voting discrepancies, a special election will be held for the Republican nominee for Clark County Public Administrator. Republican voters will receive a ballot in the mail. When you receive your mail ballot, you can vote in one of 3 ways. Sign the provided postage-paid envelope and mail it in. Drop off your ballot at one of the following locations, or vote in person at the County Election Center. Ballots must be received by 7 p.m. on July 17. For more information, visit clarkcountymv.gov/vote or call 702-455-VOTE.
Whoa, that's an earthquake. Thanks, Captain Obvious. You think you know everything about earthquakes? Because I do. Oh, really? Which state has the most earthquakes after Alaska, California, and Hawaii? Yeah, Nevada. And I happen to know that if a big one hits, you want to drop, find cover, and hold on until the shaking stops. Most injuries happen during earthquakes because of falling objects. Don't put heavy objects above your bed. Fasten bookshelves and water heaters to walls. Yeah, put the heaviest items right on the floor or on the lowest shelves. Go to Clark County's website for more earthquake safety tips. Told you I knew everything.
You're watching Clark County Television, our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada.
All right, thank you everybody for coming tonight. Obviously, I'm not Bill Brown, who usually does this role. I am David Damore. I'm a professor of political science at UNLV. I'm also a non-resident senior fellow at the Brookings Institution in Government Studies, like Molly. So this is actually the last of the Brookings Scholars Lecture this year, so thank you for coming. So Molly's going to talk to us tonight a little bit about her title of her talk is essentially looking at the conflict between Republican-led states and the Republican-led Washington, D.C. Where are the fault lines, what we've already seen, as well as what we might see in the future here. This is what, your second trip out?
It is my second trip out.
So Molly's second trip out there. She is the author of a book on the filibuster, Expectations to the Rule, about the politics of filibuster, limitations in the U.S. Senate, which explores basically how Congress tried to get around their own rules to pass legislation. Most recently, we saw that with the tax legislation that came out in last year there. And of course, that's how Obamacare got passed as well, way back when here. Her current research projects include work on the congressional budget process, the consequences of partisan dynamics on how the budget actually works and does not work more often, and how federalism and the consequences of federalism on national policy making during the era of a unified Republican Party control in Washington, D.C. Molly received her PhD in political science and public policy from the University of Michigan and her BA in government from Smith College. Prior to working at, actually we were at Brookings before. She was working as a research coordinator in the government studies program in Brookings. She's also done some teaching at Jordan Vation. She did some teaching today in my class, in fact. So we'll turn it over to Molly.
Great, thanks Dave, and thank you all for coming. It's really great to be back here at UNLV. I am really excited about how warm it is outside. This is definitely still winter when I left the East Coast, so that's been a lovely change. And tonight, as Dave said, I'm going to be talking about some work on a new project. That's actually joint work with one of my Brookings colleagues, Elizabeth Mann, and we're calling it When Interests Collide. And it's on sources and areas of conflict between Republican-led states and Republicans at the national level. And just to tell you a little bit about how we got started on this project. The idea first came to us in the aftermath of the 2016 election. I actually was looking in preparation for this lecture at all of my files from the project, and I think our very first notes on this project are from the week after the 2016 election, when the very emergent, immediate conventional wisdom was, once Republicans have control of the House, the Senate, and the presidency in 2017, the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, is sort of dead from day one. And we sort of took a look at that conventional wisdom and started to think, maybe that's not quite true. As we all know, I'm going to talk quite a lot about the ACA tonight. As we all know, it's ultimately still alive in some form. But part of why we thought initially that it might survive is because of the existence of a number of states, including states led by Republicans, where the ACA was working and had been implemented to full effect. And so Elizabeth does a lot of work on the state-based implementation of federal policy. I do a lot of work on Congress, so this seems like a natural place for us to work together. So to start us off, I'm going to walk us through 4 events from 2017. Many of them, if not all of them, will be familiar to you because they all involve your governor, Brian Sandoval. So the first comes from January of 2017. And in January of 2017, Governor Sandoval, at the very beginning of January, sends a letter to House Republican leaders indicating that they should, any changes they make to the Affordable Care Act should make sure to leverage the advancements that were already made. Later in the month, he joins, so Governor Sandoval is the vice chair of the National Governors Association. He joins the other governors in sending another letter that is more specifically about Medicaid and asks that if Congress is considering changes to Medicaid, it need to continue to have a big federal role and to take advantage of the Medicaid expansion that had happened under the Affordable Care Act. So we see very immediately some pushback from Republican governors against repealing the ACA. Republicans in Congress, on the other hand, go full speed ahead, setting up, this is a picture from a vote in the Senate in January of 2017, sort of set forth the framework to be able to repeal the ACA under filibuster-proof procedures. So first example of Republican governors going one way, Republicans in Congress going the other. Let's fast forward to June. At this point, the House, after a couple false starts, has successfully passed a bill repealing the ACA. Governor Sandoval joins 6 other governors to, again, send a letter, this time about the bill that the House has actually passed. Again, focusing largely on the Medicaid provisions. It says the Medicaid provisions are particularly problematic. He also has this relatively notorious press conference with Senator Heller, who, given the lighting here, is sort of in the shadows over there, which seems sort of appropriate. But it's this press conference where Governor Sandoval and Senator Heller indicate that the approach that the House is taking is unacceptable. Republicans in Congress, again, at this point in the Senate, continue to go full speed ahead. There was a thought for a while that the Senate might take a different tack than the House. They ultimately introduce a bill in the Senate that looks quite a lot like the House bill. President Trump had called that House bill mean in June. The Senate chooses to take a very similar approach despite hearing this pushback from governors. So in July, we see, again, Governor Sandoval joined this time 9 other governors to oppose the emerging Senate proposal on the ACA. So this letter, which is to the Senate leaders, Mitch McConnell and Chuck Schumer, not only indicates their displeasure with the Medicaid provisions, but it also specifically says that the Senate should reject this skinny repeal proposal, which, if you were watching the debate, was this idea that the Senate would do kind of the bare minimum merely for legislative momentum purposes. The Senate would just pass something so that this process could continue. The Senate, again, disregards this position from the governors, tries to pass this skinny repeal bill. This is a picture of John McCain just before he gives his thumbs down to vote no. You can see Mitch McConnell off there in the background looking very displeased about what's happening. But again, this is sort of the third example of where there is pressure from governors to go in one direction and Congress at least tries to go in the other. And then I'm going to end this kind of lead up with something that happened in September, which is that, so Congress goes on recess in August. They all go home. At the beginning of recess, they all seem sort of resigned to the idea that they're done working on this. They start to hear from constituents, particularly well-placed Republican constituents, that no, they really need to take one more crack at trying to repeal the ACA in 2017. At the beginning of September, there's a kind of key, wonky, but important event where basically the Senate parliamentarian, whose job is to provide guidance to the senators on what the rules say, basically says, all right, senators, if you want this chance to repeal the ACA under these procedures that protect the bill from a filibuster, you have to finish it by the end of September. If you don't finish it by the end of September, and you want to do another bill that is exempt from a filibuster after the 1st of October, you only get one shot. And you want to use that shot for a tax bill, so you've got to make a choice. Either hurry up and do a health care bill now, or try to do health care and a tax bill together after October 1st. There was no real sense that that part of the plan would work. So that really kind of lit a fire under Republicans for one last shot at doing this. This is, again, a letter from Governor Sandoval and 9 other governors indicating that they opposed the plan that was emerging for this last-ditch effort. It's a proposal that I'll refer to as the Graham-Cassidy proposal. Alternatively, Graham, Cassidy, Heller, and Johnson. Those were the 4 Republican senators who were prominently involved in pushing this. Again, Senate tries quite hard to do the opposite of what these governors are requesting. They ultimately realize they don't have the votes. You can see Bill Cassidy, senator from Louisiana, looking pretty glum on the far side of that picture. September ends, and with it, any real serious legislative effort at repealing the ACA. So these are kind of 4 key moments in the process of this ACA repeal fight from last year. And at all of them, we saw governors wanting one thing, including some Republican governors. Governor Sandoval was not the only one. We also saw prominent activism from Governor Kasich of Ohio, Governor Baker of Massachusetts, Governor Scott of Vermont, and Governor Hogan of Maryland, Republicans all. And they were diverging from their national co-partisans, national Republicans, on this major policy issue. So just to give you a little sense of where we're going with the rest of the talk, I'm going to talk a little bit about how we should think about this behavior by Sandoval and other Republican governors. And I'm going to bring in some political science research from kind of a couple different areas of the field that will help us think about this. I'm going to talk about what we actually saw happen in 2017. So I gave some highlights using the example of Governor Sandoval, but I'm going to present some data that Elizabeth and I have been collecting on more systematically what's been happening. Also going to draw some comparisons to previous health policy debates. In this talk, I'm going to talk mainly about a law that was passed in 1997, creating the Children's Health Insurance Program. As Elizabeth and I continue to work on this project, we're also going to be comparing this case in 2017 to major legislation in 1995 and the original passage of the ACA. And then I'm also going to talk at the end about a little bit of what we should watch going forward. What are some other both areas of tension in the healthcare area, and what are some other policy areas where we are seeing this tension between Republican governors and a Republican national government. So before I do that, I want to just remind us quickly sort of why the ACA is a really interesting case to study this tension between national and state level Republicans. And it's in large part because the ACA is set up in such a way that responsibility for implementing it is shared between the federal government and state governments. So one major area of this is the Medicaid expansion. So under a Supreme Court decision in 2012, states could not be required to expand Medicaid. As of today, there are 32 states that have chosen to do so. There are a couple states, including Virginia and I think Utah, that are now considering expansions. And this set of 32 states includes 11 states that had a Republican governor at the time, excuse me, they chose to expand. Another area where responsibility is shared between states and the federal government is in the marketplaces. And these are these websites that individuals use to purchase coverage on the individual market and to access the subsidies that they might have available to them from the federal government to do so. Under a 2015 Supreme Court decision, individuals can access those subsidies whether or not a marketplace is created by an individual state or maintained by the federal government, and the law gives states the option of choosing whether or not to create their own marketplace or leave it to the federal government to do so. A third way in which responsibility is shared here is through what we call waivers. And basically, waivers are the ability of individual states to apply for permission from the federal government for some flexibility in how they implement the law. So there's long-standing waiver authority under Medicaid, where states can ask the federal government for flexibility in implementing Medicaid in their states. There's also provisions in the ACA that are specific to some of the ACA's state-based provisions, where basically states, if they can justify that they'll cover as many people and that it will cost no more to the federal government, they can access some flexibility. So this is all to say that the ACA provides, because it creates a shared responsibility for implementation between states and the federal government, it provides us with an interesting way to study this dynamic. So one possibility is that the same set of things that predicted how individual states implemented the ACA in the first place will be the things that predict whether we see Republican tension between governors and the federal government. So the first thing we know about how states chose to implement the ACA is that it's largely a partisan story. So the biggest predictor of whether a state was going to oppose particularly expanding Medicaid was whether the state's governor was a Republican and whether Republicans controlled the legislature. This partisan story also helps explain how fast states went. So Democratic-led states that chose to expand Medicaid generally went faster than Republican-led states. And this is important, but it doesn't really help us understand why we saw some governors, like Governor Sandoval, choose to push back against the feds in 2017, because this would suggest that they would have simply gone along with what the federal level Republicans were doing. So there are other things, though, that mattered, and these might help us understand better what some of the source of this tension was. So one thing that seemed to matter quite a bit for predicting whether a state was going to expand Medicaid in particular was how strong was organized business support in the state for the decision to expand. The presence of pro-expansion healthcare providers was also a driver, and states that had existing higher levels of Medicaid benefits also tended to move faster in expanding. Interestingly, there's little evidence that maybe what we would call need drove decision-making at the state level about how to implement the ACA. So there's not a lot of evidence that states with higher uninsured populations or where there were more high-need hospitals or states with lower per capita incomes, they didn't seem to expand Medicaid or be more aggressive in implementing the ACA. So another possibility is that this is an electoral story, that it's not necessarily about the ACA specifically, but it's more broadly about whether governors, what their electoral situation is. So one possible explanation here would be that governors are afraid of being blamed for their national colleagues' decision to cut benefits. So if Republicans in Congress decide to cut Medicaid, governors might be afraid that that is going to affect them negatively in their reelection efforts. So for this to be true, for governors' kind of concern in this area to be well-founded, voters would need to be able to distinguish between which level of government is actually responsible for something. So if voters can tell that governors are doing one thing and the federal government is doing something else, then maybe governors don't need to be worried about this. But if voters are bad at that and are just going to conflate what's happening at the national level with what's happening at the state level, then maybe governors should be more concerned. And what we know from the literature is that voters can make these distinctions, but only sometimes and only in certain circumstances. Things like voters who are pretty well informed can generally tell the difference between which level of government is responsible for what thing. If they're kind of reminded of or cued into which level, they can generally effectively report back in a survey, that sort of thing. So this suggests to me that there's a real possibility that if something was happening at the national level, that governors might legitimately be blamed by voters for what was happening. So a second possibility is that what happens in state level elections is just really about what's happening at the federal level. And so a different way to put this is it's really just what's happening with the president all the way down. There's some pretty interesting work that suggests that state legislators of electoral fate is largely determined by presidential approval. There's also some evidence that voters will punish the president's party at the ballot box, even for things like local tax increases that the voters themselves enacted through a ballot measure. So this is to suggest that there's sort of the nationalization of electoral politics might be playing a role here. There's also some work that suggests that when responsibility for a particular policy area is shared, voters will just blame whichever level of government is controlled by the other party. So if you are a Republican in a Republican-controlled state and there's a Democratic president and there's a policy area where they share responsibility, you're just going to blame the Democrats and the Democratic president for what's happening, not your own party members. And so this could really cut both ways for governors in 2017. On one hand, if Republican governors think that Republican voters will like that national level Republicans were fulfilling this long-held Republican campaign promise, they might reward governors for a repeal of the ACA in this setup. But if voters don't like the repeal of the ACA, then they might just choose to punish governors anyway because they're unhappy with what the federal level office holders are doing. So the last thing I want to touch on before I show you some data is what do we know about the ACA and political behavior specifically? So there's some good work that suggests, on one hand, that Medicaid beneficiaries are significantly less likely to register, to vote, to take other kinds of political action. There's also some evidence that the Medicaid expansion increased political participation, but that's both increasing turnout among new beneficiaries and a backlash effect among conservatives who were unhappy about states having expanded Medicaid. It's also not clear that these effects really persisted past 2014. So what this evidence suggests to us is that it's probably not the case that governors were really concerned about specific electoral punishment from the population who benefited the most from the Medicaid expansion, but that the other evidence suggests that there may be some electoral and political motivation going on here. So one of the things that we did to kind of start this project is just try to get a sense of, well, how active were governors on this issue in 2017? So this is a graph of all 50 governors. And along the bottom are the number of newspaper articles that mentioned one of the governors and his or her position on repeal and replace between January and September of 2017. The red bars are Republican governors. The blue bars are Democratic governors. Alaska has an independent governor. That's the green bar. There are roughly 900 newspaper articles that we looked at in this analysis. And you'll see, first of all, that there's lots of variation. So the governor at the top of the list is John Kasich of Ohio, who was mentioned in more than 100 newspaper articles about repeal and replace. The governor of Hawaii was mentioned 0 times. Don't have a great explanation for that, but we see a lot of variation here. We also see, for example, that 6 of the top 10 most frequently mentioned governors were Republicans. And this is a mix of people who supported repeal and who opposed repeal. So number 1 and 2 are Governors Kasich and Sandoval, who are both repeal opponents. Governor Baker of Massachusetts is number 3. Number 4 is Governor Doug Ducey of Arizona, who was a prominent repeal supporter. We also see in the top 10 Governor Hutchinson of Arkansas, who was a repeal supporter, and Governor LePage of Maine, who was a repeal supporter. So this is interesting data to look at. It really gives us a sense of how much variation there was among governors across both parties in this debate. But what can it tell us about whether these electoral incentives seem to matter? So I want to focus here on the 17 Republican governors in 2017 who led states that expanded Medicaid. So within this group of 17, there were 5 governors who were term limited and can't run again. And we would think that might be important because if you can't run again, you're going to have really different electoral incentives. Basically, you're not running for re-election, so it matters less to you personally what's happening because you're not going to be on the ballot again. There were 7 governors in this group who were running for re-election in 2018. So these are the governors who we think might be most sensitive to any electoral incentives. And then there are 5 governors in this group who aren't running in 2018, either because their state doesn't have a gubernatorial election in 2018 or because they had simply chosen not to run. So the most active group here were the term-limited governors. So these 5 governors who were term-limited and couldn't run again, they averaged about 40 mentions. A lot of that is driven by Sandoval and Kasich, both of whom are term-limited, and we're at the very top of that graph that I showed. The second most active group were these governors who were running for re-election, who we thought might be most sensitive to electoral incentives. So this includes proponents of repeal, like Ducey and Hutchinson. Ducey notably was a proponent of repeal and tried to persuade John McCain to also be a proponent of repeal. He famously called John McCain the night of that failed vote in the Senate and told him it was okay to vote for repeal. This group of governors who were running for re-election also includes Governors Baker, Hogan, and Scott, who are all opponents. So we see both groups of governors being, both sides of the issue being active in this group. This group averaged about 28 mentions in that graph. And then the governors who simply weren't running in 2018 and weren't term limited, they averaged about 15 mentions. So this suggests to us that there is something about an electoral story happening, that some of the behavior we see is consistent with governors responding to the electoral incentives that are in front of them. So what about sort of policy effects? You know, there are a couple different ways this might work. One would be, you know, kind of what we would like to be true in an ideal world, which is that if a state is going to be hurt by repeal, electoral incentives aside, a governor of that state should oppose repeal. Whereas if a state might benefit from repeal, electoral incentives aside, the governor should advocate for that. Another possibility is that states that were going to be really hurt by repeal, that they might have particularly active interest group coalitions that would be pushing the governor to oppose repeal. If you think back to when I talked about some of the work that looks at why the ACA was implemented in the way it was in the first place, one big factor there was whether sort of hospitals and other business groups were really pushing for expansion. So this is some data that Elizabeth and I put together in September when the Senate was thinking about this Graham-Cassidy Heller-Johnson proposal. And what that proposal would have done was basically take the money that was that's currently available under the ACA, convert it into a block grant where it just goes to states as a big chunk of money, with states having some ability just to decide how that money was spent. And it would also implement certain caps on Medicaid spending. And so the Kaiser Family Foundation took a look at what the projections and the projected changes for different states would be under this proposal. So in this graph, the right side is states that would benefit from the change. The left side are states that would lose from the change. And it's in billions of dollars. And then the bars, red bars are governors who came out against this proposal. Green bars are governors who came out for the proposal. And then the gray bars are governors who didn't make a public statement about it, including the governor of Texas, where the proposal was written such that it would potentially benefit Texas quite significantly. So if we look at the pattern here, we can see that all of the governors who came out against this proposal were from states that were projected to lose out. So that's the governors of Maryland, Massachusetts, Nevada, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico, Ohio, and Vermont. On the supporting the proposal side, we see it cut both ways. So we see some governors who were projected to whose states were projected to benefit coming out in support. But we also see some governors whose states were projected to lose coming out in support of the proposal, including, again, our friends, Governors Ducey and Hutchinson, who are, again, in that group of governors who are running for re-election in 2018. So was 2017 unusual? Was kind of the level of activity that we saw governors engage in different than past healthcare debates over issues that have shared federal and state responsibility? The short answer, at least when we're comparing 2017 to 1997 and the creation of the Children's Health Insurance Program, is yes. So remember I told you that there were about 900 mentions of governors and their positions on ACA repeal in newspaper articles in 2017. There were a total of 24 mentions of governors in relation to the creation of CHIP in 1997. The highest number there is Governor Lawton Chiles of Florida, who was mentioned 4 times. So if you think about that in comparison to the over 100 times that Governor Kasich was mentioned in 2017, we do see a big difference here. So what are maybe some of the reasons for that difference? So one is that in 2017, we had unified Republican control at the national level, whereas in 1997, there was divided control at the national level. Republicans controlled Congress, and there was a Democratic president in the White House. And this may have led governors in 1997 to think, we need to be less active on this issue because we know that divided government at the federal level might produce a compromise that reflects a mix of Democratic and Republican preferences better, as opposed to 2017 when unified government potentially had the ability for Republicans to implement something that was on a more party line basis. Another reason that we might have seen this difference is that in 1997, we were looking at a prospective new program, a gains for governors, whereas in 2017, we were looking at the prospect of big losses for some governors. And one thing we know from sort of the psychology literature is that people tend to be more sensitive to losses than they are to gains. And so if we're thinking about kind of the downstream electoral consequences, voters might be more aware of losses that they incurred in 2017, and that would trickle up to governors who felt the need to be more active. The 1997 legislation was bipartisan from the start. The 2 biggest champions of it were Senator Kennedy of Massachusetts, a Democrat, and Senator Hatch of Utah, a Republican. It was also a much smaller change, so again, governors may not have felt the need to be quite as active. And it had very popular potential beneficiaries. It's really politically popular to insure kids. This is a quote from the governor of Nevada in 1997, who pointed out that governors welcomed the opportunity to build on their previous successes in extending health insurance to more kids. So one of the things that we're going to be working on in this project is continuing to explore some of these explanations for what makes some of these cases different than others. So just to sort of conclude, and then I'll talk a little bit about what we should watch going forward. So we think there's probably little reason to expect that governors' behavior in 2017 was driven by a really specific concern that they would be punished electorally by Medicaid beneficiaries if the federal government made these big sweeping changes to Medicaid. But an electoral story that emphasizes the broader place of the ACA in national politics is more likely. So the idea that governors, even governors in states that would have lost out from the law that was proposed in 2017, if those were governors who are up for re-election this year in deep red states like Arkansas, those governors might have felt, because of the overall national political environment, it was the politically optimal thing to do to come out against or in favor of repeal, I should say. Whereas we saw several of the governors who came out against repeal are Republican governors from bluer states like Maryland and Massachusetts, where the ACA is broadly popular. And then there's some suggestive evidence that these policy effects may have played a role, that governors were paying attention to what actually would have happened in their states and were responding by pushing back against the federal government because of that. So what else should we pay attention to going forward in this area? So now that we've seen what's the likely end of major legislative efforts to repeal the ACA, where else might we see state-federal tension in the healthcare area? So a couple things to watch here is Massachusetts, which is a state with a Republican governor, is currently proposing adopting a drug formulary, which basically means a list of prescription drugs that Medicaid would cover. Currently, that's not permitted as part of Medicaid. And this seems like the kind of thing that a conservative administration would be interested in approving. It's very focused on controlling costs, that sort of thing. But the Trump administration has expressed skepticism about approving Massachusetts' request to do this. So that's one kind of interesting case of tension that we might watch. The other is in Idaho, where the state of Idaho has a proposal to basically allow insurance companies to sell health insurance plans that don't comply with the ACA. Again, given the Trump administration's hesitancy about the ACA, we might think they would be excited about this prospect, but they've so far been a little lukewarm towards it. They've basically said that Idaho can't do exactly what it wants. Maybe it can do something else that might have similar effects. But again, these are two Republican-led states that are pushing back and in some conflict with the federal government on health policy. What are some other policy areas that we might watch here? So one that Elizabeth and I have written a little bit about that we're paying attention to is education. So if we think back to the confirmation of Betsy DeVos to be the education secretary about a year ago, that was very contentious, in part because there were Republican senators, two of whom, Susan Collins of Maine and Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, ended up voting against DeVos, who heard from a lot of their constituents that Secretary DeVos's pro-charter school, pro-school choice agenda would not necessarily work well for states with large rural populations. And so that's one place where we might see more tension. And then lastly is some interesting environmental policy areas. So we saw, I think earlier this year, the Trump administration propose to expand offshore drilling. And immediately, the state of Florida said, we don't want this. Again, it's Florida, led by Republican Governor Rick Scott. And then the Trump administration changed its proposal to exempt Florida from the expansion. So again, lots of interesting places to watch as Republican-led states either go along with or push back against what the federal government is up to. So I will stop there, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Molly. Questions for Molly?
Yeah.
Was there significant international reaction to the repeal of the individual mandate at all?
So in December, when so as part of the tax bill that was passed in December, Republicans were successful at repealing the individual mandate. We haven't collected the newspaper data, but from just kind of paying attention to this, I don't think there was nearly as much, and there are a couple of reasons for that. Number one, the individual mandate doesn't necessarily have effects that differ a lot across states because everyone was subject to it. So it's not the case that because you live in Nevada, which has expanded Medicaid, versus living in a state that hasn't, you're going to feel really different effects of the policy. The other reason is because the individual mandate was far and away the least popular part of the Affordable Care Act. People hate being told they have to do things like buy insurance. And so even as other parts of the law grew in popularity in the face of Republican efforts to repeal it last year, so we saw things like the protections for pre-existing conditions become more popular and that sort of thing. Support for the individual mandate never really got more popular. And so even for governors who are generally in favor of keeping the Medicaid expansion and other parts of the ACA, it would be a pretty hard political lift to come out in favor of the least popular part of the law. Yeah?
What was the impact of the Freedom Coalition in Congress and their impact on the states where they were present?
It's a good question. And one thing that we did a little bit of work on and never really came to a clear explanation of was, so there were Freedom Caucus members from a number of states who were pushing for this amendment that is ultimately part of what got the bill across the finish line in the House that would provide state-based flexibility. And in that case, we saw some House members who weren't part of the Freedom Caucus align with the Freedom Caucus, despite the fact that it would be quite unpopular in their states. So I think at the end of the day, a big part of this story is just that this was a major Republican policy promise that folks in Congress really felt like they had to follow through on, and they were willing to do, in some cases, kind of whatever it took legislatively to try and get across the finish line. But it's an interesting thing to think about, and I think the Freedom Caucus was quite influential in how this went through Congress. Yeah.
I want to say a question, but I don't know how to word it right, so maybe you can help me.
I can do my best.
What do you think about political figures that are in politics for like a long time, and then they try to use that stuff in their benefit? But like, for example, the health care that he was talking about one. But let's say that they were against it, but they said they were for it, and then later on they said that they were against it. Do you think that the longer you are in politics, the less that works in your favor?
So I certainly think the longer one's political career lasts, the more likely it is you're going to find yourself in situations that pressure you to take one position versus a different position. Yeah. So I mean, this was quite famously happened to John Kerry in the 2004 presidential election. He was for it, and then he was against it, and he was accused of flip-flopping. So I think just the longer you have a political career, the more likely that is to come up. And then the question of, well, does it matter, is really going to depend on your particular electoral situation at a given time. So it'll be really interesting, for instance, to watch whether Senator Heller's going from being against repeal to being pretty aggressively pro-repeal over the span of just a couple of months in 2017, whether that has any implications for his ability to win re-election here in Nevada this year. And I don't know. You all are more Nevada political experts than I am, but that'll be, I think, an interesting thing to watch. Yeah, you're welcome.
Good question.
Yeah.
So right now, the federal government's still paying a big chunk of the Medicaid expansion. Do you think these attitudes are going to change as the states are required to pick up more of the tab?
I think that's potentially true. One of the things that was really interesting to watch governors take a position on, and senators from states, Republican senators from states that had expanded Medicaid, was during the debate over how long the period over which the Medicaid expansion would phase out would be. So there was, will it phase out over 5 years? Will it phase out over 10 years? That sort of thing. And I do think it's possible that as states become more responsible for covering more of the Medicaid expansion, it will become less popular. But at the same time, I think many people regard the Medicaid expansion as the most successful part of the law. And particularly as it's also proven to be a part of the law that's been less susceptible to kind of administrative change at the federal level. That's changing a little bit with the push towards implementing work requirements for Medicaid, which the Trump administration has started to do administratively. But it'll certainly be interesting to watch, and including, to get back to something I mentioned in the talk, the fact that there are some of these governors who were the highest profile supporters of keeping the Medicaid expansion won't still be in office. They're term limited out. So it's hard to say kind of what the next order consequences of what we're looking at here will be. But I do, one of the big takeaways that I think we've had from this project so far is that this activism by governors was really relevant in the debate.
All right, I got another one for you.
Okay, go for it.
So do you think part of the struggles for Republicans, repeal was the easy part, but the replace part? Because, at the end of the day, this is started as a Republican idea as the alternative to Clinton care. Yes, Romney is the first to do it in Massachusetts.
Yeah, so I do think, and if we go back all the way to the beginning of the talk, when I talk about what happened in January of 2017, this question of whether Republicans were going to repeal and replace at the same time, or repeal now and replace later, was actually a big sticking point. And from my perspective, that was kind of the place where things really started to go off the rails for Republican efforts. I don't think that Republicans, particularly Paul Ryan in the House, thought he was going to have as much trouble as he did uniting his caucus behind kind of a grand strategy, not even the particulars. So there was one part of the Republican conference in the House who said, if we repeal the bill now, but give ourselves 2 years to come up with a replacement, we're never actually going to repeal the bill. We're going to say we did it, but we're just going to keep kicking the can down the road. There was another part of the House Republican Conference who said, if we repeal the bill now without a replacement, we're never actually going to replace the law. And the sort of that first group tended to be kind of the Freedom Caucus types. That second group tended to be more moderate establishment Republicans. And together, they had enough votes to basically force some sort of agreement, which ended up being, we're going to repeal and replace at the same time, which proved to be really hard to do. Yes?
You're dealing with Congress, you're dealing with the government. Do you think voters are even cognizant of any of this?
So, I mean, I think that because the ACA was sort of a high enough profile issue, that I do think that registered with a lot of voters, that there was activity on this issue, that there was the potential that the law was going to be repealed. Whether voters were actually distinguishing between what the governors wanted and what Congress wanted, I think am also sort of skeptical, and I think a lot of the research I talked about supports me in that skepticism. But to the extent that voters would identify what was happening with Republicans, I think they are definitely capable of doing that, but not necessarily assigning credit or blame specifically across the levels of government.
Any other questions for Molly? All right, we can all get home and get the hockey game starts in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On our next edition of In Your Neighborhood, Commissioner Lawrence Weekly and I are high above the strip at the High Roller Observation Wheel. That's In Your Neighborhood, right here on Clark County Television.
Welcome to Club Ride. Club Ride is a free employee benefits program that encourages and rewards the employees that would like to or currently carpooling, walking, biking, taking transit, or even motorcycling to and from work.
Club Ride has excellent programs and services for commuters,
such as Guaranteed Ride Home, Club Ride discounts, Easy Rider, and the monthly price drawings.
Club Ride Rewards is a program that rewards commuters every month for clean green commutes to and from work. As a Club Ride member, you can win cash and prizes every month. It's a great thing.
Oh, we love winning the awards. We've been carpooling over 11 years now.
We were doing it before it was the thing to do.
I think I'm a better driver.
No, I'm the better driver.
Carpooling was just kind of a natural thing. We could ride to work, we could talk to one another on our way, and saved us time and gas. But that extra prize makes it extra fun.
I was carpooling before it was cool, and before we got the Rockstar parking for carpooling. Club Ride has this really cool website. You go in and you log your trips each week, and it calculates for you how much money you've saved, how much of an impact you've had on the environment in terms of less emissions and so on. So I know for a fact I've saved $300 each year carpooling.
After 20 years of driving in Las Vegas traffic, I think I'd had enough and I was ready for a change. I currently commute by taking the new transit buses. There's a new park and ride in my neighborhood, so I just drive over there and hop on the bus.
I commute with this bad boy right here. My employer not only supports it, she lets me park my bicycle right in my closet at work. I love the Club Ride discount program because I get to use it at Jason's Deli, Cold Stone Creamery, and then I'm even able to use it at my bike shop, Bicycle World. I wish I would have learned about it earlier.
One of the great benefits for employers is the outreach that we do. We set up a table, we give away free t-shirts, we talk to them, we educate them about the program, and then of course the incentives that are available to them. Once employers realize what we do for them, they love it.
Club Ride is extremely successful at Bellagio. We've been a partner with Club Ride since 1999, and currently we have about 1,200 employees enrolled. We provide our employees with reserved parking, bike racks, motorcycle area, as well as pre-tax payroll deduction for the passes.
I think the Club Ride program is very well thought out, very well engineered. Cox is really committed to being a Club Ride partner. We have swipe machines at every entrance where employees can log their commutes. We also have bicycle racks. We have the ability for employees to work compressed work weeks and flexible schedules. And we have pool vehicles that are available for those employees that commute who need a vehicle to use to visit a customer or to go to another office.
Having a strong commute options program is really important to the city of Henderson. Currently, we have over 400 of our employees that are enrolled in the Club Ride program. We have lots of prize winners every month, and I really make a big deal about it. I hand deliver all the prizes. They're just really excited, especially if one of the other employees sees that they're getting this prize. That kind of motivates them and they want to be part of that.
I'm Joan with Cox Communications. I'm proud to be a carpooler, and I think you should be too.
Less traffic and cleaner air, and that's a good thing.
Less traffic, cleaner air. Carpooling is a good thing.
I'm Joey over at the Rio, and I love being a Club Ride member.
I'm Bill with Cox Communications, and we're a proud partner with Club Ride.
Commute options are a good thing. Partner with Club Ride today.
To find out more, visit the Club Ride website.
Or call 228-RIDE or go to your HR office and speak to your transportation coordinator.
That's a wrap. That sounds good. That's a wrap.
Or can I do like Janis Joplin? That's all, folks.
On the next edition of Clark County Chronicles, flash flood season is here, an annual reminder to turn around, don't drown. Operation Mustang was an extraordinary full-scale drill testing our first responders, and the Las Vegas Aces are already assisting our young future basketball stars. Those stories and more coming up on the next edition of Clark County Chronicles, right here on Clark County Television.
Oh my God, this car's gonna hit us. Oh my God! Oh, we're floating! We're floating! We're floating! Oh my God! Oh my God!
I was born here in Las Vegas in 1913.
Born in Las Vegas in 1936.
August 1931.
October 1953.
Born here on February 22nd.
I've been here since the first day of 1950.
Came to Las Vegas in 1949.
I came to Las Vegas in 1953.
October 3rd, 1949.
1952 September.
I moved here in 1955.
Came to Las Vegas in 1943.
In 1961.
I was born here in Clark County before Las Vegas.
Gail and I were going together, and we were at an air show. And all of a sudden, over the loudspeaker, it came, all military personnel is to return to Las Vegas Army Airfield immediately.
And then they came on and said that Pearl Harbor had been bombed.
It was just a madhouse, people leaving, trying to find ways to get back to town. There were no buses or anything like that.
But the exodus of kids at this air show was amazing.
I remember going out and hawking newspapers to the people that were coming back.
And I made some pretty good money because we put out several extras and people were paying me quarter, 50 cents for a newspaper, and it sold for a nickel.
We just turned on the radio at the time. We thought at first it was another Orson Welles thing. I mean, nobody could really believe it. You know, they thought, oh, this can't be possible. But
I don't really think too many people on December 7th, 41 really realized that what was happening to us.
Then when the next day, when President Roosevelt came on the radio, we were going to war. And
they needed workers for war work. And so a lot of kids quit school and went to work.
Well, we quit high school. We quit our last year of high school and joined the Navy. Then when I graduated from high school, I went to work out at the magnesium plant. And I worked out there for a while until my number came up in the draft, and then I went to the Army.
I got drafted in April 1943. And
Daddy went to sign up, and they said, no, we won't take you, because running a radio station is a vital industry. And if the Japanese bomb the West Coast, the only way we will have of controlling evacuation would be Radio Kino.
The war effort was enveloping. Everyone was affected by it.
Leather, tires, gasoline, everything was rationed.
A milk delivery, believe it or not, as part of the war effort, they hooked the horses up to trucks.
During the war, we had no lumber, no critical materials to sell, and Dad just barely held on.
Housing was very scarce. There were boxes and tents all along the Boulder Highway. And
in fact, we had drives where we would pick up scrap and send it. Our pictures in the annual are all group pictures because paper was rationed, printing was rationed, ink was rationed, film was rationed, and so we were really lucky to even have an annual to put out.
During the war, when you crossed the dam from the Nevada side to Arizona, Nevada, you were required to have your windows rolled up. And you were escorted across the dam by an armed guard.
When you go over Hoover Dam, you better go over 10,000 feet, otherwise you'll be shot down. Because the dam was heavily guarded.
When we came down off the hill to the deal, there was some big guard gates there, and there was Marines there with rifles. Bunker on the hill on the opposite side on Arizona was still manned. The Army said that if you don't close the cat houses, why, we're going to put the town off limits. And of course, they thought that there was more money to be made, you know, with the soldiers coming into town. And of course, we didn't want the soldiers locked out of town, for crying out loud.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television.
This is Nevada Health. Today we are with Jeff Spar, and he is a Vice President of Specialty Business Development at Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield. Thanks for coming on the show.
Thanks for having me. Great to be here.
Yeah. So can you explain to us what integrated population health is?
Sure. Integration population health management is really, it's taking a vast variety of data from a number of different resources and effectively aggregating that information all together, applying analytics, looking at that information to gather insights, and then figuring out how to actually use that information to engage, whether that's with a member or a patient, whether that's for a doctor, really anything in the healthcare system that can ultimately impact and improve somebody's overall health, lower the cost of care, and then improve the experience for everyone. So it's really that aggregation of data and using it in a way to really improve health outcomes.
So how is this for the average person who comes in to see a doctor? How do they see this actually play out?
Yeah, so great question. In some ways, they don't see it, and it happens behind the scenes, and that's actually okay as well. But, you know, a couple of real examples. So at Anthem, one of the things that we do, and I think a lot of times people don't realize the connection. One of the things that we're trying to do is put the eyes and the teeth and mental health back into your body and kind of have this holistic view of somebody's overall health. And so we do that by aggregating all of our, all of our products, all of the claims information that comes through those different channels. And so using an example that may or may not be intuitive for vision care as an example, when somebody goes to see their eye care professional, it's the only place on your body where there's an unobstructed view of blood vessels. And so a lot of conditions that impact your circulatory system, most people think, well, I'm just going there because I need a new prescription.
Right.
The reality is they can see things that may impact, so diabetes, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, even some types of tumors.
Wow.
Again, things that can manifest themselves through the circulatory system. It's a great early indicator. For us, we partner with eye care professionals to actually get that data back because that's really valuable. The industry in general has really grown up really fragmented and disconnected. So a lot of times that data doesn't go anywhere. For Anthem, what we can do is we can use that. It becomes part of somebody's healthcare record. For example, if they see indications of diabetes, we have tools that then we can do outreach to that member to say, how can we support you on your journey to take care of diabetes? Another example, that's kind of getting information from an eye care professional. The other thing that we did is basic as this is, we really asked providers or eye care professionals, how can we help you deliver better care for our members? And the number one thing they came back with was, how can you help us better understand the health conditions of the person walking into our office? And, for us, we've got a large medical book of business as well. That's something that's pretty easy for us to do. And so what we do is, it's kind of grown up and we joke around, but it's called the big orange button. And so literally, eye care professional offices, when they go and look up benefits and eligibility, they click that button and they're getting diagnosis information, prescription drug information, lab results that may have an impact on your eyesight. And why people don't necessarily understand the connection or why this is important is that, you know, when we went back and looked, 22 out of the top 25 most commonly prescribed drugs can have an impact on your vision.
Oh, really? Wow.
So light sensitivity, blurry vision, double vision. And so the reason that somebody may be presenting into that eye care professional's office could be because of the medication they're taking. And unless, you know, with us sharing that information, it's not something that people intuitively think about.
Right.
Or they may have filled out, you know, I always joke around whenever I go to a new doctor's office, there's the sheet of paper that's been photocopied for 7 years. It's a little crooked. But I don't keep that up to date necessarily, and I don't always think, because I don't even make the connection that, you know, the pill I'm putting in my mouth could be impacting my eyesight. So, you know, there's examples across a lot of products. Some of those things, you know, may have a real visible patient impact, and some things may happen and they actually don't know they're happening behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm. And I think it's interesting because, you know, I think you could argue most people are a little more comfortable going into thinking they're getting a new pair of glasses than going in for an annual checkup or to see a doctor, because that can be a little scarier for most people.
Right.
So is that something you guys are consciously like leveraging with this program?
Yeah, I think for us, the beauty is you think about all the interactions you have in this broader healthcare arena.
Mm-hmm.
I think, again, just the industry's historically been so fragmented that we think of this concept of medical and we kind of discount these other interactions that occur. But the reality is we know, you know, people on average, they're going to see their dentist 1.6 times a year. 40% of our population will go see their eye care professional in a year. Mm-hmm. And so, you know, if we don't take advantage of those opportunities, we're kind of missing out on the bigger piece of what's going on with that individual. And it's actually a really good opportunity as we continue to partner with doctors, dentists, eye care professionals. They're a really trusted resource. They can actually help communicate back to members. And as they start to become more, I mean, we really want kind of an integrated health team in partnership with providers. They can help influence behavior to ultimately get better health outcomes as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So the way this would work is, let's say I go in for an eye appointment and they see something in my eyes that indicates, you know, I'm at risk for diabetes. Sure. It gets put into a system that's sent to you guys, and you guys then contact the patient, or... So a few different things. So we get we get more than 1 billion claims a year on our population of members, spanning all products. And when you include medical, pharmacy, dental, vision, behavioral health. So all of that data basically gets aggregated, and then we basically run analytics daily, weekly, monthly, and, you know, against evidence-based guidelines. And so we're looking for things, for example, in this case, if it was a newly identified diabetic, then that can be a trigger into our care management program. And so we could have nurses that would reach out to that individual. We would note that for the primary care physician, because, again, they may or may not be aware. Right.
Because they may not have seen their primary care physician in years. And then we'll also monitor to make sure, now that they're an identified diabetic, are they getting regular eye care, as an example, or dental care? Because, again, the connection holistically, again, people don't always understand, but there's a lot of connections that those things really, if you can manage the whole, you'll get a better health outcome.
Mm-hmm. And I imagine, so it's advantageous in a couple ways, because you're catching these things early, which means the patient's going to be better off. But then also for you guys, you can treat it in a way that's just generally less costly, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, for us, it goes back to, you know, the more preventive care you can do, the more you can catch conditions early, the more you have an opportunity to hedge those things before they become even more critical.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do you guys try to incentivize that preventative care, and how does that work?
Yeah, we do. So we have a number of different programs. You know, a lot of times we're selling plans through an employer. So we'll work collaboratively with an employer to figure out what are their objectives for their population, for their employee population. And, you know, we have incentive programs based on what they're trying to achieve. So some folks may be trying to motivate or incent flu shots, as an example, or smoking cessation. You know, those are some of the more popular programs.
Right.
And so, you know, we'll support them in that with programs.
That all makes sense. Which doctors are most likely to catch conditions early? So you mentioned optometrists, but who else do people tend to see that might be able to catch some things?
Yeah, so interesting. So, we see really good information coming from optometrists. What I don't want to mislead is we've taken some really good steps, but I still feel like this is just the tip of the iceberg. Mm-hmm. And so I think even with optometrists or ophthalmologists, as an example, we can get even more data as they start to understand, because historically they've not all, some of them have thought, I'm in the business for checking 20/20 vision and dispensing glasses or contacts. So I think as we continue that partnership, we'll get even more information from optometrists. Disability claims, as we get disability claims in, that's another good source for identifying and being able to engage somebody early. So just as an example, somebody who's pregnant and maybe they go out because they have to go out on bed rest. So if they're working, we're going to get a disability claim because they want their income reimbursement. But from a health perspective, on the medical side, we may not even know that person is pregnant yet because they haven't delivered a baby. Mm-hmm. And so for us, we can see the disability claim come in. We can identify, wait a minute, this is an early, somebody who's going out early. We can get them into what we call our Future Moms program. So we can effectively refer, and they do a great job working with folks that have higher risk pregnancies and engaging with members. So it's just another example. Where we can, by getting that intervention, we can get a better outcome for the patient, the member.
One thing we were talking about before the show is a lot of times people sort of don't trust the insurance providers, but you guys, we kind of talked about how there's incentive for you guys to help people. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. So from our perspective, our long-term incentives are aligned. We want folks to be healthier. Folks that are healthier, they're more productive, and they have lower long-term healthcare costs. And so I think from that perspective, we certainly have aligned objectives. But we also recognize as an industry that the insurance company may not be the most trusted advisor. People tend to view their doctor as that's a trusted advisor, and the reality is we work every single day. That's why we're in business, to earn that trust, and to present and make sure that we're offering, products, services that ultimately people value, and we're seeing that movement up because again we have long-term aligned incentives.
Mm-hmm. When did this idea of integration begin?
It's something. So I've been, what we call specialty, so dental, vision, life, and disability. I've been in that line of our business for about 13 years.
Oh, wow.
And I will say probably, 8 to 10 years ago, there was a lot of talk, people recognizing that your eyes and your teeth and they do impact your overall health, and we should be looking at it holistically. Mm-hmm. So there was a lot of chatter from an industry perspective, but when you looked around and said, that makes sense, what are people actually doing about it? The way the industry's grown up is you've got companies that have single line products. So they might do dental insurance only, or they might do vision insurance. And, from our perspective, we want to do that, but we're a healthcare company. And so we want to make those connections. I'd say probably in the last 5 or 6 years, we've made the transition from interesting concept to what are we going to do about it? How can we contribute to progress? And this might seem silly. I'm so excited about healthcare. I never would have thought I would say that, but if I think about the next 18 months, the next 24 months, the next 3-year horizon, the reality is technology, data, and our ability as an industry to apply that to truly drive behavior change and get better health outcomes. To me, it's, we're pretty darn close to a pretty step change to just the way that we've operated. To what we can ultimately do in the industry.
Yeah, it's almost like how we've watched our cell phones progress, where we used to have 10 years ago these big bricks, and now it's like this little supercomputer.
Yeah, I mean, so this came out roughly 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And at the time when people asked, do you need a device that's your, people had MP3 players and, Garmin navigation and cameras and their address book and all of those things. And when people asked, hey, how would you like a device? People actually didn't really even know how to react. So I don't know if I need that because I've never had it before.
Right.
And, the reality is, fast forward 10 years, I don't know if you've ever had that experience, but when you leave your house and you start doing the check, wait a minute, where's my phone? And that emotional connection, and then I start negotiating with myself, well, wait, I'm going to be away for 20 minutes. Can I survive for 20 minutes, or do I need to turn around? So it went from a device that we didn't know we needed to something it's just part of our life now. Yeah. And I think healthcare, from a lot of ways, if I think about the evolution, it just took basic things that we use every day and packaged them together.
Mm-hmm.
And then, and that's what we're trying to do with integration. Take products and services that people are already using and package them together. And then, as this has evolved, it's the way that it uses data. So now when I take a picture, it knows where I was and tags everything, and address book, I can click somebody's name and it'll map me automatically to where they're at and tell me how long it's going to take.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's to me the evolution that we're on from a healthcare perspective, being able to take data from a lot of different sources, apply technology, and start to do really cool things, some of which we can't even imagine probably at the moment.
Mm-hmm. So speaking of smartphones, how are you trying to reach out to patients or get in touch with them via smartphone? Because you had mentioned that before you would send letters or make phone calls, but that a lot of times that's easy to ignore.
Right. Yeah. Just again, as an industry, the way that we would communicate was phone call and mail, and I'm sure. I'm a data point of one, but I suspect others are like this too. I mean, people just don't pay attention to mail.
Mm-hmm.
People are busy, and even having a home phone these days, not everybody has a home phone. So, to me, part of that step change that we're encountering from a healthcare perspective is everyone, for the most part, has one of these devices.
Yeah.
And once, as we start to communicate in a much richer way with folks on a two-way basis, again, this will be one of the things that helps drive behavior change. So as we look at this, we think this is a critical part of how we communicate with members going forward. And so we've got a lot of investment in tools like this and just that rich dialogue with members, rather than just, a mailer that may go out, 2 months after, an event that may have triggered that mailer in the first place.
Right. How could you see a smartphone being important in, say, 5 or 10 years? Like, where do you see that going? How important that is for healthcare and what you guys do?
Like I said, I think from a communication vehicle, from and this is obviously with member opting in and seeing the value, but being able to track. I mean, you think about some of the the Fitbit trackers and things like that. It starts to give you real-time feedback on where you're at in your journey.
Right.
And I think a lot of times, to get true behavior change, somebody has to be listening. They have to be capable of understanding where am I realistically from a healthcare perspective, because sometimes people don't. They may think they're doing better than they really are.
Right.
They have to be open to want to change,
mm-hmm.
and then they have to understand what tools are there to support them. And so I think, again, our ability to connect with a member, understand where they're at in that journey, and then provide them tools, it's a great tool for us.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like if a doctor asks you, are you active? You probably say, yeah, I think I'm active. But if you have that number on your cell phone that says you walk, 2,000 steps a day, you go, yeah, I don't know if our definitions of activity are the same.
My typical annual physical experience.
Yeah.
So I go in there and, we have the same dialogue every year. So I'm a little bit older, a little bit heavier. My cholesterol's gone up a little bit more.
Right.
And, the feedback is, watch your diet and exercise more. And,
right.
We have this kind of awkward, uncomfortable silence for about 5 seconds afterwards. And I say, yes, I'll do that. And then we go on. But this will be a much richer medium to track and understand. And again, most importantly, provide tools to help somebody on that journey that want to make a change.
Yeah. And I think it can almost, not only is it a reminder when it's on your wrist or in your pocket all the time, but it's also, there's some incentive. It's almost like you can gamify these things and driving people to,
absolutely.
If you're supposed to get 10,000 steps a day and you see you only have 7, you might be like, let's take the dog for a walk or something.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. To me, that's how all these things start to come together is really, that's what gets me excited about healthcare.
Mm-hmm. Is the industry as a whole starting to adopt this idea of integration, or?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think just, by nature, certain companies are probably positioned a little different just because, I think for Anthem, I mean, we tend to manage the whole because we're offering medical, dental, vision. I mean, we have a broad portfolio. So I think certain companies are probably better positioned, but I think everybody recognizes, I mean, clearly everybody, there's a lot of research out there that shows the correlation. I mean, a product that we haven't really talked about, but is dental. And, again, what I would have known about dental 10 years ago is I need to go every 6 months to the dentist and get my teeth cleaned and do the little dance about did you floss or not.
Yeah. Question if you're going to lie or not.
Right. But I think what, a lot of the research and what we're finding today, and not to get too graphic, but at the end of the day, if you're not taking care of your mouth, you effectively have bacteria and inflammation.
Right.
And this is where as an industry, we've not done a service to this holistic thinking and it doesn't just stay in your mouth. Our body's a system, just like the healthcare system.
Right.
And so if you're diabetic, if you have any other chronic condition and you're fighting infection that doesn't stay just in your mouth, you're complicating everything. And so it just gives us the opportunity, again, when we identify high-risk individuals, it seems silly because people don't always make the connection, but we will start monitoring, are they getting their teeth cleaned on a regular basis? And if they're not, we will start messaging to them. And again, it's little things like that, again, I don't know that there's any one silver bullet, but when everything kind of works in harmony, and everybody's getting kind of a consistent message from a lot of different fronts, that's the best scenario to drive change.
Yeah, you mentioned an interesting word, silver bullet. It's like everyone with their health kind of wants to do just one thing that's going to fix all their problems. Maybe it's like a certain diet or a workout or whatever, some pill, but it really is like, biology is very complex and it's a lot of little things is what you see works. So how do you guys measure the success of this program?
Yeah, so good question. And this is where, again, I would be very transparent. I mean, I think this is a long-term journey that we're on. And so some of the things that we look at now, we look at activity. So as an example, we've identified 24,000 diabetics through eye exams last year. So we're looking at it from an activity perspective, or we've monitored and engaged X number of individuals that are not getting regular dental cleanings. Where we want to take it long term and where we think has the most value is looking at that over a period of time. Can you demonstrate that, there's evidence out there in the industry that would say if you identify a diabetic and you manage them early, it'll save you $10,000. That's great. We believe it directionally.
Yeah.
But long term, we'd like to do our own studies that help reinforce. And so we can also go in and talk to employers and say, hey, here's 5 things you can do, and here's what we would expect that to be. How more productive your employees will be, because that's really important.
Right.
And then ultimately, from a healthcare perspective, how much we can save them.
Right. And those chronic conditions that many of them tend to be preventable, I would imagine.
Absolutely. Save
you guys a lot of money, save the customer a lot of money, and then also just, they're in better health.
Right. Absolutely.
Live longer and feel better. So how much extra does this program cost a patient?
One of those questions I get all the time. They usually ask it from an ROI perspective. What's the return on investment? So a few things. One is, I go back to, we're a healthcare company.
Yep.
And so for us not to use data we already have to do good, I mean, to me, that is what we do. And so we've made the investments to do that. There's no separate, what we call Anthem Whole Health Connection, which is how we connect all the dots. We don't charge for that. That's just part of the products and services we provide. A lot of times we get asked about the ROI question and, hey, what's the return on investment? And I kind of go back to the same thing and just say, I'm pretty good at math, but I can't calculate a return when we don't actually charge. There is no investment we're asking you to make here. So, but yeah, I mean, we just view that, again, as a healthcare organization, our mission is to make sure that we have healthy members and to move in that direction. So it's just part of who we are and what we do.
What's been the response of your members to the program, specifically maybe older ones that haven't sort of seen this type of thinking?
I'll use one example. So we had a mother who took her child into the eye care professional, and he actually had a lot of issues early on. He'd actually had heart surgery, and he was on probably, I want to say 6 to 7 different medications. And during the course of the exam, the eye care professional noticed that he had a lot of pressure in his eye, which, can cause, damage long term. Right. And so, he was able to look up what prescriptions, because, the mother, really good, but again, there's just so many different medications, and knowing what are they on and what's the dosage. The eye care professional can actually look at that, identify, hey, this is, this particular drug is probably impacting, actually called the primary care physician and some of the other healthcare providers and said, hey, is there an alternative? And so that was a thrilled member. I mean, we've got a testimonial from her, and again, it was just, it was a pleasant surprise. Yep. That's an example of where how the healthcare system should work. Right. That we actually share data and talk to each other to improve health. And so, I think it's been very positive.
It kind of seems like there's just going to be this march over time where you have younger doctors that are more data savvy, and it's just kind of like technology advances. Right.
Absolutely. Yeah. If you think about population health management and big data, there is a massive opportunity in healthcare to do something that really matters, to do things that are kind of unimaginable today. Just to give you, this is just my view, but we take a lot of what I would call structured data. So we have claims data, but if you look at all of the other things that go into somebody's health or can be an indicator of somebody's health, there's a lot of unstructured data out there. Right. And, I think over time, being able to incorporate all of that together, to me, there's a fascinating data science, population, big data kind of concept. That, if there's anybody who's interested getting into that profession, healthcare is a great one, because you can actually do something that really matters. Yeah. And it will change the industry.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it is interesting because you see some of those companies that maybe we can consider a little, quote unquote, sexier, like Apple sort of getting into tracking health with the study they've started. And, you might see companies like even Tesla or someone start getting into like health products. And
and I think kind of the marriage of the unstructured data and then the structured data, and what, because of Anthem and our size and our breadth of product, we see a lot of interactions in the healthcare system. And just because healthcare is so fragmented, and I tend to travel a lot for my role, and I may be traveling and I've got to go to an urgent care facility and pick your state. Again, that's not that data. My primary care physician probably has no idea. Nobody kind of connects the dots, and I think that's we're in a great position to do that. Yeah.
How else have you seen healthcare change in the time that you've been in the industry?
I think I guess I would say 10 years ago it was about the benefits, meaning it was about what's the product design of a medical product or a dental product, and what's the network. And those things are all really important. But I think what we're seeing is the benefits are important, but it's also how the pieces come together, and how do we connect back to a member? How do we connect the data on the back end? To me, that's been the biggest change. It's just this philosophy in an industry that's been completely fragmented, and viewing that, hey, we're in the insurance business, and really that transition from insurance to population health management, actually moving towards getting better health.
Yeah, that's interesting. So for the average person, what sort of things do you think they're leaving on the table when it comes to health insurance? Like, what are the biggest things that you see people just don't use that are really cool?
I would say, I guess really cool is a relative word. I guess I do think, I don't think people realize, and again, to me, the journey that we're on is the right one. Yeah. So I'm not claiming success or victory by any sense of the imagination, but I do think kind of the mobile tools that some of the larger players are introducing, to me, there's probably resources there that people don't, fully realize are there. And I think over time, I use a great example of, hey, if I'm traveling and, I sat on my glasses on the airplane, I can pull out my phone and how can I get another pair of glasses? Who are the closest 5 providers, and who can get me glasses in an hour?
That's cool.
There's resources there that help. I think just a lot taking advantage of the preventive care.
Mm-hmm.
I think for all of us, we're really busy. We tend to think we're invincible,
mm-hmm.
and so I think just going back to the basics around and candidly looking at Anthem or other insurance companies as a resource.
Mm-hmm.
There's benefits there, and we have tools and programs that, depending on what you're trying to achieve, generally we can help in some way.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Jeff, we appreciate you coming on the show.
Sure. Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has 8 locations, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Good form, Barb.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
Call today's meeting for the Board of County Commissioners to order for Tuesday, July 3rd at 1 p.m.
Commissioners, the first item on the agenda is public comment.
This is the first time set aside for public comment. Anyone wishing to address the board on any item on the agenda, that's the zoning agenda, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. He's coming to speak, these guys.
He's not. Can I?
Okay, now hearing and seeing no one, everyone sat down. I'll turn it back over to Ms. Evanson.
The second item is the approval of the agenda. After considering any additions or deletions of items, staff has received the following requests. Item 34, UC 18343, hold to the July 18, 2018 BCC zoning meeting per the applicant. Item 38, WS 18350, hold to the August 8, 2018 BCC zoning meeting per the applicant. Item 44, UC 18109, hold to the August 8, 2018 BCC zoning meeting per the applicant. Item 45, TM 1850019, hold to the August 8, 2018 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 47, UC 18364, hold to the July 18, 2018 BCC zoning meeting per the applicant. Item 50, WC 1840085, ZC 24611, hold to the July 18, 2018 BCC zoning meeting per staff to allow applicant to attend the July 11th town board meeting. Item 51, WC 1840034, ZC 151503, hold to the July 18th, 2018 BCC zoning meeting per the applicant. Item 52, VS 18388, hold to the July 18, 2018 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 53, WS 18387, hold to the July 18, 2018 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 54, TM 1850083, hold to the July 18, 2018 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 58, ZC 18348, hold to the July 18, 2018 BCC meeting per the applicant. The above public hearing items are going to be opened as a public hearing and immediately recessed until the dates as previously stated. With these deletions, which are numbers 34, 38, 44, 45, 47, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, and 58, and if there is no objection from the audience, the agenda stands ready for your approval.
I've got Tiffany's got me on one here. Item number 50 is supposed to be when?
It goes to the July 11th town board meeting. It wasn't heard at the Enterprise Town Board, so we wanted to hold it so it could be heard at the town board first.
Supposed to be until August 8th. Can we hold that one until August 8th?
Yes, we can hold that until August 8th.
Okay. Do we have any additional holds from the audience or the commissioners? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve the agenda with the exception of items number 34, 38, 44, 45, 47, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 58 being held? Commissioner Kirkpatrick moves approval. Any discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes.
The third item on the agenda is the approval of minutes. The minutes of the May 16, 2018 zoning meeting are ready for approval.
Do I have a motion to approve the minutes? Mr. Mario, you have a question? Thank you. Future planning? We have a motion for approval on the minutes from Commissioner Kirkpatrick. Any discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes. For everybody that's here and the representatives that are here representing parties, I want you to pay particular attention that there are only 4 commissioners in attendance right now. So proceed at your own risk unless you want to start holding some items. Okay.
Next are the routine action items.
Wait, Nancy, I'm sorry. Okay. I got a Commissioner's question. Do I have anybody here on the Rhodes Ranch issue? Okay. Thank you.
Next are the routine action items, which consist of items 4 through 42, except those items that have been deleted, and item 39, which will be heard separately. These items may be considered together in one motion and are subject to conditions listed with each agenda item. In addition, we have the following amendments and/or comments. Item 4, DR 18361, the Spring Valley Town Board approved. Item 10, DR 18379, the Spring Valley Town Board approved. Item 13, DR 18426, the Sunrise Manor Town Board approved. Item 19, AR 18400-122, UC 39417. Laughlin Town Board had no recommendation. They had a 2-2 vote. Item 25, AR 18400-128, UC 38917, the Winchester Town Board approved. Item 27, AR 18400-131, UC 38317, Paradise Town Board approved. Item 29, ET 18400-118, UC 11016, Lone Mountain CAC approved. And on item 31, ET 18400-141, UC 0067-16, we request that you delete under Public Works the no comment and add under Public Works compliance with previous conditions. Any person who does not agree with the conditions recommended by staff should request that the item be removed from this portion of the agenda and be heard separately when the public hearing is opened. Additionally, items that were removed are recommended for denial or with different conditions of approval by the respective town boards are not automatically removed from the routine action agenda. If you wish to speak on any item on the routine action agenda, you must come forward and request the board remove that item from the routine action agenda and have the item heard separately. With these amendments and with no objection from the audience, the routine action portion of the agenda stands ready for approval.
Do I have a motion to approve the routine action items with the exception of item number 39, which can be heard separately, and the comments read in by Ms. Amundson? Commissioner Gibson moves approval. Any discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Did you have a comment, sir? Don't post, please.
I'm sorry, sir.
No, I'm asking the clerk not to post the results if you have a comment.
Yes, sir. If this was the routine action items,
it was
the vote. I was going to request that item number 39 be heard separately.
We already did that. We did that. Item 39 is going to be heard as soon as we post this vote.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It was requested to be heard separately.
I'm sorry. I didn't
No problem.
hear that.
No problem.
Thank you, sir.
Post. Motion passes. Thank you. Now item 39.
Well, for the audience's information, anyone
I've got a question here on 39. It's Commissioner June Kiliani. Did she give this to somebody to do? Okay, I'm going to have to trail item number 39. The commissioner for that district is not present. So we're going to trail it until who's representing 39? Okay, you understand I'm going to have to trail this till Commissioner June Kiliani comes to the meeting? Thank you very much. As soon as she comes, we'll take item 39. Apologize.
For the audience's information, anyone who wishes to speak on an item should move to the first couple of rows and be prepared to speak as each item is heard. If there are several speakers on one item, it's suggested that a single representative be appointed to present the issues. The next item on the agenda is item number 43. AR 18400-135, UC 84914, use permit, second application for review for live entertainment for a recreational facility, Topgolf, and accessory retail eating and drinking facilities and other accessory uses and structures in conjunction with the Resort Hotel, MGM Grand, on an 8.5 acre portion of 102.7 acres in an H1 limited resort and apartment AE60 zone in the Mud Run Overlay District, generally located on the southwest corner of Harmon Avenue and Koval Lane within Paradise.
Mr. Kempfer, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Chris Kempfer here on behalf of the applicant. I understand she's not here, but I'd like the record to reflect our great appreciation to Blanca for working with the neighbors and with the applicant on this project. We appreciate staff's recommendation of approval. There were some revised conditions that we fully accept, and town board recommended approval as well. So unless there's any questions, I would respectfully ask that the item be approved subject to the conditions as were negotiated with Commissioner Gibson's office and the applicant.
Thank you. Do we have anyone in the audience wishing to speak on item number 43? Seeing no one, I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So for the record, no live entertainment before 8 a.m. and the applicant to continue to analyze the height and design of the safety mesh to determine that it is adequate. And we remove the condition that required a temporary event permit. Are those the changes that you referred to earlier, sir?
Yeah, I believe that's. Yeah, we made sure that 8 a.m. was the earliest, and then. Yes,
Thank you very
removing
much.
the review. Temporary permit for each event, yes.
That was a lawyer's way of saying yes.
You have a motion, Commissioner Gibson?
I do. I move approval.
We have a motion on the floor. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Mr. Kempfer, while Mr. Kempfer is walking away, or even if he's just standing waiting for another item, your client has been very responsive to us. It's clear that there are issues and there have been conflicts, but there's never been a time when your client wasn't fully responsive to our inquiries. So it's made it so that we can get to the end of this thing. Thank you.
Well, I thank you, Commissioner, very much, and I was shocked to hear how many balls are actually utilized, and so there's a very limited amount that escape. It's millions a month, believe it or not. So they do a very good job in trying to keep the neighborhood happy. And thank you for those kind comments. I'll pass them on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kempfer. Commissioner Gianchigliani has arrived. Can we go back now to item 39? You ready?
Item 39, ZC 18404, zone change to reclassify 0.6 acres from RE Rural Estates Residential Zone to C1 Local Business Zone. Waivers of development standards for the following: reduced street landscaping width, reduced rear setback, design review for a retail building generally located on the north side of Charleston Boulevard, 100 feet east of Madge Lane within Sunrise Manor. Staff requests that an additional condition under Public Works be added that would read, applicant shall apply to vacate the alley on the north side of the subject property from Madge Lane east to the alley's terminus east of Beasley Drive.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Silvio Mateo,
You
I'm
can
the
pick that
applicant.
up if you like. There you go.
Silvio Mateo, 246 Waterfalls Court. I'm the applicant.
Okay, did you have a presentation? You want to show us something? Or?
Yes. Basically, we're trying to rezone roughly 0.6 acres right along Charleston Boulevard on the east side of Charleston, north side, I should say. It's a conforming zone change. Normally very typical with the major arterial throughout the county. You know, it's similar to areas on Nellis Boulevard, along Owens or East Lake Mead and Lamb. I mean, there's C2, C1 with RE backing to the commercial major arterial. And I received an email saying staff approved recommendation with and they recommend that we vacate the alley, which we don't see a problem doing that.
Okay. Does that complete your presentation? And
Yes.
Okay, no problem. This is a public hearing. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 39. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 39, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Sir, if you want to go over here, that's great. No, one of you. Yeah, that's good. One of you go. One here, one there. There you go. We got it. Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Michael Dias, 3559 Katmai. I'm here this afternoon to represent the Sunrise Mountain Corporation. We feel that this proposed project is not respectful to the existing 3/4 acre RMP parcels that it abuts to the north. The applicant is requesting a reduction to the rear landscaping. He's showing, and I guess staff is saying, that the alley should be vacated, but right now it's just shown as a 20-foot open area, untreated as dirt. Also, the loading dock, which is shown right here on the project, is on the extreme north end of this project. Again, right up against the existing RE home that's there. The C1 is the third most intense commercial use, and it is far too intense for this particular property. What is most appropriate here is the CRT zoning. It's the least intense and most appropriate, and because it's the commercial residential transition, as it's called, that's why it is most appropriate and should be put here so it can be used as a dentist office or a real estate office rather than a retail project. I'd like to quote from a letter that was sent to the constituents in the area in February of this year. The land use does not guarantee them zoning nor use permits. They have to prove it won't impact the RMP. I had stated they had to include buffering for the RMP, landscaping, and downlighting, just to mention a few. This plan does not do what the constituents were told. We respectfully request that the denial of the C1, waiver of development standards, and the design review. And if it's necessary for zoning to be approved, we request CRT.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else wishing to speak during the public hearing?
Earl Barbeau, 1089 East Ridge Way, Las Vegas. And I have to say, I was shocked when this first came up, when the rezoning, when the master plan was changed, the proposal to make a master plan change. The rural preservation area is something, it's a sacred agreement between the government and the many, many homeowners that were affected by this decades ago. It was a major issue many, many decades ago. And this was like a compromise between the government and the horse owners and the people who liked the rural neighborhood atmosphere that they lived in, which was very common in Las Vegas back in the 60s and 70s and 80s. And this was the compromise that was struck. Well, when this came up, I was shocked. This is a rural preservation area, and they want to bring it right into commercial. And the town board, I know, voted against this. We're just really upset. And next thing, just a few months later, they're here with the C1 application. Now that is spot zoning. They're going to put C1 next to, all over town we try to put offices next to residential developments. And here they come. First they steal some RPN property to make it commercial, and now they want to put high use on it. I can't believe that. It's just terrible. And I can't believe that planning went along with this. I told the planners at the town board meeting, I'm just amazed that could happen. And I'm asking you, please, correct this error that's happening and minimize the impact of what's going on as much as you can. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak during this public hearing?
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Anderson. My address is 29 Beasley Drive, and I'm going to point to our property.
No, you've got to put it over that dot for us to be able to see it.
Yep, right there.
There you go.
That's our property right there. So our corners bump into each other there. And for my wife and I, we've been there since 1978. You know, when Charleston was a Toon Lane Country Road, and it was a very rural area. And we're hoping that this was all going to stay rural preservation, but we know that the master plan has changed. But at the same time, I just want to emphasize for my wife and I that this is going to be a major impact in our lives for the rest of our days here on this property. We've been there since 1978. Loading dock, just more noise. So I, along with the other two gentlemen here, hope that this is denied. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Anyone else wishing to testify during this public hearing? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing, turn it back to Commissioner Giancaliani.
Thank you. Mateo, would you talk about the loading zone? Because I had talked with Sammy about that before she left, the location of it, because it's too close to the...
Well, we had a meeting with planning, and the same as the bike rack, we had it on the other side, so they approved that. So we made changes to this, and this is not final.
Right.
This is, we're just doing what's required for the conforming zone change at this point, but it can be moved, it can be redesigned at the time of applying for permitting.
And then NDOT, you've applied to them, right, for access off of Charleston? Or...
Yeah, the commercial driveway would be right on Charleston.
But you haven't heard anything back from them yet, correct?
No, we're just taking one step at a time.
And then I did want a bigger buffer, so that's why I talked with Public Works about the vacation of the alley.
Yeah, we could
so
build a higher wall as well.
Do heavy, intense landscaping along that side of it.
That would mitigate the variance pretty much will go away by vacating those half of the alley, which is 10 feet of the 20.
And then the downlighting was something that I know I had put down in my notes to make sure that there's no anything that shines back off the side. And the landscape, because it is such a narrow lot along there, the waiver for the front part is a little bit less than what we would normally have, but I think because you don't have the spacing, I'd rather not have it.
We can shrink the building, and by vacating the alley, we should have enough compliance for the landscape.
And then construction hours at some point we need to discuss, and I don't know how I condition that, Nancy. I'd like to make sure that the folks are not negatively impacted.
Well, as we discussed, the construction hours are the daylight hours, so that's 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. So that's the way the code reads.
Could it be conditioned that there be no restaurant or drive-through on the property? And the reason is there's just not enough room for circulation or anything like that.
Well, in order for them to put a drive-through, they'd have to totally redesign the site. So, and a restaurant, unless there was outside dining, we wouldn't see it. But if you want to say no restaurants on there,
I just think that that'll impact your parking if you were to allow something along those lines, and then you would not have enough. And then I don't want to approve a waiver.
Yeah, unless it's combined with other parcels.
Yeah, you're looking at small business components, correct?
Yes. Okay.
So, what would be being loaded? Offhand, is
that
that just in case?
require loading, but basically what we're talking with potential tenants, it's like a satellite pickup location for dry cleaner. I mean, the loading dock is just a requirement. We don't anticipate being used, but it has to be there, the same as the bicycle rack and the finger islands that they pointed out, every 6 parking spaces. And so we're just complying and leaving a space open just in case the properties next door are developed.
Talk with me a little bit more about the loading zone, because I really did have concern about that being closer to the RNP.
Well, it's their choice to have put the loading zone there, but the code requires that they have a loading zone, an area that is not a parking space, so that if they have deliveries in that.
If they angled the spaces, would they pick up more space, or straight on generally better?
We could put it with a bicycle.
It honestly all depends. The problem with angling, especially since there's only a crash gate to the north, if you angle it, there's not enough room on site for movement.
I would like to ask that it be redesigned to move the loading dock further away from the RMP, and then have the vacated alleyway become intensive landscaping on the backside facing where the neighborhood is. And next door, I think this property right next door is on the northwest corner is zone C2, C2, and the adjacent property is commercial neighborhood, planned already for uses as well. So that's why that's compatible, I guess, and the zoning is in compliance. I've done what I can to protect the RMP. I know you were not happy about the land use change. We made it on 2 properties, but there is no residential going to go on Charleston along that corridor, and they're very, very small lots. They're not deep enough to match up. So I would like to have the loading zone, have the hours of work confined to the daylight hours, down lighting being required, the color scheme be softened so that it matches. It's not white, glaring, or anything like that, so more of a desert landscape. Yeah, something of that tone.
Elevations that we can work around that.
And then I think they wanted to break up the parapet so not everything looked like the line of sight. I think that was one of the conditions that staff did. Roof line variations had to be incorporated. And then what happens if NDOT does not give them access off of Charleston?
Then they can't access it because
They have to buy it.
yeah, they would either have to buy. They would have to either buy the properties on either side or on one of the properties on either side to be able to go to the local residential street, and then they need a waiver to be able to access that residential street.
Right. So they'd have to come back on that part.
No matter
Because I
what,
wouldn't
yes.
want right turns out of Madge, no matter what, if that wound up being something that came into play, rather than having to go into the RMP.
Yeah, when they looked at it, they would consider how that driveway would work, but typically NDOT will, this is a situation, especially with them putting parcels together, that I would see them allowing that driveway. My question is similar to that, but more of the parcels east of here. Typically, when we ask them to vacate, they vacate from intersection to intersection. However, since we don't know what's happening east of here, can I ask that we only vacate the portion of the alley adjacent to and out to Madge at this point, and then that way it leaves the alley. I know in the past, some of the projects proposed had to go one-way driveways in and out. They didn't get built, but because the sites are so small,
Right.
if they don't get to assemble multiple properties, it gives them another
Opportunity.
option, although that puts them closer to the residential. So yeah, it's a mess no matter which way you go. But at least if we make it clear that he's only vacating the portion of the alley adjacent to him, it leaves the rest open and they won't.
Okay. Do you understand that, Mr.
But we're not going to vacate it now. He has to submit an application so that we give notice to the affected
To the
property
affected
owners.
property owners on either side. And if at some point cross-access was required, you would sign off on something along those lines. So, okay. So my motion would include what Eric just said, as well as the zone change, with the understanding that you vacate only the property next to you, that the loading zone be moved, and we'll work with you on making sure it's further away from the home, that you do intensive landscaping along the alleyway that's being vacated, downlighting, and no restaurant or drive-throughs because it's just too small a property to be able to do that.
It's fine.
That'd be my motion.
Commissioner Brager.
Just a question on this one. I normally don't ask too many on someone else's, but it's a 6,200 square foot building. And it looked like you had, the picture's not up there anymore, but it looked like you had seven
stalls,
possible people moving in there, which would concern me for parking and traffic because depending on what you put in there, it wouldn't meet the need. If there was 3 places in there, it would be people only going to 3 things, but 7 seems like an overuse of such a small site. And that would be my concern. There were 10 people that protested or sent in cards, which we know people send in cards. So I don't know if they can legally limit him to how many businesses,
Retail.
if you're going to make a motion to approve it, businesses can be in there and not being able to go on to Madge to go to, into the RNP. The extensive, it seems like it could use 20 foot of landscaping just because even though there's a public alleyway, that would just be my, normally I say nothing, but this one kind of bothers me.
Oh, you've been saying things, so that's okay.
Once the zone is secure, we can work around the floor plan. Ideally, we were thinking of, like I said, remote location for a pizza place where it's only delivery and pickup.
So you're looking at 7 at this point, but you could go smaller if that's the case. Okay,
and
we can
like
condition.
a shell, and depending on the needs or the tenants.
So Rob, we can legally?
Yes.
So for parking purposes, if we limit it to not to exceed I don't know, 5. I don't know what square footage actually is tied to as far as that's concerned.
The parking is tied to the overall square footage of the retail
Of the
building,
retail.
and they meet that parking requirement. So from a parking standpoint, whether they have 5 tenants, 2 tenants, 7 tenants, it's meeting the parking requirements.
Commissioner, you had a question too?
Yep, Commissioner Gibson.
Yes, I just wondered, Commissioner, are we talking about limiting what can happen in the vacated alleyway? In other words, the building doesn't get pushed into the alleyway, only the landscape.
Intensive landscaping to protect the RMP further from both noise and whatnot. So usually with the vacation, I guess the property owners on the other side own that piece of it. So if they wanted him to have even more, we could probably talk about that part of it on the design side of it.
That was my question.
Are you wanting to vacate the entire length there in the alley?
That wasn't originally my intention. That's what was the waivers, but I got an email from staff recommending that we vacate, and we agreed to that.
So where is the crash gate going to go to if it's vacated?
It will go away, if that's...
I'm not understanding. It's going to go away?
Well, if we vacate the alley, there's no need of a crash gate.
That was not his recommendation. That was something in talking with staff about access to give a further berm to the folks, and we had him check with Dennis to see if that's something the county anticipated using.
Okay, so the whole 20 feet will be landscaping?
No. 10. Normally when you vacate, you get half of it unless it's agreed.
This alley was part of a simultaneous conveyance when the whole subdivision was mapped. Therefore, because it did not come specifically from one property, it will be cut in half. Half of it, 10 feet, will go to the property owner to the north. The other 10 feet will go to this property owner and the fellow property owner that has the corner lot.
Okay. Do the property owners to the north agree with the vacation?
We don't know that, but that's not in front of us. They've just been requested to file that vacation application. So publicly, this is the first time it's been discussed.
I guess what I'm asking though, Eric, is if the people to the north don't want it vacated, how are they going to use the alleyway if we give half of it to this gentleman?
Good question, but when I just had Antonio ask Dennis, because they said it's actually county right away, and Dennis said there was no need for it. So,
right at this point, it's never been utilized as an alley. The only time we've ever gone in there is to clean up overgrown vegetation, which isn't often because, again, no one uses it. So when we were asked if we had an issue, we did not. Similar to the alley has been vacated directly to the west of here. Again, this alley's just never been used.
As long as you're comfortable with it. Then the last one I got, Commissioner, so you want 7 businesses, but none of them can be food? So no pizza parlor or tacos?
Pizza parlor, I don't have a problem with. I was just looking at, trying to think about Starbucks coming in or something along those lines. Just adds that much more parking need. So maybe
we can't. A restaurant is a restaurant. A retail is a retail. I can't split the hairs. It would be hard for my zoning plan check to.
Maybe what we do is we do not more than 5 businesses, and then no drive-throughs. I just want to take a risk of something coming in later and saying, okay, adding that additional impact. And then that would allow you to see if you can recruit a pizza person or something along those lines.
Have you pre-leased any of this?
I'm sorry?
Have you pre-leased?
No, we're in talks, but without the zoning, it's really hard to get an engagement letter or commitment from anybody.
And I'm fine. I want to support the commissioner with what she wants to do, but I understand where neighbors are coming from. If you put 5 food establishments in here, I've had this in my district, it's going to be overwhelmed. You put a juicy place there and a coffee place and a pizza
They're fairly
place.
small, and basically we're aiming, like I said, maybe satellite, like a dry cleaner, tax services, accounting, and maybe pizza place, which not for sit down, delivery and pickup. And if you look at the floor plan, it's really small, just strip mall. And like I said, we can combine them, and that would reduce the amount of tenants. Sorry.
How about I just try limiting the amount of tenants by no more than 5, then no drive-through, and you can see how would we do that though? It's if you're envisioning takeaway versus sit down, that makes it easier than if you're not going to have that kind of an impact.
And it's very hard for for tenant, because they come in for tenant occupancy. Now, we can check, is it a restaurant or is it not a restaurant? But then we begin to have to track it, and you've got people coming and going. Hopefully all 5 tenants will stay, but if you start getting too much, there's a chance it'll be missed. It'll be
So
hard.
any recommendations, Steve? You had said you had some
I don't
in
know.
your
I've
district.
had them where, and some restaurants are different. Like you say, if it's a sit-down place, you go and eat, and Starbucks can people sit there for 2 hours and get their free Wi-Fi, and I don't know. I understand if that's not a lot of parking spaces, 26 parking spaces, when half of them are going to be used for employees. When you got 1 or 2 people working in each of these places, there go 12 of them in those spaces. So now you got 14 spaces. Now, I appreciate the fact Commissioner went down to 5 locations, but you get a busy sandwich place, there go 4, 5, 6 more of them, and all of a sudden, I know where people are going to park when you got Charleston out front, because you can't park on Charleston, so where are they going to park?
Well, we can certainly reduce the square footage of the building if, and maybe make one business. There's one right along, Charleston, if it's just one restaurant. At this point, like I said, the zoning, it's the first step, and then we will move forward from there. There's always
Where would they park if they don't park in this lot? I don't have a bigger picture. You can't park on Charleston. What would you do?
Well, we're in talks with the corner lot as well, because they cannot really develop it, and it's if they need to put a driveway, so perhaps there's a lease agreement where we would make it an overflow parking there, and they have the it's pretty much not much you can do with a 16 acre in the corner. And their land designation was changed as well with the master zone to C1.
So if we limited the amount of tenants, would you look at redesigning your square footage then?
Yes.
Okay.
If that's,
So maybe I have them come back as a public.
we just presented what was required.
Right, what's
for the
required
zone,
to get you where you needed to go.
Site plan, floor plan. We just comply with the parking analysis.
Right, because if you can pick up that other piece of property, that gives you a lot more
We
flexibility on
had
that.
more parking spaces, but we had to comply with the finger landscapes and the bicycle rack, and
right.
there's loading as well. Takes a couple parking spaces.
Right.
Commissioner Gibson.
Sure.
Commissioner Gibson.
So, just so I'm clear, on the loading dock, they're required by code to have a loading dock. Are we conditioning its location in this action, or does that come later?
Wait, what code requires a loading dock?
Title 30. Not a loading dock, a loading space. We need
space.
It's not a dock. It's a loading zone. It's an area that is not a parking space. So if they have deliveries in that, they can pull in there, park.
Oh, okay.
Okay, it's not a loading dock. It is a loading zone.
Yeah. Well, the same thing happens at any loading area. You offload and go into the establishment. We have a convention center that has loading docks all along Paradise Road as currently designed. And we're all over that, and it's up against Paradise Road across a large street from a big hotel. This is across the party line, the party wall from residential. So I do agree that I know what the code says, but I think we ought to do something so that there is some additional protection from the sound and the things that happen when a diesel truck rolls in and it keeps its engine running and it is using a forklift or something to unload things. I think we ought to take some action to get that as far away from that party wall as we possibly can. That's all.
Rob,
May
I
I
had
suggest
that
you can approve the zone change and the waiver application, and then he can bring back the design review with the vacation application. Then we can see where he's going to put the loading space and see if he's going to get the lease on the other property and look at the landscaping and
By
the
then,
redesign
maybe
of
the
the
NDOT
building.
is weighed in, so we can see if that throat comes in, where it comes into. That's fine. That still gets you where you need to go as far as trying to find tenants, as far as that's concerned. So restate that, Rob. I would just move to approve the
zone change and the waivers, and I guess deny the design review without prejudice, or he can withdraw the design review without prejudice, either way.
Why don't you withdraw it?
Yes.
Okay. Withdraw the design review, and then he'll come back with the additional.
Did you want to say you withdraw the design review?
Yes. As the applicant, I withdraw the design
Yes,
review.
you may.
For the
She needs a clean record. Okay. Okay.
So that would be my motion, Mr. Chair, and then I'll continue to work with him and the neighbors in Public Works to make sure that we've got things located in the right place to better try to lessen the impact on the
We wouldn't have the intense landscaping in that because we don't have a design review yet, right? Right. Okay, got it. Okay. We have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Giuliani. Any further discussion? Please cast your votes. Motion passes. Do you understand what the motion was?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next item.
Item 46, UC 18328, holdover use permit to reduce the front setback for proposed motel. Waivers of development standards for the following: reduced parking, alternative landscaping and buffering, alternative parking lot design and layout, waive applicable design standards, allow modified driveway design standards, permit existing non-standard improvements to remain within the right-of-way. Design review to convert an existing apartment building into a proposed motel on 0.5 acres in an H1 limited resort and apartment zone in Mud 1 and Sosa Overlay District, generally located on the east side of Sherwood Street, 500 feet south of Sahara Avenue within Winchester.
Mr. Celeste, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Tony Celeste, address 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant and property owner. Along with me is Patrick Coleman, the owner of the property. First, if I can just direct your attention to the overhead, let me show you where the site is. You can see it's an existing building located on Sherwood Street. Just to the north of it is Sahara, just to the south is Karen. What we're asking to do is basically repurpose an existing building. It's going to go from an apartment to a motel use. As you can see on the, if I can zoom out, I'll show you the zoning map just a little bit down. There you can see our site is located in this area right here. It is zoned H1, so a motel use would be an appropriate use within that zoning district. We went to the Winchester Town Board twice. We first had a hearing last month, or I should say the end of May, and we presented them with this layout here. As you can see in the staff report, we have numerous waivers relating mostly to kind of public works issues with respect to driveway design, parking, things of that nature. The reason for that is this area, as you well know, has been developed since the early 1960s, so we're kind of confined with what we can do in that area with an established neighborhood, established buildings. We're not removing the building, we're just remodeling and sprucing it up. So we're confined with things that happened in the early 1960s, over 55 years ago, and those designs, which at the time were were at code. Because we're changing the use, new code requirements kick in, so we do have some waivers. This was the first plan that we submitted to planning, and then the Winchester Town Board originally saw. We were taking access off of Sherwood and then having a one-way parking or one-way driving through the site through this way, and then accessing the private or the drive aisle that leads down to Karen to the south. One of the waivers, specifically 5B, was that we were going to when you backed your car out, you were going to turn into the public street there. So Town Board had a great idea and said, look, maybe we can re-angle these spots, take access off of Karen, have a one-way exit onto Sherwood. So we got with Public Works, showed them our redesign of the parking layout, and now what you can see is that the parking aisle has now been re-angled. So now we will take access via the drive aisle on Karen up through the site and circulate out onto Sherwood. What has allowed us to do is now withdraw waiver 5B, where that required us the car to go into the public driveway or public street there. The second thing that the Town Board wants to do is to meet with Metro and specifically with Captain McCall with this area to make sure that we are on board with what is their plan to refurbish this neighborhood, to help bring it back to life. And so we did that. We didn't meet specifically with Captain McCall, but we met with her lieutenants under her and spoke to the police about what we're doing. The police asked us to participate in the management training program, which we had done and completed early or late last year. You can see here our certificate of completion in November of 2017. So based on those those things that Town Board asked us to do, redesign the parking lot, meet with Metro, Town Board did recommend approval. They added 2 conditions, a condition with respect to providing surveillance and a condition with respect to adding some more lighting along the building. Those are conditions we accepted at Town Board and would request that the Board of County Commissioners incorporate those in their conditions of approval as well. With that, we are available for any questions you may have.
Since this is in my district, are there any questions from any of the commissioners? Thank you, Tony. I actually walked the property. We went back out. I'm glad they reached out to Metro because we do have some issues in that whole area, not just Sherwood, but Van Patten and some of the others. We had thought this property was originally a split zone with an H1 and the other, but that's actually the one down the street, catty corner from you all. So this is allowable use within that. So my motion would be to approve, let's see, we withdrew 5?
We withdrew waiver 5B.
B, okay. So my motion would be to approve the reduction in parking lot. You're going to add some low-growth landscaping that we talked about out front.
That's correct.
And then the other waivers except for waiver 5B. Oh, I'm sorry, wait. It's a public hearing. Is there anyone that wishes to testify? I will open the public hearing. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Yes.
Commissioner, we just don't have this as with the flipped around parking. We don't have that in as a plan, so we just need to make sure that's submitted so we have that.
I did coordinate that with Jason Allswang last month, but I will for sure make sure get
that
but yes, I
staff has it because it was a good idea that TAB came up with actually,
Yeah.
and it made your flow better in the long run. So okay. So that would be my motion, Mr. Chair.
We have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Giancarlo. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Items 48 and 49 can be heard together. Item 48, BS 18409, vacate and abandon a portion of a right-of-way being Mesa Verde Lane located between Haven Street and Rancho Destino Road within Enterprise. Item 49, UC 18391, use permit for a place of worship, waiver of development standards for full offsite improvements, curb gutter, sidewalk, streetlights, and partial paving. Design review for a place of worship on 2.1 acres in an RE Rural Estates Residential RMP1 zone.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Burke, architect representing Unification Church. We are at the southeast corner of Mesa Verde and Haven. We have a 7,800 square foot church being proposed. We have 23 foot of intense landscaping up against the homes to the east. We have 60 feet of landscaping that is intensive to the north. As far as parking, 78 spaces are required. We're providing 103. Staff had objected to the very institutional commercial look and was recommending denial of the design review. We work with the neighbors and staff to match the residents to the south, and these are the elevations that we submitted to staff on Friday and the ones we hope overcome that objection. Staff's other recommendation for denial was for the rural standards, although we'd respectfully ask that we be allowed to have rural standard streets so that we could match the neighborhood. We had a neighborhood meeting and a second town board where we agreed to 10 conditions. I'd like to enter those into the record, and I can read them for you now. We agreed to Mesa Verde entrance to be crash gate only for emergency truck access. Hours of operation will be limited to those permitted by Clark County. All exterior lighting, except for security lighting, shall be turned off between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. However, the exterior lighting shall be equipped with motion sensors to turn those lights on for a short period of time. No outside activity will be allowed. No outside sound amplification. Perimeter fence shall be raised to 36 inch to block vehicle headlights. construct 6-foot-high split-face concrete block wall on east property line, construct building per submitted elevations dated June 29, 2018, site, lighting, and signage to be approved as a design review, public hearing, and the use permit is subject to review in 3 years. That concludes our comments. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, John. This is a public hearing. This time I'm going to open the public hearing on items number 48 and or 49. Anyone wishing to address the board on either or both of those items, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Mr. Sisolak, Chris G., how you doing? Haven't seen you guys since the war. How you doing, Commissioner? I haven't been down here in a while. I'm Catherine Duncan, and I'm just want to let you know how excited I am about this project. There's not much that we can say. I hope we can't find anything to say against it. I've been involved with this organization for 4 years now, and as a result of it, we're having our first African Leadership Conference. They're actually bringing together African Americans and Black Americans to unite and solve some of our community's challenges. I'm so excited about that. We're going to be having a great banquet on the 14th of July, which you're all invited to come and see the work of this amazing organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak during the public hearing? Come on down.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is James Rigney. I own a property at 7985 Rancho Destino Road, which is pretty close within the boundary of the people interested. And I bought this property 3 years ago. And being a real estate agent for many years, I buy properties that I think will go up in value. And actually, the property I bought right there, close to that beautiful building, went up $100,000. So I think property value would go up in this neighborhood. That would be one reason. I would vote yes for the project because of that. The people there are very quiet, and of course I'm on the other road. But I am right behind the big building that they have, and I'm excited and happy to hear that they're going to build their church in similar materials. And it looks like a farmhouse from New Hampshire. I used to live in New Hampshire. So I would vote yes myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak during your public hearing? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. John, you want to go back to that first picture you had up there? This is in District A, so I've got a couple of questions. No, keep going back. The other board. The one that showed 60 feet of landscaping. You want to show me where 60 feet of landscaping are? So we counting all those. So it's this parking area there?
No, that's going to be landscaping. That's landscaping from there to there.
So is that right down the middle there? Put your finger up there. Yeah. What is that all? Just grass? Rock?
This is the property line. This will be grass from here to here. Well, actually, it'll be, it'll be landscape gravel.
Which is it, gravel or grass? Because I'm not thrilled
it's
with
landscape
grass. That's a
gravel.
problem. That's the question I'm getting at. Grass ends up being.
No, it's landscape gravel.
It's gravel. Okay. Okay. I'm going to recommend approval per staff if approved conditions.
And the added ones that were read into
the added ones, of course, the added 10 that were added in. Correct. Any questions? Any comments? Please cast your votes. I don't have a screen, so could I be recorded as a yes, please? Motion passes.
Items 55.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Items 55 and 56 can be heard together. Item 55, WC 18400-139, ZC 162405, waiver of conditions of a zone change, ZC 162405, that required removing turf and established desert landscaping per code on 0.2 acres in a CP office and professional AE 60 zone. Generally located on the west side of Shirley Street, 150 feet north of Radkovich Avenue within Paradise. Item 56, UC 18406, use permit for a quasi-public facility youth referral service. Waivers of development standards for the following: landscaping, trash enclosure, reduced height setback, reduced parking, alternative driveway geometrics and design, and a design review for a youth referral service on 0.2 acre portion of a 0.7 acres in a CP Office of Professional AE 60 zone.
Mr. Ghaffari, good afternoon.
Greetings, Chairman and fellow commissioners.
Good afternoon. My name is Monica Gresser, Brazen Architecture, representing Nevada Partnership for Homeless Youth, and this is Arash Ghaffari, Executive Director for Nevada Partnership for Homeless Youth.
I've got to ask you, could you speak into the microphone because we're not picking you up? That's a lot better. Okay.
Do I need to repeat that?
No, that's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we are here to either present or to answer any questions you may have about this particular property or this particular development, I should say. It has approval by a town board with a couple of, I suppose, soft denials by staff, but we don't see those as a particular issue, and town board has approved those as well.
Okay, does that complete your presentation? Rush, you want to?
Yeah. So just to give you a brief overview of what we're doing here. So we have our existing drop-in center, and we moved into this neighborhood around the 2005-2006 timeframe. And we started with one house, actually, if this is here.
Yep, you're over here.
This was originally two separate houses, and we started with one house that we retrofitted. Then we got this one on the corner. We demoed that, and we expanded it to create one unified drop-in center because we were seeing more demand for client services in that area. And now we've acquired this property here as well, and we are looking to make this a multi-use facility. So it will be a hybrid between administrative offices, volunteer and outreach deployment, and storage, because now we're seeing a lot more youth there per day, so we need things like a walk-in fridge and some more places to hold non-perishable items, etc. The cool thing, though, this has been designed to both serve a short-term use and a long-term use, and the long-term use would be to eventually make this a all-youth serving facility. But for now, some of our admin staff are stuck in the about 1,200 square feet of space here, and we plan to move them over here. That way we can devote that area to be all client services as well. So the net impact is really not so much that we're adding a lot more people, but rather we're shifting around people to make more room to serve more clients and to serve clients with a higher quality of service. So essentially what we're doing with this project is that we are retrofitting the front area. We made a commitment to the prior owner that we will not tear down the front area. So we're going to keep it as is, make some slight modifications, and we're going to be adding a portion here in the back as well.
Correct. And also on this, we'll be we're going to change up the parking a little bit. Currently, these are quarter-acre lots that are in this entire neighborhood, which allows for one parking space. But this is being converted over from residential to commercial use over a period of time by the county. And with these quarter-acre lots and the size of the buildings that are currently on the lots, that is not it is not beneficial for parking more than one or two cars without backing out onto the street. So we have asked for a waiver for parking. We have asked for waiver for some of the landscape requirements. Predominantly, the landscape requirements that we're asking for is particularly on this west side over here, in this area. We've asked for less dense installation there, primarily because of the overhead power lines that are existing from the south end all the way to the north end of Tropicana between all the lots. Also, going back to the parking, we do have some parking on site. Staff has agreed to the way that we have developed this, and we also are providing for one-way access onto the site and through the site to leave the parking or to leave the driveway as well. It's the same staff from this south building for the north building, so we don't see any impact to parking on the streets either. Plus, we have seven neighbors who also supported this renovation to the neighborhood or to the lot.
Okay, does that complete your presentation?
It does.
Okay, this time I'm going to open the public hearing on items number 55 and/or 56. Anyone wishing to address the board on either or both of those items, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. 55 and 56. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing, turn it over to Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in terms of the recommendations that the staff has made, you can accommodate those. You can accept those as you read them.
Yes, we have no
Telling
issues.
us. It is refreshing that the neighborhood and the town board are both accepting and supportive. It goes beyond accepting, and I think that's a tribute to the good things that happened there. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd move approval of 55 and 56.
We have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Gibson on items number 55 and 56.
55 and 56.
I gave you 55 and 56. Any discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Now my screen doesn't work. It's up, but it doesn't work. There it goes. Okay. Motion passes.
Thank you,
Congratulations.
commissioners.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. We'll
Thank you.
clap.
Next is item 57, WS 18396, waiver of development standards for increased freestanding sign height. Design review for a freestanding sign in conjunction with an approved shopping center on 4.4 acres in a C2 general commercial zone in the CMA design and MUD 3 overlay districts, generally located on the west side of Durango Drive and the north side of Post Road within Spring Valley.
Ms. Stewart, good morning. Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Lucy Stewart, 1930 Village Center Circle, representing the property owner and the applicant.
Brian Baker, National Signs, 3830 Rock Bottom Street, North Las Vegas.
And we are requesting to increase our sign height, but eliminating one sign because of the linear feet that we have along Durango. We could actually have the sign that's existing and been approved for the Green Valley Grocery, and then we could have two more for our center at 20 feet in height. And what we're asking to do is to combine the two signs and make them into one and do them at to 30 feet in height, but actually the copy is only 20 feet. So the actual signage itself is just 20 feet, but of course it has to be lifted off the ground and there's a header on the top. But we think it's better because then we move it further away from residential. Plus, even though the posted speed limit is 45 on Durango, if you've driven on Durango, you know it's kind of like a raceway. So we think instead of trying to have two signs and people trying to read both, it actually functions a little bit better. So we would agree with just one additional sign and respectfully request your approval.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. This time I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 57. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 57, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Turn this over to Commissioner Brager.
Thank you. When I first looked at it, and I'm speaking with staff, they were saying you can have two 20-foot signs. I actually didn't know that when I met with staff. I thought we were talking about one, but I would prefer 130 to 220s because of where the other one would go in relationship to the neighbors. So I will throw out a motion that one 30-foot sign with no future, I'd like to condition it to no future signage, only the one that you couldn't come back and request another sign if you get this one for the 30 feet.
And with the understanding that Green Valley Grocery has their sign.
That's
right.
Yeah, completely right. This is for your use. That would be my motion, and I can condition it to, they can only have one sign.
Yes, you're talking about signs on the street frontage.
Correct.
Right.
Right, but they can't come back for a second one if they get this one for 30.
Right, but they already have one, so they can't come back for a third sign. Is that correct?
Well, yeah.
We're agreeing to one additional signage on
Right.
Durango.
Exactly.
Correct.
Okay, that would be the motion.
We have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Brager. Any discussion on the motion? My screen's not working. Please record me as an aye. Now it works. Oh, you did it. That's why it worked. She did it from down there. It's not working. Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Happy 4th of July.
Happy 4th of July.
Commissioners, you're going to have to bear with me because items 59 through 68 can be heard together, so I'm going to read them all into the record. Item 59, ZC 18358, zone change to reclassify 5 acres from RE Rural Estates Residential Zone to R2 Medium Density Residential Zone. Waivers of development standards for the following: establish alternative yards for residential lots, increase wall height, reduce setbacks, reduce the street intersection offset, reduce the throat depth to a proposed security access gate. Design reviews for the following proposed single-family residential development: building orientation for 2 proposed single-family residences, hammerhead street design, increased finish grade on 35 acres in an R2 medium-density residential zone, generally located on the north side of Gomer Road between Grand Canyon Drive and Chieftain Street within an enterprise. Item 60, VS 18359, vacate and abandon easements of interest to Clark County located between Grand Canyon Drive alignment and TP Lane alignment and between Gomer Road alignment and Gary Avenue alignment within enterprise. Item 61, WC 1840011, ZC 1516, waivers of conditions of a zone change requiring the following: right-of-way dedication to include 45 feet to back-up curb for Gomer Road, 35 feet to back-up curb for Grand Canyon Drive, 60 feet for Park Street and associated spandrel. Development to be redesigned to allow Park Street to continue south in conjunction with an approved single-family subdivision on 7.5 acres. Item 62, WS 184001007, ZC 89915, waivers of conditions of a zone change for the following: development must be redesigned to provide access entry into the development through a grid-based roadway alignment per revised plan dated February 11, 2016, in conjunction with an approved single-family subdivision on 15 acres in an R2 medium-density residential zone. Item 63, WC 184001008, VS 915, waiver of conditions of a vacation abandonment for the following: development must be redesigned to provide access entry to the development through a grid-based roadway alignment in conjunction with an approved single-family subdivision. Item 64, WC 184001009, VS 1616, waivers of conditions of a vacation abandonment for the following: right-of-way dedication to include 45 feet to back-up curb for Gomer Road, 35 feet to back-up curb for Grand Canyon Drive, 60 feet for Park Street and associated spandrel. Development to be redesigned to allow Park Street to continue south in conjunction with an approved single-family subdivision. Item 65, ET 18400-136 to VS 900-15, vacation and abandonment, first extension of time for easements of interest to Clark County located between Morento Avenue and Gomer Road and between Park Street alignment and Chieftain Street, and portions of right-of-way being Gary Avenue located between TP Lane and Chieftain Street, and TP Lane located between Gary Avenue and Gomer Road within enterprise. Item 66, ET 18400-137, VS 1616, vacate and abandon, first extension of time for easements of interest to Clark County located between Grand Canyon Drive alignment and TP Lane alignment, and between Gomer Road alignment and Gary Avenue alignment. Item 67, ET 400-138, VS 90515, vacate and abandon, first extension of time for easements of interest to Clark County located between Grand Canyon Drive alignment and Park Street alignment, and between Richmar Avenue alignment and Gary Avenue alignment. Item 68, TM 185-00076, tentative map consisting of 206 single-family residential lots and common lots on 35 acres in an R2 medium-density residential zone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners.
I think you set a record.
I tried, and I would like to first apologize for all that you had to say, and you did a wonderful job. My name is Angelo Taberti, 4325 Dean Martin Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. Today's project, though a lot of applications, is actually pretty simple. We're taking 3 previously approved residential developments that have had their tentative maps zone change. We've added 2 parcels to the project and combined them all together to make one large project. It is generally located, as said, basically with Gomer Road to the south and on the corner of Grand Canyon Road to the west. We will have 2 entrances for the project off of Gomer Road. This project will have 206 lots on it, and from there I'll start going down to each of the applications. First and foremost is the zone change. The zone change would affect the parcel, the 5 acres right here. There's 2.5 acre parcels. Those are located or they're going to be changed from REs to R2s. It'll match with the other zoning for that area, match to the zoning to the west as well. From there, we are going to actually ask to withdraw the waiver for the street intersection offset that was along here. We have been able to work with staff and elongate that, so we no longer need that waiver. We've also can withdraw the design review that has the hammerheads, because obviously we have replaced all the hammerheads with full cul-de-sacs. From there, we do still need a waiver of standards for the throat depth in here, with the idea that we'll have a minimum of 75 feet and will be in the future have a queuing analysis and traffic study to show that this is sufficient, and go from there. We also will be asking for a waiver of standards for 2 lots to be side-loaded lots. Those are these 2 lots located right here. They will have entrances as shown on the street with the driveway and then the building envelope for the house to sit in. This has been done previously in this area, and it works well for those neighbors. There's that one, and if you don't move the camera, I can just show you. There's this one as well. Going back to the site itself, we are asking to increase the finished grade from beyond the 18 inches that are required, and that is to help direct all the storm flow out through the site and then into Richmar Avenue. This will provide some relief to the school district as they develop the parcel over here, instead of running the stormwater in through their site and getting it out into the public streets and into the right direction. From there, we're asking for the patent easement waivers for these houses, and I do actually have one more design review item, and that's just for the houses themselves. They're going to be matching with the similar products that are in the area already, with a similar color, similar architectural features. One of the houses will have a cantilever second story, and so we're going to have to request a waiver of setback for 4 feet, but it won't cause any negative impact on the driveway and for fitting cars in there. From there, the waiver of conditions is just to ensure that it's a cleanup item to make sure that this design works, and the extension of times are for the patent easements that have been previously vacated for it. With that, that ends my presentation, and thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on items number 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, and 68. Anyone wishing to address the board on any or all of those items, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Turn this over to Commissioner Brager.
Thank you very much. It is a lot of items, and I appreciate the work that you've done on this. I would make a motion per staff, and that the entrance be no less than 75 feet.
Do you understand?
I understand and agree with it.
We have a motion on the floor on items number 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, and 68. By Commissioner Brager. Any discussion on the motion? Please cast your votes.
I just wanted it to move quickly.
It moved quickly. 10 items. Motion passes.
Thank
you very much.
Have a happy 4th.
Happy 4th.
Next is item 69, NZC 18283, zone change to reclassify 6.2 acres from R2 medium density residential AE60 zone to R3 multiple family residential AE60 and AE65 zone, and C2 general commercial AE60 zone to C2 General Commercial AE60 and AE65 zone for shopping center. Design review for shopping center on 6.2 acres in a C2 General Commercial AE60 and 65 zone in the MUD 3 Overlay District, generally located on the northwest corner of St. Rose Parkway and Maryland Parkway within Enterprise.
Ms. Lazovich, good afternoon, and you brought a guest.
I did. Good afternoon. Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. With me today is Lariah Gasper. She is going to be a senior at Sierra Vista High School and is considering law school, and she is going to do the presentation today.
All right.
Okay, so hello, my name's Lariah. I live at 9570 Oak Avenue, and this proposed project is located near St. Rose Parkway and Maryland Parkway. The application is for a non-conforming zone change to C2. A portion of the property is already a tavern, of C2, is a tavern and a gas station. The application will zone the remainder of the property of C2 for a shopping center with pad site and a drive thrust. The applicant has held a neighborhood meeting. No oppositions of the project was expressed. The town, board, staff, planning commission recommended approval. We respectively ask to approve this application and add the following conditions. No outdoor affiliated sound in the courtyard adjacent to the existing residence on APN 177-34-714-023 and APN 177-34-174-027.
Thank you. All right, does that complete your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Sure, hold it. Better be careful here. He might be out of work pretty quick. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 69. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 69, please step forward and identify yourself for the record. Comments be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing number 69. I'm not going to take it easy on you, okay?
Okay.
I've got a question. What do you mean by the outdoor amplified sound in the courtyard? Is that like for music or for a drive-through with a speaker box, or what we're specifically? Do we know?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I know, though. Do you want me to answer that question?
Sure.
Since I wrote that for her. We are showing a courtyard right here, and there are homes that sit right here. And so one of the comments I believe that came up at the town board was in this courtyard, and that's why we specifically said next to the homes,
right,
in working with staff, not to have outdoor amplified music there, just to be respectful of the neighbors who live behind us.
Okay, amplified music, so no guitar
outdoor
player, act,
no
whatever,
music,
kind of.
exactly.
Okay, cool. Okay.
And we previously provided that language to Ms. Amundsen, so she has the language for that condition.
Ms. Amundsen, you good with Lariah's presentation?
I am absolutely fine with it, yes.
Rob? Does it meet legal standards?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. I'm recommending approval on item number 69 per staff if approved conditions. Do you understand the motion?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Boy, you're good. We have a motion on the floor. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. Motion passes. Nice
Thank you
job.
very much.
You're undefeated.
Thank
Good job.
you.
Next are items 70, 71, and 72, which can be heard together. 70, NZC 18319, zone change to classify 5 acres from RE Rural Estates Residential Zone to R2 Medium Density Residential Zone. Design review for proposed single-family residential development, generally located on the west side of Torrey Pines Drive and the south side of Erie Avenue within Enterprise. Item 71, BS 18320, vacate and abandon easements of interest to Clark County located between Erie Avenue and Sedal Avenue alignment and between Torrey Pines Drive and Redwood Street alignment, and a portion of a right-of-way being Torrey Pines Drive located between Erie Avenue and Sedal Avenue alignment, a portion of a right-of-way being Erie Avenue between Torrey Pines Drive and Redwood Street alignment, and a portion of a right-of-way being Sedal Avenue located between Torrey Pines Drive and Redwood Street alignment. Item 72, TM 185000067, tentative map consisting of 31 single-family residential lots and common lots on 5 acres in an R2 medium-density residential zone.
Ms. Allen, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza, here on behalf of the applicant, Summit Homes. I have with me today Sagan Gronauer, who's one of our interns this summer. He's going to be a senior at Faith Lutheran. He's a top student and star quarterback for Faith Lutheran.
Is he related to the older gentleman in the back of the room?
Yes.
Okay, just checking that out.
So he's going to do the presentation, and then I'll wrap up.
Mr. Gronauer, welcome.
Thank you. All right, so my name is Sagan Gronauer. Here you can see the property here is located on the southwest corner of Erie Avenue and Torrey Pines. It is approximately 5 acres. It is a the only reason why it is non-conforming is because it's outside the PFNA. It's master plan and it's residential suburban, allowing 8 units an acre. Well, for the first item, number 70, it's a non-conforming zone change. It's from RE to R2. It conforms to the land plan. It's, as I stated before, it's outside the PFNA, which is the Public Facilities Needs Assessment. Our project is going to allow 31 homes on 5 acres at a density of 6.2 units an acre. The second item, item 71, is going to vacate and abandon, looking to vacate easements of interest to Clark County. And then item 72 is a tentative map showing single-family residential development for 31 homes for on the 5 acres. Staff recommends approval. The town board recommends approval. Planning Commission recommends approval, and we ask that you may follow those recommendations. And I'm here to answer any questions that you have.
Does that complete your presentation?
Yes, sir.
You did a fine job.
Thank you.
Just like Lori, you guys did good. Very, very impressed. This is a public hearing. This time I'm going to open the public hearing. Items are 70, 71, and 72. Anyone wishing to address the board on any or all of those items, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Mr. Gronauer Sr., did you have a question on this one? You good? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Items number 70, 71, and 72, and turn it over to Commissioner Brager.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Gronauer, did you
Which
feel
Mr.
like...
Gronauer?
Young Mr. Gronauer. Did you feel like you were given the adequate information from the builder and developer to be able to represent them in the manner that you did?
Yes. Well, I didn't get it from them. I got it from, Miss Stephanie Allen and my dad. So
do you feel like she was a good mentor to you?
Oh, yeah, she was perfect. It was helpful. I mean, got prepped 2 days, it was fine, so.
Good job. You did a great job, and I know that they take what they do seriously. I would make a motion for approval per staff, and that would be my motion for 70, 71, and 72.
Do you understand the motion, Mr. Gronauer?
Yes, sir.
We have a motion on the floor on items number 70, 71, and 72. Any discussion from Commissioner Brager? Any discussion on that motion? Please cast your votes.
Mr. Chair, I have a question after.
Motion passes. Commissioner Weekly.
Yes, I just wanted to ask little Mr. Gronauer here, any preseason predictions, and if there's anything you can say to my friend Coach Vernon Fox, what would that be?
Wait, say that again?
Coach Vernon Fox, is he still your coach?
Oh, yeah, Coach Fox is still there, yep.
Okay.
Great guy.
Any preseason predictions?
All I can say is it's going to be, you have a tough out-of-conference schedule to start, and then, I don't know, we're probably going to win the conference this year. They switched it up. We don't have to go through Gorman anymore, so that's going to help. And, I mean, we're prepared, though, so we'll be fine. We'll be good.
Hope to see you in the state championship.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. We appreciate having the interns between Mr. Gronauer and Loraya and Robert that we had this morning. I mean, some really good young people today. We appreciate it. Thank you. That concludes the agenda. This is the second time set aside for public comment. Anyone wishing to address the board on any item, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments be limited to 3 minutes. Could you stand next to your dad up there? Oh, gee, all right. You're a little taller than your dad, aren't you? A little faster, a little quicker. Any public comment? Seeing and hearing no one. We are adjourned. Happy 4th of July.
You're watching Clark County Television.
I am for the child who has been abused, the child who is afraid to go home,
who thinks it's her fault, who is forced to keep a secret or else.
I am for the child who has been neglected,
the child who does not know where his next meal is coming from,
who must fend for herself and her little sister alone. The child who's never been to a doctor or a dentist.
I am for the child who was taken away
for her own protection,
The child who is now in foster care, who does not know how long he'll be there.
or who these people are, or if she should trust them. I am for her.
the child who is in his third,
Fourth, fifth,
6th foster home this year,
the child who has attended 4 schools in 2 years,
who sits in back of yet another class surrounded by strangers.
believing in his heart that no one
cares. I am for her. The child who has never been told
that he is loved,
that she is smart, beautiful,
Talented,
worthy, that she is strong,
courageous,
that she is somebody. I am for her.
the child who one day will turn 18 and will be surrendered to the world.
I am for that child.
So I am there for that child.
To listen to her,
to speak for her,
To champion without compromise for what's in his best interest.
Because if I am
there for her, I know she will be half as likely to languish in foster care,
and that much more likely to find a safe, permanent home.
she is the child I am for.
He is the child I am for.
They are the children I am for.
She is the child I am for.
The child I am for is him.
Who am I?
Who am I?
Who am I?
I'm a CASA volunteer.
I am you.
What did women do with the vote once the 19th Amendment passed? Just about everything. They worked with the nonpartisan League of Women Voters in voter education. They worked with political parties. They ran for and were elected to political office. Women took many different paths to political participation.
Eva Adams became Nevada's highest-ranking female federal office holder. Her path to political power utilized one of the few avenues available to women of her time. She served as an aide to a powerful man, United States Senator Patrick McCarran. Adams was born in a little mining camp called Wonder, Nevada in 1910. She graduated from the University of Nevada, Reno, and at the age of 19, she moved to Southern Nevada to teach at Las Vegas High School. This period introduced her to many influential people, such as newspaper publisher Al Kalin and Ed Clark, head of the Clark County Democratic Party. Adams continued her education, receiving a master's degree from Columbia University. She then returned to teach English at UNR. In 1940, Senator McCarran hired her to run his Washington, D.C. office. Well, she ended up being McCarran's most trusted aide, running interference and speaking for him on many, many issues. Adams never married and devoted her life to her profession. After McCarran died, she worked for his successors, Ernest Brown and Alan Bible. Upon Bible's recommendation, President John F. Kennedy appointed her Director of the United States Mint, and Lyndon Johnson reappointed her. She immediately reorganized and modernized the Mint. After a full career, Adams retired to Reno, where she spent the rest of her life. Unlike her predecessor, Jean Young Ford never imagined a life in politics. She saw herself as a traditional wife and mother. Yet Ford became active in several community organizations and eventually held office herself. Ford was born in Missouri, graduated cum laude from Southern Methodist University, and worked as a recreation therapist for several years before marrying Sam Ford, a dermatologist. They moved to Las Vegas in 1962, and she quickly became involved in the community. Chaired the committee that created the Clark County Library District in 1964 and 65. She became a member of the League of Women Voters to work on public education on political issues and candidates. She became the president of the local branch and then statewide president. The League introduced her to the mechanics of politics and led to her appointment on statewide committees that forged plans for land use and the environment. In 1972, Ford was elected to the state assembly and served 2 terms as a Republican. When she returned to the legislature in 1978, she served in the Senate as a Democrat, having changed both party and House. Ford said she took the most pride in her work to end sex discrimination in the state's laws and to preserve Nevada's wilderness. During the last few years of her life, Jean worked harder and faster to complete several projects that she had begun. These include her work to establish the Nevada Women's Archives and the Nevada Women's History Project, as well as publication of a guide to manuscript sources on Nevada women. What did women do with the vote? As the lives of Eva Adams and Jean Ford illustrate, they brought their ideas and their skills to public life.
The more pet-friendly our community becomes, the more important it is to make sure your pet is up to date on its vaccinations. Vaccines help prevent many contagious diseases that can be fatal for pets. Your dog or cat can be susceptible to diseases if it is outdoors at all, socializes with other animals, or travels with you. Annual rabies shots are required, but several other vaccines are strongly recommended within the first 6 to 8 weeks of your pet's life. Boosters are also needed. Don't wait. Talk to your vet today. Let's keep our pets safe, healthy, and happy.
Our community, our home. Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television.
Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to In Your Neighborhood. For the next half hour, we'll talk county issues, District D issues, with a man who represents the area, your Commissioner, Lawrence Weekly. We're here on the High Roller Observation Wheel, 550 feet above the Strip at the link. Commissioner Weekly's District D is contained entirely in the Las Vegas Valley. Centrally located, District D's south boundary is Charleston Boulevard and goes all the way north to Craig Road, Decatur Boulevard on the west, and Nellis on the east are the other general District D boundaries. Here's a quick look in your neighborhood, District D. Home to more than 300,000 residents, this district includes many of the most recognizable county facilities. The Clark County Government Center is the hub of all county functions, providing regional services to more than 2 million citizens and more than 40 million visitors a year. The Regional Justice Center is home to the 8th Judicial District Court and the Las Vegas Township Justice Court. This 717,000 square foot courthouse is located in downtown Las Vegas. The William U. Pearson Community Center is a District D landmark, honoring a legendary man who blazed the trail for many in Clark County. This center is used for meetings and classes with a state-of-the-art running track and awe-inspiring public art. And the North Las Vegas Community Resource Center, anchored by the likeness of Dr. Martin Luther King, is another community mainstay. Mr. King stands tall and helps anchor this area right in the heart of District D. Commissioner, you're an amazing sport. I know that you are somewhat afraid of heights, but you sit at a high perch as the chairman of the Convention Visitors Authority, but now we're going to be 550 feet above the air.
Don't remind me. Don't remind me.
This is, they don't call it a Ferris wheel, but this is the largest, 550 feet, the largest observation wheel in the world. Just another amazing example of something here on the Strip.
Another great reason to come to Las Vegas. We have some amazing attractions, not only Do we have the best restaurants and shopping? But so many great things to do. And, you know, I figured, you know, why not let's take it all the way to the top? And now that I'm here, I'm like, what was I thinking? I'm scared of heights, but we're going to get through this. This is great for all of those that are looking at this all around the country. When they come to Las Vegas, you got to come to the Link.
And now you see this has really even dramatically changed the skyline. I mean, of course, the Stratosphere and many of these iconic hotels, people have been seeing these forever, but since this place opened 4 years ago, you can't look at our skyline without seeing this as part of it.
Absolutely. You know, to be able to see all of the great things that's happening here, not only right here on these grounds where they're going to build a beautiful convention center site here, but to look at the expansion of the Las Vegas Conventions and Visitors Authority, and then, of course, Resorts World, and just a number of other great things, the big stadium that's coming on board. A lot of great things, and we are so excited about Madison Square Garden down the street here. And so this is going to change the entire landscape, the entire skyline of Las Vegas, and those who have not been to Las Vegas in a long time or whom have never been here before, when they fly into, which I believe one of the greatest airports on the planet, McCarran International Airport, they're going to be blown away with just how far Vegas has come.
Let's break down a few of those projects as we will, Commissioner. Looking out here, that's a $375 million convention center that Caesars is adding. It's conveniently located right on the monorail line and everything, tucked behind here. This is a perfect spot for them, a great company, to expand their holdings.
Perfect spot and centrally located. When you get off the airplane, you arrive here in Clark County. I mean, with all of the shared riding that we have, the ride sharing that we have going on, and then taxis, which have been a major plus for us here, it's so convenient to get to your resort or your hotel and to be able to just get out and enjoy the destination. That's what it's all about, getting out, recreating, having a great time, and enjoying all these great amenities that we have here.
Let's break down the convention component a little bit, Commissioner. As you say, we have 57 of the top 250 trade shows in North America last year, which we want to keep that. And as you said, we've got a $1.4 billion expansion of our existing convention center. Couple it with Caesars and all the other convention centers. This is needed to keep up with the Orlandos and stay ahead of the Orlandos, the New Yorks, the Chicagos.
Well, when you speak of those other places, they are gunning for our spot. And thank you so very much to Governor Sandoval and all of our legislators. And of course, all of those visitors that come in and taxpayers who saw fit to expand and to grow and to be able to compete. What we did last year, that's in the past. What we're doing moving forward, we got to stay modern and we got to stay ahead of the game, because every time we look around, Orlando is trying to take one of our shows away. And although Orlando is a cool place, a home of Disney World, you know, yeah, it's a time and a place for everything, but we got to make sure that we stay ahead of them and that we do what we got to do to stay number one. And we've been number one now 24 years.
What else have you learned? What else have been some of the major lessons that you've learned, Commissioner, since you've been sitting on as the chair of the Convention Visitors Authority?
Thank you. And that's a very good question. If I had to honestly say, you know, being on that board, LVCVA is it's our component to attract visitors here. But what we've learned is we got to make sure that we have some policies and procedures in place. And we've gone through some turbulent times over the last couple months here dealing with some of those particular issues and hadn't felt really good. But at the end of the day, you take responsibility for it, you own it, you correct it, and you move forward. And we've been able to do that. And, you know, didn't feel good, but being a chairperson, you know, you get some bumps and some bruises along the way. But if I had to do it all over again, I'm so very honored to have an opportunity to serve as the chair for the last 3.5 years of this destination, and you know, to have the vote of confidence from your peers to elect you back again. I mean, what an honor! I couldn't ask for any more. So it's been a blessing.
At this time now, and you've served with Rossi Rollencotter, who's the head of the Convention Visitors Authority, an amazing man, ardent supporter of Las Vegas and everything Clark County, announcing his retirement sometime. But it's business as usual. There's an amazing team already in place, right, Commissioner?
Yeah, Rossi Rollencotter, who everybody knows, I love him to death, have given 45 years of commitment to this destination, and I believe he's done an amazing job. Through his national and international relationships he's been able to establish over the years, I believe he's one of the key components to have put a great team together. That's the reason why we're experiencing a lot of this great successes that we are. And so Rossi is one that I'm so grateful that I've had an opportunity to serve with this man here. He's been a blessing for me, and I'm truly going to miss him. But he's not going anywhere. He'll be around for a long time. But this LVCVA organization is awesome, and now we're moving into working with Steve Hill, who headed up the Stadium Authority, appointed by the governor. He's just a fantastic leader, and he's going to do a great job for us.
So now, as we progress, we've seen a lot of construction over there on Elvis Presley and the location of the old footprint where the Riviera once was. What are we going to see in that the new expansion, Commissioner?
Oh man, convention space is going to be out of this world. It's going to be one of those places when CES, when ICSC comes to Las Vegas, when the Magic comes to Las Vegas, when ConX, Con8 comes to Las Vegas, they are going to be so blown away with just how modern things will be there. They're going to have enough space to really be able to handle their business, and that's what we're about. Vegas means business. We don't want people to come here and think that it's all about the beautiful pools and the beautiful nightclubs that we have. During the course of the day, late into the evenings, people are conducting a lot of great business, and they're getting a lot of things done that's moving this country forward. And so we're really excited about this expansion. To have a Las Vegas Boulevard address means the world to us, and this is going to be another spot of convenience for many of our conventioneers that's going to be here. And so we're really excited about it, and we thank the community for embracing it.
How is that going to change the dynamics of that end of the strip, the north end of the strip, Commissioner? You mentioned Resorts World, Fontainebleau has restarted again, so it's going to change the dynamic a little bit, maybe move some of the shift a little bit.
We need to resuscitate that end of the strip there. Thank goodness for SLS, who have just kind of held up that end of the block for us. But we need to breathe more life into that corner there. That was a very exciting corner for years with Riviera, Circus, the old Castaways Hotel, if you want to go back even further. But this is going to really breathe life into that corner there. And we're hoping, if all goes well, that we may still see that NBA arena because the grounds have been approved for that. And so hopefully, if all goes well, there's going to be some great life on the end of that corner there, and we're going to see a big shift that's going to happen on the northern end of Las Vegas Boulevard.
You brought up sports. Let's talk a little bit about sports. I know you've become a big hockey fan. You were impressing me with your hockey acumen recently.
Oh, my Lord.
The Vegas Golden Knights, shout out to them.
Shouts out to the Vegas Knights, man. For many of us who've never really been into hockey, I love the fact that it's introduced us to a whole nother genre in the athletic industry, if you will. These men have come on board, and they came at a right time when we were in just a mourning state. We all just sat back and could not believe this would happen right here. I don't know why we were being so naive that such tragedy as 1 October, which changed our lives, I believe, and changed the way we do business here. Those Golden Knights came on board, and they brought life back to us. They brought some excitement back to us. They brought some unity to this community. They brought a community back together and said, you know what? We shall never forget what happened on that block. But here's a time and here's something that we can unite and show the rest of the world that this is not just a place that you come and recreate. This is a family, and this is a real community. And thank you to the Vegas Knights for helping to make that happen.
All right, I have another question on that, but we must take a quick break. We continue in your neighborhood here on the High Roller with Commissioner Lawrence Weekley. Stay tuned.
Thank you for calling the Jury Services Office.
You haven't really lived until you've had a hand in justice. Serve on a jury. Be sure to respond if you get a jury summons and play a role to ensure that justice is fairly served.
I think I'd be locked up right now if it weren't for the harbor.
Fighting drug or alcohol use and changes in behavior are all warning signs that a youth may need help.
I got in a fight and got expelled from school, and my mom took me to the harbor for help.
The harbor is a safe haven for troubled kids and their families. The goal is to give them resources so problems don't escalate. We know kids in crisis can become adults in crisis. Prevention and early intervention work.
They helped me get my life back on track. Sometimes you just need a fresh start.
The harbor offers hope and second chances.
District D is home to the Clark County Government Center. The Government Center was opened in 1995 and houses nearly every county department. Twice monthly commission board meetings are held in the chambers. Rotating art exhibitions occupy the Rotunda Gallery. And the outdoor amphitheater hosts countless events, including the annual free Jazz in the Park music series. The Clark County Government Center is located at 500 Grand Central Parkway in District D. And speaking of District D, we're talking to the man who represents the area, your Commissioner, Lawrence Weekly. Commissioner, it's impossible not to talk about 1 October. Here we are about 8 months from that tragic, most tragic day in our city's history. There were some indicators visitor volume has been down a little bit in the past few months. Do we attribute much of that to the tragedy, what has happened there, or talk to me about that?
No, I think, the country and the world was so impressed with how this community came together. I don't think people really realized that when we talk about Clark County being a community, people here stepped up, and we didn't leave one stone unturned. From our first responders to our medical facilities, I can't speak enough about UMC and Valley Hospital and Sunrise Hospital. Man, they really did a yeoman's job in terms of meeting the needs. And then to have our resiliency center for people to go and not only go and take care of some of the business as a result of that crime, because that's what it was a crime that took place. But this here was something that showed the world we're a community. And so I don't think this has kept people away. I think it's just the economy as a whole. People are kind of tightening up their belts a little bit on how they spend, and they're thinking it out a little bit more, opposed to being so spontaneous in their travels. They're just kind of planning it out a little bit more. And so, our numbers may have dipped a little bit, but we're doing okay. Vegas is still one of those places that all around the world, you say Las Vegas, people lose it. They know what it means, what happens here stays here, they get it. They know about the high roller. Now they know about the Vegas nights. And so we're really excited. We're one of those places that we're like the commercial. We're everywhere that a lot of these people want to be.
Let's talk about another sporting team coming to town here, Sue, the Las Vegas Raiders. We're building a little stadium on the south end of the Strip, thousands of jobs, $1.9 billion project. How is that going to impact things, Commissioner?
Well, we're going to see a whole genre of people come here to Southern Nevada, and I'm sure that many of those from California will come to Las Vegas. It's our hope that if they do, that they understand the kind of community that we are. And so it's going to be something different for us to adjust to. But I think it's going to be exciting because it'll be new. We love sports, we love entertainment here, but it'll be an adjustment for us, and I'm excited about it. But speaking of the Raiders, cannot leave out the Las Vegas Aces. So excited to have the WNBA here. Those ladies came over to my district and they did a fantastic job giving back to the community and, just introducing to what I believe to little girls that girl power is real and girl power is possible, and if you continue to dream and believe, you can achieve. So I'm excited about the Golden Knights, the Raiders, the Aces, the 51s, and everything else to come, man. We're on the map.
This is something, 10 or 15 years ago, we've obviously been trying to get many sports franchises for as long as we've both lived here, and now it's finally happening, and we all knew that this could happen here, correct?
It was all possible, and that's what happens as a result when great minds come together, when everyday citizens come together, and we pull our resources together and we stop working in silos and realize that we may not have it all together, but together we can have it all. And I believe that we're on a great path to creating a great community with all of the billions of dollars that's coming here in construction work. It's my hope and my prayer that not only women-owned businesses, minority-owned businesses, small businesses are the beneficiaries of that. I want to see Nevadans get back to work. So everything that I approve that comes before me, that's one of the first questions that I ask. Are they a local business? And what's your method of hiring locals? What's your outreach process and making sure that people that live here have an opportunity? Because we're the ones that go through the inconvenience of all the construction and all of the road work that's happening. We're the ones that have to live with it every single day. And to go and allow folks from out of state to come and reap the benefits, enough is enough is enough.
It's back to the project at the stadium at the south end of the Strip. That's what seems to be a misconception, or what is on people's minds so much, is perhaps lack of parking and transportation in that area. But there's a lot of smart engineers and a lot of smart minds figuring out these things. And are you concerned?
I'm not concerned so much about all that. I believe it's going to be worked out. I believe that we're going to come up with something, they're going to come up with something, the engineers will come up with something that we can all live with. Change for a lot of people gets confusing, but change can be good. It's just you got to make that adjustment, and we all got to understand right now we're going through some growing pains. But I think the growing pains will be good as long as we can kind of sustain ourselves, don't lose too much of our identity. People come here and say, well, Las Vegas doesn't really have any character, nor does it have any culture. As a native Nevada, I beg to disagree with that. I totally disagree with that. I believe we do have character. I believe that we have culture and we have community. And so it's our job to tell our story. And thank goodness we have people like Channel 4 that will help us tell our story.
People also forget that our college football team, UNLV Rebels, this is going to be their home. They're basically, in essence, getting a brand new stadium, a new facility, and a place to play, and a place to attract other athletes and help grow their program for free and reap some benefits as well.
Well, I think it's really going to help them in terms of recruiting. To be able to go out and get some of those young men that really can help put our football team on the map and get them to the level where they deserve to be. We have a Class A coach, but we just need to step it up and get some of those big players out there that can get us on in some of those big tournaments that's really going to make UNLV football the kind of program that it deserves to be. So there's a lot more work to be done. My hope is that that this stadium will really serve as a motivator and a recruitment tool that will help them be able to accomplish that goal.
Just another amazing thing on the Strip. Yeah. Commissioner, recently you've been spending some time with the folks here at Caesars Palace, and you more than held your own with a fellow by the name of the Gazillionaire when you recently had a nice honor for 7-year anniversary for Absinthe Show. Talk to me a little bit about Caesars Palace and those folks.
A lot of fun. I didn't know what to expect. Bunch of characters over there, but some of the nicest people on the planet. Man, I did not realize that show even existed. I had driven by a number of times and have seen the billboard of it, but to kind of get a bird's eye view of what it is that they do in there, they attract a lot of visitors. But now to see that they're going to add on additional shows to accommodate their fan base, it's amazing. It's a must-see. And man, I was very honored to be there to be a part of that. But I was glad I was able to kind of hold my own, because they tried to get me a few times, but I had to get them together.
It comes at you from a lot of different directions. Recently you met someone I know who's a hero of yours, Dolores Huerta, who this woman is a pioneer of civil rights, farm workers, one of the first early feminists here in our country. I know that was an important day for you.
Yeah, that was so important to meet her. I was so glad I was able to hold it together, because just to sit there and listen to her bio and to hear people give testimonies on what her hard work meant to them, and then to know that it was Dolores Huerta who made it possible that single mothers like the one I was raised by are standing on her shoulders. And this lady with such grace and poise, and small little lady with a huge voice, to have so much respect. And then it didn't hurt to have Carlos Santana standing right there. I mean, what a day. It's a day I'll never forget.
How would you characterize the county and our private enterprise, especially the hotel resort community? Would you characterize that as a partnership, or how does county government and what we have to do as a county fit in with the private enterprise like that?
Well, it's a great partnership that we have with the resorts. Sometimes it's not as easy as many people would like for it to be, because we have constituents that live in the adjacent area. We have public work issues that we have to deal with, and sometimes from a private sector, they want what they want when they want it. And there are rules in place to say, well, no, there are permits that you have to have, there are certain timelines that you have to abide by, and there are guidelines that we have to adhere to. And so sometimes the relationships gets a little strained, but at the end of the day, we work it out, and we understand that it's for the greater good for the community that we serve. And so we have to make sure that we approve things that's going to be safe, that's going to be beneficial, and at the end of the day, makes sense. And we know for a lot of folks in the industry, if it ain't making dollars, it ain't making sense. But, you know, for us, it has to make sense all the way around.
All right, well put. We must take another quick break. We'll continue in your neighborhood here at the High Roller. District D Commissioner Lawrence Weekly. Stay tuned.
Do you know when to go on a yellow flashing arrow? They're popping up all over Clark County, and they're the new signal for turning left at intersections with a dedicated left turn lane. Here's what drivers need to know. A flashing yellow arrow means turns are permitted, but you must first yield to oncoming traffic and pedestrians. Then turn with caution. Keep in mind oncoming traffic has a green light. A solid green arrow means turn left. Oncoming traffic must stop. A solid yellow arrow means that the left turn signal is about to change to red, and you should be prepared to stop or prepare to complete your left turn if you're within the intersection. And finally, a solid red arrow means stop. These left turn yellow flashing arrow signals are new, so remember, a yellow flashing arrow means turn with caution. For more information, log on to clarkcountynv.gov and search keyword flashing yellow arrows.
District D is home to the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center. The center was created in the aftermath of the 1 October tragedy and continues to serve victims and families whose lives were upended after that most devastating day. Mental health counseling, financial and legal assistance, and many more agencies offering other services partner with Clark County to serve the community. The Vegas Strong Resiliency Center is located at 1524 Pinto Lane in District D. And speaking of District D, we're talking with the man who represents the area, your Commissioner, Lawrence Weekly. Commissioner, let's take you off the strip, back home to your District D.
Back to the neighborhood.
Back to the neighborhood. One of the last days of school, the Von Tobel Park added a splash pad, which, again, in some of these other parks, I know you love your parks and you don't have some of the great regional parks that some of your colleagues have, but a splash pad at a smaller park like that in that area is a huge amenity.
Yeah. You know, several years ago, we took out the swimming pool over at Von Tobel Middle School. And so to me, that created a void for those kids in that neighborhood. They have to go about 1.5 miles, almost 2 miles, over to Walnut Recreation Center if they want to swim or participate in a water feature. And so, you know, we came up with an idea of, hey, let's put a water feature out in the park, a splash pad. And the frustrating part for me was it took way too long as far as I'm concerned. And I voiced that concern over the years, and I made it no secret, and I'm making it no secret today that, you know, all communities need to be able to provide open space and places for young people to be able to recreate. We talk a good game about getting kids out of the house and off the couch and off the video games and get them outside and let them be kids like we used to be. Well, we have to make sure that the playing field is leveled and that it's even and equitable. And so the splash pad that we were able to introduce over at Von Tobel, am I 100% happy about it? No, because you know, I felt like I wanted some character to it, some fun colors to it, to be more kid friendly. Are the kids loving it today? They are. So if the kids are happy, I'm happy. But for me, I love pushing the envelope because I believe just because you don't have as much as they may have in other communities doesn't mean you don't deserve just as much.
And I think the same could be said for Alexander Villas Park, a new trail and basketball courts going there. Talk to me, update me on that project.
Absolutely. It's been long overdue. We've been working on this park for several years now, and to go in and give these folks the amenities that a lot of these kids, see, I can get in my car and you can get in your car, and I can drive around Clark County And I go to some of these regional parks and some of these other smaller parks like the ones I have in my district, and guess what? They're empty. And you know why they're empty? Because many of those neighborhoods are very blessed. They have beautiful backyards, they have swimming pools in their backyards, and so a lot of times their kids don't even go to those parks. Doesn't mean that they don't deserve to have them, but I mean, at the end of the day, if you want to create a society where kids are being kids and we're trying to grow a society where kids are doing the right thing, you know, let's make sure that we spread the wealth. Let's make sure that we create environments where, you know, kids can go and be safe, but at the same time have a good time and be around their peer group. You know, not caught in a some type of cycle where it's causing, you know, obesity. It's causing other ills that we're dealing with in our society. We got to get these kids' minds right and make sure that we as adults are making the right decisions so that we can spread the wealth and show all these kids we're in it for the long haul for all of them, not just some of them.
Very well put. Well, I think our trip is almost coming to the end here. Thank you for being a great sport and telling us about District D and all your work you're doing, Commissioner.
Well, I'm real happy. I made a full loop, everybody. I survived the link, the high roller. But this is great, though. But thank you very much, and thank my commissioners, my colleagues, and the management in Clark County just for allowing us to serve and to be able to go out and do what we need to do to hopefully and prayerfully improve the quality of life for residents in District D.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you, my friend.
Commissioner.
Thank you.
That wraps up this edition of In Your Neighborhood. Thanks to the Caesars Entertainment Corporation for hosting us here at the Link, High Roller, and to Commissioner Lawrence Weekly for taking time to tell us about the area he calls home and represents as your elected official in District D. If you have any questions about this show or ideas for upcoming segments in your neighborhood, call me. I'm at 702-455-6357 or send me an email. I'm at rsw@clarkcountynv.gov. Thanks for tuning in to Clark County Television. On behalf of our production staff, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time in your neighborhood.
Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? God.
See what you can discover at the Las Vegas Natural History Museum.
Visit Treasures of Egypt, a trip to King Tut's tomb and recreations of some of Egypt's best-known artifacts.
Explore it for yourself.
Straight ahead on UMC Digest, we'll head into the classroom for a stuffed animal clinic, learning what happens when Jeffrey swallows a penny. Also, how this robot can perform surgical procedures more accurately than even human hands. And how you can help save a life by knowing exactly what to do in an emergency. The UMC Digest starts right now. After the October 1st shootings, many people asked what they could do to help. The number one thing you can do is be educated onto how to literally stop the bleed should another mass casualty unfortunately occur, or even if you come upon someone who is bleeding to death in a car crash or other accidental trauma. UMC offers complimentary Stop the Bleed classes, education that is just as important as knowing how to do CPR. Take a look at a recent Stop the Bleed course taught by UMC for Red Rock Search and Rescue. If you come upon an accident scene or witness a life-threatening injury, would you know what to do to save someone's life?
Stopping the bleeding immediately as it happens. So you're at the scene, you are a bystander, and now you are a rescuer. So you are going to literally stop watching someone bleeding and intervene in stopping the bleeding by applying direct pressure or possibly a tourniquet if you have that, of one of the bleeding control kits that we are advocating.
Knowing what to do before someone is literally bleeding to death in front of you could save their life.
Calling 911 at that time as the blood's pouring out, it's not going to save their life. It's just not. There's not enough resources, not enough time. These guys are great and can be there in a few minutes, but it's not going to happen.
A tourniquet placed appropriately will stop the bleed while emergency help arrives.
And the whole concept of tourniquets and bleeding control is to apply the tourniquet above, more what we call proximal or closer to the heart from the bleeding source. So if the gunshot wound's in your thigh, you obviously want to apply it higher than that to prevent the blood that's coming out. That's hurting. What are you doing?
It's supposed to hurt.
Oh, okay.
That means I'm cutting off the...
Oh, okay.
That means you're not going to die.
Killing me.
I'm super glad about that.
Okay.
That means you're not going to die.
All right.
I haven't encountered a time when I would need to use this yet, but you know what? You never know. You never know when you might.
Right.
And the thing is, we train for all kinds of scenarios and eventualities, and so that we'll be prepared to help anyone that we might come across.
How do you know you put the tourniquets on correctly? The bleeding stops.
During the Stop the Bleed course, participants also learn how to pack a wound.
So what will happen is for you to be able to have some basic concepts and basic knowledge that will take you through tonight and be able to just literally stop the bleeding. The number one cause of mortality and deaths in trauma that would be preventable is just hemorrhage, exsanguination. A lot of other things you can't control, and that's unfortunate, but bleeding is one that you can literally stop just by applying direct pressure or a tourniquet.
Those couple of techniques done in just a few seconds could help save a life.
I want every single soccer mom, everyday Joe, every high school kid, every person that works at a golf course, every person that works at a casino, any person at all is able to do this training. We can teach this to young kids. This is something that if you see bleeding happening, you can actually intervene and stop the bleed and save a life.
Here at the UMC Trauma Center, we have a 97% survivability rate, including patients who come to us with less than a 1% chance to live. We are very proud of those statistics and also aware that even with the best of medicine, sometimes patients are given a life-limiting diagnosis or, despite best efforts, are on a journey to the end of their life. UMC's Integrative Therapy and Tranquility program helps to make those moments more comfortable for patients and their families.
A little bit. Where are you feeling that?
In my stomach.
Your stomach?
At UMC, healthcare is about more than medicine and procedures.
So let's not talk about the treatment part anymore. I just want to find out how you are.
UMC's palliative care and integrative services takes our treatment pathway to a new level.
We're not just going in, just pushing some meds and leaving the room. We're with the family, we're bonding. You find out the whole, for me it's holistic nursing because I'm a holistic nurse as part of the Tranquility program too. So I like to think of the whole family. So when you go in and you're working with the family and finding out what was that person like, what were their goals, what did they want, what was important to them, who's their family members, who's at the bedside with them.
It guides the family basically with their end of life choices. I mean, a lot of family doesn't know where to go. Most patients come in, doesn't have advanced care planning, doesn't have a living will, and they just listen to maybe one physician or a couple of the residents. Having Dr. Estrada and their team come over here, pretty much explain what's palliative care, what's hospice. It's really needed. I mean, I'm glad that we have it here at UMC.
Patients with life-threatening injuries or life-limiting illnesses such as cancer, dementia, cardiology, or stroke issues that come along with burdensome symptoms can all benefit from palliative care.
The frontline teams are really great at having those discussions. They talk with families. As most of us know, when there is difficult news that is coming up, sometimes you hear a little bit of the news or parts of the news, or you just need some sort of gentle reinforcement. So we are the second line team that comes in to support the frontline team's assessment. We affirm prognosis, and then we let them know from a risk to benefit standpoint what is happening with treatment, what are the best treatments, what treatments may be more harmful than helpful, and what treatments could be contributing to a good quality of life. So we help them weigh the risk to benefit, and we help them make some very difficult decisions together.
Lab tests and clinical observations can help physicians and families with those decisions. Then palliative care is used to care for patients and families.
We're able to help families and patients understand the situation, and we look at how to make these moments the best moments possible for the patient, and if it's pulling back on some of the aggressive treatments to just honor whatever process is happening, whatever journey is happening, it makes for a better journey for them. We don't have to palliate symptoms caused by very aggressive, harsh measures if they're not appropriate. In a true end-of-life situation, they're walking that walk, and my team and I are walking that walk with them.
That walk with Dr. Estrada turns from clinical to very caring.
I can speak for myself and my team when I say that every time we approach a patient and a family, we approach them as if they're our own family.
In a hospital where we are so proud of saving lives, it's equally honorable to create an appropriate end-of-life experience for our patients and their families.
We figure out what they would want, the music, if they would want to be clean and fresh, or what blankets they'd want around them, or pictures. And then we do everything we can to make sure they're very comfortable, to make sure that family's around and very close. No matter what we're doing, even if we're removing a patient off ventilatory support, we bring everyone close in there, and we make sure they're holding their hand and they're with them, and then we take a step back.
Those are important and sensitive moments for our families.
I've always been very proud of my job and the job our team does. It's quite incredible, although death and dying can be devastating, as I mentioned. It's happening. It's something we can't control. One is being called to a higher power, to a higher place. And there's nothing any of us can really do about stopping that process. I mean, we try to sometimes, but there is also a way of honoring that process, so it's a change in thinking. It's a change in culture.
That change in thinking, when everything possible has been done from a curative standpoint, honors the process of life and death.
When you think about it, one is going on a certain journey, may it be a very difficult, burdensome journey with a serious illness, or an end-of-life journey, the journey's happening. They can walk this walk with us or walk it without us. And luckily at UMC, they have the option to walk it with us. And if we do our jobs well, and we work so hard to do that, under our watch they will not suffer. So because we can alleviate suffering and enhance one's quality of life, no matter what the situation is, it makes it the best job in the world.
When we come back, we'll take you to UMC's newest primary care location, where you can have your own personal physician. That's coming up on the other side of this break.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has 8 locations, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Find a dock in my neighborhood.
The nearest dock is the Port of Long Beach, 284 miles away.
Find a dock. Doc!
Calling Doug.
Finding a family doctor in your neighborhood is as easy as visiting a UMC Primary Care. Locations valley-wide, there's one near you.
Find nearest Thai food.
Typhoons occur in the North Pacific Ocean.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has 8 locations, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. We're glad you're with us. UMC offers the full range of health care for your family, from our quick care locations where you can get in, get out, and get better quick, to our main hospital and primary care, your own personalized physician to take care of you even when you're feeling well.
Hi, Kim. Hi, good afternoon.
Dr. Tan has been Kim's primary care physician for 5 years.
So is it here? Right here.
Primary care physicians serve as the overall director for your health.
The primary care is the one who would treat the patient as a person rather than a disease.
And preventative maintenance, just like you do with your car, is key to your overall function and health.
Let's give an example about the 50 years old and above. So everybody, as in everybody, when they reach 50 years of age, needs colonoscopy. All female when they reach the age of 40, they should have a screening mammogram.
Blood pressure screenings and cholesterol checks can help catch the signs of cardiovascular disease before it's too late.
They are making a gamble in their health. That's certainly. If you are not seeing your primary care, then you are missing the benefits of a health screening.
Sharing your medical history, having up-to-date screenings, and yearly visits with your primary care physician helps build a meaningful partnership in your overall well-being.
Patients can feel when they can trust their provider. Their demeanor, the way they interact with you. When you say things to your provider and then they pull through with their promises that I'm going to do this for you, I'm going to help you get to your goal in terms of your health. When everything gets fulfilled, I think that's how you build that bond.
A bond that has helped keep Kim healthy for years.
Dr. Ten always sits with you, always, make sure that before you leave the door that we both understand that this is our goal, we're both going to reach it. And you agreed, you put your opinion, I put my opinion, and then it's a collaboration between the patient and the doctor.
UMC's new electronic medical record called UMC Connect helps you further stay connected with your health. You can easily view lab results and upcoming appointments. Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC is the only children's hospital of its kind in Nevada. We're home to Nevada's only designated pediatric trauma center, offering the highest level of care available anywhere in Nevada. Last year, we saw a devastating rise in child abuse deaths. Children coming to us with fatal injuries at the hands of a caregiver. So now we're reaching out and speaking out, educating our community on how to prevent child abuse. Dr. Jay Fisher is the medical director for Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC's Pediatric Emergency Department. He cares for the sickest of sick, those with life-threatening illnesses. But the most heartbreaking patients for him are the ones who suffered their injuries at the hands of someone else.
These young children are defenseless and at the most vulnerable part of their lives. They deserve the right to grow up.
Shockingly, child abuse rates have doubled from 2016 to 2017.
Any number above zero, of course, is too many, but we cannot stand by idly as a community or at the Children's Hospital of Nevada and see this number continue to rise. So we're calling upon all of you to help us to address this difficult problem.
Oftentimes, it's a little-known caregiver creating a pattern of abuse.
You should know that child abuse fatalities typically aren't an isolated incident. It isn't usually just one event. There's typically numerous events that have antedated these fatalities.
Signs of abuse include malnutrition, poor hygiene, unexplained or odd bruises or burns, delayed development, or when a child appears frightened of a parent or caregiver. Be very careful who you ask or hire to watch your children.
I would say specifically, obviously, that anyone with a substance abuse issue should not be caring for children or babies. That substance abuse can be alcohol or any of the other substances that you see abused in your community today.
And all parents can always use a reminder about the importance of a timeout for themselves.
We also ask caregivers to take a moment when they individually feel overwhelmed in their role as a child caregiver. We all here at UMC are mothers and fathers and aunts and uncles of young children. And we know that raising children is a 24/7, 365 enterprise. And that these stresses can make each and every one of us, no matter how strong, have points of weakness. We ask you to pause during those times and step away so that you don't become embroiled in a situation that could lead to a child death.
When we come back, we'll head inside the OR for an up-close look at the Da Vinci robot. That's coming up on UMC Digest next.
You never know when you can't really see a, whoops,
coming. And sometimes you just can't avoid the old... Life is full of surprises. So when life pulls up, get to UMC Quick Care. For life's bumps and breaks, sneezes and wheezes, one of our Valley locations is ready and waiting to save the day. So you can get in, get out, get better, quick. UMC Quick Care.
Mom, we're out of cereal. Can I go to Jennifer's tonight? No, you said you were going to take me to dance.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has 8 locations, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. UMC is home to the most advanced surgical technology with robotic surgery that allows for faster recoveries and better outcomes. Now UMC is one of the only places in the West to offer robotic surgery for children. This is the Da Vinci robot, capable of performing surgical procedures at the hands of a skilled surgeon actually sitting steps away from the patient.
One of the nice things is when you put your head into the console is actually when the robot gets activated. So if I'm out here talking, the robot's not going to do anything, even if my hands are here.
And when a surgeon is at the helm, surgical procedures can be done with shorter hospitalizations, less pain, and less pain medication for adults and pediatric patients alike.
The Da Vinci system translates the surgeon's hands at the console to very precise and fine movements on the patient. And by doing so, that decreases the tremor, decreases any abnormal manipulation, kind of increases the efficiency of a surgery.
Which all leads to decreased complications.
So we're less bleeding, less inadvertent injuries to other structures, the ability to do more complex surgeries with the robot in more precise fashion.
Removing pancreatic and lung masses and kidney transplants can all be done robotically.
Compared to open surgery, there's no comparison. Open surgery, you have big scars.
And UMC is one of the only hospitals offering this caliber of surgical care for younger patients. 2 local Las Vegas families have gone above and beyond, donating so generously to Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC. Jerry and Jenny Shear know too well what it's like to have premature babies in the neonatal intensive care unit, and it was important for them to give back. Over the past 2 years, Jerry and Jenny Shear have donated more than $500,000 to Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC. Part of that donation was used to buy state-of-the-art incubators called giraffes for our tiniest patients. The critical care beds support healthy neonatal growth while protecting neurodevelopment.
This is really useful for resuscitation, so it's all integrated in one. You don't have to have any extra equipment.
That very kind donation helped us to purchase 3 of the giraffe care stations.
You see now that they have state-of-the-art equipment to help care for children in the NICU, in the emergency room. It really does our heart good to know that other parents are going to have the best opportunity to see that positive outcome for their own children.
In addition to that equipment, another donation from the Shear Family Foundation helped buy infant car seats for our babies going home for the first time and treated our patients, families, and staff to a big holiday celebration.
My wife Jenny and I could not be happier to see this equipment here at Children's Hospital at UMC being put to good use. The team here is so amazing. The doctors, the nurses, the entire staff, the outcomes that they have with the children is just excellent.
Since then, the Shears have donated several $100,000 more to providing more innovative equipment and recently donated the funds to create an important video message about child abuse prevention.
I'm glad to say it, but thank you so much because we've been wanting new stuff for our hospital for so long. We provide excellent care here, but we were somehow not having the funding to be able to get the latest and do the best for our children in Nevada, and with you guys coming on board and becoming our partners, it has really helped us a lot.
Today is a very happy day for us, but it's a happier day for the hospital and the Las Vegas Valley, and that's what's important to us.
The Shear family donation is entirely appreciated by UMC staff and our patients and their families who benefit from your generosity. Thank you. Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC hosts a stuffed animal clinic at local schools to help give children an inside and very fun look into the world of healthcare. Take a look at how Jeffrey the giraffe became our patient and how these students might become the next generation of doctors and nurses.
Can you hear that? Yeah? Now let's listen to your giraffe's heart. Do you hear that? Does he sound okay? All right, you're my expert.
A first look inside healthcare for these students is a bit less intimidating thanks to Children's Hospital of Nevada's team, who takes the stuffed animal clinic on the road.
So we get the penny, we put it in a bag, and we send it to the lab. Alright? So now he's fine. He's good to go.
In this particular case, Jeffrey has swallowed a penny, which sends him to the hospital. Then all is well. Well, until he snaps his giraffe limb.
So I took the picture. Now we come over here and that sends it to my computer so we get to look it up. And let's see if it's really broken. What do you think? Where's the break? Yep, that's it. That's a broken leg, all right.
No worries though, Jeffrey gets a quick cast and he's on his way.
Probably feels better now, huh? There's that, and then you're going to go over to the pharmacy.
Toys R Us generously donated the giraffes for our clinic, and this little guy sure seems to get into a lot of mischief.
He was really hungry, and his mother accidentally put a penny in his dinner plate, and he accidentally swallowed it, and now he needs to go to the hospital.
We're hoping to introduce the kids in their own little atmosphere to the healthcare. So they'll be going through different departments, for instance, triage, respiratory, radiology, to kind of get them the feel of what a hospital visit would be like. And at the same time, these kids are our future. So hopefully we could get them into our healthcare and get them into being future nurses, doctors, respiratory therapists.
Thank you for joining us for this edition of UMC Digest. For more information on all of the stories you've watched, please head to our websites. We have two of them, umcsn.com and childrenshospitalofnevada.org. You can also find us on social media. We'll see you next time right here on Clark County Television. Until then, take care.
Welcome to Club Ride. Club Ride is a free employee benefits program that encourages and rewards the employees that would like to or currently carpooling, walking, biking, taking transit, or even motorcycling to and from work.
Club Ride has excellent programs and services for commuters,
such as Guaranteed Ride Home, Club Ride discounts, Easy Rider, and the monthly price drawings.
Club Ride Rewards is a program that rewards commuters every month for clean, green commutes to and from work. As a Club Ride member, you can win cash and prizes every month. It's a great thing.
Oh, we love winning the awards. We've been carpooling over 11 years now.
We were doing it before it was the thing to do.
I think I'm the better driver.
No, I'm the better driver.
Carpooling was just kind of a natural thing. We could ride to work, we could talk to one another on our way, and saved us time and gas. But that extra prize makes it extra fun.
I was carpooling before it was cool. And before we got the Rockstar parking for carpooling. Club Ride has this really cool website. You go in and you log your trips each week, and it calculates for you how much money you've saved, how much of an impact you've had on the environment in terms of less emissions and so on. So I know for a fact I've saved $300 each year carpooling.
After 20 years of driving in Las Vegas traffic, I think I'd had enough and I was ready for a change. I currently commute by taking the new transit buses. There's a new park and ride in my neighborhood, so I just drive over there and hop on the bus.
I commute with this bad boy right here. My employer not only supports it, she lets me park my bicycle right in my closet at work. I love the Club Ride discount program because I get to use it at Jason's Deli, Cold Stone Creamery, and then I'm even able to use it at my bike shop, Bicycle World. I wish I would have learned about it earlier.
One of the great benefits for employers is the outreach that we do. We set up a table, we give away free t-shirts, we talk to them, we educate them about the program, and then of course the incentives that are available to them. Once employers realize what we do for them, they love it.
Club Ride is extremely successful at Bellagio. We've been a partner with Club Ride since 1999, and currently we have about 1,200 employees enrolled. We provide our employees with reserved parking, bike racks, motorcycle area, as well as pre-tax payroll deduction for the passes.
I think the Club Ride program is very well thought out, very well engineered. Cox is really committed to being a Club Ride partner. We have swipe machines at every entrance where employees can log their commutes. We also have bicycle racks. We have the ability for employees to work compressed work weeks and flexible schedules. And we have pool vehicles that are available for those employees that commute who need a vehicle to use to visit a customer or to go to another office.
Having a strong commute options program is really important to the city of Henderson. Currently, we have over 400 of our employees that are enrolled in the Club Ride program. We have lots of prize winners every month, and I really make a big deal about it. I hand deliver all the prizes. They're just really excited, especially if one of the other employees sees that they're getting this prize. That kind of motivates them and they want to be part of that.
I'm Joan with Cox Communications. I'm proud to be a carpooler, and I think you should be too.
Less traffic and cleaner air, and that's a good thing.
Less traffic, cleaner air. Carpooling is a good thing.
I'm Joey over at the Rio, and I love being a Club Ride member.
I'm Bill with Cox Communications, and we're a proud partner with Club Ride.
Commute options are a good thing. Partner with Club Ride today.
To find out more, visit the Club Ride website.
Or call 228-RIDE or go to your HR office and speak to your transportation coordinator.
That's a wrap. That sounds good. That's a wrap.
Or can I do like Janis Joplin? That's all, folks.
Find a dock in my neighborhood.
The nearest dock is the Port of Long Beach, 284 miles away.
Find a dock. Doc!
Calling Doug.
Finding a family doctor in your neighborhood is as easy as visiting a UMC Primary Care. Locations valley-wide, there's one near you.
Find nearest Thai food.
Typhoons occur in the North Pacific Ocean.
You never know when you can't really see whoops, coming. And sometimes you just can't avoid the old. Life is full of surprises. So when life pulls up, get to UMC Quick Care. For life's bumps and breaks, sneezes and wheezes, one of our Valley locations is ready and waiting to save the day. So you can get in, get out, get better, quick. UMC Quick Care.
Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
Coming up next on Clark County Chronicles, flash flood season is here, an annual reminder to turn around, don't drown. Operation Mustang was an extraordinary full-scale drill testing our first responders, and the Las Vegas Aces are already assisting our young future basketball stars. Those stories and more coming up next on Clark County Chronicles. Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to Clark County Chronicles. For the past few months, the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center has provided the victims of the 1 October tragedy with compassionate professional support, with services ranging from financial to legal to medical and so much more. Located at 1524 Pinto Lane, the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center continues to provide dedicated and compassionate service to those affected by the shooting and events at the Route 91 Harvest Concert in Las Vegas on October 1st, 2017.
Since the center opened, we have served approximately 6,000 people. One of our concerns with some of those numbers is that we know that over 21,000 tickets were sold, and the estimation is that approximately 16,000 people were in attendance. which doesn't include all of the other people that were there to make it happen. And about 4,500 ticket holders have actually contacted the center and responded and registered. So that does leave a lot of people who we have not had contact with yet.
The October 1st deadline is rapidly approaching, and victims are recommended to reach out to the Resiliency Center staff and fill out an intake form to start the process for receiving services and support. The form is available at the center or online at vegasstrongrc.org.
We continue to do outreach to victims. We continue to have ongoing efforts to get messaging out for people to register prior to the October 1 deadline for the victims of crime eligibility. So that message obviously needs to be clear again. Even for people that don't think they are in need of services, at the current time we want to make sure they register. And then we've also continued to build out. We're trying to work on more of that outreach in every way we can.
This year is the 5th anniversary of the Boston Marathon bombing.
To make victims aware of the services and amenities available through the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center, several outreach efforts have been launched, including sponsorship of a team of local runners who participated in the Boston Marathon.
If you were at the Route 91 festival during the shooting, you can get assistance to pay for expenses not covered by insurance.
Public service message for TV, radio, and social media featuring survivors of the tragedy.
This is an example of an enormous effort of love and compassion.
And other creative efforts, all designed to encourage survivors to reach out and contact the center.
Hello, good morning.
Now and in the next few months, staff at the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center are stepping up their outreach efforts to make victims aware of the services and amenities available.
But we're seeing a lot of that where people's lives are just crumbling down around them and they just don't know what to do. So we're kind of able to step in there and help.
Legal assistance is available at the center thanks to the Legal Aid Center of Southern Nevada. Tennille Pereira is a staff attorney at the Legal Aid Center of Southern Nevada, and she now works as an in-house attorney at the Resiliency Center. She provides legal navigation to people and families involved in the tragedy.
We had lots and lots of employment issues. People that worked the event that weren't paid what they were supposed to be paid, or the tips disappeared, or workers' compensation claims because they were working the event and now they can't work. They have been traumatized, and these are the types of things that they did. Like, they were bartenders, bar backs, food servers, and they would work these events, and now they're so traumatized that they can't work. And so, what do? Where do they turn for help?
Staff with compassionate experts from a range of partnering agencies, the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center is a one-stop shop for caring.
I was with the Resiliency Center, Vegas Strong Resiliency Center, from December till about May, seeing walk-in clients or taking calls from the victims of Route 91. And I currently still have the clients that I started with there. I'm seeing them privately for long term.
Monique Cox is a licensed marriage and family therapist. She was on site at the center for the first few months and now sees clients as outpatients in her Southwest office. She knows firsthand that many people will be in emotional distress and burdened with extra psychological trauma as the first anniversary of the shooting nears.
For a lot, the Route 91 festival was a family thing. It was a tradition. They looked forward to it. Brought their kids or their moms. And so now, usually they're used to, hey, we're going to go. And now it's like, oh my gosh, we can't go. And this is because why? You can't really escape the reality of it. So it's a reminder of what happened.
The center offers victim advocacy, counseling, spiritual and mental health referrals, and assistance with the application processes.
In the almost 5 months since the tragedy, we have processed approximately 4,300 applications for benefits. And so far we paid out about $1.2 million in benefits. But our filing period for those who were present at the concert and experienced either physical injuries, emotional trauma, any other types of loss that they may qualify for, they have until October 1st of 2018 to apply, and we encourage you to do so.
The State Victims of Crime program continues their work. This group offers a variety of benefits and services, including financial compensation. Anyone impacted by the 1 October incidents have 3 avenues to apply for assistance.
If anybody still wants to file a claim, It's very simple. Go to the Las Vegas Resiliency Center. We have an employee who is there every day during all business hours, and he can get your application to us right away. You can also go to our website, which is voc.nv.gov. We have the application online there. We've made it very simple. You don't need a police report, and it's in English and Spanish. And last, you can come to our office, which is 2200 South Rancho Drive, Suite 210A.
Clark County took great care and used other cities' expertise in decorating and designing the center, from the lobby to the artwork adorning the walls.
Well, the center is set up in a way that we hope is comforting and comfortable, welcoming, and with privacy and confidentiality. So there are other communities have reached out, and with some of the decorations, there's a banner from Orlando. There are Stars of Hope on the walls that were created through that organization, and there are other things that people have sent from other communities to send their condolences, their comfort, their well wishes, and their concern.
One important piece of advice is to hold on to anything that proves you attended the event, such as pictures, receipts, emails, social media posts, wristbands, and more. The Vegas Strong Resiliency Center website is the single point of contact for locals and a valuable tool for out-of-state concert attendees. Visit vegasstrongrc.org for more information on all the services and resources available. You can drop in, no appointments necessary, and the center is open Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., excluding holidays. Clark County and the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center are hosting an art exhibition called Quilts for Vegas here in the Rotunda Gallery. All these quilts were created to provide comfort and support to the victims of 1 October.
In the days following October 1, members of the Las Vegas Modern Quilt Guild sat in shock as we planned our own small way to wrap our community in a hug and show our love and support.
The talented crafters of the Las Vegas Modern Quilt Guild are using their creative skills to help healing after the 1 October massacre. They've stitched together more than 250 quilts on display at the Clark County Government Center.
The Guild launched a quilt making drive for the victims of October 1 to let them know that they are cared for, loved, and supported still to this day. Hundreds of quilters all across the United States and from countries as far away as Germany and Switzerland responded. Some sent full quilts, others sent quilt tops, some did blocks, donations, and all of this covered the cost of the fabric, the thread, and the other materials.
The Guild reached out through social media, and the mass outpouring of love, compassion, and soft supplies from quilters worldwide contributed to this most impressive 1 October shrine.
These are all hand-stitched. That's designed in our mind. We cut the fabric, we stitch the fabric together. A lot of love and effort goes into making a quilt. Historically, quilts have been used to show love and appreciation, so that's what we're doing for our community.
The Vegas Strong Resiliency Center is conducting an electronic auction. All 250 quilts will be given to people who are family members or survivors and are registered at the Resiliency Center.
Survivors and family members registered with the Resiliency Center can sign up to participate in a raffle to receive a quilt. Staff will ship the quilts to those whose names are drawn in the raffle, wherever in the world they live.
The Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and a couple dozen other law, fire, and first responding agencies teamed up to test their skills during a mock shooting scenario here at Shadow Ridge High School.
Provide that blanket of safety and ensure that we're properly prepared to respond to any and all incidents, in particular to incidents that occur in schools.
And that's why Metro and all first responders took part in Operation Mustang, a full-scale exercise with a pretend active assailant on a deadly rampage at Shadow Ridge High School. All local law enforcement agencies, 4 fire departments, several specialized strike teams, and local ambulance companies participated in the scenario. One of the first and most important tasks in any large-scale emergency is the ability to communicate.
We'll set up what's called a unified command. And so law enforcement,
and fire will, and other support agencies will unify in command and make decisions together. That way the resources aren't acting independently, but are acting as a focused, cohesive group.
The 4 pillars of emergency management are protection, preparedness, response, and recovery. It's every student's unthinkable nightmare and every emergency responder's worst fear, an armed attacker loose on a school campus. Statistically speaking, it's more dangerous for students to drive to school than the threat of an active shooting situation. But with 22 school shootings nationwide already this year, it's always a challenge to respond in a cohesive, coordinated fashion. The sheriff stressed that this is not a reactive exercise. Metro personnel and first responders train like this on a regular basis.
And understand the scope of this exercise and the need for this exercise. I don't want anybody leaving today thinking this is all a knee-jerk reaction, what is occurring across the United States. In some aspects it is, but this is something we do on a regular basis.
All of these agencies and many individuals participating in Operation Mustang were involved in real life-saving efforts from the carnage of 1 October. But training scenarios like this one help ready the entire team for critical incidents of any kind, anywhere in Clark County.
As 1 October showed, the response of all agencies in a coordinated effort to safeguard the lives of this community is very important. Today's exercise is another step in our evolution to continue to improve how we do what we do, no matter what the incident may be. I'm very grateful to the sheriff for inviting the FBI to participate in this event.
Operation Mustang was named for the Shadow Ridge mascot and took more than 2 months of preparation time. Many of the most important lessons learned from the full-scale exercise will actually take place in a few weeks after evaluations are conducted.
What went well, what didn't. But then after that, there's a much more in-depth after-action report that will take place, in which you'll get comments from everybody, you'll compile those, and then you'll send out a report with recommendations, and then you build training off of those recommendations.
This affordable living community called Patriot Place is now the permanent home to a group of our United States veterans.
It is so gratifying for me to be here today and to be part of knowing that I'm with people like this for the rest of my life.
Mr. Otha Brown is now a proud Patriot Place resident. The retired Marine found himself homeless just a few months ago. A phone call from Accessible Space Incorporated in Minnesota changed his life in Las Vegas.
And all of the people that I've talked to from Minnesota have that quality of being patient. So she led me through this, and I explained to her the dilemma that I was going through. And she said, I'll get back to you in about maybe 2 weeks and let you know what your standings are and what your opportunities. She called me back in about 4 hours, and she said, your move-in date will be September the 1st.
The development of Patriot Place took a true collaborative effort. Accessible Space Incorporated is a Minnesota company and one of the country's most prolific organizations in providing housing to seniors, veterans, and those individuals with physical and brain injuries.
We've had 28 different accessible affordable housing developments funded in Nevada. Over 1,100 people, almost 1,200 are receiving those services.
ASI's partnerships with state and U.S. housing agencies, national banks, and local government jurisdictions has led to the development of first-class housing in our community.
This development is a very unique one for us because it is our first project serving veterans. It came about, as you heard, from a collaboration dating back, of course, further than 2012 and even in current years, 2014, when people started to say, well, let's try to do something. And this is what happens when people come together and collaborate. You're all part of that moving forward, too, because we want to make sure that we try to meet that ongoing need. There were over 1,200 applications for this building in the first 2 weeks, and we can only house 50. So again, there's a lot more to do. We can't just stop.
This dedication ceremony took place on Flag Day, the most appropriate occasion to honor the veterans who now call Patriot Place their permanent home.
This is about affordable, safe, beautiful housing because, number one, for our veterans, you served us, so God bless you. But we want people to know that this is about housing. This is about making sure that we develop properties that have the right lighting, that are energy efficient, accessible to you.
Patriot Place is a 3-story complex with 49 1- and 2-bedroom apartments, ample storage, private balconies or patios, washers and dryers, and carefully designed counters, closets, and cupboards are just some of the amenities constructed in each unit. The common areas include a computer room, kitchen, workout facility, and more. Conveniently located near bus lines, shopping, and grocery stores, the Patriot Place truly is housing with care. Nearly every summer day in the valley is like this one. Blue skies, brilliant sunshine, no threat of rain. But did you know the months July through September are actually considered monsoon season in Clark County?
Oh my God, no.
The Regional Flood Control District's advertising campaign is called Water Always Wins, and I'm certain the driver of the black truck now agrees. In a matter of moments, flash flooding quickly fills our network of storm channels and can transform streets into raging rivers. Flooding has killed 3 people in the last 2 years, an overlooked fact in our usually bone-dry desert.
A lot of these deaths are occurring in vulnerable populations, and think tourists, homeless, children, people who often don't get the messaging that we put out there as hard as we try. Our messaging is having an effect, but a lot of times we're not reaching a lot of these vulnerable populations. The homeless population especially is at risk due to the fact that they set up shop sometimes in washes or behind barricades near washes and then wind up getting washed in.
The district unveiled the public service announcement during their annual flash flood press conference. This year's event was on the site of a box culvert installation of the US 95 widening project near North Durango Drive. This project is one of 19 that the district has already or will begin in 2018.
The flood protection that it brings along really enhances not only the safety, again, of the traveling public and protecting the land around, but from a personal viewpoint from the department, it helps us save on maintenance costs and erosion control.
A project like this is constructed in a cooperative and economical fashion. By partnering with the Nevada Department of Transportation and the Regional Transportation Commission, flood control projects can be built in tandem with the streets and roadway improvements.
We do those partnerships to try to leverage our dollars and maximize the dollars we spend on flood control. If we can combine these projects with roadway projects, it minimizes the impacts to the traveling public, but it also helps us build these facilities in a more efficient manner, and we get them done all at once and saves everyone time and money.
Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that?
If you ever encounter any moving floodwater, heed the district's advice. Turn around and don't drown. To learn more about flash flooding in our valley, safety tips, and more, visit BeFloodSafe.com. All local jurisdictions and law enforcement agencies are all in. They will issue you large fines if you are caught setting off illegal fireworks during the Independence Day celebration.
This is not a problem in a certain part of the valley. It's throughout unincorporated county, the city of Las Vegas, the city of North Las Vegas.
In June, the Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada supported the You Light It, We Write It efforts. The commission unveiled a bus that is wrapped with reminders that fireworks safety is a deadly serious concern across Clark County.
So we'll actually have teams that are going out and enforcing some of the citations that will be written this year. But we're asking people, please do not call 911 or 311 to report illegal fireworks. Please go to our website, www.ispyfireworks.com. This way we can track them for the future, as well as we can free up the lines to get real critical issues that normally happen on the 4th of July.
Earlier in the spring, the new campaign was created to raise awareness, and $1,000 citations can be levied against people who light fireworks that are not designated as safe and sane. Our community suffers property damage and injuries each year. It's estimated that 11,000 people are treated for fireworks-related injuries, and it's children who comprise a third of those.
Illegal fireworks cause too many injuries, too many fires.
Clark County produced public service announcements in English and Spanish that illuminate the dangers associated with setting off illegal fireworks. Safe and sane fireworks are offered for sale around the valley, and officials urge all buyers to purchase their pyrotechnics exclusively from locally licensed and inspected booths.
Please do not call 911 or 311 to report illegal fireworks. The I Spy Fireworks website is how we wish to gather that data so that we can build future plans to go after illegal fireworks users and make a safer community. Our fires on those nights is one of the busiest nights of the year for us as a fire department, for the police departments valley-wide. Over the years, we've had several significant fires and many injuries related to illegal fireworks, and that's why we need to address this very serious problem more aggressively this year.
A solemn ceremony marking Juneteenth was held at this most appropriate location under the watchful gaze of Dr. Martin Luther King.
For the land of the free.
Gary T. Love Williams delivered a soulful rendition of our national anthem as part of the annual Juneteenth celebration. A group of Buffalo soldiers raised the ceremonial flag to mark this momentous day. Juneteenth, more accurately June 19th, 1865, is recognized as the day when the last American slaves were freed, 2.5 years after President Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation.
Juneteenth does not get the recognition that other historically significant days do, and that's unfortunate. It has been overshadowed by the day that the President Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, whose lofty goals could not be achieved until 2.5 years later with the death of more than 600,000 Americans on the battlefield of the Civil War.
This year's event was a salute to women of African descent who served in our country's military.
We need to make sure we're teaching about things so the kids never forget about what that is. So thank you for bringing this to our attention. Make sure that we will have it on our TV. But for our Buffalo soldiers that were still ostracized after they were allowed to serve, thank you for your service.
The American Civil War ended on April 9th, 1865, with a ceasefire between the two armies.
Clark County Television is proud to cablecast a documentary celebrating Juneteenth, an historic look back at slavery and how it was abolished in the 1860s. The film traces the beginning of the holiday and explores the migration of millions of African Americans from the South to other parts of America around World War II. Celebrating Juneteenth was produced by Stan Armstrong and Joseph Meditz of Desert Rose Productions. Commissioner Lawrence Weekly is a student of history and always advocates teaching our youth about our not-so-glorious past.
Our thoughts are that when I think of Gordon Granger and I think of that message that was delivered back to many of those men and women and children who were given that free labor in Texas, who hadn't gotten the word that freedom is free and that your time is up in terms of offering these services to this country who have given you no recognition or thanks. I'm very grateful on this day because it was many of those shoulders that I'm standing on whom have afforded me this opportunity to be here to serve in this community.
Three pro athletes from our Valley's newest team, the WNBA's Las Vegas Aces, hosted a basketball camp for kids here at the Pearson Center.
Hi everyone, I'm Lindsay Allen. This is my second year in the WNBA, my first here in Las Vegas.
As part of Junior WNBA Week, 3 Las Vegas Aces introduced themselves and then shared their hardwood skills at a youth basketball clinic for about 100 eager student athletes. In addition to being given cool official t-shirts, the eager youngsters received hands-on instruction from the professional athletes. Lindsay Allen, Tamara Young, and Kelsey Plum provided pointers to the kids in shooting, passing, defense, and agility. Aces forward Tamara Young is an old-school, defensive-minded player. And because she never had the opportunity to meet her basketball heroes as a child, she's delighted to provide pointers to the enthusiastic players.
It's great to be here, to be in this community, to give back, to share knowledge with the group. You know, growing up, I wasn't able to have actual WNBA players to go out and be able to work out with. So having them here and being able to be a role model and example is a great thing.
Whatever your mind can conceive and your heart can believe, then truly you can achieve it.
Commissioner Lawrence Weekly is a champion of all youth recreational activities and is already a huge fan of the Las Vegas Aces.
Oh man, this is awesome to have the WNBA to take the time out of their schedule to be about the community. You know, it's one thing to come in the community and try and gather fans, but here's a way to really be hands-on. And so thank you to the MGM, thank you to the WNBA, and thank you to the Junior NBA, showing our kids that it is all possible if they're willing to put in the work.
All right, Mr. Cole, what's your question?
How are you inspired to play basketball?
Later on, the future stars were given a chance to quiz the pro players and learn more about life in the WNBA.
My family inspired me to play basketball. Growing up, my older siblings played, my parents played, and it was just something that we used to do for fun, and the passion and love for it inspired me to do what my family did.
The Las Vegas Aces home court is the Mandalay Bay Event Center. Visit aces.wnba.com for tickets and more information about the team. And finally, we pay tribute and leave you with some highlights of the Vegas Golden Knights' first season in Las Vegas. Now, the team lost in the Stanley Cup Finals to the Washington Capitals, but they still had an amazing first season. And I think it's safe to say now that Vegas is a hockey town, and keep this in mind. The next season starts in just a couple months in September. Well, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time here on Clark County Chronicles.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
Hello and welcome to Flight Path. I'm Chris Jones, the Chief Marketing Officer at McCarran International Airport. We hosted more than 48 million passengers in 2017, besting a 10-year-old record and marking the busiest year ever in the airport's 70-year history. Here's a breakdown of the numbers.
McCarran International, the nation's 8th busiest airport, hosted 48.5 million passengers in 2017, breaking the previous high of 47.7 million annual passengers set back in 2007. McCarran posted multiple all-time high months, including the best December.
In fact, 8 out of the 12 months last year topped over 4 million passengers a month, which was unprecedented.
October was the busiest month ever in the history of McCarran, with 4.3 million travelers flying into or out of McCarran, up 2.2% compared to the same time last year. Ground transportation set a new milestone of 5.4 million, airport pickups by taxis, Uber, and Lyft providers, an increase of 11.7% from the prior year.
We are really thrilled that we broke our all-time passenger high record in 2017. That's 10 years ago since our last all-time high. And what we're really happy about is that it shows the strength of Las Vegas as a destination. You know, almost 50% of our visitors come through the air, and just shows the economic strength and benefits that we have for all of Nevada.
Significant growth in service from low-cost carriers Frontier, Spirit, and Sun Country boosted domestic traffic totals at McCarran by 2.4%. Spirit added more than 230,000 seats to Las Vegas, a 7% increase compared to 2016, while Frontier was up 23% with 432,000 additional seats to the market.
So overall this past year, we had new or increased service from 26 domestic destinations and new international service from Munich and Cologne.
More than 3.5 million international passengers traveled through McCarran, led by Canadian carriers WestJet Airlines and Air Canada, which served a combined total of 1.8 million. UK carriers British Airways and Virgin Atlantic carried nearly 605,000 passengers, while Mexico was the third largest source of international passengers at McCarran last year. Passenger volume is forecasted to remain steady throughout 2018. And with a renewed focus on providing the best customer service possible, travelers visiting McCarran this year can expect to be treated like VIPs, very important passengers.
Did you know the Department of Aviation operates an integrated system of airports to meet the aviation needs of a variety of customers? Gene Sport Aviation Center supports recreational activity better suited for airspace outside of busy Las Vegas. After more than 20 years, it's getting a few upgrades.
Located 20 miles south of Las Vegas on I-15, Gene Sport Aviation Center is ideally suited for fly-ins and recreational aviation including aerobatics, ultralights, gliders, and skydiving. The facility features 2 paved runways, a 6,000 square foot special event center, paved ramp, a self-service fuel island, and a grassy area with 2 gas barbecue pits. The airport has been a haven for sports aviation enthusiasts since 1996, when the Department of Aviation paved the gravel runway and made other improvements. But as air traffic in the Las Vegas Valley has increased, Gene has become an even more popular alternative for flight schools and sport aircraft operations.
We've had a lot of increase in Gene of the commercial operators that do flight training down here, so that alleviates both Henderson and North Las Vegas of that type of traffic. Gene's attractive to them because it enables them to do a lot of touch and go type maneuvers without tower control, and it's a lot less congested here. So for a student pilot, for instance, that is money well spent because they get a lot more of those maneuvers in a shorter period of time.
To enhance pilot safety and improve the customer experience, several upgrades are currently underway. 177,000 square feet of existing ramp space will be completely rebuilt, and construction of additional apron area will add 234,000 square feet and bring the transient customer area up to current FAA design criteria.
And with that comes new hardware for tie-down, 6 rows of tie-down space for aircraft, and new lines for ingress and egress into the ramp area.
In addition to improvements on the ramp, new edge lighting for the connecting taxiways and reflective edge markers for the apron will be added. Upgraded apron flood lighting and cable tie-downs for aircraft parking for both the existing and new apron areas round out the list of improvements.
I think the customer service improvements that we'll see in Gene after construction are we're installing LED lighting, brand new state-of-the-art lighting. That'll provide a very bright ramp surface. That'll enable pilots to do pre-flight at any hour of the day. They can see oil dipsticks, for instance, something as simple as that they would have to use a flashlight for in the past. They don't have to do that now. Also, customer service is provided by the fact that they can more safely ingress and egress the ramp area and navigate to and from the movement areas from the ramp area with that lighting. And then lastly, the fuel service area. We're increasing the space around that area by reconfiguring the way the ramp is painted.
Construction on the $2.3 million project began in January, with substantial completion scheduled for sometime in April. For more information, visit McCarran.com and search the keyword Gene.
Viva Aerobus returned to McCarran in December, launching daily nonstop service between Las Vegas and Mexico City. Here's a look at the celebration marking the occasion.
1, 2, 3.
All right. With the snip of a ribbon, airport management, airline partners, and the LVCVA celebrated the return of Viva Aerobus to McCarran and Las Vegas. The non-stop flight provides passengers connectivity from Mexico's largest city and is expected to transport more than 100,000 passengers per year.
Las Vegas is a very popular destination in Mexicans. Second most important tourism generator in Las Vegas comes from Mexico. 1.2 million passengers come every year. And Mexico City particularly is a very popular destination where a lot of Mexicans come from leisure, travel, and of course a lot of business.
Mexico annually ranks as the second largest source of international visitors to Las Vegas. International travelers stay longer and spend an average of 80% more per trip. The new daily service from Viva Aerobus will provide passengers more travel options from this valuable market.
McCarran has invested heavily in getting that process for the international passenger to have capacity, to have the amenities, and to have a very smooth, efficient type of experience once they get here.
This service by one of Mexico's low-cost airlines provides customers an affordable way to visit, while helping Las Vegas achieve its goal of increasing international visits over the next decade.
You know, we're very fortunate that we have a very good and hardworking airline development team, and working with McCarran Airport and looking at opportunities and markets around. And they have conversations with Viva Aerobus for the opportunity to expand service for a unique segment in Mexico. And I think it just worked very well together, being the destination that the Mexicans love to be at, and it just worked out perfectly.
The LVCVA estimates this route will have a $78 million annual economic impact on Southern Nevada, making the service a win-win for passengers and our community. For a list of other airlines serving this important market, visit McCarran.com.
In today's digital world, getting information is just a click away on a smartphone, tablet, or computer. To make that process as simple as possible for airport customers, McCarran's website recently got a makeover. Let's take a look.
Creating an attractive, user-friendly website is important. In the consumer's eyes, a website is a reflection of the business itself. Many consumers form first impressions of McCarran online before they even set foot in the airport. Having a good website is one of the most important tools in helping travelers prepare for their trip before coming to the airport. In addition to new features and improved navigation, the look of the website was updated to reflect current design trends and improve ease of use. In addition, what we like is the use of promotional space as well as icons for user navigation. Website metrics reveal most online visitors are seeking flight data. The new design puts arrival and departure information front and center with an easy-to-use tool that allows visitors to search for flights by city, airline, or flight number from the homepage. Once the flight has been selected, the site automatically provides flight-specific information including which terminal to use, where to park, the gate information, and what amenities are located nearby. One of my favorite parts about McCarran's redesign is enhanced airline pages. Not only does it have information about the airlines themselves, but it has information specific to the customers that are flying on these airlines. As a digital representation of our physical facilities, the new website makes finding essential information quick and easy in order to provide the best customer service possible, online and in person. Site navigation has been enhanced with multiple paths and additional pages to help travelers find what they need. Dining and shopping options are presented in multiple formats, from an alphabetical listing that can be filtered by gate location to easy-to-read concourse maps. Comprehensive parking information, rates, and driving directions are just a few additional enhancements. The new design offers travelers a more mobile-friendly experience. It automatically adjusts its layout to multiple screen sizes to maximize its appearance on the variety of mobile devices used by travelers on the go. The redesign also enhances accessibility for travelers with special needs. More information is provided about the airport's efforts to make its facilities accessible to all travelers, and website content is available to visitors who use translator and text-to-speak features. And to assist international customers, website content is available in 10 different languages with just a click of the button. The web design team, comprised of members from the Department of Aviation's Information Systems and Public Affairs and Marketing divisions, also recently overhauled websites for other airports owned and operated by Clark County, such as North Las Vegas Airport and Henderson Executive Airport. To see the improvements and prepare for your next trip, visit McCarran.com.
To reach out to our growing number of Hispanic customers, each episode of Flight Path features a segment in Spanish with English subtitles. Here's Gabrielle Muro to tell us more about Wi-Fi.
En el año 2005, el Departamento de Aviación lanzó a través del aeropuerto McCarran el servicio gratis de Wi-Fi, conexión inalámbrica a Internet, la cual ha resultado ser una de las redes más grandes de Wi-Fi gratis en el aeropuerto de Estados Unidos. Desde entonces, dicho servicio ha demostrado ser muy popular con los clientes del aeropuerto. Wi-Fi está disponible en todas las zonas públicas del aeropuerto, permitiendo que los clientes con teléfonos inteligentes, tabletas y ordenadores tengan acceso ilimitado a la Internet con alta velocidad. Wi-Fi también está disponible en las zonas de embarque. Los pasajeros tendrán acceso a Internet mientras que el avión está estacionado. Una vez que el avión comience a moverse, los pasajeros deben seguir las reglas de la aerolínea con respecto al uso de dispositivos electrónicos. Al acceder al Wi-Fi es muy sencillo. En su dispositivo electrónico, abra su navegador y selecciona McCarran Wi-Fi y enseguida selecciona el botón Accept. El sistema de Wi-Fi gratuito también es compatible con las aplicaciones empresarias internas de las compañías aéreas y los inquilinos del aeropuerto McCarran. Esto ayuda a que el aeropuerto sea más eficiente y ayuda a mantener bajos los costos operativos.
Did you know McCarran International Airport is the gateway to Las Vegas for nearly half of all visitors to Southern Nevada? That means the airport is often the first and last impression a visitor has of the destination. To make that impression the best one possible, we have a team of dedicated passenger service representatives who are at your service.
Where did you come from? Phoenix, Chicago, O'Hare? You want carousel 13. It's just going to be right down the way.
Passenger Service Representatives, or PSRs for short, are easy to identify in their bright blue uniforms and have been providing great customer service at McCarran for more than 25 years.
If you go straight ahead, after you pass the
PSRs staff the airport information booths, helping travelers with questions about flight times, gate locations, ground transportation, and shopping and dining options.
You go out, across, and up, it'll take you right to it. You're welcome. Have a good day.
For travelers who do not speak English, our PSRs can still assist.
Most of us are bilingual. We do have various languages we speak here, but we also have a phone bank we can call a language bank.
And what it is we also grab a sheet, we hand it to the passenger, and if they recognize their native language, they can point to it, and we can tell the language line that, and they'll actually get an interpreter to help us out with any type of directions, instructions, things like that.
These valuable employees also serve as roving ambassadors, assisting passengers throughout the airport as needed.
Our team is amazing. We work extremely great side by side. Any situation that arises, we help each other, right away. If it's in Terminal 3, we can help from here, even if it's by a phone call away, or if we're using our radios to be able to assist in any way that we can, then that's what we do, help out as much as we can.
Well, it's great here working at the airport because you get to meet passengers from all over the world. With Las Vegas being a world destination, capital of entertainment, we get people from all over the world, and it's nice to be able to interact with them and to meet different people. And it's a great part of working here.
Most of them are certified to administer CPR and use an automated external defibrillator. This life-saving training has proven invaluable during medical emergencies.
Because they are out in the terminal walking around, they oftentimes see passengers who may be in distress. They are able to assist in terms of a quick assessment, calling for help to get the right people rolling. And we actually have had some team members who have saved lives by using the AEDs.
When the airport is busy, PSRs assist with crowd control and help manage the lines in ticketing and at the security checkpoints.
So just so you guys know, whenever you have that TSA pre-check, there's a faster lane you guys can use where you keep your coat, your shoes, and your belt on. Guys, follow me, I'll take you directly to it. Every day I try to put myself in their shoes. I know a lot of times it's their first vacation, they decided Las Vegas is someplace fun they want to visit. So whenever they ask questions or if they're a little unsure or timid, I try to make it easier for them, try to explain things as simply as I can without overcomplicating them. And I kind of like just knowing that they're leaving here with a smile, they know where they're going, and we service them as well as we can.
Working with the public in the terminals, PSRs are often the first resource for passengers when extra help is needed. Their priority is to help the airport provide the best customer experience possible. And that's why passenger service representatives are at your service.
With passenger numbers on the rise, attending to the daily operations at McCarran International Airport is more important than ever. But attending to the needs of the community we serve is also a top priority. Here's how the Community Enrichment Team contributes to locals in need of a helping hand.
In 2014, the Department of Aviation created the Community Enrichment Team to give staff the opportunity to get more involved locally through philanthropic activities and to make Clark County a better place to live by helping those in need.
The team gives employees who don't normally work together the opportunity to participate in activities that positively impact the local community while instilling pride in the airport.
Since the team's inception, Department of Aviation staff have participated in 11 outreach projects and 8 donation drives for a variety of local organizations, including Clark County Family Services, Clean the World, Miracle League, Opportunity Village, Project 150, Ronald McDonald House, Shade Tree Shelter, Spring Mountain Ranch, the Salvation Army, and USO. The Community Enrichment Team recently spent a Saturday morning volunteering at 3 Square Food Bank where employees helped pack fresh food for families here in Southern Nevada.
3 Square's mission is to provide food for those who are food insecure throughout all of Southern Nevada. So that's 4 counties. And so in order for us to satisfy the need out there, it's essential that we have a large pool of volunteers and help either assemble meals in our community kitchen, bag produce in this room, as the group is today from McCarran Airport. Volunteers basically are the lifeline of our enterprise here.
Most events are open to the entire family, which gives children the opportunity to work with their parents, learn about community service, and get an understanding about the importance of volunteerism.
Community service is really part of our culture at the Department of Aviation. We take great pride in reaching out to the community and assisting different charities that need assistance. And it really gets our employees engaged. Employees take great pride in volunteering for the different causes. And part of the program, we let the families come along and they volunteer with the staff. So it really gets the children working side by side with the parents.
What I'm doing is I'm taking the bags and putting good tomatoes in it, and I think it helps by feeding people.
We like volunteering. We've done these events before. We just like helping out and being part of the community.
Well, I just hope that she gains an understanding of serving her community and just giving of herself, through service so that she can help others.
It's fun, and my brother's here too, so we all get to help.
It's very heartwarming. It's heartwarming that the ones that have a bit more give to the less fortunate, and it's definitely a lesson to my kids, so I'm so grateful to be here.
Because, if other people feel good, then it makes me feel good.
For those unable to attend weekend activities, on-site donation drives are a great way to participate.
In addition to engaging employees outside of work for a great cause, the outreach activities provide a strong platform for leadership, team building, and skills development.
Las Vegas is the venue of choice for some of the world's most popular conventions. The Helicopter Association International recently held its popular HAI Heli Expo in Las Vegas, and our very own North Las Vegas Airport played an important role in the event's success.
Las Vegas hosted the HAI Heli Expo in February, giving the global helicopter industry the opportunity to connect with industry suppliers, build professional relationships, and network with peers. More than 60 helicopters and other multiple rotor aircraft were staged at North Las Vegas Airport as part of the show.
North Las Vegas Airport played an important part in this year's convention. It served as a staging area for nearly every aircraft that was on display at the convention center. The location of North Las Vegas Airport is perfect for this convention. We have a very quick corridor going from North Las Vegas Airport to the convention center with very little impact to other traffic in the valley.
More than 20,000 industry professionals from more than 90 countries attended this year's expo. In addition to earning continuing education credits, participants were able to advance their professional goals and discuss the issues that will shape the future of the industry through workshops, forums, and other special events.
Everybody from around the world will come to this show, and so it's very important for us to be able to show them our products, the new things that we have developed, and to meet and greet a lot of the people that use our aircraft. Well, we're based in Torrance, California, a suburb of LA, so we were coming direct here. It's really a one fuel stop that we come here directly, but it's actually fairly easy. We were told to go to North Las Vegas, which actually I prefer. I think it's nice. You can get on the other side of McCarran, so you're not worrying about it. North Las Vegas fits all the needs, and then obviously from North Las Vegas here to the convention center, it's a super easy shot.
Through hands-on demonstrations, including 60-plus helicopters on the show floor, The convention gave attendees the opportunity to experience the latest equipment and technology the industry has to offer. The expo was such a success, organizers hope to bring the event back to Las Vegas sometime in the future. And with improvements planned later this year, North Las Vegas Airport will be more than ready.
As people spend more time in airports, unique works of art can provide passengers a moment of quiet reflection or quick respite from the hustle and bustle of air travel. Here's a look at one of the most popular installations gracing the gates of Terminal 3.
Artist Stu Schechter juxtaposes the butterfly's natural instinct to migrate with the human urge to travel in his sculpture Mirari, located just past the security checkpoint in Terminal 3. The artwork features 2 DC-3 airplanes composed of nearly 3,000 small butterfly sculptures with lead-free pewter bodies and fluttering polymer wings. A rabble of butterflies native to Nevada slowly coalesce into the lead ghost-like aircraft as the onlooker moves around the sculpture. The following plane is more visually literal and displays the tail logos from aircraft that have flown to and from McCarran.
The airplanes are DC-3s, which are iconic airplanes, very recognizable. They date from about World War II. And they were the flagship airline for American Airlines back in the day.
Artist and engineer Schechter worked with students from Newton North High School in his home state of Massachusetts to create the butterflies that make up the piece. The 3-phase process involved the research, digital design, and printing of each brightly colored insect, with the students and artists working closely together every step of the way.
When this project came up, I immediately thought of them. This was an ideal project to do research on native species of butterfly, to look at and research what airlines come in and out of McCarran Airport, and then artistically graph the different sections of these airline colors to then imprint on butterfly wings. So they got the entire process from investigatory to doing the artwork on the wings, all the way to the print, where we had to find particular materials that are archival and with high longevity. And so they got that part of the equation too. So it was very interesting for them.
2,400 fine stainless steel wires suspended from the ceiling allow the kaleidoscope of colored creatures to gracefully float and flutter with each passing breeze. From conception to completion, it took Schechter months to create his masterpiece that welcomes travelers from around the world to McCarran.
What I really like about this is my artwork does draw people in. They see from the macro image from a distance, they see the large airplanes, they see two airplanes kind of facing each other. Well, what are they made of, right? You get a little bit closer, you start seeing that there are butterflies involved. And then you go, well, what's on those butterflies? They don't look like normal wings, right? And what I like about this piece too is that I think it's satisfying for multiple viewings.
Mirari, which means to look at thoughtfully or to wonder at, has done just that for thousands of passengers who have passed through Terminal 3 on their way to or from Las Vegas. The Massachusetts-based artist, who describes his sculpture as 3D pointillism, has successfully combined both the mechanical and the natural into a cohesive piece of art that celebrates the magnificence of flight. The suspended sculpture is just one of many unique pieces of art in the McCarran collection that reminds travelers airports are more than just gateways to destinations, they're also gateways to culture.
Non-stop service from Hainan Airlines and Korean Air is bringing visitors from Asia directly to McCarran. To enhance the airport experience for this important market segment, we recently installed hot water dispensers at Terminal 3. Let's take a look at the why and how.
According to ancient Chinese medicine, drinking warm water is better for the digestive system and improves overall health. While Americans prefer ice water, most Chinese find hot water more refreshing.
Having hot water for our Chinese guests is extremely important and an integral part of our China Welcome program. As we were working over the past couple of years of adding Chinese service, we really studied the amenities that the Chinese passenger looks for. And hot water is one of the key amenities.
To accommodate this cultural preference, we installed several hot water dispensers on the east end of Terminal 3 on Level 2. One is located pre-security near the currency exchange and the other on the secure side across from Gate E5.
The water is sent domestically. There is a sediment filter, a 10-micron filter. Then it goes to the heating unit. There's a 2.5 kilowatt heating element at the unit itself. And then from that point, it's pretty basic. We can just program the temperature to whatever we want.
Water is dispensed at 175 degrees, which is a significantly lower temperature than traditional hot water boilers used in commercial service. But several safety precautions have been implemented. Each dispenser includes universal warning and safety signage and a triple trigger safety dispensing handle.
And so it actually takes 3 different actions to dispense the hot water. We really try to be thoughtful in our approach to customer safety. Some of the unique features is that first we can aerate the water. Secondly, that the units themselves were designed by the DOA, and we had them fabricated here locally in Las Vegas.
The hot water dispensers are just one more way to make passengers feel welcome at McCarran. And each unit can dispense up to 21.5 gallons per hour, which in turn will serve a minimum of 300 passengers an hour if needed. So there's plenty of refreshing hot beverage to go around.
Now you're ready to pack your bags and fly the skies, so have a great trip. Remember to check us out on Facebook and follow us on Twitter, and use all the resources of our website, McCarran.com. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time on Flight Path.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
We opened in 1968. We've been able to grow the museum, have places that not just adults, but kids as well can come out and learn and really get a grip on what history is like. History's interesting. It's fun. This is a place you ought to come. I've got a wonderful location. I've got 30 acres out here, 20 restored buildings, a ghost town, walking trails, nature areas, the main museum building, and it's only open 7 days a week. I hope you'll come down and see us.
If you were at the Route 91 Festival during the shooting, you can get assistance to pay for expenses not covered by insurance.
Even if you're not needing assistance today, it's important to file an application with the Victims of Crime program by October 1st of this year to ensure you're covered in the future.
At the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center, you'll find care, compassion, and support among survivors like me.
And me.
And me.
And me.
Just go online to vegasstrongrc.org to file an application today.
Help us here for you and those you love.
I think I'd be locked up right now if it weren't for the harbor.
Fighting drug or alcohol use and changes in behavior are all warning signs that a youth may need help.
I got in a fight and got expelled from school, and my mom took me to the harbor for help.
The harbor is a safe haven for troubled kids and their families. The goal is to give them resources so problems don't escalate. We know kids in crisis can become adults in crisis. Prevention and early intervention work.
They helped me get my life back on track. Sometimes you just need a fresh start.
The harbor offers hope and second chances.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Due to voting discrepancies, a special election will be held for the Republican nominee for Clark County Public Administrator. Republican voters will receive a ballot in the mail. When you receive your mail ballot, you can vote in one of 3 ways. Sign the provided postage-paid envelope and mail it in. Drop off your ballot at one of the following locations, or vote in person at the County Election Center. Ballots must be received by 7 p.m. on July 17. For more information, visit clarkcountymv.gov/vote or call 702-455-VOTE.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada.
On the next edition of Where Fun Happens, Mark Hall Patton tells us about a historic caterpillar out at the County Museum. The Clark County Shooting Complex is fired up about their Annie Oakley program. Best of all, it's free for all women. And a variety of classes and programs are heating up at the Winchester. Those stories and more coming up on the next edition of Where Fun Happens, right here on Clark County Television. Clark County is enriched by parks, facilities, programs, and services. And Clark County's Parks and Recreation Department proudly offers all of these to you. But most of all, we are...
Where Fun Happens!
Hi, my name is Diane Bush, and I'm the supervisor here at the West Flamingo Senior Center. I'm
standing next to our handicap railing, and it's, as you can see, covered in bright squares of yarn. This was created by our West Flamingo yarn stormers. So West Flamingo has a knit and crochet group and also an open craft class. We'll teach you how to knit and crochet. We rely upon donations of yarn, and we use those donations to create hats and scarves for homeless teens, preemie babies, cancer patients. We also create blankets for underprivileged youth.
My name is Alisa Harris, and we would love to have you to come to our class and join in with us. You will definitely have a wonderful, wonderful time.
We are a wonderful group, sweet group here. Welcome anybody who would like to come, as my friends are here. Welcome. And I love everybody here. Anytime anybody like to come to crochet here, they're welcome to. Any person who like to sign here and do different stuff, they can come.
I'm a senior, of course, and it's a good outlet, you know, to get out and just be with the group and have fun and fellowship and learn how to do things.
Today is June 11th, and it's the International Yarn Storming Day, so we're going to celebrate.
When you first come, you know no one, and then everybody get together and help you when you don't know how to do anything. You don't have to have an instructor. Everyone is an instructor. You know, they show you how to do lots of different things.
So the West Flamingo Senior Center is located at Jones and Flamingo. Our phone number is 702-455-7749, and we appreciate donations of yarn, craft supplies. We're always here Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 5:30 p.m.
It's the best cultural center in all of Clark County. Welcome to Winchester.
Hello and welcome to Winchester Cultural Center. Come on down. We have so much happening here. We're getting ready for our 50-plus years young, our senior trips. We're going to the Bellagio on June 28th. We're going to have fun in the conservatory and have a wonderful lunch. On Tuesday, June 19th, Irene Navis will be here for emergency preparedness. So come on down and listen. It could be very informative. Then, our very own Paco Alvarez on Tuesday, July 10th, will be talking about the 113th anniversary of the birthday of Vegas. Come on down. Also, don't forget our bingo on June 14th and June 26th, as well as July 12th. Every Wednesday, we have our Wii bowling and cards, so come on down and play. Our dance workshops are June 12th and June 21st, and we have a special arts and crafts Friday, July 13th, and we're making metal studded candles. So we have a lot to offer. What are you waiting for? Get over here.
Hi, I'm Colleen Duffy from Winchester Cultural Center, and I'm here to tell you about some of our upcoming events for this coming June. Come and join us on Saturday, June 30th at 2 p.m. for Ronnie Cox. Ronnie Cox will share the gift of being a consummate storyteller. He'll share some funny, sad, and tender moments with the power of song, accompanied by his band of world-class virtuoso magicians. Join us on this magical afternoon as we experience some of his stories together. So come out and join us and have a blast.
Hey guys, my name is Adam and I'm here at Winchester. I'm here to remind you about some of the workshops that we have going here today. Hey, just as a reminder, on the 9th and the 23rd are our last two miniatures painting classes. Come on down and learn how to paint minis and you get a free one. The class is completely free, so if you want to come down and paint, we're happy to help. Just as a reminder as well, this Saturday, next Saturday, and the Saturday after that, that's going to be Harold's drumming class, our African Drum Ignite class. So come down and learn how to drum and learn a few things along the way as well. Finally, the 23rd is going to be our first day of registration for all the Starcatchers dance programs. Come down whether you want to learn jazz, contemporary, ballet, or hip-hop dance. We have all of those here at Winchester. Come down and have a good time.
Hi, my name is Desiree DaCosta here at the Clark County Shooting Complex. I'm the range safety specialist here at the Rifle Pistol Center, and I kind of want to talk about a few things here that we're going to have upcoming for the range. For our annual program, it is a free program to the women. It's a great program for everyone to come out, all the ladies come out and learn the basics, and we have female coaches to help you with that program. So we are now in our second year, and it just keeps growing strong. Last week we had about 87 female shooters out here, and it just keeps growing. The other thing we want to talk about is coming up too in the fall is our Rimfire League, which starts September 6th. So again, if you need any more details, come onto our website or give us a call here at the Rifle Pistol Center and we can give you that information. Our Rimfire program does cost $15 each week from September 6th all the way through to November 8th. At the end, we do have a banquet, which is a lot of fun. For more information for all these programs, you can call the main office at 702-455-2000.
Hi everyone, I'm Martin Olson with the Nevada Department of Wildlife here at the Clark County Shooting Complex with an update on some of the things going on for this month. The first thing is the deadline for the second draw for big game tags is going to be June 25th. So if you haven't got your hunter education under your belt, now's the time to do it, as there are classes that last weekend before that deadline. We don't know exactly how many tags are left over yet, but if you missed the first draw or you're unsuccessful in that first draw, now's an opportunity to apply during this second drawing. Also going on here at the complex is going to be one of our shooting sports classes, which is a beginner shotgun class, and it's designed for first-time shotgun shooters here at the Clark County Shooting Complex. Now, if you've never shot a shotgun before, you're going to go over the rules, the regulations of the range, trap, and skeet. So this is a great opportunity. It's no cost to you. Another thing we got going on here at the complex is a Boy Scout Merit Badge class, and this is for beginning rifle as well. So if you know any Boy Scouts who are in need of the Rifle Merit Badge, this is a great opportunity to come out here and get a chance to shoot. There's no charge for this class. The only thing we ask is that the Boy Scouts bring 100 rounds of ammunition for their qualifying. So I hope to see you out here this month at the Clark County Shooting Complex, and until next month, have a great day.
I've told you time and again to please listen to me. This behavior of yours is not acceptable. If you can't play nicely, then you just can't play at all. I didn't know.
Teach your dogs proper behavior. I didn't know. They aren't born knowing right from wrong. Need a little help? Go to one of the many obedience courses offered around town. It's easy to be a responsible dog owner.
Did you know there are over 1,000 miles of trails here in southern Nevada? Without knowing where to find them or what to expect, it can be hard to enjoy one of the best reasons to live in southern Nevada. The Neon to Nature program, found at neontonature.org, is an online map tool that helps you locate walking and hiking trails throughout the valley. You can search the map for detailed information about each trail, including location and length, surface type, level of difficulty, and trail photos. So get out, find a trail, and explore new places at neontonature.org.
Are you a fan of Sunset Park? Clark County Parks and Recreation wants you to volunteer for its new Sunset Stewards program aimed at improving the visitor experience. Volunteers accepted into the program would be asked to patrol the park for at least 4 hours each month, report problems, and interact with park patrons in a positive way in order to educate them about the wildlife and caring for the 323-acre regional facility. For more information, please call 702-455-8200 or email sunsetstewards@clarkcountynv.gov.
Hi, I'm Aurora Buffington, exercise physiologist and registered dietitian nutritionist here at the Hollywood Recreation Center. The American College of Sports Medicine recently released its recommendations and warnings on the safety of energy drinks. This recognized authority on sports medicine and exercise science reviewed the existing research because of the popularity and concerns related to the consumption of energy drinks. Stay tuned to hear about their findings as they relate to physical activity and exercise. Energy drinks come in a wide assortment of flavors and sizes. They typically contain caffeine as their active ingredient to increase mental alertness and physical stamina. Most have between 80 to 160 milligrams of caffeine in each serving. And for reference, remember that a cup of coffee averages anywhere from 80 to 100 milligrams a cup. The Food and Drug Administration says that 400 milligrams of caffeine is generally safe. That's an amount equivalent to about 4 or 5 cups of coffee. However, caffeine is most often accompanied by other ingredients in energy drinks, such as taurine, which interact with caffeine and may potentiate its effects. Sometimes those ingredients are proprietary blends, so it's hard to know what exactly is inside your drink. That could be a problem for athletes falling under anti-doping rules. This is a real concern, as nearly 80% of our athletes claim having used energy drinks to help them with their performance. Pure caffeine has been shown to increase performance by 2 to 4%. However, strong evidence to support that energy drinks do the same is lacking due to poor study designs and industry-funded research, so more quality information is needed. In the meantime, the use of energy drinks has been associated with adverse side effects, such as palpitations, agitation, tremors and upset stomach, trouble sleeping, anxiety, cardiovascular events, seizures, and even death. As such, the American College of Sports Medicine recommends that energy drinks not be consumed by children or adolescents, that they not be marketed to vulnerable populations, such as children under the age of 18, pregnant or breastfeeding women, or people with caffeine sensitivities. And they should be avoided before, during, or after strenuous activities. They also should not be mixed with alcohol. They're best avoided 6 hours prior to bedtime, and they shouldn't be consumed rapidly or excessively. So instead of reaching for that energy drink to boost your performance, first try getting enough sleep and fueling your body with better nutrition, especially when it comes to our youth. And remember, a great place to exercise and become more physically active is at a Clark County Parks and Recreation Center, where fitness is affordable. Well, that's all for now. I'm Aurora Buffington, encouraging you to eat better and move more by visiting a Clark County Parks and Recreation Center near you, where fitness happens.
Hello, I'm Mark Hall-Patton, Administrator of the Clark County Museum System, and you are on the grounds of the Clark County Museum. Now, when you come to the museum, you'll see a number of structures, you'll see the nature areas, the walking trails, all of that, but we also have a few vehicles on the grounds, and some of them have an interesting story. In 1917, this Holt Caterpillar trailer, it's Model 75, was used in the Sandy Valley area of Clark County. It was used to haul ore from one of the mines there down to one of the railheads, and it was very important because it could handle the sandy soil and could continue working when oxen or horses or mules found it very difficult in the heat. The reason it could was because of the unique design of this particular type of tractor. The thing that was most interesting about it was the fact that it used tracks rather than wheels. They developed this to be able to use these on the really soft soil in the San Joaquin area, and it became very successful. These vehicles actually were used throughout World War I on both sides in order to haul artillery pieces and supplies to the front. These could hold up going across the soft, blown-up soil in France, in Germany, in Austro-Hungary. They could keep going. The value of a mine is how expensive is it to get the ore from the mine to where it's going to be handled, where it's going to be shipped off to a plant to be ground up and get the gold or silver or platinum or whatever you're trying to take out of it. That kind of processing has to be done somewhere other than the mine site. So you have to bring this ore, which is basically rock, tons and tons and tons of rock that has to be hauled from the mine site to wherever the mill is. The introduction of Holt tracked vehicles made it much easier. Now, there is one sort of fun piece about this that I do want to point out,
If you look up here at the top of the radiator, you will see it says Caterpillar. Now, Caterpillar is a very well-known name. It's still out there, still one of the top 300 companies in the world at this point in terms of size, but they don't use that symbol anymore. That one is actually the original way that Caterpillar was done, and it's supposed to look like a caterpillar. The idea behind the name was this could go anywhere just like a caterpillar could. So we always like to point that out. Now, as you look at this, you notice it does have a roof on it. That is original to it. They did have roofs on some of them. You could get them without the roofs, but if you're in Sandy Valley, you want some shade out there. They ran, in this case, on a 4-cylinder engine, and you can see the size of these cylinders. These are not the cylinders that you have in your car. These are huge cylinders and would build up to about 75 horsepower in order to run this. The other thing to look at is the wonderful driver's seat here. The entire driving of this, the entire way of turning this, is that wheel which came all the way down to the front here, and you can see that there's a gear here that's a round gear that's going through this gear, and that's how you turn it. You have to crank that wheel around to turn this gear around to turn this wheel. Talking about the Caterpillar there, it is one of the vehicles that you can see out here at the museum. You notice they are sitting outside. The nice thing about being in the desert is they hold up quite well outside, so we're able to show them here. And when you come out to the museum, you can see these. Remember, we're only open 7 days a week. It is hard to find us open. And yes, we are $2, unless you're like me and over 55 or under 18, then it's only $1. So I hope that you'll come out and visit us, and I hope to see you here.
Up 42nd Street. Today the sky is fresh cement, a bruised blue-gray, ready to receive the handprints of a child who must throw their arms wildly above. At lunch, in the streets, people carry on boyishly thin, gawking from behind twiggy-like lashes while I quarter strawberry blintzes with the flat edges of my fork. Off goes a haberdasher, jetting across 42nd Street, pumping one lung bumptiously, unfouled by a summer's dawn tie, flapping like an elephant's ear.
I like it. Thank you. This is Andrew Romanelli, who's also this year's Poetry Promise Award winner. So we got to give you a scholarship, and you also got to read a poem in front of Jan Steckel's reading. So that's pretty exciting. How do you feel?
It's quite overwhelming. I'm still adjusting to it. It's we always want validation, but when we get it, it's really? Is this real?
I never thought about it that way. But that is true. It's nice when someone tells you that you're good. So yeah, I'm glad that we got to give that to you so you can keep writing.
Yeah.
Okay, so talk to us about this poem of 42nd Street. Where did it come from?
Well, I'm someone who always people watches all the time, and it's amazing how we can sit back and the world continues to go on without us. I also admire how children also people watch. You know, that one moment where they are quiet and they look around, and the imagination that they can bring into a situation is amazing. So I try to fuse in what I observe and perhaps what a child would observe.
Yeah, I like the, where's the line? Twiggy-like lashes. Because I thought about little slender lashes. So it's beautiful. If someone wants to find your poetry, is there a way for them to find it yet?
There is not. I do not make it easy. I show up at readings, and occasionally I'm in a book, but yeah, I have not made that easy, to be honest.
Well, every other Saturday at Winchester Cultural Center, Bruce Isaacson leads a writing workshop. So if you pop in, maybe you'll get to hear a little bit of Andrew's new poems if you're lucky. But thank you for sharing with us. Please check out the other poetry going on in the Valley. You can check out poetrypromise.org and also the Clark County website. Enjoy your supper.
Hi, my name's Karen. I am a conceptual artist living in Las Vegas. The exhibition title is called I Am Great. I'm great. I'm great. I'm great. It is a video installation here at the Winchester. I'm not really a video artist, but I just do like multimedia and interdisciplinary artist. I think the photography that I've been doing is very separate from this type of work, but it does have the same kind of social experiment connotation where I tend to go out in the world and just kind of see and explore like what's gonna happen and try to like capture that. So with my photography, it lends to the same vein of me going out in the world and just not knowing what to expect. And same with this project, going out and approaching people, you don't know what to expect. The video is it's footage I've been taking over in the past like 2 years. It's a collection of people's eyes that I've been collecting and having them say this like formatted speech to get them to say, I am great. I'm great. It's not a very sure thing to say all the time, and it's always like questioning. It's like you go through these moments of feeling like you know what you're doing, and then moments where you don't always know what you're doing, and it kind of captures that kind of feeling. These questions of like, maybe it's not, you know, maybe it's a lie. But I used like just a regular camera, and I went out in the street, and I'd go to places like on the Strip or downtown, and I would film some, like mostly strangers. I tried to get like a broad range of people. So some are my friends, but then I've gone like out of state too to like go visit friends in New York. So like some of this footage is from Chicago, some from New York. So it's like different people from different places. Most people did not even want to be videotaped. Like a lot of times when people would be like, get the camera out of my face, I don't want to be a part of this at all. Like, who are you? What are you doing? So a lot of rejection initially, but then as I started to like have more like cadence with it, got more people that were more like interested. So I'd have to like do like this whole preliminary thing and then get people to like interested and then want to be a part of it. But initially cold, it's like, no one wants to be a part of this. I did tell them that it would be just their eyes, and I think like a person's eyes captures a lot about who they are. When you look at somebody in the eyes, it's like very personal, intimate connection that you make, and you get to know somebody really well, or trying to reach that mode of vulnerability with a person by looking at them with their eyes. I'd like to thank the Winchester Cultural Center for putting this show up. I'm doing really great.
Driving a car in a diamond lane requires 2 or more people.
Oh, I'm sorry, but diamonds really are a girl's best friend.
Only motorcycles or vehicles with 2 or more people are permitted to travel in a diamond lane.
Now what about hybrids or trucks?
Hybrid vehicles are not exempt. They are allowed in a diamond lane, only if they have 2 or more people.
Oh, pooh. Now where's a girl gonna find another person to share a ride with?
Club Ride is the perfect solution to finding people to carpool with. Their website can match you up with commuters who travel a similar route. You'll reduce traffic on our roadways, save wear and tear when you share a ride, and most importantly, you'll avoid a traffic citation by having enough people to ride in those speedy HOV lanes.
It looks like someone visited the Club Ride website.
That's right. These diamonds really are a driver's best friend.
At Clark County Parks and Recreation, with more than 100 parks, 13 community centers, and special facilities such as the Clark County Museum, Horseman's Park, the Wetlands Park Nature Preserve, and the Clark County Amphitheater, we have something for everyone. Want to learn how to play guitar? Piano? Or how about putting your young one in one of our many quality early childhood programs? We have recreation centers with qualified staff on all parts of the valley. If you're thinking about becoming more active, try joining one of our many sports leagues or fitness rooms throughout the valley. Take a stroll in one of our parks. enroll in an exercise class, swim some laps in one of our pools, or just ride a bike on one of our many urban trails. Call 455-8200 to get more information about programs and learn more about our vast amenities, such as our award-winning shooting range. Clark County Parks and Recreation. It's where fun happens.
Win or lose, our children need a natural green grass space in which to run, romp, and be a kid, especially out here in the desert. What is your team color? Ours is purple. We are the Clark County Water Reclamation District. You may have seen workers installing our purple water pipe system at Silver Bowl Park. Yes, purple, the signature color for reclaimed water. The playing fields and landscape at Silver Bowl Park are now irrigated using reclaimed water. This water surpasses the high standards set by the state, saves our potable water for drinking, and reflects our abiding commitment to wise management of our precious water resources. Reclaimed water is the right water for the right use. The Clark County Water Reclamation District, in partnership with the Clark County Department of Parks and Recreation, is pleased to use reclaimed water to provide this green grass space where everybody wins.
Great job! Drowning is the leading cause of death in young children in southern Nevada. Remember these safety steps. Patrol. Always have an adult actively watching children in the water. Protect. Provide defensive barriers between your child and the pool. Prepare. Create a water safety plan for your family. Enroll children in swimming classes and equip your pool with safety equipment. Be ready to call 911 in an emergency. Keep it fun and safe all year long. Visit GetHealthyClarkCounty.org.
Due to voting discrepancies, a special election will be held for the Republican nominee for Clark County Public Administrator. Republican voters will receive a ballot in the mail. When you receive your mail ballot, you can vote in one of three ways. Sign the provided postage-paid envelope and mail it in. Drop off your ballot at one of the following locations, or vote in person at the County Election Center. Ballots must be received by 7 p.m. on July 17th. For more information, visit clarkcountynv.gov/vote or call 702-455-VOTE.
Oh, don't take Charleston. Don't take Charleston.
If you have a fortune teller, you know when flash floods are coming. If you don't, you need the Flood Spot app. Get it free today at BeFloodSafe.com.
And don't have the chili dog for lunch. Trust me with this.
Thank you for calling the Jury Services Office.
You haven't really lived until you've had a hand in justice. Serve on a jury. Be sure to respond if you get a jury summons and play a role to ensure that justice is fairly served.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Because of UMC, there's a wide open road ahead of me.
Because of UMC, she can grow up with her twin sister.
Because of UMC, I'm here to help you.
UMC, the highest level of care in Nevada.
You're watching Clark County Television, our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada.
Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to County Critters. Critters will showcase our animals and the people who give our canines, kitties, and other best friends the attention they so richly deserve. Jim Anderson is one of those people. He's the chief of Clark County's Animal Control. This group of dedicated animal professionals deal with four-legged, flying, swimming, nuisance, and every type of non-human every day. I sat down with the chief to cover a variety of animal-related issues. Chief, thank you so much for joining us here today. Maybe there's a lot of people new to Clark County, maybe don't know what some of the animal laws are, so let's talk a little bit about some of those first of all. Spay and neutering, pet sterilization, of course, is law here in Clark County, and there are exceptions. Tell me a little bit about it.
Sure. So spay and neutering is a requirement, as you stated, in Clark County. So anybody who owns a dog, a cat, that is over the age of 4 months is required to have their animal spayed and neutered. And there are some exemptions from that, and that is essentially if you have a breeder's permit, if you're authorized to breed, then you can have a dog that is not required to be sterilized. Other exemptions may include there are some animals that maybe because of medical reasons they won't be allowed to be sterilized. It would be dangerous for the animal. And in those cases, then they can get a note from a veterinarian explaining that, and so those animals could be exempted as well.
What about vaccinations?
Vaccinations, rabies are a requirement within the unincorporated Clark County area. And 3 months of age is the age where those animals needs to be vaccinated for rabies. Proof of vaccination is required with the animals through a tagging process. They are issued tags that the owner is required to put on their animal.
I wonder how many animals you and your staff come across that aren't spayed or neutered or don't have vaccinations. Maybe a lot of the people don't realize that there are low and no cost options available, right?
Sure. It is fairly common. On a daily basis, our officers encounter folks whose animals are not properly vaccinated, are not spayed and neutered. We do issue fix-it tickets in those cases to educate them, give them an opportunity to follow the rules, get in compliance, and make sure that their animals are taken care of properly. There are options in the county of where they can go. Heaven Can Wait is one of the options that the county partners with, as well as the Animal Foundation. There's a number of other animal hospitals and spay and neuter clinics in the county that folks can go to.
Of course, many animal adoptions, including, you mentioned the Animal Foundation, the Lead Animal Shelter, which is the best in the valley. But there's, I think, 4 or 5 around the valley, all great organizations. Getting these animals adopted is huge, right? And this is a place you should go to, not to a Craigslist or not to a Facebook. Go to a reputable agency. Why?
Absolutely. Yeah, we do encourage people to adopt from the shelter. Those dogs are already in place there. They need a home. Those dogs are vetted by a veterinarian to make sure that they are properly vaccinated. They do have spay and neuter before they leave the shelter. It gives those animals an opportunity to get into a forever home, which is fantastic and what we want. Some of the concerns with Facebook, Craigslist, other people that may advertise animals for sale is that these are primarily, almost all the time, illegal backyard breeders who are just not have the best interest of the animals at heart. They're in it to make some money oftentimes, and they continually do this. So it's detrimental to the animals. We've also found instances where these animals are sick when they're adopted out from Craigslist or Facebook. And so we just encourage people to go through the right channels through a shelter or a reputable breeder.
And does that include, we see many of these breed-specific breeders setting up, at the PetSmarts and different animal shelters, or recognized breeders like that? Do you recommend?
Yeah, that's absolutely fine as long as they are reputable breeders. And one of the requirements that folks have to have is that if they are advertising on Facebook or Craigslist, then they have to have their breeder's license posted, and that means that they have been inspected by our animal control department, that they have been licensed to do that, and in those instances it's a better chance that those animals are going to be in good condition and not sick when you adopt them.
Chief, as we're taping this today, it's towards the end of winter. It's a bit of a brisk day, but you still see people that they lock their animals, primarily dogs, I imagine, in cars. And as the winter passes and it gets hotter, this is very dangerous.
Vehicle confinement is a huge issue for animal control. It's really detrimental to animals, and it's at this day and age, with all the publicity and all the news stories that year after year we see tragedies with animals left in cars. That we really want to educate folks to let them know that it's not okay. Certainly it's more obvious on the hot days as we get here in the Vegas area, where people are a little more cognizant of it, but even on days where the temperature is a little more moderate, it can still get extremely hot in the vehicles where your animals are in danger in there. And the same thing goes with cold temperatures in a vehicle. We don't want folks to leave their animals unattended in vehicles. Even rolling the windows down and those sorts of things do not make it safe for the animals in the cars.
We've been fortunate enough to ride along with the men and women, your officers here, many times, and it seems like routine calls, I'm sure happen dozens of times a day, is showing up at a residence, primarily dogs or cats there, some sort of nuisance or some sort of problem that probably the human hasn't set up their house or that location for their animal correctly. Is that correct? And what should a person, what responsible pet ownership is required?
Sure. And again, that oftentimes goes back to the weather outside. You know, folks leave their animals outside in the heat and the cold, and it's not necessarily a bad thing to do so, provided that you're taking the proper precautions for your animals by having proper shade for the animals. They have to be able to get to the shade in the summer times. The heat is just too hot. Even a dog house in the hot sun that doesn't otherwise have shade is too hot for your animal to be left out in. Certainly water is a huge component of that. We want to make sure that the animals have proper food and water throughout the day. And then in cold temperatures too, a lot of times folks think because the animals have the fur coat on that they may not be as susceptible to the cold temperatures, but really anything under 50 degrees, they need to make sure that they have adequate bedding for the dogs if they're outside, and a place to get warm. One of the other things that's great in the heat that people can do, in addition to shade, is ulterior cooling methods such as kiddie pools, plastic pools that can fill with water, and those sorts of things is a great way to let your animal cool off in the heat.
Chief, you handle a number of unusual animal calls, and I know something recently that has come up and happens a couple times a year here in Clark County, seems to, is cockfighting. Now, gosh, I can't believe people in this day and age still do this. Obviously, that's very illegal, but how often does this happen? What signs are there for this type of activity going on?
Sure. Well, I think it happens more frequently than we know about, unfortunately. But there's certainly some signs that people can look for, and really the last few that have been in the news lately that we were made aware of were because of diligent neighbors who are aware of their surroundings, knowing what's going on in their neighborhoods with their neighbors, and they are reporting that to us in the police department. And so we really want neighbors to be aware of these things. Oftentimes, a large number of roosters on the property is a sign. That's generally illegal. There are different zonings that have different requirements for how many roosters are allowed. But if there are many roosters on a property, there's usually something that's not going on that should be with that property. As well, when they're actually cockfighting going on, a large group of people will be out in the backyards and there'll be a lot of noise and those sorts of things, other things to be aware. So that coupled with the large amount of animals should be something that neighbors should be concerned about, and they should be notifying us.
I know through yourself and through the county commission, you've also taken care of every type of animals. A pigeon ordinance and pigeon laws were put into place in Clark County last year. Tell me about those.
We did. We've had a number of complaints over the years regarding pigeons being out and people feeding them in public, and then pigeons gather, kind of create these nuisance conditions with their droppings and other things in the neighborhoods. So the commissioners did pass this year a more strict law regarding the feeding of pigeons. So you cannot feed pigeons in any public park. You cannot feed pigeons in any residential properties. And so if folks have large gatherings of pigeons that are causing problems in their backyards, there's a decent chance that one of their neighbors may be contributing to that problem by feeding them. And if that's the case, they can call us. We will go out and we will address the issue with those neighbors to try to educate them again that this activity is not allowed.
Is that the same for other nuisance animals like that?
Absolutely. We always request that people call us when there's issues with any nuisance animals, that they contact our office.
And finally, another thing, I know that impulse buys. Again, you're trying to get every animal adopted. As we roll into the Easter season, for example, now you see bunnies, probably chicks, things like that people think they're cute, so let's get some bunnies and things like that. There's a lot of things to think about. Tell me about this.
And bunnies are a prime example, and chicks, especially this time of year. Folks see them, their kids want them, they think it'll be fun to have this pet in their house for them, they think their kids will like it, and then that wears off fairly quickly when they realize the responsibility and the amount of care that goes into these animals. And oftentimes we see they just think these are wild animals sometimes with these domesticated bunnies, and they're released into parks, they release them in different areas around town, and it really creates a problem for those animals, for the neighborhoods. And so we just encourage people to really do their homework before they purchase these animals. Don't just do it on an impulse. Make sure that you understand exactly what's involved with caring for the animals. In the long term, it's a big commitment. For the life of these animals is what they need to expect to be able to do.
All right. We appreciate you spending some time with us. Appreciate it, Chief.
Thank you, Randy.
Thank you. For more information, visit the Animal Control page at clarkcountynv.gov. Let's move on and up, all the way to the Lee Canyon Ski Resort on Mount Charleston. Now, most people probably don't realize it, but avalanches do occur on the mountain, and keeping skiers and snowboarders safe is a job for the Bristlecone Avalanche Rescue Canines, or better known as BARC. Hitting the slopes at Lee Canyon is a popular winter activity, and Lee Canyon Ski Patrol Squad is comprised of a dedicated group of human rescue experts, including Michelle and Greg French.
Come on, Carson.
But a couple of the most eager team members are Carson and Lyda, a pair of savvy black labs who are certified avalanche dogs.
He is 53 pounds, which is a very small, compact dog, so you can do a lot of things with her. I can carry her on my shoulders, I can put her on the lift, I can put her on the snowmobile. Very, very portable. She's very strong as well. And then we have Carson. And Carson was born March 17th, 2016, so they're just a year apart.
Carson,
extensively trained to be deployed in extreme life-threatening conditions.
And they're part of the BARC program, which is the Bristlecone Avalanche Rescue Canines, which was started in 2017. The ski area here in Lee Canyon has never had a dog program. Most ski areas that are in avalanche terrain have dog programs. Ollie.
The BARC dogs are nimble, love their work on the slopes, and are able to travel up and down a mountain in any fashion. Carson is perfectly content with his bird's eye view of the slopes while seated on the chairlift, and is always a keen passenger as Greg pilots the snowmobile. In an avalanche situation, rescue dogs can perform remarkable search and rescue feats and cover an area that would require 50 humans. Lee Canyon received 181 inches of snowfall last season, and during one potential storm was under an avalanche watch. During an actual avalanche rescue, a few minutes can literally mean life or death.
Golden hour is 30 minutes. 15 minutes you have 90% chance of survival. Once you hit 30 minutes, you're down to 10%. So if you're buried, it's trauma, it's asphyxiation. So, the faster you can get them, the better. And we start them with an open trench, and we start to slowly make a snow cave.
Creating a snow tunnel and burying a person in an unknown location provides the pooches with a realistic exercise of their skills and what happens during an avalanche. These weekly training sessions resemble a game of hide and seek.
Nothing hurt?
That becomes their search toy, and the only time they get to play with it is when we do searches. She doesn't get to see this any other time.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Despite the dog's playful demeanor, they are serious about their life-saving talents. An avalanche-only game of tug-of-war and a special avalanche reward toy are used to keep Carson and Lyda laser-focused on their work.
No loss of consciousness, fellow.
Of course, the ski patrol's usual efforts involve treating injured skiers' spills and falls on the slopes. But the enthusiastic, brave black labs are always prepared for rescue. BARC is a non-profit organization, and Carson and Lyda are regular pets and the full-time fur babies of the Frenches.
It is a love. I love Lyda very much, and she does live with me, and she is my pet as well as a working dog, and that relationship is truly important because you build that bond with each other, just like when you have employees that work together, like firemen or policemen. You build that bond, you build that structure, and you kind of get to know each other really well. Good girl, Lyda, good girl. Good girl, good girl.
It was a pleasure to meet Greg, Michelle, Lyda, and Carson to learn more about the amazing work they do and how you can offer BARC support. Visit their website at barcleecanyon.com. We must take a short break, but when we come back, I'll tell you how Reiki is helping the shelter animals at the Animal Foundation. This is County Critters.
I am Clark County District Attorney Steve Wolfson. As temperatures outside climb into triple digits, remember, leaving an animal in a parked car or outside without shelter and water is neglect, and it is a crime. Every year, officers respond to over 5,000 animal cruelty calls in southern Nevada. Abuse and neglect of animals will not be tolerated in our community, and my office will prosecute offenders. Help us protect those who cannot speak for themselves. If you see an animal being neglected or abused, please call 311 to report it.
They might call it puppy love, but it's not always so cute. Did you know that an unspayed dog, her mate, and all their puppies' can produce 67,000 dogs in 6 years? Prevent a litter, fix your critter.
The more pet-friendly our community becomes, the more important it is to make sure your pet is up to date on its vaccinations. Vaccines help prevent many contagious diseases that can be fatal for pets. Your dog or cat can be susceptible to diseases if it is outdoors at all, socializes with other animals, or travels with you. Annual rabies shots are required, but several other vaccines are strongly recommended within the first 6 to 8 weeks of your pet's life. Boosters are also needed. Don't wait. Talk to your vet today. Let's keep our pets safe, healthy, and happy.
In an emergency, you may need to leave your home fast. That's why the best time to prepare for an emergency is before one strikes. Your plan should include up to 10 days of food, water, and special need items for every member of your family, including your pet. Most people shelters don't allow pets. To learn more about emergency preparedness, download our free Southern Nevada Community Preparedness app to your smartphone, or visit the Office of Emergency Management pages of Clark County's website for more tips.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Welcome back to County Critters. Alternative pet therapy is growing in popularity, using different ways to treat suffering animals other than medicine or vet care. The spiritual art of Reiki is a way to meditate with animals. A new program offers Reiki to the fur babies in care at the Lead Animal Shelter.
And with this, you're becoming just tuned in to who you truly are, your true light, and the true light of that animal. Not the animal that's been abused, not the animal that's been dumped.
Jamie Lee is an animal relationship specialist, and she teaches Reiki, the tranquil message and practice of meditation, to compassionate staff members at the Animal Foundation.
Reiki itself, the word itself, means spiritual energy. There's a system of Reiki, which is what I'm teaching today to all the staff and the volunteers here. And that shows you techniques that you can become grounded and centered and peaceful yourself.
Jamie Lee is part of the Shelter Animal Reiki Association, or SARA. SARA is a nonprofit organization that was created nationally about 30 years ago. The gentle, non-invasive treatment of Reiki helps homeless dogs and cats who are often stressed, scared, and now living in a chaotic environment.
I myself also work with individuals and their pets, but the SARA organization focuses on the shelter and sanctuary animals because we're nonprofit and we want to make a big difference in the community because they need us the most. Most of us also have our own businesses, and then we will work with individuals with their pets. And, we can walk up because we always start at a distance.
Jamie Lee shares her Reiki expertise to mostly novice Reiki practitioners. Typically skeptical, many workers are unconvinced that the techniques actually help the animals, including Shani Aaron, who has diligently cared for the animals at the shelter for 7 years.
I was very skeptical, actually, when I signed up for the class, so yeah.
Anybody else want to share?
But after a couple hours of instruction and learning a calming presence, her newfound energy and compassion turned this Reiki skeptic into a Reiki believer.
So the first one that I had that actually made me go, okay, this is working, was a cat. When I first approached him, he was kind of just loafed in the front, big eyes, he was shaking. And then after I pulled up a stool and I sat there for a while, he actually chose to lay in the back of the kennel. He relaxed, he wasn't curled up in this tight ball with big eyes. He closed his eyes and completely actually took this big deep breath, and I was like, okay, this is really working now. But I didn't know that was going to happen. I sat in front of that kennel and I was like, let's see what happens. But he actually really did participate, and it was interesting to see.
So this is very typical that people gain confidence and they really, really get into the Reiki because they see the animals respond. And kitties are kind of pretty Reiki themselves usually.
With the exception of a solemn meow or two, the zen-like calm in the cat area is a quiet respite compared to the canine cacophony in the dog kennels. But Jamie teaches Reiki practitioners to remain centered and grounded, which transfers a peaceful serenity to the penned-up pooches.
So these guys are doing great today because they're able to go in with the dogs even though there's barking, and they've even said, I can tell when I'm focused, the animals are quiet. When I break my focus, they come up and they start to bark at me. So the first thing we do, I'm going to do the 3 diamond, and of course we start with our Hara breath.
One Reiki principle is called the 3 diamonds, a Japanese tradition that corresponds to a trio of energetic centers of the body. And at least one new Reiki practitioner plans to take her new lessons learned home.
So I have 3 dogs, so yeah, I'll probably take it home tonight and see if my dogs want to participate with me, so that'll be fun.
And use it on any family members? Or?
I don't know, we'll see. Maybe my husband, get that energy fixed, so yeah.
For more information on the Reiki program at the Animal Foundation, how you can adopt a fur baby, volunteer opportunities, and so much more, visit animalfoundation.com. And finally, we leave you with our Critter of the Month, Kitty Carlisle. Kitty Carlisle is a gorgeous black and white tuxedo cat and just turned 1 year old. She is the latest addition to the family of Robin Jennings and Victor Lacroix of Henderson. The frisky feline loves to limber up by doing the downward dog and other yoga poses with Robin, is an avid lover of upside-down belly rubs, is a squeaky toy monster, and absolutely adores the Meow Mix salmon treats while watching the birds in the lemon tree. The spry cat is a rescue. Robin adopted her from a local foster organization. Robin is a true animal rescue superstar. Kitty Carlisle is a second shelter cat she has adopted over the years. And that's our show. If you'd like your pet to be my Critter of the Month, send an email and some pictures to rsw@clarkcountynv.gov. I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time here on Clark County Television on County Critters.
Due to voting discrepancies, a special election will be held for the Republican nominee for Clark County Public Administrator. Republican voters will receive a ballot in the mail. When you receive your mail ballot, you can vote in one of 3 ways. Sign the provided postage-paid envelope and mail it in. Drop off your ballot at one of the following locations, or vote in person at the County Election Center. Ballots must be received by 7 p.m. on July 17. For more information, visit clarkcountynv.gov/vote or call 702-455-VOTE.
I was born here in Las Vegas in 1913.
Born in Las Vegas in 1936.
August 1931.
October 1953.
Born here on February 22nd.
I've been here since the first day of 1950.
Came to Las Vegas in 1949.
I came to Las Vegas in 1953.
October 3rd, 1949.
1952 September.
I moved here in 1955.
Came to Las Vegas in 1943.
In 1961.
I was born here in Clark County before Las Vegas.
The mob never ran anything 100% here. There were sure mobs here, but they didn't run the town by any stretch of the imagination. Senator Kefauver, who was closing the illegal gamblings all over the United States, in Kentucky, in Florida, in Arkansas, and so on.
And those professional gamblers had only one place to come.
They were running a legal operation in Las Vegas. Where they came from, whether it was Cleveland or Detroit or New York or Chicago or wherever, it was illegal there, but it was legal here.
It was run by gamblers that were straight shooters.
They took care of the city where the gambling occurred because it was in their interest to do so.
One of the things they wanted to do was to make sure everybody knew that they cared about the community.
They did not wish to draw attention to themselves in the sense of they were disobeying the law or running amok.
And here they were operating a legitimate business, and they appreciated that. Most of them, not everyone, most of them.
Hughes was a very unique person.
Howard Hughes never paid for anything. He never paid for anything at all. The guy came around behind him and paid for him.
First time he came in, he called us from Los Angeles and told us he was coming in. We had no runway lights or anything like that. It's all dirt strips. And so he said, now, if I come in late and it's dark, I've got to have some lights to land with. So we said, well, we'll get automobiles and line them up on each side of the runway and turn the headlights on. And that's what we did.
His stature gave him away, and his tennis shoes gave him away. He wore tennis shoes all the time. It's true.
I'd like them to know what a nice person he was. The mental picture I have of him is him coming in that low-wing monoplane and crawling up out of the top of the cockpit with a pair of white tennis shoes in his hands. So he flew in his stocking feet.
I thought a great deal of him. He was a genius. I think a lot of people didn't understand him.
Howard Hughes did make a fortune in Nevada, but he did it through real estate, not from actually running casinos.
And then he bought the Desert Inn because they wanted to get him out for New Year's Eve or something, and he didn't want to move, so he bought the hotel. And then I heard that the reason he bought the Silver Slipper was that the lights were in his eyes.
We turned it on, and the next day, Mr. Mayhew called us and said that Mr. Hughes wanted to buy the Frontier Hotel because the sign was disturbing him up on his penthouse suite. He bought the Frontier, he bought the Desert Inn, he bought the Sands, he bought the Landmark, he bought the Castaways, and he started to buy the Stardust. And that's when they stopped him.
Howard Hughes never contributed anything to the growth of Las Vegas while he was alive. He bought joints, but the same old guys ran them.
And I was never sure if it was a rumor started by law enforcement or what, that he was arriving to buy out the mob. If that's the case, he didn't do a very good job of that. I mean, he bought out some longtime hotel owners, but there were a lot of people left, including Tony Spilatro, who were on the front scene of Las Vegas, unfortunately.
See what you can discover at the Las Vegas Natural History Museum.
Visit Treasures of Egypt, a trip to King Tut's tomb and recreations of some of Egypt's best-known artifacts.
Explore it for yourself.
If you were at the Route 91 festival during the shooting, you can get assistance to pay for expenses not covered by insurance.
Even if you're not needing assistance today, it's important to file an application with the Victims of Crime program by October 1st of this year to ensure you're covered in the future.
At the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center, you'll find care, compassion, and support among survivors like me.
And me.
And me.
And me.
Just go online to vegasstrongrc.org to file an application today.
Help us here for you and those you love.
Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
It's the one place in Las Vegas where the power of the sun brings energy to all we do. Desert animals show us how they handle the heat, and we too have lots of cool ways to enjoy the summer season. And there are many more stories at the Springs Preserve where all that matters is what's elemental. When the Springs Preserve was little more than sketches on notepads, its visionary founders were committed to creating a world-class showcase for sustainable living. And since Las Vegas enjoys around 300 sunny days a year, it only made sense that solar power be at the forefront in that effort. In the ensuing years, as concept became reality, it's evident that designers of the Springs Preserve took that idea quite literally.
When visitors come to the preserve, the first thing that they see is the solar panels over our parking lot. It provides electricity to the Springs Preserve and also acts as a sunshade for over 200 parking spots. But I think what most people notice is that a solar array like that can be both functional by producing electricity, but also be an incredible architectural element and look good.
The panels generate electricity, provide shade for vehicles, and add architectural ambiance to the visitor experience. But as it turns out, that's only half the story.
But the solar panels that are on there are a real different type of technology. These actually track the sun. And what's also unique about these is that when you look at the installation, you'll see like a tarpaulin underneath the panels, a white tarpaulin. It happens that these panels are bifacial. So in other words, they actually produce power on both sides of the panel. This one actually produces about 120% of what a typical panel will do.
And there's over 2,000 of those unique panels generating enough energy to power over 60 homes, while offsetting about 1 million pounds of carbon dioxide emissions. And all that power is being put to use right here on site at the preserve.
It also allows us to be a leader in the community in terms of investing in technology that conserves natural resources like water or electricity. So it's been a great showcase piece for us here at the preserve, and everyone sees it when they come in, and it's great.
And in 2013, we had an additional opportunity to demonstrate the power of solar when a student-led team from UNLV created the Desert Soul Solar House. Their design won second place in an international competition sponsored by the U.S. Department of Energy called the Solar Decathlon. Fortunately, the Springs Preserve was chosen to be the permanent site for this tour de force in self-sufficient housing.
UNLV did an excellent job on this place, and they actually placed second to a team from Austria, and it was just a mere 4 points that they ended up not getting first place, and that was really, really slim. It was designed for desert living, and so they use a combination of both passive and active solar to run the house.
Passive solar design begins with the orientation of the home in relation to the path of the sun. In the winter, sunlight is welcomed inside to help heat the home, but in the summer, the rays are blocked by strategically positioned shades. Also, windows are placed up high to allow indirect light in, reducing the need for artificial lighting during the day. Active solar power occurs in two ways. First, photovoltaic panels convert sunlight into electricity. Secondly, water-filled coils collect the sun's radiant heat to warm water that's used throughout the home for hot water in the kitchen and bath. That heated water is also run through small tubes under the flooring, which then warms the house thermally from beneath. All of this is then managed by an automated central control system.
The fact is that solar resources, obviously, in this desert are a good resource to utilize. So it just makes common sense, both economically, socially, and environmentally, to do the renewable energy.
Yeah, many things are theoretical. People read about solar panels, they read about all these other sustainable initiatives and technologies that are out there. At the preserve, they can come and actually see these things in use, whether it be water-related or electricity-related. And I think they walk away maybe with a renewed sense of what's possible, which is part of our mission, and we're happy to do that.
For many people, this searing summer heat in Las Vegas is described as uncomfortable at best, and for others, it's considered intolerable, even life-threatening. But for the original desert dwellers, the critters that have evolved here over eons, these temperature extremes are all they've ever known. And they've developed some fascinating ways to thrive in this parched landscape.
To survive our extreme desert temperatures here in the summer, our animals have a variety of adaptations. Some of them are behavioral and some of them are physiological. So behaviorally, some of our animals will dig deeper burrows in the summer to take advantage of those cooler temperatures. They will also change the time of day that they're active. So some animals that are normally active during the day may move to being active at dusk or dawn, or some of them go completely nocturnal so they're not being exposed to that hot desert sun all day long.
Physiological adaptations greatly benefit the native creatures of this land, so temperatures that might feel unbearable to us will actually be preferable for most of the Mojave natives.
Our lizards are really well adapted to living in this extreme temperatures in our summer. One of the coolest ones is the desert iguana, and they actually will be active outside in temperatures as hot as 110 degrees. So they have a very high tolerance for these extreme temperatures. So chuckwallas are also very heat tolerant lizards, and their ideal body temperatures are around 105 degrees. So they can be found outside basking in really warm temperatures. So when they do get too warm, they like to duck into rock crevices or little rock nooks and crannies to cool off and escape the sun. So they also have the ability to change their skin color, so from darker to lighter. So if they're trying to absorb more sun, their skin will be darker. If they're trying to reflect it, it will turn lighter. They also rarely drink water, and they get most of the water they need from the plants that they eat.
Unique in its name, appearance, and behavior, the Gila monster endures the worst the season can throw at it by waiting out the sunny daytime hours, choosing instead to enjoy the nightlife. Except when relief comes in the form of rare monsoonal showers, they eagerly wander out to fill up at the nearest pocket of water, and they can bank that abundance through the toughest of dry spells.
Gila monsters, which are our largest lizard we have here in the Mojave Desert, change their activity patterns when the temperatures start getting warm. So they are generally diurnal, which means they're active during the day. But as the temperatures warm up, they start to shift later and later. So they'll become crepuscular, which means active at dusk or dawn. And then during the really hot summer temperatures, they become completely nocturnal. And they also have the ability to store water in their bladders. And it doesn't rain very often here in the summer, so when we do get rain, they will take advantage of that and actually binge drink and fill up on that water that they are storing in their bladders. So when resources are low, they can live off those stores for long periods of time.
Among the clever adaptations employed by our desert natives is the ability to shed heat through large, highly vascular ears as the desert cottontails do, or use long legs to stand high off the hot sands as many lizards and beetles do. But perhaps the prize for best adaptation goes to the kangaroo rat, which can survive without having to drink water at all.
So they can actually go their entire lives without drinking any water. They get all the water they need from the seeds that they eat. Part of the metabolic process is producing water, and they survive completely on the water that they produce from eating their seeds.
A gentle demeanor and charming appearance make the desert tortoise one of our most popular native animals. They also employ most of these same strategies for withstanding the heat, but their popularity might place them in jeopardy if we decide to pick them up or handle them.
So desert tortoises have the ability to store water in their bladders. Now they get most of the water that they store from the plants that they eat. They also take advantage of our occasional rainfall. They will dig what's called a catchment basin, and when it rains, they'll remember where they've dug that and they'll go back to it and get their fill of drinking water. So one of the things that happens when you pick up a desert tortoise is it will actually evacuate its bladder. So its defense mechanism is to pee all over you. So if you see one crossing the road, you might think you're helping it by picking it up and moving it to the side of the road. But when it urinates all over you, it is losing all its stores, so it has a really high chance of becoming dehydrated.
Humans are relative newcomers to this hot, arid part of the world, having not evolved the natural defenses or instincts for survival. We have instead employed technological strategies for enduring the heat and lack of water. Now, while this has worked relatively well for many years, we need to find ways to be comfortable without depleting precious resources. Perhaps surprisingly, those who have survived here all along just might provide the answers for us as well.
So one of the most important things we can learn from these desert animals is to stay out of the sun in these really extreme summer temperatures. They find shade, they find cooler burrows, and as people, we have the ability to stay inside in the more climate-controlled areas and not expose ourselves to the hot desert sun in the middle of the day. So if you are outside in these hot temperatures, You want to make sure you're staying hydrated. A lot of our animals have adapted to this by having really efficient kidneys or being able to store water in their bladders. And since we aren't, we have to carry our own water with us. So make sure you're drinking more than you think you need to.
One of the most exciting features of the Springs Preserve is the endless variety of earthly wonders that are always being brought in and sought after by our dedicated traders at the Nature Exchange. Now, for our more sophisticated traders, our Nature Badge program will award a whole series of badges to traders who are ready to advance to the next level of collecting and studying objects from the natural world. Stop by our Nature Exchange and complete a new booklet each month to show what you've collected and learned. For more information, see springspreserve.org. If summer is synonymous with fun, then summer fun must be synonymous with the Springs Preserve. We have hundreds of ways to spend a hot summer day, and with many activities inside our comfortable climate-controlled buildings, we might be the coolest place to spend this hottest season.
The Preserve is a great place for summer family fun because there's something for everyone. If you're interested in history or science or nature, if you're little or if you're an older kid or if you're an adult, there's more here than you could possibly see in one day, so you can just keep coming back all summer long.
The season kicks off for the kids with our enormously popular summer camp program.
We'll be doing science and games and swimming, but each week does also have its own unique theme.
Your kids will be having so much fun, they won't even realize that they're learning at the same time. That's because our education staff knows the best way to learn is first to enjoy the process.
As a member of the education staff, the Springs Preserve makes that part of my job really easy because there's so much that surrounds us. There's beautiful gardens, there's wildlife. We're always offering something for everyone.
One benefit of membership is early access to our extensive trail system. Beginning at 8 a.m. each day, our members can share this coolest part of the day with dozens of native and migratory birds and animals.
People don't realize we have this beautiful wetland out on our trails. It's got high reeds and cottonwood trees, so you can stay in the shade all summer long. There's a babbling brook, there's frequently wildlife. It's a great spot to escape the bustle of the city.
As the day heats up, you can retreat to the coolest collections inside our Origin Museum. Experience a flash flood, get up close and personal with the critters in our living collection, or take a trip back in time through the history of the Las Vegas area from the ancestral Puebloans to Hoover Dam. Then take in the latest in our traveling exhibits. From there, a short stroll or a quick train ride will drop you off over 100 years back in time to Boomtown 1905.
A lot of people don't realize when they go to Boomtown 1905, it's not just a replica of Las Vegas in 1905. The four cottages are the original cottages from way back when. So I always recommend checking those out, strolling through and seeing how the people that founded our city actually lived their lives. Then you can check out the bank, practice your assaying by weighing some gold. You can go to the Lincoln Hotel, sign our guest registry, and then head over to the train station and do a little Morse code.
Just across the way from Boomtown, you can cool off again inside our Waterworks exhibit. Built inside an operational water pumping station, Waterworks gives you a behind-the-scenes look at the journey water takes to get to your tap.
What's special about Waterworks is the opportunity to go from the Colorado River all the way through the tap in your house and realize how we get our most precious resource, water. You can go into the lab and do the water quality testing that it takes to get fresh drinking water. You can travel across the globe and see what other cultures and communities experience in their quest for water. And you can even peer through at a real working water pumping station.
Several more cool indoor attractions await. The Nevada State Museum takes you on a journey back in time and introduces you to thousands of years of local natural and human history. If you're looking to the future, our Sustainability Gallery features innovative ways to build our homes and live our lives in concert with our environment. Learn how to incorporate natural building materials like straw bales or rammed earth into home building, a process that makes staying cool a breeze. Finally, a refreshing beverage from our gift shop or Divine Cafe is the perfect way to wrap up a full day of exploring. With so much to do here at the Springs Preserve, it's the coolest way to spend a hot summer day. The Nevada State Museum is featuring the life of John C. Fremont in a new traveling exhibit, Finding Fremont, Pathfinder of the West. Fremont was instrumental in mapping and documenting the American West during 5 major expeditions in the mid-19th century. See his famous mountain howitzer along with numerous artifacts, photographs, and documents from his journeys. This exhibit will be on display in the Nevada State Museum through April 2019. Here at the Springs Preserve, we cover every corner of the globe to find traveling exhibits that are fun, exciting, and like nothing you've ever seen before. Over the years, we've uncovered the mysteries of wicked plants, sunken treasures, the genius of Da Vinci, and even the frontiers of space. So what's left? Well, how about ninjas, found right here in nature?
It's all about the different defense mechanisms that animals have that are really just amazing and mind-blowing, like their color, their behaviors, the things that kind of make them stealthy and sneaky and kind of sneak up on their prey or help them survive in really unexpected ways. Nature's Ninjas is going to bring a whole new cast of characters for people to meet. So these are animals from all over the world and not just the Mojave Desert. So it's going to be nice new animals for people to come in and meet and learn about.
A unique aspect of the show is that it comes complete with its own expert staff.
The great thing about this exhibit is it comes with animals, but it also comes with zookeepers with the animals. They're here to take care of them, but they're also here to teach people about the animals and how they live and how they survive. So you're going to be able to meet the zookeepers who work with these animals every day.
We're even supplementing the traveling exhibit with a live theater presentation, and each show will feature select animals from the exhibit.
It's called Nature's Ninjas Live in the Big Springs Theater. So it'll be a lot of the animals that people will see in the gallery will be brought into the show, and the zookeepers will teach them all about the special features that make these animals really fun and exciting. We really want to invite people to come in out of the heat during the summertime, enjoy the air conditioning. The show and the exhibit are both indoors. A beautiful, fun thing for people to do as a family in the summer that will help them keep a little bit cool.
Summer is here, bringing with it all the learning and growing advantages of participating in the Preserve's weekly themed summer adventure camps. By enrolling kids aged 6 through 12 in camp, you'll introduce them to many one-of-a-kind experiences led by our expert staff. You can choose from 10 super summer exploration weeks beginning June 4th. Reservations are required and camps fill up fast, so register now at springspreserve.org. We often promote the benefits of membership here at the Springs Preserve. We can't help but share our excitement about year-round access to all our exhibits, a calendar of activities full of member perks, and discounts to the gift shop and Divine Cafe. And in some recent chats with some of our members, we were pleased to find they were every bit as passionate about the Preserve as we are.
It is a community asset. So it is part of making Las Vegas, which used to be just a visitor destination, a community.
It's just a real fun place for no matter who you are, if you're single, family, if you're dating, if you're married, whatever it is, grandparents, it doesn't matter what it is, it's fun for everybody, I think.
It's just an amazing place. If you have a family, this is a place to bring your kids. It's a place to have family time together.
If you're wondering why I have on a Knights jersey, it really is because this is the birthplace of Las Vegas. The Golden Knights are Vegas born. It gets me back to my roots. It helps me to understand, as the city has really paved with a lot of concrete and asphalt, what Las Vegas really is.
I learned about the butterfly habitat, and I wanted to see that, and so I bought a membership. Then I think the next year I decided that I wanted to buy a butterfly in memory of my daughter. So that's a special place for me all the time.
It's something special, near and dear to my heart that I do with my grandkids.
I have way too many memories with the kids growing up, and every year is something different, something fun, and we make more friends. We bring friends and they become members, so we keep coming and getting bigger, a bigger family, I guess. I used to walk with Emmeline and we saw foxes on the trails with mommy and the baby kid. and here I am with my little baby on the stroller, and it's just beautiful.
They've grown up coming here their whole lives pretty much, so it's been a place for them to come and be. That's home.
This is one of the things that when I think about why we moved to Vegas and why we stayed in Vegas, this is one of my top 10 things. You can come to and just be yourself with your family and have a good time and make those memories, because you only get one time, you know, to do those things, and I'm glad that I'm able to do it here at the Springs.
I think it's a fun place to just come and you get to learn while you're also having fun. I just think it's amazing. My favorite part about it is like the exhibits that they keep on bringing in. This is a very fun place. You get to see animals in nature and play and a little bit of technology, a little bit of everything. My favorite place is the treehouse. It's just nautical. It's like your home, but outside. It's a big place. It has parks, a restaurant, a lot of plants, flowers, butterflies, a lot of bugs here, cactuses. It's a nice place.
That's why I come here, because this is where I can show them more about nature, and it's fun.
I think the first thing I remember coming in was probably the gardens. It was just so much green and a place that's so brown.
La naturaleza.
It's nature.
Vivimos en una ciudad muy bullosa, mucho ruido, entonces nos venimos aquí
we
a
live in a very noisy city, so we just come here to escape from that.
Es vida.
It's life. It's life.
It has a completely different energy than anything we have in the city. Most of the city is geared about entertainment and lights and glitz, and this is the exact polar opposite. It is all about being authentic to our home and loving where we live and teaching with sustainability.
Que sigamos ayudando a lo que es la reserva.
Let's support the preserve, because as I've said it, this is a place of life, and we also teach children to take care of nature, the trees, animals.
We've spent a few hours here, and we do this on a weekly basis, and we're still not tired of coming here. So I think that speaks for itself.
This is a place for us to, as the name it is, preserve it and let future generations that the preserve is an inclusive area, and for all peoples from all backgrounds to come here and just experience what nature really is.
I definitely think Springs is a big part of what makes us feel like we're part of Vegas, you know, that we can become those locals, you know, because we are new. But this place is definitely somewhere that's become part of what we call home.
Enjoy the cooler evenings of summer every third Thursday at the Springs Preserve as we keep the gates open well into the evening. Come stay for after-hours fun and discounted admission in Origin Museum. Divine Cafe will be featuring live music and an ever-changing specially priced food and cocktail menu. The gift shop will also remain open during these nights, so guests may shop for one-of-a-kind products, including educational books, games, recycled and unique gifts, clothing, and Springs Preserve memorabilia. For more information, go to springspreserve.org. Summer is berry season. Our grocery store shelves are stocked full with delicious ripe strawberries, blackberries, and raspberries. Today, Chef Cicely introduces us to a cool treat made with these delicious fruits that's popular across Europe, but has never quite caught on here in the U.S. When you see how simple this dish is to make and the variety of ways it can be used, we think compote will soon become a favorite summertime staple in your home.
Howdy folks, my name is Chef Cicely and thank you for joining me at the Divine Cafe at the Springs Preserve. Today I am going to be using up some of the bountiful harvest of the summer season by making a berry compote. So I've got some butter that I've melted in a pan. It's over a nice medium heat. So once that butter's nice and hot, I'm going to grab some of those berries that are just in extra abundance right now. That sometimes there's just so many, it's even hard to eat all of them before they start getting too soft. So rather than throw them away, I always freeze them, put them in a blender. I want to do something a little bit different. So I am starting with the sauté. I'm going to let these blackberries simmer away until they just start to almost lose a little bit of the vibrance and the firmness in their color. And then once that happens, I'll mash them down with a fork. If I smash them too soon, like look at this guy, he's still got perfect raw ones. If I press him down, he's going to resist, and I'm going to end up with this thick pulp of the berry. Well, that's not going to serve me well on top of my pancakes or yogurt or wherever I decide to eat it. But because these blackberries are well ripe, if I just let them soften just a little bit, and I can add a touch of salt to just kind of help that. Maybe even a little bit of liquid, like some vanilla. That's going to help them steam. And then as they're done, they're going to turn just a slight different color. Let's find a nice good guy here. And then when they're done, they simply fall apart. And you see I don't have that pulp holding together anymore. So we're just about there. So I'm going to start mashing up some blackberries. This could be done with strawberries, blueberries, which I am going to add. I just don't want to add the blueberries too soon, or raspberries, because raspberries don't have a core in them the way that a blackberry does, that real thick inner part. If I add those too soon, they're just going to cook down to almost juice. And I still want some body. We're going to do a little bit of a rustic style today, so I'm not going to smash the berries until they're completely pressed down. Indeed, that's actually more what a compote is instead of, say, a syrup or a jelly. I want good, delicious chunks of fruit in there. So now that that's about done, I'm going to add my softer berries in. Mix those in. The heat of just being put on the pan alone will break those ones down perfect. And then a little bit of other summer flavors. So I've got some fresh ginger, some cinnamon, just a touch of nutmeg. Grinding it fresh works excellently as well. And then I also am going to put in just a little spoonful of honey for that nice body and thickness. A little smush to my fresh berries, not to smash them so much, but just to break down their shape. All right, I'm going to let this simmer on very low heat for about 5 minutes, just to let it pull tight and come together, and then I'm ready to eat it. Our best summer sauce is all done, and it is your choice to enjoy it either over some delicious ice cream as a dessert. This could also be served with its light and fresh summer flavors as a breakfast. I've got some Belgian waffles here, cute little ones. Would work the same for pancakes or French toast. And oh, it smells so good. That's it for a fabulous way to use that delicious summer sauce. My name's Chef Cicely, and I hope to see you here at the Divine Cafe at the Springs Preserve.
There's a lot more to discover, so join us next time here at the Springs Preserve, where the energy of our abundant sun, well-adapted native animals, and memorable member experiences mingle to bring new life to Las Vegas.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
The Raiders are coming. Just look around Las Vegas and you'll see silver and black pride everywhere. Welcome to the Flood Channel. I'm your host, Beatriz Martinez. On today's show, we'll show you just what it takes to build a home for Raider Nation. Here at the Raiders preview in Town Square, you can get a glimpse of what the stadium will look like. But what you won't see is what lies beneath.
Every day, the Las Vegas Stadium gets closer to the Raiders' home opener in 2020. Right now, there's daily blasting to remove layers of caliche where the field will sit. Heavy equipment is hauling soil as heavy as concrete from 40 feet down to make room for a retractable field. It's a massive project on 62 acres across from the Mandalay Bay, and none of this could start until crews could rip out an existing flood channel under the proposed stadium.
Day one, we knew box culvert. That was just ingrained in our heads of something that we knew we needed to, account for. It was always a priority, and I think being one of the first projects we kind of dealt with the stadium, we really saw that. The amount of time and effort that brought everyone together to make sure we got this taken care of really gave us the foundation that we were going to be doing some special things here, because that really got accelerated, and just by the progress of where it's at now and how fast it's gone, it really set the tone for really the project and how we got started.
The Raiders worked with contractors Mortensen McCarthy, the design team at Kimley Horn, and the Regional Flood Control District to figure out how to move the channel to allow the stadium to be built and keep flood control in place.
Every challenge has a solution, and I would tell you that the team has huddled together as far as the local communities, the local trade partners, the politicians have all come together and have really, and the local agencies have all, had the main focus of building this project and bringing the Raiders to Las Vegas, and I think it's been everybody's main goal. The existing culvert that spans from basically Polaris through the project site onto the connector road is actually in the way of the future stadium. This all happened, there's some setback requirements for the stadium that had to move the project stadium away from the interstate. When that happened, the outline of the stadium was in the way of the existing culvert. We worked with the Corps of Engineers, Regional Flood, Public Works to relocate the culvert, and so it's about 375 feet away from the stadium in its new alignment.
The original channel was built in partnership with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. As a result, the Army Corps has been highly involved in approving design plans, and it recently visited the site to make sure everything was being built as approved. The old channel has already been demolished, and the new channel has been built. Crews are finishing up the concrete top on the reinforced concrete boxes.
So one of the main concerns that we had and that the Corps of Engineers had was what's going to happen during construction if a storm event were to hit. And so the Corps in particular required the contractor to come up with almost like an emergency action plan to determine what would happen, what their practices would be if a storm event were to hit.
Some challenges are this is a Tropicana detention basin. It fills up with water, and it fills up to 4 feet high when you have a 100-year flood. And not knowing when that next 100-year flood was, we had to do a lot of mitigation planning with the Corps and Regional Flood on how to build this project in different phases.
Emergency plans were created to divert water in case of flooding. The flood channel carries water from throughout the southwest part of Las Vegas during rain events. Luckily, permits were in place to allow construction to occur during mostly a dry winter and spring.
Then when we went to construction, there was some very large NV Energy conduits in Polaris that had to be relocated, and again NV Energy came to the table and did their part and expedited everything and kept everything moving. And as you mentioned, the box culvert got out of the way of the foundation of the stadium in time.
Every construction project has its shares of unforeseen circumstances. Moving the culvert just 300 feet led to one unexpected find: a Nevada Energy electrical conduit that wasn't on the existing plans.
we had some utility conflicts in the field. So we've had unknown utilities that were in the proposed alignment, and so we've had to work with Nevada Energy and Regional Flood and the Corps to reroute the culvert for a temporary bypass. We've done that work thus far, and now Nevada Energy has moved some of their alignment of their poles and their lines, and we're now installing some new utility alignments, and which will sink underneath our culvert and will allow us to proceed forward with the original planned culvert.
Another issue that arose during construction was the length of time it took the concrete to strengthen after it was poured. The concrete did not reach the desired strength after 28 days. Instead of ripping out all of the boxes, the county and the contractor waited, and after 45 days, the concrete exceeded its strength. Now it's just up to the contractor to put the finishing touches on the channel.
It keeps the same size and alignment, so there is the same ultimate protection. And another design challenge was making sure that while the culvert was being relocated, that we were protected during a flood event, should that happen while the box culvert was being relocated. So there was a lot of thought put in by the Mortenson McCarthy team of during construction how they could make sure that everything was protected in the interim. In the end, it will be the same channel operating the same way, but the interim piece is something that has to be considered from an engineering perspective and a construction perspective.
Now that the flood channel is all but finished, the stadium can really take shape. In just a few months, the Las Vegas skyline will have a new prominent feature. Mortenson McCarthy is using local staff who have worked on projects in Southern Nevada.
So Mortenson McCarthy is a joint venture. Mortenson has the sports group, history and background and knowledge on the project, and McCarthy brings the local presence. And we align in a lot of our core values and the culture that our employees embrace out here. And Mortenson McCarthy has done other projects together as joint ventures, so it made sense on this project to combine again. You're always under the microscope, which is good. We take pride in keeping a clean job and making sure that we keep everybody to the high safety standards that we have for each project. And so we're looking forward to the successful project with the local community and everybody that has something to offer for the stadium, because there are a lot of proud Raiders fans out here, and they deserve the best.
When you see all of the work that's going on in the stadium right now, it's hard to believe that just a couple months ago, the whole project was in jeopardy. It took a lot of cooperation to get the ball rolling in time.
On paper, it's relatively simple to move a flood control channel. But when you're moving a flood channel paid for with federal dollars, the feds want to know exactly what you're doing. And it's common for a federal review to stretch into years.
Because there was federal dollars involved in the construction of that project, that means that the federal government, or the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers in this case, has to permit that modification. Anytime there's a modification to any facility that was built by the Corps, it has to be approved through the Corps through what we call a 408 permit process. So generally when you're getting a 408 permit, it can take 12 to 18 months, which is quite a bit more time than we had in terms of the schedule for the Raiders trying to get their stadium open by the 2020 season. And so we had to find ways to try to accelerate that.
Yeah, it was a little bit expedited. The way that we got this permit in record time was strictly partnership and teamwork. That's the only way we got it done. And from the very beginning, Clark County Regional Flood Control District, the Board of County Commissioners, the Raiders, the contractor Mortenson McCarthy, the environmental consultant and the geotech consultant, and obviously the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And our team of Kimley Horn, we had partners from all over the United States that were experts in what we needed to do in structural and H&H and civil. All of these people came together, and in the very beginning we set the tone with a meeting with the Army Corps of Engineers in May of 2017 and said, we need a permit by fall or the stadium schedule's in jeopardy.
It was a really quick turnaround on the permit. Again, it usually takes 12 to 18 months. We got it done in about 3.5 months. I think we can thank the LA District of the Corps for stepping up and really getting on this permit and recognizing the importance of this permit for the Las Vegas Valley.
Simply put, everyone had to work at the top of their game to get the stadium started. Regional Flood couldn't have done it without Kimley Horn. Kimley Horn needed Mortensen McCarthy, the contractors needed the Raiders, and everyone needed the Army Corps.
There were other pieces, you know, the Army Corps permit was one piece of the puzzle. The plans, the box relocation plans also had to be permitted through all the agencies and through flood control, through all of the utility agencies. So we had to have a permit by December.
Agreement with the Corps wherein we could provide funding to the Corps to allow the permit to be expedited, the review of the permit to be expedited. At the same time, in parallel to that, we entered into an agreement with the Las Vegas Stadium, LLC, for them to provide those funds for us. So we basically took the funds from the Raiders organization and passed it on to the Corps so that that permit review could be expedited. And it wound up trimming the review time down quite a bit. Once the agreements were in place at the end of August, we wound up getting the permit issued in the middle of December. So it took about 3.5 months.
When we came into Las Vegas, I think our main priority was to, you know, create a relationship built on teamwork. That's kind of the organization. That's kind of something that we're really proud of the way we operate. So when we came down here, you know, just understanding that we're all working towards one common goal, the stadium, which really has an impact on the entire Southern Nevada area. So when we came in and, you know, really understanding that we're all, you know, each of us have different areas of expertise, but at the end of the day, you know, in 2020 when we get the stadium, it's going to be something we're really going to be proud of.
I was born and raised in Las Vegas, so I know how great Las Vegas is and how great our partners are, and it was great that the Raiders and everybody got to see that. I think it was fantastic. I'm also a two-time UNLV grad, so one of my other favorite things, and I think it's going to be great for the school. It's going to be a great community partnership, and they've also come to the table as a partner in this whole thing, so I think it's going to be great.
Any NFL stadium or any community you go to, you really need buy-in from everyone. And when we decided to make the move to Las Vegas, we kind of knew that this was a special market, and since we've been here, we've really seen the community, even with the Golden Knights success and kind of, you know, just seeing the amount of Raider logos in the community and just some of the events that we're doing, we're really seeing that people here are really passionate about sports, they're passionate about football. You know, people might be fans of other teams, but we're kind of seeing that the Raiders are really doing a lot of stuff to kind of bring people together, and the stadium really is going to create a lot of opportunities that can further that community bonding and things like that.
One reason that every piece had to fit perfectly is the flood culvert at the Raiders Stadium. It protects the Las Vegas Strip against flash flooding. Let's take a look at how the district protects the southwest of the valley and the Las Vegas Strip from flash flooding.
Nearly 40 million visitors spent time on the Las Vegas Strip last year, pouring money into the local economy and driving revenue to the entire state. There are numerous basins and channels protecting it. The one at the Las Vegas Stadium is just one piece of that protection.
The southwest part of the Las Vegas Valley has a lot of flood control facilities that were built through the Corps of Engineers project. This is an important project for us. All the flows that land in that southwest part of the valley flow down and funnel down into the Flamingo Wash, which flows through the resort corridor at Caesars Palace, goes underneath Las Vegas Boulevard, and continues on through the city to Las Vegas Wash. So it was important for us to get a project put together that could help capture and control the flows that were coming out of the mountains and draining through that whole southwest part of the valley.
Back in the 1980s, the Regional Flood Control District began looking at a massive project to provide the needed protection to the region.
In 1991, we had a feasibility study that was done, which basically took a look at the benefits of building all these facilities versus the cost. And we could use that information, the benefit to cost ratio, to compare our project to other projects across the country in terms of whether it's worthy of getting federal funding.
The U.S. Army Corps accepted the study and sent it to Congress in 1995.
It's a $336 million project. The federal portion of it was 75%, which is about $252 million, and then the local agencies, which is the Regional Flood Control District and Clark County Public Works, paid the other 25%, or about $84 million. Pretty much any water that falls in the southwest part of the valley, and that really be from like Red Rock Country Club all the way down to like Rhodes Ranch, that whole southwest part of the valley, it all funnels down through the resort corridor, which is very important to the Las Vegas area. As you know, we don't want flooding to occur there, and we want those areas to be flood resilient. And so collecting all of these flows and getting them contained and essentially tamed was important to us to make sure that it protected the economic vitality of the Las Vegas Valley.
The flood control developed with the Army Corps of Engineers provided so much coverage that 19 square miles of flood zone were removed.
So the Corps project overall included 3 new detention basins, 3 debris basins, and the expansion of 2 existing detention basins. And then along with that, 28 miles of channels and storm drains were built to take all that water that's being collected by those basins and funnel it through that southwest part of the Las Vegas Valley. It's true that the people that were removed from the flood zone are no longer required to buy flood insurance if they have a federally backed mortgage, but as you know, all property owners, whether you're in a flood zone or not, are allowed to get flood insurance. So you can still purchase that flood insurance at a minimum cost. That's about $1 a day to get flood insurance when you're not in a flood zone. We're proud of the fact that these facilities have really been working over the years. They've been tested many times, and so not only do these people not have to pay flood insurance, but they don't really have to deal with that risk of flooding as much anymore. They're much more resilient to the risk of flooding because of the existence of all these facilities. I know that we've had storm events in the southwest part of the valley that were multiple, 2 inches or more in just a few hours, very intense storm events. And those storms were handled by these flood control facilities very well. In the past, if those same storms were to hit, we would have had significant flooding throughout not just the southwest part of the valley, but all the way down Flamingo Wash to Las Vegas Wash.
Lake Mead is full of life, a seemingly endless aquatic parade, attracting and sustaining busy desert creatures. It's one of the most diverse ecosystems in Nevada, with species found nowhere else on Earth. But every time soap suds run down your driveway, oil drips in the streets, fertilizer washes off your lawn, or random trash gets swept in our storm sewers, their home gets a little uglier. They get a little sicker. If we don't take simple steps to change our ways, soon you'll wonder where all our friends have gone. It's time to clean up our act, Southern Nevada. To get your home or business lake-friendly certified, visit belakefriendly.com.
Mind the road. Flash flood season is here.
Contractors have to keep an eye to the skies at the stadium site. Any amount of rain can impact operations. Thankfully, it was a relatively dry winter.
The rain finally came back on January 9. After months of a prolonged dry spell, the entire Las Vegas Valley got more than an inch of rain in the 24-hour period between January 9 and 10. The rain was steady but moderate and stayed within flood control channels. The biggest problems were traffic accidents. It seemed motorists had forgotten how to drive on wet roads.
This storm ended a record stretch of 116 days where we had no precipitation at the airport. We received 1.33 inches of rain on January 9th, which broke the previous record for any date in January, and 1.47 inches for the entire storm on the 8th and 9th, which was over 1/3 of our average annual precipitation. Normally we experience about half of our annual precipitation during the monsoon season from July to September, and the other half of our annual precipitation occurs during the rest of the year, oftentimes with storms like what we just experienced in January 8th and 9th. This one was particularly wet compared to some of them, although we've seen a lot more, at different times in the past. This was just a particularly strong one for this time of year.
During the monsoon season, a map of the Las Vegas Valley will usually show a few areas where heavy rain is falling. In January, the entire region got a taste of the rain.
The thing to note about storms like this that occur during the winter months is they tend to have a lot more widespread precipitation than just the rain that falls still runs off and runs into the flood control channels. We had, on January 9th, we did have several swiftwater rescues due to the rainfall. The flooding threat is not limited to the monsoon season, although the greatest threat is during the monsoon season.
The National Weather Service began keeping records in Las Vegas in 1937. The 116 days of no precipitation surpassed the old record of 92 days with just a trace of precipitation. And while we've had wetter Januaries, we haven't had a wetter 24-hour period as we had on January 9th. It's still too soon to tell what this year's monsoon season will bring.
It's tough to predict the monsoon and exactly how strong that's going to be this far out, but as of now, climatologically, we expect it to be relatively dry and warm just throughout the whole period. With La Nina, we generally expect drier conditions around here, but again, that's just a general expectation. We can have wet La Nina years. A large factor, and this is why it is so difficult to predict the monsoon as far out, a large factor in terms of how much precipitation we get during the monsoon is driven by tropical activity. And tropical activity is, we can't predict where and when the storms are going to affect us this time of year. We live in a dry desert climate. Any rain can cause flooding, and even though we got 1.5 inches in one day, we've still been very dry for a long period of time. During calendar year 2017, we received just over half of our normal annual precipitation. So we're under a very dry stretch, and I don't see any reason that that's not going to continue.
Got Raider Mania yet? You can come here to Town Square and learn more about the Las Vegas Stadium. And for all things flood, you can always follow us on Facebook or Twitter, or go to our website at regionalflood.org.
Team Challenge is the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation's largest endurance training program that trains you to run or walk a half marathon while helping the foundation raise funds to find a cure for ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease.
Due to voting discrepancies, a special election will be held for the Republican nominee for Clark County Public Administrator. Republican voters will receive a ballot in the mail. When you receive your mail ballot, you can vote in one of three ways. Sign the provided postage-paid envelope and mail it in. Drop off your ballot at one of the following locations, or vote in person at the County Election Center. Ballots must be received by 7 p.m. on July 17. For more information, visit clarkcountymv.gov/vote or call 702-455-VOTE.
Welcome to Club Ride. Club Ride is a free employee benefits program that encourages and rewards the employees that would like to or currently carpooling, walking, biking, taking transit, or even motorcycling to and from work.
Club Ride has excellent programs and services for commuters,
such as Guaranteed Ride Home, Club Ride Discounts, Easy Rider, and the monthly price drawings.
Club Ride Rewards is a program that rewards commuters every month for clean, green commutes to and from work. As a Club Ride member, you can win cash and prizes every month. It's a great thing.
Oh, we love winning the awards. We've been carpooling over 11 years now.
We were doing it before it was the thing to do.
I think I'm a better driver.
No, I'm the better driver.
Carpooling was just kind of a natural thing. We could ride to work, we could talk to one another on our way, and saved us time and gas. But that extra prize makes it extra fun.
I was carpooling before it was cool. And before we got the Rockstar parking for carpooling. Club Ride has this really cool website. You go in and you log your trips each week, and it calculates for you how much money you've saved, how much of an impact you've had on the environment in terms of less emissions and so on. So I know for a fact I've saved $300 each year carpooling.
After 20 years of driving in Las Vegas traffic, I think I'd had enough and I was ready for a change. I currently commute by taking the new transit buses. There's a new park and ride in my neighborhood, so I just drive over there and hop on the bus.
I commute with this bad boy right here. My employer not only supports it, she lets me park my bicycle right in my closet at work. I love the Club Ride discount program because I get to use it at Jason's Deli, Cold Stone Creamery, and then I'm even able to use it at my bike shop, Bicycle World. I wish I would have learned about it earlier.
One of the great benefits for employers is the outreach that we do. We set up a table, we give away free t-shirts, we talk to them, we educate them about the program, and then of course the incentives that are available to them. Once employers realize what we do for them, they love it.
Club Ride is extremely successful at Bellagio. We've been a partner with Club Ride since 1999, and currently we have about 1,200 employees enrolled. We provide our employees with reserved parking, bike racks, motorcycle area, as well as pre-tax payroll deduction for the passes.
I think the Club Ride program is very well thought out, very well engineered. Cox is really committed to being a Club Ride partner. We have swipe machines at every entrance where employees can log their commutes. We also have bicycle racks. We have the ability for employees to work compressed work weeks and flexible schedules. And we have pool vehicles that are available for those employees that commute who need a vehicle to use to visit a customer or to go to another office.
Having a strong commute options program is really important to the city of Henderson. Currently, we have over 400 of our employees that are enrolled in the Club Ride program. We have lots of prize winners every month, and I really make a big deal about it. I hand deliver all the prizes. They're just really excited, especially if one of the other employees sees that they're getting this prize. That kind of motivates them and they want to be part of that.
I'm Joan with Cox Communications. I'm proud to be a carpooler, and I think you should be too.
Less traffic and cleaner air, and that's a good thing.
Less traffic, cleaner air. Carpooling is a good thing.
I'm Joey over at the Rio, and I love being a Club Ride member.
I'm Bill with Cox Communications, and we're a proud partner with Club Ride.
Commute options are a good thing. Partner with Club Ride today.
To find out more, visit the Club Ride website.
Or call 228-RIDE or go to your HR office and speak to your transportation coordinator.
That's a wrap. That sounds good. That's a wrap.
Or can I do like Janis Joplin? That's all, folks.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's no secret to this next trick. Hard hat, check. Tank, check. Building permit. Uh-oh. Never fear, Magic fans. They're in here somewhere. Voila! But don't try this at home. There's no secret to building permits. Even I need them.
On the next edition of Clark County Chronicles, flash flood season is here, an annual reminder to turn around, don't drown. Operation Mustang was an extraordinary full-scale drill testing our first responders, and the Las Vegas Aces are already assisting our young future basketball stars. Those stories and more coming up on the next edition of Clark County Chronicles, right here on Clark County Television.
Drowning is the leading cause of death in young children in southern Nevada. Remember these safety steps. Patrol. Always have an adult actively watching children in the water. Protect. Provide defensive barriers between your child and the pool. Prepare. Create a water safety plan for your family. Enroll children in swimming classes and equip your pool with safety equipment. Be ready to call 911 in an emergency. Keep it fun and safe all year long. Visit GetHealthyClarkCounty.org.
Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
Hello and welcome to Waterways, the Southern Nevada Water Authority's news information program. I'm your host, Scott Huntley. In this half hour of Waterways, get off your grass and earn some cash with an increased rebate from the SNWA. We'll show you how to replace your thirsty grass with desert landscaping in 3 easy steps. New Home Technologies can help you save water with very little effort. Learn how WaterSmart homes are designed for the earth-conscious homebuyer. Plus, avoid the most common water waste issues with our irrigation tips. And get WaterSmart with a controller that helps you manage your outdoor water use. Ready to water less and save more? Replace your water-intensive lawn with drought-tolerant landscaping and earn some cash. The SNWA now offers $3 for every square foot of grass you replace with desert plants. Crystal Zelke has more on the boosted incentive.
There's no better time to get off your grass and earn some cash. The Southern Nevada Water Authority increased the amount of its WaterSmart Landscapes rebate. Don't wait to apply. It's easy and WaterSmart. As the historic drought continues to impact Lake Mead's water levels, Valley residents are asked to step up their conservation efforts even more. To help, the SNWA's Board of Directors approved an increase to the WaterSmart Landscapes rebate program. Under new program guidelines, applicants can earn up to $3 for every square foot of turf they convert to WaterSmart Landscaping, up to 10,000 square feet per project, and $1.50 for every square foot over that. The maximum incentive for any property in a fiscal year is $300,000. The SNWA created the WaterSmart Landscapes rebate program in 1999 to encourage homeowners and businesses to convert their water-guzzling lawn to WaterSmart Landscaping. Since then, Southern Nevadans have replaced more than 185 million square feet of turf, enough to cover 94% of the Earth's circumference. In total, the program has helped our community save more than 119 billion gallons of water.
As we look at the forecasts and projections for the Colorado River, there's a greater than 50% probability that we will see a shortage condition within the next couple of years. And that means that there will be less water available from Lake Mead. But we'll be able to continue to meet water demands even under shortage conditions because of conservation. I mean, Southern Nevada has reduced its water use by 26%, and that has allowed us to be able to be well prepared for any shortage conditions on the horizon. And while we may be one of the most water efficient communities in the nation, we've got more work to do. It's conservation that has prepared us for coming shortages, and it's conservation that's going to keep us ahead of the curve.
With the increased rebate, there's no better time to replace your unquenchable grass. For most of us, the bulk of water use occurs outdoors in our landscapes. In the summertime, 70 to 90% of the average residential water bill can be attributed to outdoor usage. The biggest culprit? Thirsty grass. The best way to reduce that water use? A WaterSmart landscape. You could cut your water use by up to 75% and eliminate weekly mowing and heavy maintenance. The SNWA estimates a water-efficient landscape can save homeowners approximately 55 gallons of water per square foot per year. Those savings add up. For an average 1,000 square foot conversion, that's 55,000 gallons of water saved every year.
Well, what people don't realize is that here in Southern Nevada, people are typically putting 8 to 10 or 12 feet of water on their lawns. And so it's important that we have lawns only where we need and use them. But where they're purely ornamental, we've got a lot of other beautiful plants can do that job on a fraction of the water.
It's okay to keep some grass areas in your WaterSmart landscape, but if the only time you walk on your grass is to mow it, it's probably not a functional part of your outdoor living space. No matter how much grass you decide to convert, it's easy to get started. First, enroll online or call our
You're removing the grass and putting in some type of mulch, so you're using either rock or bark or artificial turf, but some type of material instead of grass. And the final thing is we do require plants.
Need inspiration? Visit the Springs Preserve Botanical Garden to see the variety of plants that thrive in our desert climate. Experts give free guided walk tours each Saturday and Sunday, but the garden also is open daily to venture on your own. You may want to take a free drip irrigation class that equips you with the skills to design and install a drip watering system. Once you complete your landscape, you can cash in. The added benefit is the long-term savings.
Grass uses 2 to 3 times as much water as desert landscaping, so you pay more in your water bill. So if you're thinking about saving, definitely look at converting. We provide a lot of tools that help you do that in design and just giving you different ideas. There's a lot of variability with desert landscaping that you don't have in grass. So there's a lot of incentives and a lot of things that will help you to convert and to give you the tools necessary to do it.
If you're ready to save water in a big way, there's no better way than a WaterSmart landscape. With the SNWA's $3 rebate, saving water has never been so easy and so rewarding. Reporting for Waterways, I'm Crystal Zelke.
Conservation continues to be our biggest tool in the fight against drought. And as you'll see in our newest ad campaign, the community's efforts to save resources is one of the reasons Southern Nevada is prepared to meet the challenges.
A drop of water is where it starts. And that drop of water, well, it makes a ripple of difference. It's essential to keep conserving for our future, one drop at a time. So thank you, Southern Nevada, and stay water smart.
Summer watering restrictions allow customers to water landscapes up to 6 days a week through August 31st. Sunday watering is prohibited. Time of day restrictions also prohibit watering between 11 a.m. and 7 p.m. However, you may water heat-stressed plants and grass with a handheld hose anytime. Here are a few more tips to water wisely this summer. Keep an eye on your landscape and increase watering only as needed. Beat the heat and set your irrigation clock to water before sunrise. And shut off your sprinklers on rainy and windy days to save as much as 500 gallons of water a day. It's easy to waste water in the summer and not even realize it. Residents and businesses commonly run irrigation more often and for longer periods of time, which often leads to wasteful runoff. Avoid the most common water waste issues with these tips from Jason Gifford.
As the record drought continues to loom in Southern Nevada, it's more important than ever to guard against water waste. We can all help to reduce water waste by reporting it when we see it and fixing our own irrigation issues before they become bigger problems. On average, Valley residents use about 70 to 90% of their water outside in a typical month. That means outdoors is where residents have the greatest potential to conserve water. Mandatory watering restrictions help our community conserve water and reduce water waste. While ordinances vary slightly by jurisdiction, water waste is broadly defined as water that flows or sprays off of your property. Common violations that may result in a water waste fee include watering outside of assigned watering days and violating time of day restrictions. Landscape watering is prohibited between 11 a.m. and 7 p.m. May 1st to August 31st. Sunday is not an optional watering day. Oftentimes, customers are unaware they're wasting water. But overwatering is an obvious water waster even to the untrained eye. Standing or pooling water can be seen, or water sheets off sidewalks and curbs when the turf and hard soil can't absorb the excess water fast enough. Overwatering is the result of applying too much water to your landscape. So, what is the right amount? It all depends on the type of grass, root depth, degree of the slope, soil quality, sun exposure, and more. That may sound complicated, but to avoid overwatering, simply test your irrigation system. The Water Authority recommends the cycle and soak method for lawns. Set your sprinklers to water 3 times a day, 4 minutes each cycle, at least 1 hour apart. These shorter sips of water are better for turf because the water absorbs faster and creates a healthier lawn. It also helps to keep water from flowing off the lawn and into the gutter where it can't be recovered. Inspect your grass with the sprinklers running to see if it needs more or less water. To customize your watering cycles, manually turn on your first sprinkler station and begin timing the run immediately. Monitor how many minutes elapse before water begins to pool or run off. Stop the cycle at that point and subtract a minute. That's your run time for that station. Repeat the process for each station since run times may vary. Allow the water to fully soak in before running another cycle. This generally takes about an hour. Drip emitters watering plants can also cause runoff. If you notice pooling water, you may need to move drip heads away from the sidewalk or reduce the runtime. If dry spots crop up, ensure there are no misaligned heads and hand water them instead of running sprinklers longer. To help your lawn absorb water, aerate at least twice a year in spring and fall. This process of punching out cores of soil allows water and nutrients to flow more completely into the root zone rather than off of it. Another common water waste issue is overspray. To isolate an overspray problem, test key components of your irrigation system. Sprinklers can easily twist or turn. Briefly turn on your irrigation system after each mowing. Adjust any misaligned sprinklers by turning with the firm grip of your hand or gently turn them with pliers. Check your drip system too. If drip heads popped off and you see water shooting into the wall or street, make sure a pressure regulator is installed on the drip system. Improper nozzles are another cause of overspray. If overspray leads to water waste, you may have the wrong nozzle for the size or shape of your turf area. Manufacturers indicate nozzle measurements by color, crosshatch patterns, or numerals, and more. It can be confusing, so ask a pro if you're not sure what you need. For uniformity, it's best to stick with the same brand and not mix and match parts. The next common water waste problem is one property owners dread: an irrigation leak. One indicator of a leak is an area of your landscape that's more green or wet and marshy than other areas. Many times a leak shows up more gradually as a slow but consistent trickle of water. It's often noticeable near the curb or street, since this is typically a landscape's lowest point and that's where water gathers. A leak then trickles down into the gutter. Whether or not you can fix a leak yourself depends on your comfort level and willingness to literally dig into the problem. You may have to remove a fair-sized chunk of grass to get down into your system and find the source of the leak. You could have a broken sprinkler or perhaps a break in the irrigation line itself. If in doubt, you may want to call in a professional. Obstructed spray patterns are another water waster. One common sight is a sprinkler that shoots onto something other than the grass. The solution might be as straightforward as installing a nozzle with a different reach, angle, or spray pattern. But spray obstruction is often the result of inappropriate design for that area, so you may need to change your design or relocate an irrigation line to resolve it. Low-lying sprinklers also can cause obstructed spray patterns. Water only hits a few nearby blades of grass instead of the entire irrigation zone intended for that sprinkler head. Retrofit existing sprinkler heads or install 4-inch tall pop-ups to effectively water the area. For more information about how to water more efficiently, visit snwa.com. If you see water waste anywhere in the valley, report it to your water provider or call SNWA's Conservation Helpline at 702-258-SAVE. You can also fill out a report online at snwa.com. Reporting for Waterways, I'm Jason Gifford.
Your irrigation controller can also help you avoid water waste, especially in summer when homeowners tend to overwater their landscapes. Jen Inaba explains how a smart irrigation controller can help you manage your outdoor water use and make it easier to comply with seasonal watering restrictions.
Make landscape watering easier with a clock that's smarter than the rest. A smart irrigation controller automatically adjusts your landscape watering so you don't have to. Be water smart and money smart when you invest in this newer technology with an instant rebate from the SNWA. In the summer, between 70 and 90% of your home's water bill can be generated by outdoor water use, especially if you still have grass here in the desert. Seasonal watering restrictions help Southern Nevada curb water waste, but there's much more to using resources wisely. For instance, installing the right irrigation system for your landscape's needs and adjusting your irrigation clock seasonally are key components to water conservation. If you have an older irrigation system, it may be time to replace the heart of that system, your controller, with new technology. A variety of smart irrigation controllers can take a lot of the work off your hands. These state-of-the-art controllers automatically adjust watering run times in response to environmental changes. They use sensors or weather data to manage watering times and frequency. Smart controllers can turn off your sprinkler system when it rains, which is useful during the valley's monsoon season. Some of them will also shut off if winds gust or temperatures dip.
Smart irrigation controllers is a new technology in irrigation controllers. Your traditional controllers has a fixed schedule, so you put in what days of the week you want to water, how long you want to water, things like that are set, and it stays like that until you change it again. Smart irrigation controllers actually have weather input, and so weather actually will kind of dictate what your schedule is. So you will put in what type of plants you have, what type of irrigation system you have, and the controller will come up with a schedule. By having a smart irrigation controller, you can save thousands of gallons of water. So on a residential property, you can save between 10 and 20% of your water. So throughout a year, you're talking 20, 30,000 gallons of water. On large properties like commercial and multifamily, they can save hundreds of thousands of gallons of water a year. So there's big savings from a smart irrigation controller.
The Southern Nevada Water Authority offers a rebate coupon to help you upgrade to a smart controller. In many cases, the rebate will pay up to half the cost of the controller. Find out which controllers qualify, get program details, and print the rebate form at snwa.com. Saving money is easy. You'll receive an instant rebate when you bring your coupon to participating retailers. But if you purchase a smart controller from a non-participating retailer, you can still mail in your rebate form. The good news about smart controllers is they get smarter with time. With smart technology on the rise, monitoring your landscape is as simple as tapping into your phone, tablet, or computer. New apps now help residents remotely control their home irrigation system.
New smart irrigation controllers are controlled by apps. So you can put it on your phone or a tablet, and you can control your whole system without having to go in the garage. That's one of the big barriers, is people hate going in the garage 2 or 3 times a year and having to change their controller. Now you can do it from the app on your phone. And so by doing that, it gives you better access. When we change our watering schedules throughout the year, you have easy access. It's easy to go in and change it right there and not having to go in the garage.
The Environmental Protection Agency stamps qualifying irrigation controllers with its WaterSense label to help consumers make water-smart choices that save money and maintain high environmental standards. The EPA says WaterSense labeled irrigation controllers can save an average home nearly 8,800 gallons of water annually. As with all WaterSense labeled products, the EPA independently certifies irrigation controllers to ensure they meet tough WaterSense criteria for efficiency and performance. Smart controller savings aren't just for homeowners. HOAs and commercial properties also can receive a rebate. Larger properties are perfect candidates for smart technology since the controllers are capable of irrigating larger landscapes that often have varied plant needs in each watering zone. While smart controllers are designed to increase watering efficiency, they do require initial setup and occasional monitoring to ensure optimal water savings. If you need help setting up the technology, you may want to consult an SNWA WaterSmart contractor or visit a participating retailer for assistance. Some landscapers in the WaterSmart Contractors program also accept the Smart Controller Rebate Coupon. Visit snwa.com to see a list of WaterSmart contractors. Let a smart irrigation controller take the guesswork out of manually adjusting your irrigation clock. The SNWA rebate not only will save you money, but time you can spend outdoors enjoying your landscape instead. Reporting for Waterways, I'm Jenna Nava.
Single-family residents consume the largest amount of water in southern Nevada, more than golf courses, resorts, and commercial properties combined. Since the SNWA is committed to helping the community reduce water use, it makes sense to help residents create a water-smart lifestyle from the ground up. Corey Enos explains the value of a water-smart home.
Everywhere you turn, Las Vegas is building. Home construction is especially on the rise. But we're not just building more, we're building smarter and more sustainably. Many newer communities are water smart. These homes have technology to help home buyers live a water smart lifestyle without sacrificing the comforts of home. When you build from the ground up, your toughest choices usually involve whether to purchase the upgrades such as granite countertops, crown molding, or covered patios. But when you buy a water smart home, a water efficient foundation is already laid for you. Your purchase is a guaranteed step in helping Southern Nevada conserve its most precious natural resource, water. A new water smart home can save up to 85,000 gallons of water more per year compared to a home built in 2003. That's huge water savings for Southern Nevada and conservation gains for homeowners, who can reap energy as well as water savings. Water smart homes include high efficiency appliance and fixtures, such as washers, toilets, faucets, and shower heads. Participating builders must meet standards for hot water delivery indoors and water efficient irrigation systems outdoors. The Water Authority launched the Water Smart Home program in partnership with the Southern Nevada Home Builders Association. The program provides customers the opportunity to purchase homes that exceed water efficiency standards, and it's one of the largest water efficiency programs for new homes in the nation.
The Water Smart Home program did start in 2005, and it was the first of its kind, the first program to test and certify new home water efficiency on a very large scale. It has been very successful. There have been many builders that participated over the years, and each of these water efficient homes saves thousands of gallons per year compared to homes built 10 years ago.
With home construction rising again, more water smart homes are on the market. Last year, builders constructed more than 800 new water smart homes, bringing the Valley's total to more than 12,000 since the program began.
As the Valley continues to grow, it's very important that we try to minimize the water impact on new home construction. And for this program, we used a points-based system that it encourages home builders to use new water-efficient technologies, things such as ultra low-flow toilets, high-efficiency shower heads, smart weather-based irrigation controllers. All of these items can help draw down the water use for each home.
Under program guidelines, participating builders agree to designate and build individual neighborhoods that qualify as water smart and are more efficient than current drought and plumbing codes mandate. This requires all homes within a water smart neighborhood to meet standard requirements established by the SNWA. All water smart homes landscapes are guaranteed to comply with current laws and codes. And since Southern Nevadans on average use far more water outdoors on landscapes than they do indoors, the potential for outdoor water savings is high.
For outdoor water use, we know that on average, 70 or 80% of the total water use can be outside. So it's very important that we look at water efficiency outdoors. We look at landscape. This is low water use, desert adapted landscape, and high efficient drip irrigation systems. Of course, there is not going to be front lawns in these homes because the water use is very high.
While outdoor conservation has a big impact on our valley's water supply, it isn't the only way water smart homes save water. These homes feature state-of-the-art appliances and fixtures to advance water savings even further, such as high-efficiency toilets that use 1.28 gallons of water or less per flush, kitchen faucets that release a maximum of 2.2 gallons of water per minute, low-flow bathroom faucets limited to 1.5 gallons per minute, shower heads that use 2.5 gallons of water per minute or less, and hot water systems that deliver hot water quickly, reducing waiting and waste. While all fixtures in a water smart home must meet EPA WaterSense standards, appliances that are pre-installed or offered as upgrades also must meet energy standards, which include water efficiency standards. Homeowners will save both energy and water with specified high-efficiency dishwashers, washing machines, air conditioning systems, and drinking water treatment systems. Home builders agree to have a percentage of their newly built water smart homes inspected by the Water Authority to ensure program conditions are met. The inspection includes a detailed checklist to verify that each component of a water smart home is properly installed.
The program incorporates both energy standards from the Energy Star program as well as water efficiency standards for the Environmental Protection Agency's WaterSense program. So between those two standards, we look at the water use in appliances as well as fixtures, toilets, and shower heads.
Conserving water and energy is a natural way of life for most Southern Nevadans. But imagine how much more you could save if your home's technology did much of the work for you. It's possible with a water smart home. Reporting for Waterways, I'm Corey Enos.
Pardee Homes recently joined the SNWA's Water Smart Home program. The home builder has a long history of building sustainable homes in Southern Nevada. One of Pardee's newest Water Smart Home collections, Linnea, is located in Henderson's master plan community in Sparata. Linnea's water-efficient features include WaterSense-labeled low-flow faucets, Energy Star dishwashers and clothes washers, as well as high-efficiency toilets. Water savings are also realized outdoors.
We work with the landscape architect not only to use the right materials, but also design the drip irrigation system and go into with the clocks to make sure we have a multifunctional clock that can have the different seasons, have the days of the week, multi-programmable. We also now offer an option to make that a Wi-Fi controller, so someone now can use an Apple or an Android phone and actually monitor their water usage through their clock.
In our environment in Las Vegas, being a desert arid environment, we find it an opportunity to conserve water, which is also important to our homeowners. You know, many of them aren't just important for them to save money, it's also important for them to contribute to the environment and not have a footprint where they're actually wasting.
Pardee launched its Living Smart program in 1998 to offer home buyers sustainable, cost-efficient homes. The program focuses on 5 areas of advancement: Health Smart, Energy Smart, Earth Smart, Home Smart, and Water Smart. The Water Smart component includes desert landscaping as well as high-efficiency fixtures and plumbing designed to conserve water. Local water quality providers have released their annual water quality reports. The reports are provided each June and detail your drinking water sources and quality, along with the results of the 2017 water quality analyses. The Southern Nevada Water Authority takes water quality very seriously, and wants you to know your drinking water meets or surpasses all Safe Drinking Water Act standards.
This is a story of the numbers that make your water flow. 90% of our water comes from Lake Mead. Traveling through 6,500 miles of pipeline, your water is treated thoroughly, analyzed more than 300,000 times a year, and monitored 24/7 by experts. All to ensure your water meets or surpasses the highest quality standards on its way to the place that matters most, your tap. For objective information about water quality and in-home treatment systems, visit snwa.com.
The American Water Works Association recently recognized the Las Vegas Valley Water District as one of the safest utilities in the nation. The Water District received the 2018 Wendell R. Ledoux Utility Safety Award during AWWA's annual conference in June. The AWWA selects the nominee with the most impressive safety record for the past 5 years. During the conference held at Mandalay Bay, Water District teams displayed their skill in a hydrant hysteria competition, as well as a pipe tapping contest. The men's hydrant hysteria team assembled hydrants as crowds cheered but didn't make the finals. Since there's currently no women's hydrant hysteria competition, 2 all-female teams from the district demonstrated their knowledge, speed, and accuracy to encourage a competition in the future. And the district men's tapping team competed against more than 30 other international teams in a high-energy competition to install a tap on a pressurized iron pipe, ultimately making it to the finals. That's it for this edition of Waterways. If you have any comments or questions, contact us at Waterways, 1001 South Valley View Boulevard, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89153. Or send us an email through our website at snwa.com. Stay connected with SNWA through our social media channels. You can find us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube. Thank you for watching. We'll see you again next time, right here on Waterways.
Drowning is the leading cause of death in young children in Southern Nevada. Remember these safety steps. Patrol. Always have an adult actively watching children in the water. Protect. Provide defensive barriers between your child and the pool. Prepare. Create a water safety plan for your family. Enroll children in swimming classes and equip your pool with safety equipment. Be ready to call 911 in an emergency. Keep it fun and safe all year long. Visit GetHealthyClarkCounty.org.
Whoa, that's an earthquake. Thanks, Captain Obvious. You think you know everything about earthquakes? Because I do. Oh, really? Which state has the most earthquakes after Alaska, California, and Hawaii? Yeah, Nevada. And I happen to know that if a big one hits, you want to drop, find cover, and hold on until the shaking stops. Most injuries happen during earthquakes because of falling objects. Don't put heavy objects above your bed. Fasten bookshelves and water heaters to walls. Yeah, and put the heaviest items right on the floor or on the lowest shelves. Go to Clark County's website for more earthquake safety tips. Told you I knew everything.
You're watching Clark County Television. Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada.
All right, thank you everybody for coming tonight. Obviously, I'm not Bill Brown, who usually does this role. I am David Damore. I'm a professor of political science at UNLV, and I'm also a non-resident senior fellow at the Brookings Institution in Government Studies, like Molly. So this is actually the last of the Brookings Scholars Lecture this year, so thank you for coming. So Molly's going to talk to us tonight a little bit about her title of her talk is essentially looking at the conflict between Republican-led states and the Republican-led Washington, D.C. Where are the fault lines, what we've already seen, as well as what we might see in the future here. This is what, your second trip out here?
It is my second trip out.
Somali's second trip out there. She is the author of a book on the filibuster, Expectations to the Rule, about the politics of filibuster, limitations in the U.S. Senate, which explores basically how Congress tried to get around their own rules to pass legislation. Most recently, we saw that with the tax legislation that came out in last year there, and of course that's how Obamacare got passed as well way back when here. Her current research projects include work on the congressional budget process, the consequences of partisan dynamics on how the budget actually works and does not work more often, and how federalism and the consequences of federalism on national policy making during the era of a unified Republican Party control in Washington, D.C. Molly received her PhD in political science and public policy from the University of Michigan and her BA in government from Smith College. Prior to working at, actually we were at Brookings before. She was working as a research coordinator in the government studies program in Brookings. She's also done some teaching at Jordan Innovation. She did some teaching today in my class, in fact. So we'll turn it over to Molly.
Great, thanks Dave, and thank you all for coming. It's really great to be back here at UNLV. I am really excited about how warm it is outside. This is definitely still winter when I left the East Coast, so that's been a lovely change. And tonight, as Dave said, I'm going to be talking about some work on a new project that's actually joint work with one of my Brookings colleagues, Elizabeth Mann, and we're calling it When Interests Collide. And it's on sources and areas of conflict between Republican-led states and Republicans at the national level. And just to tell you a little bit about how we got started on this project. The idea first came to us in the aftermath of the 2016 election. I actually was looking in preparation for this lecture at all of my files from the project, and I think our very first notes on this project are from the week after the 2016 election, when the very emergent, immediate conventional wisdom was, once Republicans have control of the House, the Senate, and the presidency in 2017, the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, is sort of dead from day one. And we sort of took a look at that conventional wisdom and started to think, maybe that's not quite true. As we all know, I'm going to talk quite a lot about the ACA tonight. As we all know, it's ultimately still alive in some form. But part of why we thought initially that it might survive is because of the existence of a number of states, including states led by Republicans, where the ACA was working and had been implemented to full effect. And so Elizabeth does a lot of work on the state-based implementation of federal policy. I do a lot of work on Congress, so this seems like a natural place for us to work together. So to start us off, I'm going to walk us through 4 events from 2017. Many of them, if not all of them, will be familiar to you because they all involve your governor, Brian Sandoval. So the first comes from January of 2017. And in January of 2017, Governor Sandoval, at the very beginning of January, sends a letter to House Republican leaders indicating that they should, any changes they make to the Affordable Care Act should make sure to leverage the advancements that were already made. Later in the month, he joins, so Governor Sandoval's the vice chair of the National Governors Association. He joins the other governors in sending another letter that is more specifically about Medicaid and asks that if Congress is considering changes to Medicaid, it need to continue to have a big federal role and to take advantage of the Medicaid expansion that had happened under the Affordable Care Act. So we see very immediately some pushback from Republican governors against repealing the ACA. Republicans in Congress, on the other hand, go full speed ahead, setting up, this is a picture from a vote in the Senate in January of 2017, to sort of set forth the framework to be able to repeal the ACA under filibuster-proof procedures. So first example of Republican governors going one way, Republicans in Congress going the other. Let's fast forward to June. At this point, the House, after a couple false starts, has successfully passed a bill repealing the ACA. Governor Sandoval joined 6 other governors to, again, send a letter, this time about the bill that the House has actually passed. Again, focusing largely on the Medicaid provisions. It says the Medicaid provisions are particularly problematic. He also has this relatively notorious press conference with Senator Heller, who, given the lighting here, is sort of in the shadows over there, which seems sort of appropriate. But it's this press conference where Governor Sandoval and Senator Heller indicate that the approach that the House is taking is unacceptable. Republicans in Congress, again, at this point in the Senate, continue to go full speed ahead. There was a thought for a while that the Senate might take a different tack than the House. They ultimately introduce a bill in the Senate that looks quite a lot like the House bill. President Trump had called that House bill mean in June. The Senate chooses to take a very similar approach despite hearing this pushback from governors. So in July, we see again Governor Sandoval joined this time 9 other governors to oppose the emerging Senate proposal on the ACA. So this letter, which is to the Senate leaders, Mitch McConnell and Chuck Schumer, not only indicates their displeasure with the Medicaid provisions, but it also specifically says that the Senate should reject this skinny repeal proposal, which, if you were watching the debate, was this idea that the Senate would do kind of the bare minimum merely for legislative momentum purposes. The Senate would just pass something so that this process could continue. The Senate, again, disregards this position from the governors, tries to pass this skinny repeal bill. This is a picture of John McCain just before he gives his thumbs down to vote no. You can see Mitch McConnell off there in the background looking very displeased about what's happening. But again, this is sort of the third example of where there is pressure from governors to go in one direction and Congress at least tries to go in the other. And then I'm going to end this kind of lead up with something that happened in September, which is that, so Congress goes on recess in August, they all go home. At the beginning of recess, they all seem sort of resigned to the idea that they're done working on this. They start to hear from constituents, particularly well-placed Republican constituents, that no, they really need to take one more crack at trying to repeal the ACA in 2017. At the beginning of September, there's a kind of key, wonky, but important event where basically the Senate parliamentarian, whose job is to provide guidance to the senators on what the rules say, basically says, all right, senators, if you want this chance to repeal the ACA under these procedures that protect the bill from a filibuster, you have to finish it by the end of September. If you don't finish it by the end of September, and you want to do another bill that is exempt from a filibuster after the 1st of October, you only get one shot. And you want to use that shot for a tax bill, so you've got to make a choice. Either hurry up and do a health care bill now, or try to do health care and a tax bill together after October 1st. There was no real sense that that part of the plan would work. So that really kind of lit a fire under Republicans for one last shot at doing this. This is, again, a letter from Governor Sandoval and 9 other governors indicating that they opposed the plan that was emerging for this last-ditch effort. It's a proposal that I'll refer to as the Graham-Cassidy proposal. Alternatively, Graham-Cassidy, Heller, and Johnson. Those were the 4 Republican senators who were prominently involved in pushing this. Again, Senate tries quite hard to do the opposite of what these governors are requesting. They ultimately realize they don't have the votes. You can see Bill Cassidy, senator from Louisiana, looking pretty glum on the far side of that picture. September ends, and with it, any real serious legislative effort at repealing the ACA. So these are kind of 4 key moments in the process of this ACA repeal fight from last year. And at all of them, we saw governors wanting one thing, including some Republican governors. Governor Sandoval was not the only one. We also saw prominent activism from Governor Kasich of Ohio, Governor Baker of Massachusetts, Governor Scott of Vermont, and Governor Hogan of Maryland, Republicans all. And they were diverging from their national co-partisans, national Republicans, on this major policy issue. So just to give you a little sense of where we're going with the rest of the talk, I'm going to talk a little bit about how we should think about this behavior by Sandoval and other Republican governors. And I'm going to bring in some political science research from kind of a couple different areas of the field that will help us think about this. I'm going to talk about what we actually saw happen in 2017. So I gave some highlights using the example of Governor Sandoval, but I'm going to present some data that Elizabeth and I have been collecting on more systematically what's been happening. Also going to draw some comparisons to previous health policy debates. In this talk, I'm going to talk mainly about a law that was passed in 1997, creating the Children's Health Insurance Program. As Elizabeth and I continue to work on this project, we're also going to be comparing this case in 2017 to major legislation in 1995 and the original passage of the ACA. And then I'm also going to talk at the end about a little bit of what we should watch going forward. What are some other both areas of tension in the healthcare area, and what are some other policy areas where we are seeing this tension between Republican governors and a Republican national government. So before I do that, I want to just remind us quickly sort of why the ACA is a really interesting case to study this tension between national and state level Republicans. And it's in large part because the ACA is set up in such a way that responsibility for implementing it is shared between the federal government and state governments. So one major area of this is the Medicaid expansion. So under a Supreme Court decision in 2012, states could not be required to expand Medicaid. As of today, there are 32 states that have chosen to do so. There are a couple states, including Virginia and I think Utah, that are now considering expansions. And this set of 32 states includes 11 states that had a Republican governor at the time, excuse me, they chose to expand. Another area where responsibility is shared between states and the federal government is in the marketplaces. And these are these websites that individuals use to purchase coverage on the individual market and to access the subsidies that they might have available to them from the federal government to do so. Under a 2015 Supreme Court decision, individuals can access those subsidies whether or not a marketplace is created by an individual state or maintained by the federal government, and the law gives states the option of choosing whether or not to create their own marketplace or leave it to the federal government to do so. A third way in which responsibility is shared here is through what we call waivers. And basically, waivers are the ability of individual states to apply for permission from the federal government for some flexibility in how they implement the law. So there's long-standing waiver authority under Medicaid, where states can ask the federal government for flexibility in implementing Medicaid in their states. There's also provisions in the ACA that are specific to some of the ACA's state-based provisions, where basically states, if they can justify that they'll cover as many people and that it will cost no more to the federal government, they can access some flexibility. So this is all to say that the ACA provides, because it creates a shared responsibility for implementation between states and the federal government, it provides us with an interesting way to study this dynamic. So one possibility is that the same set of things that predicted how individual states implemented the ACA in the first place will be the things that predict whether we see Republican tension between governors and the federal government. So the first thing we know about how states chose to implement the ACA is that it's largely a partisan story. So the biggest predictor of whether a state was going to oppose particularly expanding Medicaid was whether the state's governor was a Republican and whether Republicans controlled the legislature. This partisan story also helps explain how fast states went. So Democratic-led states that chose to expand Medicaid generally went faster than Republican-led states. And this is important, but it doesn't really help us understand why we saw some governors, like Governor Sandoval, choose to push back against the feds in 2017, because this would suggest that they would have simply gone along with what the federal level Republicans were doing. So there are other things, though, that mattered, and these might help us understand better what some of the source of this tension was. So one thing that seemed to matter quite a bit for predicting whether a state was going to expand Medicaid in particular was how strong was organized business support in the state for the decision to expand. The presence of pro-expansion healthcare providers was also a driver, and states that had existing higher levels of Medicaid benefits also tended to move faster in expanding. Interestingly, there's little evidence that maybe what we would call need drove decision-making at the state level about how to implement the ACA. So there's not a lot of evidence that states with higher uninsured populations or where there were more high-need hospitals or states with lower per capita incomes, they didn't seem to expand Medicaid or be more aggressive in implementing the ACA. So another possibility is that this is an electoral story, that it's not necessarily about the ACA specifically, but it's more broadly about whether governors, what their electoral situation is. So one possible explanation here would be that governors are afraid of being blamed for their national colleagues' decision to cut benefits. So if Republicans in Congress decide to cut Medicaid, governors might be afraid that that is going to affect them negatively in their reelection efforts. So for this to be true, for governors' kind of concern in this area to be well-founded, voters would need to be able to distinguish between which level of government is actually responsible for something. So if voters can tell that governors are doing one thing and the federal government is doing something else, then maybe governors don't need to be worried about this. But if voters are bad at that and are just going to conflate what's happening at the national level with what's happening at the state level, then maybe governors should be more concerned. And what we know from the literature is that voters can make these distinctions, but only sometimes and only in certain circumstances. Things like voters who are pretty well informed can generally tell the difference between which level of government is responsible for what thing. If they're kind of reminded of or cued into which level, they can generally effectively report back in a survey, that sort of thing. So this suggests to me that there's a real possibility that if something was happening at the national level, that governors might legitimately be blamed by voters for what was happening. So a second possibility is that what happens in state level elections is just really about what's happening at the federal level. And so a different way to put this is it's really just what's happening with the president all the way down. There's some pretty interesting work that suggests that state legislators of electoral fate is largely determined by presidential approval. There's also some evidence that voters will punish the president's party at the ballot box, even for things like local tax increases that the voters themselves enacted through a ballot measure. So this is to suggest that there's sort of the nationalization of electoral politics might be playing a role here. There's also some work that suggests that when responsibility for a particular policy area is shared, voters will just blame whichever level of government is controlled by the other party. So if you are a Republican in a Republican-controlled state and there's a Democratic president and there's a policy area where they share responsibility, you're just going to blame the Democrats and the Democratic president for what's happening, not your own party members. And so this could really cut both ways for governors in 2017. On one hand, if Republican governors think that Republican voters will like that national level Republicans were fulfilling this long-held Republican campaign promise, they might reward governors for a repeal of the ACA in this setup. But if voters don't like the repeal of the ACA, then they might just choose to punish governors anyway because they're unhappy with what the federal level office holders are doing. So the last thing I want to touch on before I show you some data is what do we know about the ACA and political behavior specifically? So there's some good work that suggests, on one hand, that Medicaid beneficiaries are significantly less likely to register, to vote, to take other kinds of political action. There's also some evidence that the Medicaid expansion increased political participation, but that's both increasing turnout among new beneficiaries and a backlash effect among conservatives who were unhappy about states having expanded Medicaid. It's also not clear that these effects really persisted past 2014. So what this evidence suggests to us is that it's probably not the case that governors were really concerned about specific electoral punishment from the population who benefited the most from the Medicaid expansion, but that the other evidence suggests that there may be some electoral and political motivation going on here. So one of the things that we did to kind of start this project is just try to get a sense of, well, how active were governors on this issue in 2017? So this is a graph of all 50 governors. And along the bottom are the number of newspaper articles that mentioned one of the governors and his or her position on repeal and replace between January and September of 2017. The red bars are Republican governors. The blue bars are Democratic governors. Alaska has an independent governor. That's the green bar. There are roughly 900 newspaper articles that we looked at in this analysis. And you'll see, first of all, that there's lots of variation. So the governor at the top of the list is John Kasich of Ohio, who was mentioned in more than 100 newspaper articles about repeal and replace. The governor of Hawaii was mentioned 0 times. Don't have a great explanation for that, but we see a lot of variation here. We also see, for example, that 6 of the top 10 most frequently mentioned governors were Republicans. And this is a mix of people who supported repeal and who opposed repeal. So number 1 and 2 are Governors Kasich and Sandoval, who are both repeal opponents. Governor Baker of Massachusetts is number 3. Number 4 is Governor Doug Ducey of Arizona, who was a prominent repeal supporter. We also see in the top 10 Governor Hutchinson of Arkansas, who was a repeal supporter, and Governor LePage of Maine, who was a repeal supporter. So this is interesting data to look at. It really gives us a sense of how much variation there was among governors across both parties in this debate. But what can it tell us about whether these electoral incentives seem to matter? So I want to focus here on the 17 Republican governors in 2017 who led states that expanded Medicaid. So within this group of 17, there were 5 governors who were term limited and can't run again. And we would think that might be important because if you can't run again, you're going to have really different electoral incentives. Basically, you're not running for re-election, so it matters less to you personally what's happening because you're not going to be on the ballot again. There were 7 governors in this group who were running for re-election in 2018. So these are the governors who we think might be most sensitive to any electoral incentives. And then there are 5 governors in this group who aren't running in 2018, either because their state doesn't have a gubernatorial election in 2018, or because they had simply chosen not to run. So the most active group here were the term-limited governors. So these 5 governors who were term-limited and couldn't run again, they averaged about 40 mentions. A lot of that is driven by Sandoval and Kasich, both of whom are term-limited, and we're at the very top of that graph that I showed. The second most active group were these governors who were running for re-election, who we thought might be most sensitive to electoral incentives. So this includes proponents of repeal, like Ducey and Hutchinson. Ducey notably was a proponent of repeal and tried to persuade John McCain to also be a proponent of repeal. He famously called John McCain the night of that failed vote in the Senate and told him it was okay to vote for repeal. This group of governors who were running for re-election also includes Governors Baker, Hogan, and Scott, who were all opponents. So we see both groups of governors being, both sides of the issue, being active in this group. This group averaged about 28 mentions in that graph. And then the governors who simply weren't running in 2018 and weren't term limited, they averaged about 15 mentions. So this suggests to us that there is something about an electoral story happening, that some of the behavior we see is consistent with governors responding to the electoral incentives that are in front of them. So what about sort of policy effects? You know, there are a couple different ways this might work. One would be, you know, kind of what we would like to be true in an ideal world, which is that if a state is going to be hurt by repeal, electoral incentives aside, a governor of that state should oppose repeal. Whereas if a state might benefit from repeal, electoral incentives aside, the governor should advocate for that. Another possibility is that states in which that we're going to be really hurt by repeal, that they might have particularly active interest group coalitions that would be pushing the governor to oppose repeal. If you think back to when I talked about some of the work that looks at why the ACA was implemented in the way it was in the first place, one big factor there was whether sort of hospitals and other business groups were really pushing for expansion. So this is some data that Elizabeth and I put together in September when the Senate was thinking about this Graham-Cassidy Heller-Johnson proposal. And what that proposal would have done was basically take the money that was that's currently available under the ACA, convert it into a block grant where it just goes to states as a big chunk of money, with states having some ability just to decide how that money was spent. And it would also implement certain caps on Medicaid spending. And so the Kaiser Family Foundation took a look at what the projections and the projected changes for different states would be under this proposal. So on this graph, the right side is states that would benefit from the change. The left side are states that would lose from the change. And it's in billions of dollars. And then the bars, red bars are governors who came out against this proposal. Green bars are governors who came out for the proposal. And then the gray bars are governors who didn't make a public statement about it, including the governor of Texas, where the proposal was written such that it would potentially benefit Texas quite significantly. So if we look at the pattern here, we can see that all of the governors who came out against this proposal were from states that were projected to lose out. So that's the governors of Maryland, Massachusetts, Nevada, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico, Ohio, and Vermont. On the supporting the proposal side, we see it cut both ways. So we see some governors who were projected to whose states were projected to benefit coming out in support. But we also see some governors whose states were projected to lose coming out in support of the proposal, including, again, our friends, Governors Ducey and Hutchinson, who are, again, in that group of governors who are running for re-election in 2018. So was 2017 unusual? Was kind of the level of activity that we saw governors engage in different than past healthcare debates over issues that have shared federal and state responsibility? The short answer, at least when we're comparing 2017 to 1997 and the creation of the Children's Health Insurance Program, is yes. So remember I told you that there were about 900 mentions of governors and their positions on ACA repeal in newspaper articles in 2017. There were a total of 24 mentions of governors in relation to the creation of CHIP in 1997. The highest number there is Governor Lawton Chiles of Florida, who was mentioned 4 times. So if you think about that in comparison to the over 100 times that Governor Kasich was mentioned in 2017, we do see a big difference here. So what are maybe some of the reasons for that difference? So one is that in 2017, we had unified Republican control at the national level, whereas in 1997, there was divided control at the national level. Republicans controlled Congress, and there was a Democratic president in the White House. And this may have led governors in 1997 to think, we need to be less active on this issue because we know that divided government at the federal level might produce a compromise that reflects a mix of Democratic and Republican preferences better, as opposed to 2017, when unified government potentially had the ability for Republicans to implement something that was on a more party line basis. Another reason that we might have seen this difference is that in 1997, we were looking at a prospective new program, a gains for governors, whereas in 2017, we were looking at the prospect of big losses for some governors. And one thing we know from sort of the psychology literature is that people tend to be more sensitive to losses than they are to gains. And so if we're thinking about kind of the downstream electoral consequences, voters might be more aware of losses that they incurred in 2017, and that would trickle up to governors who felt the need to be more active. The 1997 legislation was bipartisan from the start. The 2 biggest champions of it were Senator Kennedy of Massachusetts, a Democrat, and Senator Hatch of Utah, a Republican. It was also a much smaller change, so again, governors may not have felt the need to be quite as active. And it had very popular potential beneficiaries. It's really politically popular to insure kids. This is a quote from the governor of Nevada in 1997, who pointed out that governors welcomed the opportunity to build on their previous successes in extending health insurance to more kids. So one of the things that we're going to be working on in this project is continuing to explore some of these explanations for what makes some of these cases different than others. So just to sort of conclude, and then I'll talk a little bit about what we should watch going forward. So we think there's probably little reason to expect that governors' behavior in 2017 was driven by a really specific concern that they would be punished electorally by Medicaid beneficiaries if the federal government made these big sweeping changes to Medicaid. But an electoral story that emphasizes the broader place of the ACA in national politics is more likely. So the idea that governors, even governors in states that would have lost out from the law that was proposed in 2017, if those were governors who are up for re-election this year in deep red states like Arkansas, those governors might have felt, because of the overall national political environment, it was the politically optimal thing to do to come out against or in favor of repeal, I should say. Whereas we saw several of the governors who came out against repeal are Republican governors from bluer states like Maryland and Massachusetts, where the ACA is broadly popular. And then there's some suggestive evidence that these policy effects may have played a role, that governors were paying attention to what actually would have happened in their states and were responding by pushing back against the federal government because of that. So what else should we pay attention to going forward in this area? So now that we've seen what's the likely end of major legislative efforts to repeal the ACA, where else might we see state-federal tension in the healthcare area? So a couple things to watch here is Massachusetts, which is a state with a Republican governor, is currently proposing adopting a drug formulary, which basically means a list of prescription drugs that Medicaid would cover. Currently, that's not permitted as part of Medicaid. And this seems like the kind of thing that a conservative administration would be interested in approving. It's very, very focused on controlling costs, that sort of thing. But the Trump administration has expressed skepticism about approving Massachusetts' request to do this. So that's one kind of interesting case of tension that we might watch. The other is in Idaho, where the state of Idaho has a proposal to basically allow insurance companies to sell health insurance plans that don't comply with the ACA. Again, given the Trump administration's hesitancy about the ACA, we might think they would be excited about this prospect, but they've so far been a little lukewarm towards it. They've basically said that Idaho can't do exactly what it wants. Maybe it can do something else that might have similar effects. But again, these are two Republican-led states that are pushing back and in some conflict with the federal government on health policy. What are some other policy areas that we might watch here? So one that Elizabeth and I have written a little bit about that we're paying attention to is education. So if we think back to the confirmation of Betsy DeVos to be the education secretary about a year ago, that was very contentious, in part because there were Republican senators, two of whom, Susan Collins of Maine and Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, ended up voting against DeVos, who heard from a lot of their constituents that Secretary DeVos's pro-charter school, pro-school choice agenda would not necessarily work well for states with large rural populations. And so that's one place where we might see more tension. And then lastly is some interesting environmental policy areas. So we saw, I think earlier this year, the Trump administration propose to expand offshore drilling. And immediately, the state of Florida said, we don't want this. Again, it's Florida, led by Republican Governor Rick Scott. And then the Trump administration changed its proposal to exempt Florida from the expansion. So again, lots of interesting places to watch as Republican-led states either go along with or push back against what the federal government is up to. So I will stop there, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Molly. Questions for Molly?
Yeah.
Was there significant international reaction to the repeal of the individual mandate at all?
So in December, when so as part of the tax bill that was passed in December, Republicans were successful at repealing the individual mandate. We haven't collected the newspaper data, but from just kind of paying attention to this, I don't think there was nearly as much, and there are a couple of reasons for that. Number one, the individual mandate doesn't necessarily have effects that differ a lot across states because everyone was subject to it. So it's not the case that because you live in Nevada, which has expanded Medicaid, versus living in a state that hasn't, you're going to feel really different effects of the policy. The other reason is because the individual mandate was far and away the least popular part of the Affordable Care Act. People hate being told they have to do things like buy insurance. And so even as other parts of the law grew in popularity in the face of Republican efforts to repeal it last year, so we saw things like the protections for pre-existing conditions become more popular and that sort of thing, support for the individual mandate never really got more popular. And so even for governors who were generally in favor of keeping the Medicaid expansion and other parts of the ACA, it would be a pretty hard political lift to come out in favor of the least popular part of the law. Yeah?
What was the impact of the Freedom Coalition in Congress and their impact on the states where they were present?
It's a good question. And one thing that we did a little bit of work on and never really came to a clear explanation of was, so there were Freedom Caucus members from a number of states who were pushing for this amendment that is ultimately part of what got the bill across the finish line in the House that would provide state-based flexibility. And in that case, we saw some House members who weren't part of the Freedom Caucus align with the Freedom Caucus, despite the fact that it would be quite unpopular in their states. So I think at the end of the day, a big part of this story is just that this was a major Republican policy promise that folks in Congress really felt like they had to follow through on, and they were willing to do in some